You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher, Chapter 1001, Centipedal. Lex was standing in the middle of nowhere, far away from the Midnight Inn. But oddly enough, the sense of control he had in the inn did not disappear. This was the first time he was stepping outside the inn's territory since raising his level, so he was only now noticing the change. Within the inn, it was the system that empowered him and gave him absolute control over his environment. But right now, while he did not have absolute control, he felt like it wouldn't be so hard to manipulate the world. When he looked at the field of endless bodies, he could sense a strange pattern once again. It was as if the random layout of the bodies of the deceased was not so random, and followed some kind of underlying rule or law. But once again, the pattern was too vague and abstract for him to completely comprehend. But he could read bits of the pattern. It was almost as if events were playing back in reverse in front of his eyes. He could see countless conspiracies behind the war, countless false promises, and unclear motivations. He could see a hate, distorted and empowered beyond their means to control. He could see a weapon unleashed to slaughter the enemy, but it grew too powerful. He only saw bits and pieces, but he could gather the overarching story of what happened. More importantly, since he understood the land in front of him with greater depth than a simple visit would normally give, he also knew how he could manipulate it in the easiest way possible. There were many affinities that Lex had that he didn't practice, but right now, he felt like if he had even the slightest control over his affinity for wood, or for nature, he could use all the bodies here and turn this from a barren land into a lush forest. But even without them, he sensed that this land had been severely harmed, and he could actually use his affinity for regeneration to heal the land. Similarly, when he looked at the massive creature, he could sense that both its body and its soul were incredibly strong, but its mind, comparatively, was fragile. How convenient, then, it was that Lex could turn any of his attacks into physical, spiritual, or soul-oriented. The creature froze and suddenly looked up, as if it sensed Lex's hostility, and immediately let out a shrill scream. It rose its body high in the sky, before lunging forward, swiping its claws to rip Lex to shreds. Lex could feel the immense strength packed in its every move, and could also see its many weaknesses. But since he had been guided to focus on his sword techniques, he decided to stick to it. He jumped forward and sped up mid-air as he approached the creature and used Inferno Blade, Judgment. His blade immediately turned red from the heat, and carried a lethality that seemed to radiate off it like heat from a fire. The creature, sensing the danger, crossed its claws. Lex, even without the need to use his left eye, saw something change. A tiny black ball of energy appeared in front of the creature's crossed claws, and a repulsive force forcibly ended Lex's momentum and pushed him away, despite his ability to fly. Interesting, Lex muttered before switching his attack. Instead of coming close, he used Inferno Blade. Shooting Star, the long-range attack from the Inferno Blade sword technique. A great flaming sword, coated in his sword intent, shot through the air towards the creature. Since this attack was made of energy and intent and had no real mass, the repulsive force did not work. But the creature was nimble, and immediately dodged the attack by moving away, letting out another angry scream as it did. It seemed offended that Lex was putting up a fight. Its lower body began moving independent of its upper body, circling behind Lex while its upper body launched another attack. As if inspired by Lex's previous attack, it began waving its claws in the air, launching little black slashes towards him. While normally Lex was a fan of tanking attacks head-on, he sensed that these attacks were dangerous, and hid their true devastating quality within the darkness, so he dodged as well. While Lex wanted to test out his new abilities, he didn't want to prolong the battle unnecessarily. He came here because he sensed danger from this creature, so he stopped holding back. He blinked right behind the creature and used space warp on the creature's back. In a 10 feet, 3 meter region around his hand, space began to bend, causing light and gravity to behave oddly. The sudden spike in gravity caused the creature's backbone to snap, causing it to fall limp on the ground, though it was far from a lethal injury. The creature screamed again, and traces of black energy began accumulating around its claws, but Lex gave it no time to retaliate. He used Inferno Blade, Judgment, and buried his sword in the creature's back, channeling the flaming sword intent into its body. Simultaneously, he converted some of his attacks into spirit attacks, assaulting its mind and causing it to immediately fracture. But even as a massive hole burnt through its torso and its mind was broken, the creature did not die. Its resilience was astounding. Before Lex could continue to attack, An overwhelming repulsive force blasted him into the air with such might that it actually caused him to become a little breathless. But even though Lex had been pushed back, his attack was not so easily dismissed, and flames continued to eat at the creature's upper body. Its lower, centipedal body writhed for half a second before it disconnected from the torso, and then split once more into 100 smaller sections, each with 2 bony legs. Each section began doing different things, with many of them immediately feasting on the corpses while a few began burrowing into the ground to escape. Others began to fly away, while others still lurched towards Lex, wrapped in black energy. Chapter 1002 Tricked. Watching the many drones coming to attack him, Lex was honestly impressed. He was fairly certain that his strength was near the pinnacle of this realm, so for this random creature to put up so much of a fight against him was extremely remarkable. It was no wonder that none of the other natives had survived its wrath. That was still taking into account that Lex could also tell that the creature was not yet accustomed to its new power. Given enough time, it may have put up a greater fight. The 100 drones that had been released, Lex could tell, were some kind of self-defense mechanism. They were mindless and acted on instinct. Some were running away, some were refueling, and some were attacking. If ever one of the 100 managed to escape, the creature could be reborn much in the same way he was reborn after being crushed into meat paste. The black energy they wielded was also interesting. Lex could tell that the source of the danger he felt was this energy. It contained some kind of law that he had not encountered before, yet it was potent enough to cause him harm. While his body was extremely resilient against all physical, soul, and spirit attacks, it seemed it could not escape the influence of laws. The threat he was feeling from this creature diminished considerably, but it was not gone. Honestly speaking, Lex found this totally unacceptable. He was convinced that if he were still cultivating regal embrace, it would have found some way to increase his defense even against laws. It seemed he had been focusing too much on increasing his strength and not enough on other aspects of cultivation. To be fair, it was only after he had become a nascent soul cultivator that his perception and awareness of laws was increasing so rapidly. Feeling somewhat peeved, Lex spread his spirit sense and locked onto each and every drone. He did not need to rush to them. Lex blinked and appeared behind the first drone, using Inferno Blade to cut it in half. He planned on using Blink to attack every single one of the drones, and finishing the battle off in the next few seconds, but the drones turned out to be more dangerous than he thought. The moment he sliced the first drone, his instincts spiked, sensing danger. He blinked away just in time to avoid the drone erupting into a massive explosion of black energy. As if a chain reaction had been set off, countless other drones began exploding too, causing Lex to repeatedly blink away. But while he managed to avoid the blasts, he discovered the entire region was covered in a cloud of black energy, hiding the remaining drones from his senses. The black cloud was not dissipating either, and instead began to grow as it corroded the countless corpses on the ground. A light flashed through Lex's eyes as he realized that he had been tricked by mindless drones moreover. If it had been anyone else, this move would have worked wonders. After all, the strange black energy was extremely dangerous for anyone if it could pose a danger even to Lex. It had covered a wide enough region where it could hide the movements of the remaining drones, and it could block spirit senses as well. In a way, it immediately created an impasse. But Lex had too many ways in which he could get around this. He could, for example, just force his way in. Even if the black energy would harm him, it would not be lethal, and he could recover eventually. But Lex was not a brute, and did not need to rely on such unrefined methods. Then he could use his soul sense to locate all the drones. Although the energy blocked out spirit sense, it did nothing to the soul sense. After locating them, Lex could use reverse blink to teleport the drones to him, and then finish them off. Or, if he so wished, he could use evisceration on them from a distance after locating them. Although the technique was surely weaker in the nascent realm, it would still hurt, and eventually kill them off. There were countless more ways for him to resolve the issue, long before he even considered using arrays. But since he was being exposed to laws in a new way, he wanted to test out how he could counteract them. How would two unrelated laws behave when pitted against each other? He held out his hand and used space warp once more. Space began to bend under his control, and gravity spiked once more. But oddly enough, the gravity did not affect Lex or the drones or anything else. Instead, it seemed to only affect the black energy. The black energy seemed to resist, but regardless of any resistance it put up, it was dragged into the warped space. Lex felt a strain on him as his energy consumption spiked. He even felt his technique unraveling and space warp on the verge of collapsing. Lex turned his open palm into a fist, and space warp strengthened. The effect of gravity was not greater, but the resistance from the black energy seemed weaker nonetheless. Lex was intrigued by this behavior, but before he could study it, he had to deal with the drones first. No matter what, he had sensed that the creature possessed the will and ability to act against him, so he was not going to let it live. He pulled out his divine butter knife, the one he created himself, and began to blink to the drones. The second test he wanted to conduct, while killing his enemies, was how divine energy reacted with laws. As it turned out, it was much easier to suppress the eruption of black energy as long as he used the divine energy within the butter knife. Only a few seconds later, all but one drone were killed. With one drone left alive that he had captured, and a ball of strange black energy trapped within his own ability, Lex could now take his time and experiment. Back in high school, he had learned about the scientific method when testing things. But first, he had to decide exactly what aspect he wanted to test. If it was still laws, then he needed a number of different laws, all with different strengths. Lex rubbed his chin. Did sword intent count? Chapter 1003 Tests. Before he did anything, Lex took a mental note of all that he had to do, and how much time he had left with the host attire. In total, he should have around 7 days left. Within this time, he needed to not only fix the inn and prepare for any future needs it might have in the short term, he also had to verify that the resin actually worked to upgrade the system. If by any chance it did not work, the land covering the inn still had countless other mysterious and valuable items he could try out. Considering his progress, and the speed with which he could reach places now using teleportation, he felt like he could spare an hour to experiment. He let go of space warp, and allowed the ball of black energy to flood back into the open, blinking away before it could reach him. From a safe distance, he activated his left eye so that he could study this strange black energy. Immediately, he learned a few things. The black energy seemed to be some force of corruption or corrosion, as it ate everything it touched to grow. Its energy reserves were only rising, not diminishing, as it ate the countless corpses on the field. But that did not mean this black energy would become a massive new problem. This was because while its energy reserves were increasing, its existence was being whittled away. Whatever law this black energy was associated with did not naturally integrate with this area, and so was slowly being acted upon by the natural laws that existed in this place. Once it crossed a critical threshold, it would all immediately disappear. But conversely, the black energy was acting on the local laws as well. If there was enough of it, it could forcibly make itself a part of this place. Unfortunately, since its source was gone, that was not destined to happen, as a lot more of the black energy would be needed to bring about such a change. Lex also couldn't help but notice that the pattern or arrangement of bodies seemed perfect to feed this black energy and allow it to grow. It was too coincidental. It seemed like there was more at play with the appearance of this creature than it seemed. But, for the moment, Lex could not be bothered to investigate. First of all, he only had a vague idea of where he was. Secondly, while he had received a lot of information about this realm, it was mostly pertaining to the realm itself and not its inhabitants. Only very few, extremely notable inhabitants were included in the information, as if they were a part of the realm, such as the massive tree in the middle of this continent, of the strawberry monsters. So he had no information about the two races that were battling, their history, or the real reasons they were fighting. He also did not want to get involved. He held out his sword and coded in it pure sword intent, and nothing else. Holding the sword through his spirit sense, he sent it forward to stab into the black energy and studied the reaction. He had little to no experience controlling a sword with his spirit sense, but he still had enough control to gently stab at the black energy. For a fraction of a second, the sword intent and the energy clashed, and then his sword intent failed. Quickly, before the sword could suffer any damage, he withdrew it. He was not too surprised by the outcome. After all, compared to his realm, his sword intent was too ordinary. But the momentary clash, instead of total lack of opposition, meant that sword intent really could be used against laws. Or at least, this law, as long as the intent was strong enough. This time he coated his sword with his spiritual energy alone, and stabbed it one more time. Although his own unique affinity was not a law, it contained a mix of affinities for numerous laws. He wanted to see if it could have any effect at all. Unfortunately, it was even more fragile than the sword intent. Lex continued to experiment with the energy, even going as far as attacking it. He used Inferno Blade without the sword intent, evisceration, and a number of other attacks. but all of them brought negligible results. Only through the use of certain abilities associated with laws, such as his spatial abilities or sword intent, even put up a fight. Though oddly enough, when Lex drew a drop of blood from himself and threw it in the black energy, it had a purging effect on it. His blood turned out to be more potent against this black energy than even spatial laws. In the end, he was unable to suppress his curiosity and stuck his hand within the black energy. He told himself he needed context for how dangerous such law attacks were against him, though perhaps a reluctance to admit his defense was falling behind played a part in it as well. The effects were instant, though not severe. His entire hand was covered in an itchy rash that was spreading along his arm at a noticeable rate. The skin around his nails began to dry and started to lose color. Although there was no actual damage yet, Lex felt like if he kept his hand in the energy too long, it would rot. He channeled his energy within his hand to see if he could fight off the decay, and even used a number of defensive techniques. But once again, they proved to be of little use. Then Lex tried to use his domination, and he was taken aback by how effective it was. The energy retreated wherever his aura spread, as if it too was afraid of the dragons might it emulated. That as unexpected. Lex then used impervious hands and channeled his aura into the technique, then once again reached out towards the black energy. This time, instead of penetrating it, Lex touched it, as if he were touching smooth silk. Chapter 1004, Show of Force. His hand suffered no damage at all as the black energy flowed through his fingers like strings of silk. It was slippery, but he felt like he could completely take hold of some of it if he wished. This was a result of combining impervious hands with domination, his two most versatile techniques. But Lex was not most amazed by domination. That was a technique that grew out of feeding off of dragon's might. It was only natural that it should be incomprehensibly powerful. No, Lex was more amazed at impervious hands. How was this technique, after so long, still so useful? He recalled that when he originally encountered this technique, it was a fairly ordinary one. It was only after it underwent an upgrade from Regal Embrace that it reached a new level. Lex, at the time, guessed that the technique had reached S rank, but now he was beginning to feel like it might have been even higher. What was more important, however, was that he lost the automatic upgrades techniques got as a result of Regal Embrace. However, under the influence of his new technique, he had the potential to grow and improve techniques himself. If he could upgrade more techniques to the level of impervious hands, or even create his own techniques, then he would be much more powerful than he is now. But that was a matter for another time. His hour was up, and he was done testing out what he wanted to test. As for the drone, it would be a guest at his inn, kept in a safe and secure location for its own health, and would wait for when Lex had more time to study it. Taking a hold of the creature, Lex teleported back to the inn. His hand, which he had stuck into the black energy, was extremely itchy, and he was tempted to get into a recovery pod, but he ultimately resisted the urge. He wanted to see how long it would take his body to naturally heal from such an injury. But before going out to search for resin, he checked on John, as well as Luther. John was sitting on the floor in front of the dragon, scribbling something in his diary. It seemed like he was having trouble coming up with a technique. That was to be expected. In fact, Lex did not actually expect him to succeed any time soon. When he looked towards Luther, the situation once again pretty much fell within his expectations. A battle hand unfolded, and now countless soldiers were sitting, stripped of their armor and weapons under supervision. Many had died in the initial clash, but none from the inn were even harmed. Luther was currently sitting across from someone called Narration and negotiating. Feeling slightly intrigued, he decided to check it out, but as himself rather than the innkeeper. After sending the drone to the turtle to keep an eye on, he teleported over, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The invaders were bipedal, but had a hunched frame that made them look short. But compared to them, Lex was even shorter despite his straight frame. Yet it was not his height that attracted the attention of the countless soldiers who were being held prisoner, but the distasteful aura emanating from his hand. Although the inn was suppressing any harmful effects of aura, his hand was not emitting any such thing, so it was not suppressed. Instead, on his hand was only a mild remnant of the black energy's aura. Yet what was mild and weak to Lex seemed monumentally dangerous to all the invaders, the strongest of whom was in the Foundation realm. Even Luther, who was mid-negotiation, immediately sensed something and turned to look towards Lex. Although he did not know what happened, he knew that Lex was not weak. So for him to sport such a serious injury, he may have come from a devastating battle. "Is everything okay? Are there enemies?" he asked with concern. No, just taking care of a threat. It has already been resolved. Then I heard about the situation here, so I thought I'd come check it out. What's the update? After we identified ourselves and told them to stop, they immediately attacked instead. The official commander is dead, but as far as I can tell, this doctor here has the highest authority now. I was learning a bit about their empire when you came. From what you've learnt, do you think the empire will stop the invasion? Lex asked. Highly unlikely. Their emperor is extremely ruthless from what I can tell. I doubt he will see reason so easily. Lex studied Naren and saw from him many conflicting emotions. He was afraid and nervous, but at the same time he was also irritated and inconvenienced. There was a tinge of excitement buried in there as well. Then what are you planning to do? Lex asked. Since he had originally given this task to Luther, he did not want to put ideas in his head. He was just making sure that Luther was not thinking along the lines of massacring the Empire to eliminate a future potential threat. Luther narrowed his eyes and spent a moment in contemplation. He also looked at Naren, who was nervously observing him. First, I want to learn as much as possible about this empire. Then, once I understand it fully, I plan on personally delivering a message to the Emperor so that he understands that it would not be in his best interest to act against the Inn. Even though I doubt the Emperor will so easily listen, the message has to be delivered sincerely. After all, the Midnight Inn should give them the benefit of doubt. But if they still act out against us, then it would be best to eliminate the Emperor with a show of power. After all, the Inn does not provoke enemies, but it should not tolerate them either. Lex was actually surprised. Luther's answer was a lot more tame than he expected. It seemed that he had matured a lot from when he first entered the inn. If you need any help, let me know. Chapter 1005, Evil Conspiracy. Luther seemed to have the situation handled, but Lex took a tour of the area on his own anyway. Truth be told, he currently had a much easier alternative to solving this issue. He could use his authority to seal the minor realm up, but in the event that some other minor realm invaded later on, he would not be able to do the same. That is why it was best to set a precedent beforehand for handling such issues themselves. Lex took some of the weapons that were being used by the invaders, who were a race that identified themselves as Birkin. The weapons were guns that looked like they had come out of a sci-fi movie or video game. He shot a few rounds and was impressed by the superheated bullets. It seemed that the Birkin, if nothing else, had impressive technology. If their empire behaved, then there could be a great precedent for trade. He could already imagine Chen and Lily taking advantage of their technology and selling it in their shop, though he imagined sales would be down for the foreseeable future, at least until the inn opened back up. In fact, if their technology was really good, he wouldn't mind adding some of it to his inn. Considering the new, massive scale of the inn, transportation across its territory was going to be a concern. The easiest option would be to set up numerous teleportation points for guests to use, but with the system having closed down the addition of new formations for the time, it would have to wait. More conventional means of transportation would be needed. After he had sated his curiosity, Lex teleported away. He had no free time, but he did not notice that after he left, every single one of the inn workers looked towards where he had been last. By now, every one of the workers knew that Leo was Lex, and that he had saved the entire battalion with a little help from Cirque. Although it was obvious that he was not the strongest worker, it was generally accepted that his strength was above most of the workers. For even him to suffer such an insidious wound on his hand meant that the dangers of this new realm could not be understated. Lex, completely oblivious to the fact that he had caused the other workers to be more cautious and less overconfident, turned his attention to one of his latest-born workers. He was standing in the building which was formerly used to connect to the Henali portal. It was no surprise that the portal was not working, since they were no longer in the realm and were not connected to it anymore. What was surprising to learn was that the machine which had been altered by the system to connect to the portal anonymously was actually run and operated by a hidden AI now, that the original AI no longer had access to it. A new AI had been born within. Does this mean you can create a new network for the inn, like our very own internet? Lex asked as he looked at the machine. It was strange to talk to something that had no obvious face, but through a mic and some speakers the AI could talk back. I don't know how to do any of that. Maybe after I read all the data saved locally I'll learn how to do so, but my processing power is woefully lacking. If you transfer me to a machine with greater processing power, or maybe upgrade my existing one, I can speed up. Otherwise, it will take me a little over 2 years to just finish parsing the existing data. I'll see what I can do, but for now you should begin learning what you can. A couple of years is not bad. Prioritize information that can help you build our own network. That could be really helpful. Got it, the AI responded. It was surprisingly easy to work with and direct, compared to all the other newborns, which Lex was grateful for. He also sent a message to Luther asking him to find out if there are any computers in the Birkin Empire, and if so, what are their specifications. It would be quite convenient if he could get his hands on some decent hardware. He was somewhat intrigued by the idea of having his very own midnight network. It had not occurred to him before, but now that the idea came to him, it felt like he would be really missing out if he didn't get one. If he could then manage to spread this network across this entire realm, then it would be extremely useful in collecting information and knowing what was happening everywhere. Just as he was musing on the possibilities, he froze, as he had another idea. What if he didn't disclose that the network was his? What if he just helped it spring up overnight and secretly just watched everything from the background? Effectively, it made no difference. The idea was the same, but he liked the element of mystery and intrigue. In his opinion, even the inn should have been shrouded in mystery, unknown to the world, instead of openly advertising it to every living being. That way, the few guests who stumbled onto it would experience a wondrous adventure into the unknown. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. He'd make the network an integral part of society, with the convenience of effectively communicating and transferring data over long distances instantaneously. He'd also put up the facade that it was perfectly secure, with no data leaks. But in truth, he'd have access to all the information. Lex nodded. Now he was thinking more like the billionaire that he really was. Sometimes it was all right to spoil oneself and indulge in a little evil conspiracy here and there. It was good for the soul. He oversaw a couple more emergencies before he was finally ready to search for the resin. He really hoped that this would work. Chapter 1006, Lex Meets Lex. The first obstacle he faced was actually locating the resin. Although, technically speaking, he had already received information about its location. Practically speaking, he only knew its general location. Even then, the general location spanned countless thousands of miles. His instincts couldn't guide him either, as unlike the creature he had locked onto before, the resin did not reveal any aura for him to detect. As far as he could tell, every bit of resin within the entire realm was actually sealed or suppressed in various ways, which is the only reason the resin could even form, not to mention survive. At least on Menara, the Tree of Heaven, as the locals called it, had discovered a few random bits of resin with its roots that spanned nearly the entire continent. Since then, it had been hunting for the resin actively, so if even a bit of resin aura had been revealed, it would be tracked down and captured. Lex recalled all the information he had on its location and noted down some key landmarks that would help him track it down. The most notable landmark he recalled nearby was a vast region filled with geysers. He did not know if he was going to encounter any locals on his journey, but some friendly locals to help point the way would be most welcome. He spent some time trying to fix a location he would teleport to, hoping that his instincts would guide him in a certain way. But whatever seal covered the resin must be extremely powerful, for no matter how long he waited, they stayed silent. Eventually, he just had to pick a location and teleport. When he appeared, Lex found himself completely drowned in grass. He had to fly up a bit to get a view of his location. As far as the eye could see, Lex saw countless small hills, covered on tall grass with a few trees here and there. A survey of the region with his spirit sense revealed countless wild animals and beasts, but not much else. He compared his location to the map he had in his mind and discovered that he had not even traveled half as needed, probably, if he was reading the map right. A bird flying by paused for a second to observe him, as it had never seen anything like him. Lex waved, then teleported away. This time he could tell that the hills were gradually turning in plateaus, with countless rivers snaking through the valleys. There were more trees, and in the distance Lex could see a forest. As far as he could tell, he was making progress in the right direction. Lex teleported again, but this time was surprised to find himself in a busy street. To his great surprise, he had teleported right into a massive city. All around him were lumbering giants that looked like a cross between a leopard and a hippo. Compared to them, Lex was as small as a fly. He flew up higher into the sky to get a good view of the surrounding area and saw a city larger than he had ever seen before. Massive lakes and forests had somehow been incorporated into the city, probably serving some integral function, but Lex didn't care about that. He was completely lost, as nothing in his mental map showed such a sprawling city. He might need to ask one of the locals for help. He hoped they weren't xenophobic. For this, he used his instincts to guide him to the best possible target. When he finally found a suitable target, he flew on over and extended his spirit sense to encompass the massive leopard hippo. Leopo, hippard, whatever. "Excuse me, I'm a little lost. Could you help me with some directions?" he asked politely. He was hoping to break from his history of getting involved in ridiculous incidents. Hippoleopard, who had been staring through what looked like a window for a clothing shop, turned and looked around, but could not find who was speaking. "Hello, yeah, this is me. Can you see me waving? I'm floating right above your snout." The hipleopard was started when it finally narrowed in on Lex, whose entire body was smaller than just its eye. It turned its head, thoroughly confused as to what it was looking at. Despite its massive body, Lex was not too concerned about being in any danger, for the creature was merely in the Foundation realm. It was just that its size was humongous, which presented a problem while communicating. "Yes, you've got it right. You're looking at me. Hi, my name is Lex. Could you help me with directions?" "Is this some kind of joke?" the hipleopard asked. "Did someone put you up to this?" "Yes, okay, fine. I know I'm a little small for my age. There's no reason to make fun of me for it. Sheesh. Size isn't everything, you know." I don't understand what you mean. I'm just trying to get some direction." "Oh, sure you don't understand. I'm certain it's a complete coincidence that your name is Lex and that you found the only other Lex in this entire town. Don't tell me, is your last name Williams as well? Were you abandoned by your family too? Do you run a small hotel to make a living just like me?" Lex the human Lex was stumped. He looked left and right for any hidden cameras, though obviously he knew there weren't going to be any. Then he finally looked back at the massive creature. Now that he thought about it, compared to the rest, the leopard hippo Lex did look much smaller, almost as if he were a baby. The human Lex started to scratch his head. This couldn't be happening. Was he having some kind of a seizure? Fine, whatever, I'll play along. Tell me where you want to go," the creature Lex asked. I was looking for a region nearby covered in geysers." Creature Lex looked at human Lex skeptically, with narrowed eyes. In the end, it decided to play along. "All right, well, take a seat on my shoulder. I know where you want to go. As it turns out, that's where I'm going too." Chapter 1007, Leopold. Lex flew all the way to hipleopard Lex's shoulder and sat down. Although he could not be sure of the exact height at a glance, this other Lex was a little over 1,304 feet tall. It was sufficient to say that if he ever visited the Midnight Inn, he would have no problem climbing over the boundary wall. Sitting on Lex's shoulder, Lex felt like he was a flea or a mite. This was ridiculous. That was also keeping in mind that Lex, much like Lex, was smaller than the rest of his race. "I've never seen one of your kind before. A bit on the small side, ain't ya? What are you called? I mean your people, not you personally." "Humans, we're called humans. Most of them are a little bigger than me, though from your point of view it probably won't make much of a difference. What about you?" "This is my first time in this region, so I'm not too familiar with the locale." "I am naturally a proud member of the Leopold race. A human, you say? I have never heard of such a race. But then, perhaps due to your size, it is best if you stay hidden. You must be brave for a human, Lex. Since you're new here, allow me to give you a tour. You are currently within the territory of Larger Lahana, which is what this city is called. The surrounding region is a part of our area of influence, so as long as you obey the rules of Lahana, you can wander free from worry." "Are there many rules of Lahana?" Lex asked. Actually, he was pretty intrigued in how the Leopold race had developed, and its relationship with not only its environment, but the other races as well. It hardly took him a moment after he got over his initial shock over their size that perhaps the Leopold race was of the average, or close to the average size of the creatures on this continent. The centipede creature he killed had a body that extended for miles, and could be considered monstrous even among the creatures here, but it seemed to be a pattern. But then he realized that it probably wasn't so, as the Leopold race even towered over many of the native forests he'd seen around the inn. "The Great Lahana has many rules, but as a guest you only need to oblige with the main few. Do not steal, do not murder, and do not be a Kanaka Ino." "What's a Kanaka Ino?" Lex asked as he looked around. The Leopold race was actually quite advanced. Their civilization seemed to be in or around the equivalent to the Industrial Revolution on Earth. The houses in their city were well built and sturdy, which was surprising considering their size. There were countless shops easily identified all around them, and human Lex could even identify what most of them were for. Clothes shops seemed to be the most common, which led him to start noticing the fashion sense among the Leopold. It did not make much sense to him, but it did vaguely remind him of the goofy outfits he'd seen in fashion shows and magazines. Kanaka Ino are a race of evil, conniving creatures. By law, they have to be killed on sight within the lands of larger Lahana. Leopold Lex seemed extremely agitated upon the mention of Kanaka Ino, so human Lex decided it was best not to focus too much on them. Instead, he asked random questions about who or what Lahana actually was. As it turned out, Lahana was the name of the first ever Leopold. It seemed the drama cat's obsession with Bob might not just be a cat thing, but a trend across the entire realm. It made sense, maybe. Regardless, Lahana was the strongest Leopold, and the leader of their race. It seemed that despite being the first of their race, Lahana was still very much alive. That was absolutely not normal. As far as he knew, at least back in the Origin realm, the average life expectancy of a human nascent soul cultivator was 500 years. Even if it was different for different races, this seemed like a little much. Perhaps Lahana was a mythical creature, or close to being one. Eventually, Leopold Lex made it to the geysers, which were relatively close to the city. As it turned out, the boiling hot waters that shot out of the ground were a popular bathing spot for the Leopolds, and Lex's hotel, the Moonlight Hotel, was in this area as well. Without a powerful system to provide him with endless attractions, Lex had to be smart about location. Building a number of natural geyser-powered baths was a very good idea. The hotel, which reminded human Lex of the Midnight Tavern in appearance, seemed to fit the Leopold standard for quaint and cozy. "Here you go, Lex. Can you find your way from here? Are you supposed to be meeting a friend? If you have time, you may as well stop by my place. Considering how small you are, I can offer you free food and drink. I doubt you'll make much of a dent in my reserves." "Thank you for the generous offer. I'm on a bit of a tight schedule. But maybe once I've completed my task, I'll stop on the way back. I should be able to find my way from here." "Well, safe travels," the massive hippoleopard creature said as human Lex flew off. Lex made a mental note of this location. After he got over the absurdity of the commonality between himself and this fellow, he decided to check out his hotel when he had the time. If the similarities between them were so insane already, who's to say that Leopold Lex didn't have a system? Or that he didn't get pulled into events that were absurdly over his head? If only Lex knew that within Hotel Moonlight who was waiting for Leopold Lex, he'd realize just how accurate his prediction was. Chapter 1008, Treasure Hunter. Once he spotted the geysers, Lex flew high into the sky to get a good view of the entire region. With a bird's-eye view, he finally realized why he hadn't been able to tell there was an entire city here when he received information about the whole realm. The Leopold had built their city in a way that incorporated nature into their construction style. They were not worried about wasting space if a clump of trees couldn't be worked with, or a specific region had a river running through it. They instead adapted their construction to the natural contours of the land. They had managed to keep alterations to the land to a minimum, which was quite impressive. But Lex put them out of his mind and instead began trying to guess the next location he had to teleport to. The problem was that as far as he could tell, the region where the resin was had no distinct features. It was a relatively barren area because of how rocky it was, but the region was vast. He might need to search for a long time. After approximating the distance, Lex teleported away, but arrived in a location that looked nothing like where he wanted to go. He had to teleport back to the geysers and try again, and then repeat the process a few more times. The 10th time he teleported, and still was not able to find the place he was looking for, Lex got the feeling that his upcoming year was going to be very tedious. He needed to come up with a better strategy for searching for his target. Honestly speaking, the Midnight Realm was quite beautiful, and he would really like to explore it some other time. But for now, he kept teleporting, attempting to adjust his teleportation range according to his estimates. Eventually, after much longer than he anticipated, he finally reached his destination. Compared to the usual lush and green landscapes he was used to seeing, the place he was in now was mostly various shades of gray and brown. Even though there were plants growing here, they too had taken on the shade of the land. Despite the lack of any mountains nearby, the terrain was extremely rocky, with countless bounders covering the land, and the occasional spiky rock randomly sticking out of the ground. It was quite commendable that in only a few hours of searching, he'd found the correct spot. But correct was relative. The resin was buried somewhere in this region, but he had no way of knowing exactly where or how deeply it was buried. This search was infinitely worse than searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, he had a plan that he hoped would work. He turned his attention to the ring on his hand. The treasure spirit for the ring had gone to sleep after suffering damage while he was in the void behind space, but Lex had more than healed it during this time. He had allowed it to sleep because he wanted to allow it to recover as much as possible, but it was time to wake it up. After all, a part of that spirit's soul was a dragon, and it was well known that dragons were the best treasure hunters in the universe. Well, actually, Lex wasn't completely sure if they were unrivaled in the entire universe, as that was too vast for him to speculate on, but they were pretty good. If anyone had a way to find an extremely valuable and incredibly well-hidden treasure, then it should be a dragon. Hopefully, a part dragon treasure spirit should also suffice. Lex pricked his finger and squeezed out a single drop of blood, and then turned it into its soul state to heal souls before drizzling it over his ring. The ring absorbed it easily and started to warm up. If the ring felt warm to Lex, then it was probably hot enough to burn through someone else's finger. "Wake up, Pell," Lex said, using his spirit sense. "Your vacation has gone on for quite a while." His voice, imbued with a trace of domination, instantly roused the sleeping Pell from its deep slumber with a start. "Huh, wahoo, Ma Master, is that you? The last thing I remember was, no, actually I have too many new memories to go through," Pell said lethargically. "Yes, you suffered a minor injury which caused you to fall unconscious. To heal you I had to strengthen the ring a bit, which is probably why you have access to more of your memories, but you kept sleeping. I didn't want to disturb you, but now I need a bit of your help, so I couldn't wait for you to wake up anymore." I didn't wake up because I was reliving the memories in my head," the ring spirit said, with a voice so drained it seemed like he was recovering from a hangover. "How are you feeling? Are you able to sift through your memories for something useful? We're hunting an incredibly valuable treasure. It's a kind of resin formed during the birth of a new realm." "Do you mean the amber chaos resin?" Pell asked, suddenly sounding both invigorated and incredibly excited. The warmth of the ring turned mildly hot for a moment before cooling back down. Amber chaos resin is a Tao-level ingredient that is so gentle it can be absorbed by any living creature in any realm and massively boost their strength, potential, lifespan, and many more. It's the ultimate treasure for any dragon. In my previous life, I spent countless years dreaming about it. Pell's excitement was such that Lex could not help, but imagine his cultivation mat hopping around in excitement like a little kid, about to receive his most anticipating birthday gift. "I'm not sure if that's the same resin you're talking about, but it might be. The problem is, it's locked down by a seal of some kind, and I can't even locate a trace of its aura. I have no way of finding it." "Of course it's sealed, it has to be, but that's no concern to a dragon, that just makes the hunt even more worth it." Chapter 1009, Weak Domination. Lex smiled. Although Pell had yet to actually bring about any substantial results and only seemed ready to pursue its passion spanning multiple lifetimes of searching for treasure, he was already satisfied. After all, anything was better than randomly searching the land. Given that his spirit sense could span a very large area now, which should technically ease the search somehow, it would still be a great undertaking if done alone. Moreover, he was not so sure spirit sense could find the resin so easily. After all, if this resin really was the amber chaos resin, as Pell claimed, and the Tree of Heaven already tasted some of its benefits, then it is likely that it had been searching the continent for more of it for a long time. In fact, if things were as Lex expected, and the races living under the tree's canopy were its servants, then this resin may be the reason for some of the wars he had seen from above. "All right, just let me see. No, not this one, I don't know. Wait, okay, this might work," Pell began muttering to itself while Lex waited. He was not concerned. Instead, he surveyed the area to see if there were any settlements of other races in large groups. Fortunately, there seemed to be nothing in the vicinity besides wild beasts. That would be best, as he did not want to attract too much attention. "Master, after a moment of overzealousness, I remembered that in my current form I cannot use most of my techniques from my previous life. I just don't have the energy to sustain them. However, after much reflection, I was able to search for a technique I can teach you that should do the trick. Strictly speaking, this technique should only be usable by dragons, as its first and most stringent requirement is dragon's might, but you may be able to do it nonetheless. I will transmit the details to you now." Lex felt the ring connect to his mind for a moment, before sending over a stream of information. He could not help but sigh at the way things worked out. If Lex's body and soul were not so overbearingly powerful, and if he had not received information about the entire realm, and if he had not devoured dragon's might, this technique would have never worked. Even receiving the technique was a burden on him, but his body and mind had long since become accustomed to dealing with things above his level, so instead of experiencing a backlash, he just felt slightly strained. Considering the fact that even the weakest of techniques designed for dragons were aimed at Earth immortals, Lex was long past the realm where he could be judged by common sense. The technique was called Worm's Glyph. Using it was not so simple and would probably require a bit of practice, but Lex did not anticipate it taking too long. After all, his comprehension had improved even further after he reached the nascent realm. The issue came from the fact that, alongside his spiritual energy, Lex would need to manipulate his domination in ways that he never imagined before. First, learning to manipulate domination with masterful precision, instead of slamming it down on his target, was going to be the first hurdle, and mixing it with his spirit energy was going to be the second one. Once he overcame those hurdles, it would be time to search for the resin. According to the information attached to the technique, once used, the technique formed something called a glyph on the user's body. There was no proper explanation about what a glyph was, but as far as Lex could tell, it had some overlap with arrays, talismans, and formations all at once. It was not made from characters, though when a glyph came into effect, it formed a single visible pattern, which was the glyph. Once formed, it was fueled most by ambient energy, which is what was similar to arrays, and Lex got the sense that they could be prepared beforehand, which is where the similarity with talismans came in. Although no items were being used, the fact that a glyph was formed through the combined use of dragon's might and spirit energy gave him the impression that they required various materials or energies to form, which is where the similarity to formations came from. But now was not the time to delve into a completely new profession, regardless of how diverse its uses promised to be. Lex created a spatial anchor at this point, which meant he recorded its spatial coordinates so that he could teleport back here when he wished. Then he proceeded to return to the inn. As much as he wished to learn the technique immediately, it seemed like it was going to take some time. Without wasting a single second, he isolated himself and began practicing, and immediately realized that the manipulation requirements for domination were going to be incredibly high. "Pell, do you have any techniques or practices that can help me train manipulating domination?" he asked. "I'll transfer over everything relevant immediately," Pell said, sensing its master's urgency. Lex was able to estimate that without help, it would take him weeks to learn fine control over domination. Maybe he had underestimated the difficulty of the techniques used by Earth immortals. Just as he was reflecting on that thought, Pell transferred over a number of guides and exercises from his memories, which clarified the issue. It was not that he could not control it well enough, but that his domination was still too weak compared to an actual dragon. There was only one solution for that. "John, I don't mean to disturb you, but I have an urgent task that I need to take care of," Lex said, teleporting over to his private meditation room. "If you want to continue to study the dragon while I cultivate, go ahead, but you will have to be extremely silent." John was taken aback by Lex's sudden arrival, and a bit confused by the urgency in his voice. "Is something the matter?" he asked, concerned. "Yes, I'm on a time limit and need to refine an aspect of my cultivation for one of the Innkeeper's tasks. You can continue observing if you want. It might actually help you design the technique you want, but you'll have to excuse me." Although it seemed like Lex was in a hurry, which he was, his exchange with John was also calculated. By showing him how hard everyone was working for the new inn, while he was doing nothing but lamenting, Lex aimed to make John feel left out. Being excluded from the community to a degree that he had become used to was also going to be a strong motivator in helping him make his decision. Although the inn was not providing any formations at the moment, that did not prevent Lex from setting up a few protective arrays around himself as he took his spot on the dragon's forehead. He even took a moment to talk to Pell Jr. and let him know that he would be cultivating, so he shouldn't disturb him. After making sure everything was ready, Lex closed his eyes and focused his mind on the latest information the Ring Pell had sent him. He entered his flow state just to make sure he got the best results. Most of the techniques were practice exercises to teach young dragons about how to control their aura, as well as refine it to make it stronger. As Lex began to cultivate, he focused solely on the aspects of refining his aura so that domination would develop better. From the side, John could not help but look up in the distance at Lex. Although his cultivation was broken and his body weakened, he had not been completely deprived of his old senses. As such, he could feel the change happening in the dragon's aura to a certain degree. Standing there on the bottom, looking up at Lex cultivating on a dragon's head, John could not help but feel more pathetic than he had in his entire life. If that damn baby could cultivate all on his own atop a dragon without a stupid system, then why was he latching on to his system so hard? Even if he lost it, how much worse could his life really get? He was already at the bottom. He went from being one of the most respected workers in the inn to the weak, sensitive guy everyone has to take care of. He burned the image of Lex cultivating in his mind as he made his decision to give up his system. He would trust the innkeeper to guide him on a better path. Moreover, the path of an assassin was something the system decided for him. Now, he could finally decide on his own what he wanted to pursue in life. He had no idea what it was, but just the thought of figuring it out filled him with a sense of anticipation he hadn't felt in a long time. Chapter 10:10 Dragon's Breath. Cultivating as a nascent soul realm cultivator was almost divine. His control over spirit energy had improved drastically, and that improvement carried onto other aspects of his cultivation as well. The rate at which he absorbed dragons might also increase drastically, and that was before Pell gave him a bunch of exercises showing him how it was actually supposed to be used. He could feel himself improving, and that was after consciously trying to keep his actual cultivation from increasing. Fortunately, there were countless other areas he could improve in, so stopping a single aspect of cultivation was no burden. If previously he had felt like he was adding water to a container that was near overspilling, now it felt like he was using a sink to fill up a dam. His body's capacity for strength, defense, comprehension, domination, and so many other things had suddenly increased. Moreover, he could directly use the dragon underneath him as a source for all of them. This was great news, not only because now he needed to weaken the dragon for its new host, though Lex honestly doubted he'd be able to weaken it enough anytime soon, but also because he was unsatisfied with his defense. Admittedly, it was still tremendously powerful, considering all he only got a rash from that black energy, but he was unsatisfied. He had traded his newest technique in exchange for Regal Embrace, and although it was a lot better in many ways, he didn't want to lose out the singular trait he had started his cultivation journey with, overpowered defenses. Earlier on, he was still too weak for it to be too prominent, but now that he was much stronger, he was finally getting to the things that were absurd. He wanted to walk on the surface of a star and take a dive in a planet's core, to name just a few of the more sane ideas he had about what he'd do with a more durable body. This wasn't even considering the really unbelievable stuff, like play catch using a black hole as a ball. So he absolutely could not give up on the path to making his body indestructible. In fact, he was determined to surpass the limits of Regal Embrace. But those were all far-off things. To aim a little closer to where Lex actually was, he wanted all the strength, toughness, might, and everything else this heavenly immortal dragon had to offer and make it his own, long before reaching the heavenly immortal realm himself. A tough but achievable goal he set for himself was to be completely equal to the dragon while still in the earth immortal realm, at most. As if responding to his intentions, his cultivation technique altered itself a bit, and Lex received some feedback. If he wanted to achieve what he set as his goal, he needed to stop cultivating in random places and take the most he could from this dragon in his current realm before cultivating in other areas. It felt like his technique was complaining to him for being so random. He imagined himself talking to an employee upset at his unreasonableness. It's okay. I'll avoid cultivating in any active volcanoes for a while," he muttered. The change in aura around Lex was noticed by John as well as Pell Jr. Both of them had completely varied thoughts running through his mind. John was reinforcing his decision to give up his system in his mind, while Pell Jr. felt touched at the dedication Lex was showing in helping him weaken the dragon. Although it had not made any difference in the pressure Pell Jr. was feeling at all, he could tell that he was moving in the right direction. Previously, Lex had been pacing himself while cultivating, but right now he was going all in. Like a flood that had no end, dragons might float into Lex's body without restraint, and it vanished completely, leaving behind no trace of its existence. Hours rolled by, and nearly 16 hours later, Lex finally paused. He did not feel tired, in fact, he could feel his body hungry for more, but he wanted to test out if he had strengthened domination enough to use Worm's glyph. As absurd as it sounded, this single session of cultivation more than tripled the strength of domination. Lex could feel that he had a lot more room for growth, but his intuition had been correct. With domination the way it was right now, he could begin to practice manipulating with precision hitherto unknown to him. Without moving from his spot, as this was the perfect place to practice such techniques, Lex began to go through the exercises given to him by Pell. His amazing comprehension, accompanied by his flow state, really began to show as he managed to form the glyph within 30 minutes. His domination completely withdrew into himself, and Lex felt like his aura had vanished completely. But at the same time, he could feel the power coursing through his glyph. Although this one was only supposed to help him search for treasures, it still gave Lex the impression that what he was controlling was a live weapon. "Pell, do you know any more glyphs I can learn using domination?" Lex could not help but ask, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Of course. What kind do you have in mind?" "I'll have to search for one suited for beginners, but there are countless such glyphs that are supposed to help a dragon master their own strength. The glyphs mimicking dragon's breath seem to be very popular." Lex clenched his fists as he struggled to keep his excitement contained. Yes, this is exactly what he had in mind. How cool would it be to use dragon's breath? His strength was about to skyrocket. "We can start with that one, but make a list of all the glyphs I can use at my level and send them to me later. For now, though, it's time to hunt for treasure." Lex looked down to John, who was studying the dragon and scribbling something. It seemed like he was busy creating a technique, so Lex did not bother him. Instead, he teleported away. There were a few minor problems at the inn, caused by the fact that the countless people who had been stuck in the minor realms before started to come out to the inn. There were a few refugees who did not like the fact that they had been teleported to another realm, and that the teleportation function wasn't working, though Lex very much doubted they understood what realms were. He would normally take care of these things himself, but he was feeling impatient. The poor resin had waited too long for him already. It was time he welcomed it to its rightful place, among his treasure collection. He teleported back to where the resin was supposed to be. He took a second to calm himself, lest he make a mistake in his excitement. The thought of treasure hunting and fire breathing had exhilarated him much more than he expected. Maybe he was being influenced by the dragon. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and used the technique, forming the glyph on his forehead. Once he overcame the most obvious sensations, which were of immense power, he became cognizant of a new sense entirely. It was surprising that he missed it in the first place, considering how overwhelmingly it was reacting to the Midnight Realm. He could feel, it was strange to describe. It was as if he was spying on the rules of the universe, and could feel the love the universe had towards certain things. Love might not be the right word, but considering how alien the sensation was for him, that was the closest thing he could equate it to at the moment. The more valuable something was, the more attention it was given by the universe. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to say, the more valuable it was, the more laws it interacted with. This was all just guesswork on Lex's end at the moment. But regardless of what it was, Lex could feel in a very quantifiable manner the value of things all around him. The entire continent, every speck of dirt and every gust of air seemed to be valuable. Lex, for the first time, realized just how valuable the realm was. If he exported the dirt under his feet, he could probably raise the fertility of an entire planet with just a fistful. It was not really the same thing, since the realm was only 0.25 light-years large, but Lex felt like he had gotten his own version of the Bangle of Narn. His realm could not be compared to a galaxy in size, but perhaps in value they were close. Or maybe his realm might even surpass it. These things he had no answer for, nor did they matter. He turned his attention towards the lands in front of him. He hoped this glyph could see through the seal on the resin, or else he would have wasted so much time for nothing. Chapter 10:11 Free Lunch. "Pell, how do I search for the resin?" Lex asked as he surveyed the land. The feedback he was getting from the glyph was immense, and turning it into usable information was quickly becoming a massive burden on Lex. It was still fine when he hadn't noticed, but now that he had, it was as if every individual grain of dirt, every rock, every insect and animal in the vicinity were all giving him individual feedback. If he didn't find a way to filter all this information, he would soon be overwhelmed. "You influence the glyph through the use of domination," Pell informed him, while he transferred the relevant data over to Lex. "Once you can control the technique, you have to raise the bar just high enough that you no longer get any feedback from your surroundings, and then increase your sensitivity at the same time. The ingenious thing about this glyph is that it is designed to peek through seals that are designed to hide treasures. After all, while the aura of the treasure can be suppressed, the way it interacts with laws cannot. Seals actually just compensate for any interaction the treasure would have, thereby preventing any traces from appearing out in the open. But the worm's glyph is not looking for traces at all. It is instead measuring quantity and capacity for interactions with laws. Master, considering the weakened state of your domination, your range will not be too large, so you will have to search on your own. But once you're in the vicinity of the resin, you should be able to sense it, hypothetically." Lex decided not to focus on Pell's last word, and began regulating his technique until he was just above the level where he got any feedback from his surroundings. As much as he wished for an easy solution, he still had to search. His preliminary search would be from the surface. He was hoping that the range of his glyph was great enough to locate the resin from the ground, for if he was forced to dig then, that would add another great obstacle in his path. Just to be sure he was doing his utmost, he spread his spirit sense to its limits as well, before he began flying just over the ground at breakneck speeds. He could have run, yes, and it would not be much slower, but why put in so much effort when he could just fly? From time to time, he picked up on some buried or hidden treasures and valuables. More than once, he saw creatures that shone brighter in his eyes than anything else in the region. Lex pondered if what he was seeing was their spot on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, or if their bodies were just very valuable. For once, he did not have a clear guess. Time flowed like the wind, but Lex did not allow himself to focus on that. If he thought about it at all, he'd begin to get impatient, and that could distract him from his task. While he did not find the resin for a long time, since his spirit sense was spread out, he observed the land with greater scrutiny than he would ever normally use. He originally thought that this place was barren, but that was far from the truth. It was just that life here had adapted and camouflaged itself perfectly to anyone only using their eyes. The rocks were covered in gray and brown moss, which hid themselves perfectly in the curves and shallows on their surfaces. The moss then became hidden habitats for countless tiny insects which themselves looked like pebbles or chips of rock. Snakes, scorpions, lizards, and other creatures made themselves at home, just their natural appearance hiding them so well even as a nascent soul cultivator Lex had not noticed them based on sight alone. Then there were the ants. More than any other creature here, Lex took notice of the ants. He had seen 4 or 5 different species of ants in this region, which was not a lot. But what was astounding was the size of their colonies. For hundreds of miles, each species of ant took a region as their territory and fought off competing ant colonies at the borders, waging a war right underneath his eyes. Perhaps if Lex had not seen the development of the realm from an angle directly above it, he would have felt different, but at the moment he felt like some kind of deity looking down at his creations. Their struggles and troubles seemed so arbitrary to him. He could randomly throw a piece of meat down in their territory, and that would be enough to feed each ant colony for generations, putting an end to their need for such fighting. But to them, what could be solved by him with a wave of his hand was important enough to stake their lives. It was a humbling observation. As he grew stronger and stronger and his place in the universe grew, it was important to reflect upon what his power meant for the world around him. He remembered back on Earth, one time in college he failed a class because of which he lost his scholarship. He had felt so miserable then. He wished some all-powerful being would come and just reverse time to give him another chance so that he could do it differently. He had sworn so deeply that he'd do it differently if he had just one more chance. It turned out later that he didn't need a deity to help him out. He talked to his professor, who gave him an opportunity to redeem his grade by redoing a critical assignment. But the temptation of an all-powerful being just solving his problem for him had gripped him so strongly when he felt so miserable, even though back then he did not believe such things existed. Now he himself was an all-powerful being. More importantly, he wondered if his problems looked the same to the countless beings more powerful than him. What must the mysterious man who just showed up inside his room at the inn one day think of him when he looked at Lex? Perhaps, to him, guiding Lex was no more effort than Lex throwing out a piece of meat for the ants. Lex paused for the briefest of moments. He looked through his spatial bangle and found a lot of food that was no longer as nutritious to him now that his realm had grown. As he continued to fly over the land, he threw bits and pieces of it here and there to some animals he saw struggling. Although Lex was not too into charity himself, it also didn't hurt to help others now and again, especially if it was no big deal to himself. After all, he had also benefited from the help of others. It seemed that sometimes in life there were free lunches. Chapter 10, 12 Pop Goes the... Lex decided not to measure time and instead just focus on his search. Such a mentality, alongside the fact that it was perpetually sunny in the Midnight Realm, made it so he really could not tell how long it had taken him. Eventually, there came a time that he scanned the entirety of the region, but was unable to discover the resin or anything else that might hint at it. That meant he would need to conduct the search underground. How wonderful. He did not need to think back to the time in the Crystal Realm when he got buried underground, or the Dragon's basement, or basically any time he went below the surface, to know that this would not be a pleasant experience. If for no other reason than because he had no way to easily travel through solid ground, this was going to be a tedious journey. But then he paused. No, wait, it seemed he really had a way to travel through solid objects. If he changed his body from its physical form to his soul state, couldn't he travel through the ground? He could avoid entering the soul plane, which was something he would have to experiment with at a later time, because he could not even begin to imagine how he'd search for the resin through another plane of existence he had no experience with. What's more, he could also turn himself into thought and travel through the mind of the countless living creatures here, and search through their memories to see if they had any recollection of something that might hint towards the resin's location. For a moment Lex became disoriented as his perception of the world changed, as he realized the scale and scope of his abilities. He was too used to seeing the world as he knew it from back when he was a mortal. Perhaps this was a drawback of progressing too quickly in his cultivation. He hadn't had time to reflect on the changes it brought him. He also vaguely understood what Cassandra meant when she said that he needed to change his worldview before growing stronger, or he'd always have limited strength. Of course, she had been more specific and mentioned the tenets of immortality and how they would be weaker if he didn't adapt. But even in a broader sense, he began to feel how his old habits and outdated perceptions began to limit him. It was something he definitely needed to take time out and reflect on later. He held his hand out and looked at it as he willed himself to enter his soul state, and then he just did. But nothing seemed to change. He did not become ethereal or ghostly. He looked exactly the same. He even felt exactly the same. To test out if anything had changed, he put his feet on the ground and watched with intrigue as it slipped through. He also felt silly. The whole reason he searched from the ground was because he didn't have a way to easily travel underground, only to realize that he did. He did not admonish himself for the oversight. After all, he had spent 26 years with a physical body and only just gained the ability to turn into a soul. It was acceptable for him to forget about it. Slowly, he allowed his body to descend into the ground, which was a strange experience. Physically, he felt nothing because, well, he did not have a physical body. But the moment he went underground, he became blind with his eyes at least. His spirit sense still allowed him to see everything around him, even through the ground itself. The glyph was also still active, so technically he should still be able to sense treasures. Guided by his spirit sense, he began to once again travel after descending half a mile, 800 meters below ground, though he reduced his speed drastically. Even though he could travel through the ground, he didn't know if his soul would hit other things and thereby incur damage, which is why he moved slowly for now. Just for the sake of experimentation, he allowed his body to brush up against another living thing. This deep underground, the ants, worlds, snakes, and other creatures could not make their colonies or burrows, so the only living things he encountered were genuine, ground-dwelling creatures, and there were many of them here. Even though most of the space underground was occupied by larger boulders buried deep, or crush created from crumbling larger rocks, the ground-dwelling creatures made use of the limited soil in between. In fact, the soil became a sort of highway for these creatures to travel, and their homes seemed to be small caves that they drilled in the rocks themselves. When Lex touched such a creature, he finally felt some kind of sensation, but before he could focus on it, the creature's soul popped, startling Lex. He didn't mean to kill it, but soul had been too fragile to even sustain his touch. After offering a silent prayer for the dead whatever it was, Lex decided to continue with his reduced speed for now. He confirmed that touching another soul would result in some kind of hindrance, and though he would most likely be fine, the experience of popping another soul was quite unpleasant. He felt so guilty. What was worse was the ectoplasmic soul go that was stuck to his finger from popping the soul. He had no idea how to get it off, and he didn't want to rub it on his pants. Wait. He looked down and discovered that he was still wearing his suit made by Jeeves. Did he just turn his suit into a soul, or was this an ability Jeeves gave the clothes when he made them? Or was the suit a part of him now? Was Lex a suit? With the increasing number of mental crises he was experiencing, Lex continued to search for the resin. Chapter 1013 Sealed Domain. Traveling underground was an experience unto itself. Once he got over the fear that his soul would crash into something, and actually sped up, he discovered that there was a lot more to the underground than just endless dirt and rocks. There were so many plants, not even counting the extensive root network for whatever plants could bury roots so deep. There were living creatures with underground colonies that gave Lex wonderful ideas for his own inn. There were more than just a few underground rivers with water to clean and cold. Lex actually felt tempted to stop and take a drink. Eventually Lex spread his soul sense out as well, and was amazed at the fact that life was thriving just as much this deep underground as on the surface. Lex also found something he completely would never have expected: A massive network of chambers had been excavated to create somewhat of an abode, and it was covered in remnants of protective formations. Out of curiosity, Lex stopped by and discovered the remains of a cultivator who seemed to have died alone at some point. All his belongings were still present, including a personal diary that Lex perused for a brief moment. As it turned out, the fellow became a hermit after getting dumped by his fiancée, who then married his own father. He was too ashamed to show his face in society ever again, and so spent the rest of his life underground. Lex put the diary back, only reflecting on the fact that the fellow was not ridiculously large, and was only 8 feet, 2.4 meters tall. Since there was nothing related to the resin here, he decided to leave the abode as is. But, on yet another whim, before he left, he carved his initials into the wall, leaving a mark to show that he had been here. He also took out a small lock box and put a copy of Evisceration and a vial of spirit liquid in it, leaving it there for anyone to discover. The lockbox was special, in that it would perfectly preserve its contents as long as it was closed. It would either open on its own after a set number of years, which Lex decided to set as 1,000 years, or when someone channeled enough spirit energy into it. It was like leaving a small gift behind for someone fated for it, although chances were high that no one would ever find it. He had done something similar in the Midnight Inn, leaving presents here and there for people to find, and so far no one had really found any, which is why he didn't expect anyone to find this either. But the possibility intrigued him. He moved on, further increasing his speed the longer he went on. With his soul sense spread out, he could easily avoid other souls, so his concern for crashing into other things was reduced considerably. But just as he was beginning to feel anxious, despite the fact that he was doing his best to stay calm, Lex finally found something that caused him to pause. Even further below him, on the very edge of his range for the glyph, he sensed something giving a very large reaction. He descended slowly and was mesmerized by what he saw. He was on the edge of something massive. By massive, he meant that it extended for miles and miles till the very edge of his spirit sense in either direction, and was deeper than he could sense as well. The reaction he was getting from the glyph was greater than anything he had seen so far, making him feel confident that he had finally reached the resin. "Pell, take a look at this," Lex said as he transmitted his vision to the ring as well. "Tell me if you know what it is." "Master, this is the corner of a sealed domain," Pell responded in a solemn voice. "I think, Master, my memories about sealed domains are incomplete, but I think that the amber chaos resin is not enough to form this. From what I recall, despite being valuable, the amber chaos resin is not really an energy source. But for such a domain to form, not only does it require very special circumstances, but it also requires a massive energy source." Lex frowned, and then recalled all the information he had received about the region surrounding the resin. Although he was aware that the resin was sealed, he did not get any information about anything that could be a significant energy source. That meant that either the information he received was not actually complete, and was just a brief overview of the realm, or that someone else had created this. He felt more inclined to believe the first one. After all, the realm was massive, so for Lex to believe he could get all the information about all of it in such a short time was pushing it. "So how do I access the domain?" he asked as he continued to come closer to it. "There are 2 ways. The first is to be so superior to the domain that you can unravel it yourself. That is not so easy to achieve. The second option is to go to the entrance of the domain and enter normally. As long as you obey the rules of the domain, it is entirely possible to get through not only unharmed, but be rewarded with the treasures the domain hides as well." "What are the rules? How do I find the entrance?" "The rules for each domain are separate, Master, but you can probably find the entrance as long as you follow its wall. There should be more than one entrance anyway." How long do you think it will take to resolve this domain?" Lex asked. He still had things he needed to do as the Innkeeper. He couldn't just disappear for days or weeks. "That's hard to say, but I think it's safe to say that it won't be quick." Chapter 10:14, Looking to the Future. Of course, nothing was ever easy or straightforward, but considering the rarity and use of the treasure he was searching for, perhaps it was called for. He felt a tinge of disappointment, but then again, he knew that there would be some kind of seal around the resin. It only made sense that it was not so simple to overcome. He decided to mark the location and come back once he officially finished all his innkeeper chores, but before leaving, he wanted to find the entrance. He continued to trace the domain wall, though at a distance. The last thing he wanted was to activate some kind of restriction and then be pulled into the domain against his will, once again leaving him to control the inn remotely. It seemed that experience really did build the man, for without his experiences, Lex wouldn't even know what possible traps to avoid. As he trailed it, Lex was able to confirm that the domain was absolutely massive. In fact, Lex would not be surprised if the domain turned out to be bigger than some countries back on Earth. "You said there were supposed to be multiple entrances," Lex eventually asked Pell after nearly 10 hours of trailing. By now, he was fairly certain that the domain was larger than the rocky terrain above him. That was not a good sign. Usually that's the case. This is because the entrances to each domain also serve as an exchange vent for the spiritual energy within and outside the domain, which is needed to maintain the delicate internal environment. If there aren't many, then perhaps the internal environment is stable enough that it doesn't need many. "Excellent, that's great news," Lex said, realizing that his job was getting harder and harder. Normally Lex wasn't one to get flustered so easily, but the deadline, however long it was, alongside the incredibly difficult task of raising the system's level was weighing on him. "I guess I'll come back to this," he muttered to himself before memorizing the coordinates and teleporting away. Perhaps this was a good thing. Although he had been trying not to stress himself out, he had been rushing a little bit. This way, by going back and completing all his tasks first, he could come and tackle the seal with a clear mind. He gave the domain one last, reluctant look before teleporting away. "Pell, do you have any techniques that can turn others into humans?" Lex asked casually. He was not expecting such a technique to exist, or if it did, it was probably not so easy to implement. Shape-shifting into a human is not a problem at all. In fact, a secret little known to most is that to sate their insatiable lust, dragons sometimes shapeshift into other creatures and mate with others of their kinds. Humans are among those races, but if you mean actually turning into a human, I fear that I don't recall such a technique. Perhaps if my memories recovered, I could offer some advice. Lex just glanced at the mountain man. He didn't know what to do with him. The fellow had paid his rent in advance using gems, and then just fallen asleep and had not woken up since. He talked about wanting to grow stronger or return to his past life, and since then had just been napping. Perhaps that was a side effect of being a mountain. Lex wanted his system, but unless he could offer a way to turn him into a human or somehow reconnect him with the people from his past life, he had no idea how to do so. Besides the mountain man, there was also that guy who ran a book club. He also had a system, but he seemed way too invested in growing his book club, which probably had something to do with his system. It was unlikely he would want to give it up. He was treating both of them as extreme reserves in case he needed to take some drastic measures, but he really did not want to let things come to that. He checked and discovered that he only had 4 days left before his host, Attire, stopped working. Since Luther had not returned yet from the minor realm, Lex summoned all the other leading figures of the inn for a joint meeting. Since he as the innkeeper was not going to be available, and he as Lex was going to be busy, it was important to set up systems for all the workers to be able to handle any potential problems in the upcoming time. Setting up a robust transport system was also very important, for unless they figured out how to set up teleportation formations on their own, they would need to come up with other ways to travel. For the first time ever, over 30 workers of the inn gathered in his office. They included members such as Velma and Gerald, but also key members of the planning division, the upcoming battalion, security, and other prominent workers who had made themselves known through exemplary service. Those who had attended countless meetings were more or less relaxed, but the rest were jittery, though they tried their best to hide it. But how could such a thing be hidden from Lex anyway? "I am glad you are all here today, because I have an important announcement to make. The Midnight Inn has undergone a new beginning, and many things have changed over this time. Your help in tackling the countless problems we faced has been invaluable, which is why I feel confident in giving you more responsibility. As a result of this new beginning, there are certain matters that require my personal attention for the foreseeable future. During this period, I will not be able to divert any attention to the inn, so any and all problems the inn encounters will have to be handled by you." His words stunned most of the crowd, though predictably, Gerard and Velma were unaffected. They had been with the innkeeper the longest and had absolute faith in him. If he decided that they could deal with any problems they faced, then he had probably already foreseen what problems they would encounter. Now it was just up to them to live up to his expectations. Chapter 10:15 recognized this. Lex waited until the crowd settled down somewhat from the news of his imminent departure before continuing. He summoned a projection of a map of the region of the inn, clearly marking where the existing settlements were, the numerous landmarks and terrains, as well as things that needed to be looked out for, such as the tribe of the killer mites that only inhabited a certain region. This is the entire territory of the inn. Although the settlements have not covered even 1% of the area, that does not change the fact that all of this is in territory. That means that once a guest enters the inn, he or she can roam this entire area. That then also means that you need to be able to reach any area of the inn. As you can clearly see, there's a lot of wildlife and uncurtailed dangers along these lands for mortals and lower-level cultivators, which is why I want you to put up signs everywhere informing the guests that they may face dangers if they move away from the settlements. At the same time, I want you all to focus on and consider how you can use these open, wild lands to offer new services and how to make use of them. For example, you can offer safaris to tourists, or you can offer protected training excursions for new cultivators to allow them to familiarize themselves with the dangers of the wilderness. But you have to manage this without disturbing the natural balance of these environments, which will be a challenge. You should also plan for how you will respond in case of emergencies, such as the invasion from the minor realm that Luther is currently addressing. This is a great learning opportunity for all of you, and will allow you to gain extensive experience which can help improve the inn in the future. For this period, I will not offer you any guidance and will only watch. Since I am about to leave, it is best you get in the habit of making decisions yourselves. Only if you make a massive blunder or oversight will I add any comments. You may begin. Lex took a step back as he watched the numerous workers suddenly grapple with the responsibility that had suddenly been thrust upon them. But the reason these few specifically had been called, and not the rest, was because they had already proven themselves as competent. True to Lex's expectations, they quickly began to divert their attention towards the map and started muttering amongst themselves as they discussed ideas. Naturally, at first, they focused on the few situations that Lex had pointed out, but as he intended for this meeting to be a long one, he hoped that soon they would start discussing their own ideas. Leaving a projection of himself in the room, Lex teleported away. John was still sitting in front of the dragon, scribbling in his book. He no longer looked as confused or tense and had made considerable progress. It was likely that watching Lex cultivate had given him some inspiration. As he was scribbling, he noticed something and turned around, only to be startled at the sign of the innkeeper approaching him. "Innkeeper, I am making progress on the technique, but it will take some more time before I finish." "At ease, that is not why I am here. I am here to tell you that I will be departing for a time to take care of certain matters and will not be available. If you want to remove your system, you have to tell me now." He had planned on cajoling John some more initially, but a glance was all he needed to tell that John had finally reached the decision he wanted. In that case, it was best not to say much more, and let John think that he did not care what he decided either way. John clenched his fingers and recalled the scene of Lex cultivating. He worked up his courage before it left him and said, "Please remove it. I want to walk my own path from now on." The innkeeper nodded. "This may hurt a little," he warned and stretched his arm forward. Even while wearing the host attire, Lex could shift into his soul state, which allowed his hand to go directly through John and touch his soul. He no longer needed impervious hands to handle systems. But there was a small issue. Unlike himself, who kept the system separated from his soul, John had already merged with the system. Separating them would inevitably cause some harm, but he was prepared to deal with it as soon as it appeared. He used domination and soul sense to suppress John's soul and subtly manipulate the system within it. Perhaps it was a good thing that the system was damaged, for Lex could sense how difficult it was to manipulate in this state. If it was unharmed, he could only begin to imagine how he would even separate it from John's soul. The process was not simple or quick, for he had to gather all the system into one point in John's soul, which was easier said than done. John himself also felt completely constricted, as if he were buried underground and was unable to move at all. It was an arduous process, and a long one at that. For a considerable amount of time, the two stood there unmoving. Lex did not think about how taking so long might reflect poorly, considering how powerful he was supposed to be. It could easily be explained by saying he was trying to minimize the damage to John's soul. Unless he planned on absorbing another system, and then having it removed again, he would have no benchmark with which to compare this experience. Ultimately, Lex finally felt like he had done it. Fused with John's soul though it may be, Lex managed to gather all the parts of the system into one tiny speck of the man's soul. Then, in one swift motion, he cut out that piece of his soul. Despite being suppressed, John could not help but scream. His eyes suddenly became red as blood leaked out of his nose and his ears, but Lex did not allow him to suffer for long. as soon as he cut out the soul, and confirmed that he had grabbed the system completely and it wasn't trying to run away. He dripped some of his own blood in its soul state right on John's soul. The healing process was not instantaneous, but it did soothe John, and as it began the healing process. In fact, it wasn't just the cut that his blood began to heal, but the damage he had accumulated due to the broken system as well. He went from feeling a soul-rending pain to a relaxing warmth almost immediately, though John wasn't able to appreciate it. He became extremely lethargic, and his eyes drooped, struggling to stay awake. It was unfortunate that the recovery rooms weren't working, but that would have hardly helped with a soul wound anyway. Instead, he teleported John's body over to Harry's barber shop, where he had a soul pawn that would aid in John's recovery. Moreover, Harry's own sorcery would be extremely helpful in aiding and speeding the healing process. Lex had already informed him to expect John soon, so he was not surprised. After ensuring that John was in no danger, Lex turned his attention to the system in his hand. Unlike the previous ones he had seen, this was not a golden, glowing ball. Instead, the color had changed to a bronze as if it was sick or wilting. He waited for the familiar sound of a system notification, which only came after an uncomfortable delay, clearly indicated the overburdened state of his own system. New notification, new system detected, analyzing the secondary system, lone assassin system detected. New notification, lone assassin C+ system detected. In the shadow and in the light, stalk your prey alone and assassinate your targets to receive a boost in strength and prestige. The greater the assassination feat, the greater the feedback you receive, and the more strength you are bestowed. No target is off limits, and no prey is big enough, as the system will guide you on the ultimate path of assassinating even deities. New notification, absorb lone assassin system, YN. The lone assassin system. Was that why John had been such a loner before this? Although he knew that the name was just an alias he had been using, Lex decided to stick with the name unless he decided to correct anyone. He had a strong feeling that, alongside his system, John would be leaving his old name behind as well. Lex did not immediately absorb the system, as he still had a few more days with the host attire that he didn't want to squander. But as soon as that time was over, he would not hesitate to absorb it. He wondered how long it would take, but for now, he had another plan. He teleported somewhere else, but this time as Lex and not the Innkeeper. He also did not hide the system, and showed it to the two figures in front of him. Recognize this. Chapter 10:16, What do you want from us? The Rhino Centaurs had long felt that they were forgotten, which was not necessarily a bad thing. At least they didn't face insane torture or death, which made it easier for them to wait for their rescue. During this time, they spent more or less every waking minute perusing the group chat and its various channels, becoming incredibly active, allowing them to stay up to date with all the latest information. It wasn't as if they had anything better to do anyway. It was a bittersweet experience, for on one hand they were saved from eternal boredom, but on the other hand they had to read about others who were out and about, living their lives. At least they developed some renown during this time. But recently, they experienced a bit of a roller coaster of emotions. First, they elated when they learned that there was progress on their quest, and that the person who had accepted it finally had a lead on a golden key to enter the inn. But as soon as they started to expect a rescue, they received the thoroughly disappointing news that the inn had shut down and stopped accepting guests for an indefinite period. Since then, the silent, standard days that they had gotten used to once again became excruciating and filled with despair. But eventually they were coming to terms with it once more. However, what they did not expect whatsoever was to suddenly see someone finally address them regarding something more than just the food they were going to get. What's more, he was holding a system. Recognize this? He asked in a tantalizing tone. The Rhino Centaur's immediate impulse was to deny everything, but they had spent too long here and had been exposed to a lot of very strange things, not to mention this entirely new, extremely energy-rich area they were in. They had no idea what powers the inn had at its disposal, so the idea of lying was quickly disposed of. Not to mention, they had already been interrogated once regarding systems, and the third of them who had a system had gone missing so long ago. It's a system, one of the rhinos said gruffly. Even if they were trapped at the mercy of others, it did not mean that they could show weakness. In a way, their own pride was all they had left. Yes, I recall you all came to the inn with the intention of hunting guests with systems. You even had a way to identify who had a system and who didn't. I've put this off for a long while, but how about we discuss how inappropriate your behavior was? To be honest, I put off having this conversation because I was hoping someone would come and rescue you, but it seems I was overthinking. The rhinos froze and didn't know how to respond to that. The rescuer had been coming but was locked out. Did the fact that this tiny human had been waiting for them to be rescued mean that he was stronger than him? It was hard to compare. Even though the inn was extremely impressive and showed them incredible things, the reach of the group chat was not small either. Some of its senior members were famous across the entire universe. For a very long time, Lex had mastered the art of reading the thoughts of whoever he was talking to based on their facial and body expressions. There was also his sixth sense, which helped him know exactly how a conversation was going. But his abilities became weaker when it came to other races, for it was harder to read their expressions. Now, though, with his recent upgrade, he discovered that while he still struggled with the same stuff, he could read their soul language. It was a lot more revealing. In fact, Lex would go as far as to call it a lie detector ability, but that would be too one-dimensional. Not only could he very easily detect lies, but also whatever emotions the others were feeling. While it was also thoroughly revealing to the swirl of emotions his targets were feeling, and brought a whole new aspect to interrogation, it also made Lex grateful for the host attire. He might not even be able to keep up his facade for a fraction of a second if the host attire didn't hide everything about him. Through the unexpected rise and fall in emotions, he could sense that the two were likely expecting a rescue but faced some obstacle. Nevertheless, he did not confront them. It would be better for him if they remained blissfully unaware of his ability to detect what they were feeling. "I feel like you two have probably been able to stretch your legs in a while, right?" Lex said, as he released the chains binding them. He was not afraid they would escape because, well, where would they go? The rhinos were surprised and stood up hesitantly. They didn't know what to expect, especially when the human in front of them kept tossing the system up and catching it. They had put so much effort into procuring a system and even got imprisoned because of their attempts, but he was playing with it like a ball. Where was the fairness of life? "I'm sure you have many doubts and I have many questions. Normally we'd go through the whole process where I'd ask you stuff, you'd deny knowing anything. Then I'd punish you and you would still deny it, so on and so forth until you either tell me what I want or you become incapable of responding. I'm sure you've been expecting something like that to happen, right?" The rhinos exchanged looks. In fact, not only had they been expecting it, they had also thoroughly prepared for the eventual interrogation. As mere basic members of the group chat, they did not have access to many features, such as the emergency retrieval which would teleport them to a designated safe spot created by one of the group chat members, or the overriding function, which would override their memories so that through any interrogation they can provide answers that seem real, but don't implicate the chat in any way. After all, if they try to reveal the chat, they will get punished by the group chat accordingly. But that aside, they were given a thoroughly vetted list of answers they can give without compromising themselves while satisfying the interrogators. In fact, they had been given quite a number of those to use according to the situation. A situation where, instead of being tortured, they were treated fairly was also addressed. Both of them suddenly pulled up the relevant chat within their view so that they could refer to it as needed. They remained completely unaware that, even though Lex had his back turned on them, he could read all the emotional fluctuations their soul was going through, and somewhat guess what was happening in their mind. "It would be best if we can avoid that," one of them finally said. "When we came to the inn, we had no ulterior motives against the inn, and were unaware of the rules. If we are given an opportunity to redeem ourselves, then we will do what we can to aid the inn with whatever it needs. After all, like I said, we had no intentions against the inn when we arrived. The whole process that we went through was quite regrettable, especially considering that a platform such as the death match was already given. We should have just used that." Lex nodded. Yes, it was quite regrettable what happened. Although the death match was not a service that was created so you can force or harass people into accepting it. Even though John returned from the match recently, and quite successfully I might add, I do believe he was quite irritated at it. Lex did not reveal that John was crippled as a result. His intention was just to reveal to them that the final member of their party was also dead, so that they give up on having any thoughts of waiting for external help. As for matters of redemption, well, it's not completely off the table, but I think we should put that aside for now. You may not be aware, but the inn has shut down all teleportation services in and out of the inn for the foreseeable future. It might be years before they open back up. Instead, I think we should talk about making your time here at the inn more bearable, enjoyable, even. How does that sound? As long as you obey the rules and don't cause any issues, I'll let you roam the lands freely, eat good food, interact with the people, and even cultivate again. How does that sound? How easily Lex dismissed the topic of their redemption unnerved them, but his offer was too good to be ignored. Even if they could interact with others through the group chat and weren't exactly restricted in that sense, there was no comparison to actually being free. What do you need from us? Chapter 10:17 Systems. Lex smiled upon hearing the question. Talking to them was already plenty informative without them revealing anything at all. He learnt that they were expecting a rescue, but they were suddenly greatly disappointed by something. Lex could only assume that they learnt of the teleportation ban, which then upset them because it delayed their rescue. It was also interesting to learn that in spite of everything they had learned about the inn, they retained quite a bit of confidence in being rescued. Clearly their background was not simple, despite themselves being quite weak. Although they had been taken aback by Lex's casual offer, and were unnerved by the system, they quickly gathered themselves and became somewhat composed. "What do I need from you? Shouldn't it be obvious?" Lex questioned back and showed them a knowing smile. As if to add emphasis to what he was saying, he became a little more obvious with his movements in throwing and catching the system. We don't have any systems," one of the rhinocentaurs said, but became quiet when Lex gave him a look as if he were looking at an idiot. "Look, the more you reveal willingly, the more freedoms I'll allow you. I'm trying to be nice about this, but if you waste my time, I'll let someone handle you too. Maybe the baby Cthulhu. He feeds on the pain and suffering of others, or something along those lines, and his mother has been really concerned about his insufficient diet. You wouldn't want to attract their attention now, would you?" In fact, the truth was far from what Lex had portrayed. Since he arrived in this new realm, the baby Cthulhu had been exceptionally excited, and had been feeding non-stop without needing to actively harm anyone himself. He had been gaining some weight even. The rhinocentaurs trembled just a bit. Of course they knew about Cthulhus. In fact, one of the top 500 members of the group chat had a taming Cthulhus to cultivate system, which made them especially well known. There had once even been someone with a taming dragons to cultivate system, but a very senior member of the group chat who happened to be a dragon convinced the owner to hand it over without causing a fuss. What happened to it after that was completely unknown, and a topic of great speculation among the chat members. The rhinocentaurs exchanged looks. Lex's lack of asking a question outright put them under a lot of pressure. They didn't know exactly how much would satisfy him, or even if he would keep his word. Was it worth it to hold on to secrets when revealing them could allow them some extent of freedom? Considering that they might be here for years still, they had a brief discussion in the group chat, and decided to go with the prepared list of answers that was the most revealing. The carrot that Lex was dangling in front of them was too tempting, and the stick hidden from view too dastardly, for them to take any risks. "We can tell you everything, but there are certain topics we cannot reveal, or our souls will immediately be erased. If you try to remove the restriction, the same thing will happen. Even if El Pasadero tries, it might be the same." "El Pasadero?" Lex mused to himself with a raised eyebrow. He knew what the other meant, but this was the first time the universal translator had translated something to a language other than English. It was the Innkeeper in Spanish. "Can you tell me what these topics are?" he asked. He could tell that they were being sincere, but if they couldn't reveal anything about their backgrounds, then he would be suffering a loss. "Anything relating to our background," one rhinocentaur said. "We also can't reveal anything relating to systems to anyone who doesn't already know about them, but that obviously doesn't apply to you." "All right, well, how about we focus on systems? Tell me everything you can and we'll go from there." Systems have, for as far as anyone can tell, always existed from the earliest days of the universe. Obviously, for people like us, it's hard to get in contact with anyone from the primary realm, the very first realm that was created alongside the universe itself. But ancient records show signs of things that might be systems even back then. No one knows the origins of systems, so it is heavily speculated that systems are naturally occurring and are born with every new realm. Although that theory is heavily contested, owing to the fact that fewer and fewer newborn systems have been discovered in recent years. "What do you mean by newborn systems?" Lex asked. "Most systems you will encounter will be between E and a grade, and will have already been through a number of other hosts. Depending on how much time has passed between a system having a previous host and treating you as one, you might be able to inherit what the system was previously, or have a new type of system created for you. But a system which has never had a host before is called a newborn system, and it is at its weakest state. It also needs to be noted that depending on the grade of a system, their preference for host species will also change. A lower grade system will not synchronize well with a species with a high inherent cultivation level. Lex absorbed the information and finally received an answer he had long been wondering about. Every system he encountered would be the same for him as its previous host, but the Midnight Inn system seemed to have been different when it was with Mary. This piece of information made no difference to him, as his only purpose was to absorb systems to allow him to heal, but others might choose to wait if the system they encountered was incompatible with themselves. Of course, this was on the premise that they had such information available to them. Chapter 10, 18 Deal. It was also curious that a low-grade system would avoid beings with higher inherent cultivation levels, meaning the cultivation level they were born with. In that case, shouldn't his system have preferred someone else with a higher realm? It still made more sense to merge with Bastet than himself. But perhaps due to its severely damaged state, it was behaving like a low-grade or newborn system. I've heard that systems prefer to merge with mortals, or those with lower-grade cultivation levels. Doesn't that pose an issue for you while searching for systems to absorb? The two rhinocentaurs looked at Lex with confusion. We've never heard of a system choosing a host, so we're not sure about that. Maybe our level is too low to get in contact with such information. But most of the folks I know actively search for systems themselves and fuse with them, so while it may result in less than perfect synchronization, it still works. Even for those who accidentally got a system, by dropping blood on it in its sealed state, for example, are usually initiating the merging process themselves, even if they don't know it at the time. What else do you know about systems? That they serve as a shortcut to growing stronger. They make it easier to get access to incredibly rare treasures, though their quests are not easy to complete. For us common folk with no background, it's immensely useful. However, for higher cultivation-leveled beings or those with large backgrounds on the universal level, they might not be so attractive. After all, everything a system can do, high-leveled cultivators can do on their own. For a system to tempt them, it would have to be truly a very high-level one, but I've never heard of a system going above a grade, so it's very unlikely. Besides that, there are ways to make your system stronger by absorbing other systems, but that has a limit. For example, there is only so much growth a B-rank system can get from absorbing an E-rank system. Once that limit is reached, absorbing more of such graded systems yields no results. I've heard rumors that certain people also upgraded their systems using exceptionally rare items they found from ancient ruins or from minor realms that had been sealed for eons, but those are just rumors. There's no proof to support such a claim. The rhino stopped speaking and looked at Lex warily, hoping that he would be satisfied. Lex did learn something, such as the speculation that systems were actually naturally occurring, and that there might be a chance to find one in a newly formed realm. But those were just suspicions, and there was no proof. The fact that higher-level cultivators weren't interested in systems was also new information, although it made some sense if what they got were low-level systems. But one as powerful as his, which could take control of an entire realm even in its weakened state, would likely be attractive to anyone at all. Is that it? Is that all you know? Lex asked, noticing that they stopped speaking. That really is everything, they replied. What about how you find systems? How do you tell if someone has a system or not? Why don't you check me to see if I have a system? We can't really reveal those things, they said with the utmost reluctance, hoping Lex would not get angry. What about scanning me? Can you scan me to see if you find a system? Or better yet, can you search for systems and tell me where they are? We had a way to search for system users, but we don't anymore. It sounded like they were lying, which is why they were so hesitant answering, but that really was the case. They only had the most basic equipment to search for system users, and as soon as they were captured, a failsafe in those equipment pieces were triggered, destroying them. Lex frowned, which scared the rhinocentaurs a bit. He could tell they were telling the truth, but if they could not search for signs of systems across his new realm, then he had little to no use of them for now. How could he possibly gain from this situation? How could he use them to improve his chances of restoring his system in some way? Honestly speaking, he couldn't come up with an answer to that question. But upon thinking a bit, he did come up with a possible theory. He had no proof of it whatsoever, and it was a complete long shot, but at the same time, he found it hard to deny that it was possible. The rhinocentaur's confidence despite seeing the scale of the inn, their assurance that they would be rescued, their extensive knowledge about systems, the fact that they even dared to insinuate that even the innkeeper might not be able to remove their restrictions, all created a situation where Lex could believe a certain possibility. He had already been informed by the mysterious man who guided him, and told him how to fix Regal Embrace also mentioned a group chat for system users. He could believe that a group of mysterious system hunters were possibly connected to exactly such a group chat. But it would be too coincidental. How could he run into them already? But at the same time, the fact that the mystery man had even warned him might mean that he foresaw exactly such an interaction in his future. When he reached that thought, he was willing to make an attempt. He looked at the two rhinocentaurs, who were nervously staring at him. It was a funny sight, two massive, hulking creatures looking at a tiny human baby with fear. "All right, I believe you. I won't ask you any more questions on this matter, for now. Instead, I'll offer you a deal. As long as you can fulfill the conditions of this deal, you can continue to enjoy freedom. At the same time, no one will ask you how exactly you're fulfilling it either, but if you fail even once, then it's straight back to prison for you. So what do you think? Are you interested in such a deal?" Chapter 10:19 Blackmail. The rhinocentaurs felt like laughing. Were they even in a position to reject any single offer? Clearly, Lex could pressure them however he wanted, and they would most likely obey. After all, no one would want to be locked up, unable to move for years on end without anything to do. Not to mention, if they were given free rein to roam around in the inn, they could share information about it on their group chat and hopefully increase their chances of a rescue somehow. "Can you share the specifics of the deal?" they asked hesitantly. After all, Lex couldn't expect them to agree to the deal without knowing the details, right? Fortunately, while Lex was fully ready to take advantage of them, he was not sadistic about it. "It's nothing too difficult or major. Just share one piece of news from somewhere else in the universe every day. It has to be a significant piece of news, not something random like little Timmy broke his first tooth or something along those lines." The rhinocentaurs froze. Although it was not stating this out loud, wasn't this more or less accusing them of having the group chat? No, wait, there was no need to jump to conclusions. Is there some kind of interrealm portal or news network available, or perhaps some information merchants, a universal outlet of some kind? "Naturally not," Lex said, as if it was the most obvious answer. "The borders of the Midnight Inn are shut down, and no one can come in or go out. It is the same for any regular means of contact outside." Then how are we supposed to share news from other realms?" "Hey, I already said that I won't ask how you do it. That also means it's none of my concern. Do not worry, when you share the news we will have means of knowing whether you're telling the truth or lying. This deal is also separate for both of you, meaning each of you will have to deliver a piece of unique news from the outside universe. As long as you can do that, you can be free. How does that sound? It's simple, right?" A silence hung between them as neither Lex nor the rhinocentaurs spoke. How was this simple? This was the height of unreasonableness, unless he already knew about the group chat. The most ingenious thing was that by saying he wouldn't ask how they got the news, he had created a way for them to deliver it without exposing the chat. But if they did, they would indirectly reveal it. While such a situation would not cause them to suffer any backlash, as there was always room for misunderstandings, it scared them even more than the thought of being tortured. So the Midnight Inn was, aware of the group chat, yet at the same time did not hesitate to blackmail the two of them. Was it really such a significant force? Did they really not fear retaliation? It had to be known that while what they said was true, which was that high-level cultivators don't covet systems, they also said that systems allow cultivators to grow stronger much faster. That meant that there were more than just a few experts in their group chat, including Tao Lords. It was another story altogether that the rhinocentaurs, at their level, could not get in touch with them at all. But still, shouldn't they still show some reverence? After the silence extended on for too long, Lex did not become doubtful because he could sense their emotions. In fact, he decided to continue pressuring them. Of course, this deal only extends to being free. If you want privileges, such as the right to earn MP and the right to spend it, you need to give sufficient information as well. By the way, the deal resets every day, so be vigilant. The rhinocentaurs were caught in a tough spot, but the thought of being stuck for years, maybe even decades, helped them strengthen their resolve. As long as they don't break any official rules, who cares? "Fine, we accept this deal." "Great, I'll pass on the news. Every 24 hours report to the Midnight Manor to pass on the news of the day. I'll suppose someone already said this to you when you arrived, but I'll say it one more time. Welcome to the Midnight Inn. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, if you learn something significant about systems, you can share that information with me and me only. I'll give you an extra reward if it's worth it." Lex was 90% certain that they were a part of the group chat, if not something similar. That also meant that by letting them lose, he was also exposing the inn and all its information. Unfortunately, the inn was a public place to begin with. Nothing about it, save his own identity, was supposed to be a secret. Anyone could have access to it at any time, in normal situations, which meant that anything that was revealed to the chat was not really a secret to begin with. There were countless ways for them to gather such information. As such, the small risk of exposure was not really worth preventing this deal. Besides, once the rhinocentaurs got used to this deal and let down their guard, would be when Lex would truly begin milking them for what they were worth. A true capitalist knows when to take a step back for greater profits in the future. Those short-term profit capitalists were just juniors in the world of finance. What did they know about the universe? The rhinocentaurs reluctantly nodded before Lex teleported away, once again using his own powers rather than the attires. It felt so intriguing and refreshing to know that he could teleport as he wished when, just a couple of years ago, it was an amazing feat the likes of which flipped his entire world. With the preliminary interrogation over and the system absorbed from John, Lex began to finish up the last of his duties. He implemented the countless changes that were requested by those he gathered in a meeting in his office, and made a few more of his own. Primarily, he made houses and residences that were much larger than normal, and could easily accommodate Leopold's. If the locals of this realm came and they didn't even have houses fit to let them stay, the prestige of the inn would suffer. He looked forward to the day he could conjure up buildings with a wave of his hand himself, the way the host attire allowed him to do. The last few days with his powers left him feeling slightly nervous, as he was hoping to prepare as much as possible. At a certain point, he even stopped to wonder why he was feeling this nervousness when he had gotten so used to dealing with catastrophes and unexpected issues. The only reasonable answer he could come up with was that, much like John, he had built a subconscious dependence on the reliability of the system. Now that it was going away, even temporarily, he could not help but become agitated. But he found such a glaring weakness in himself unacceptable, so he forced himself to confront the feelings head-on. It did not really help, but he continued to do it nonetheless. Eventually, though, the time eventually came. His host attire was about to lose its powers. He did not perform a grand goodbye or make his departure known. Besides Mary, no one knew when he took it off and the innkeeper disappeared. Until he healed the system, he would be the innkeeper no more. It was a strange thought. He was too used to being the innkeeper. Even though he acted as Lex much longer, he somehow felt that his time as the innkeeper was always more impactful. But the truth was, underneath, he was always Lex. It was important to remember that, lest he develop some kind of split personality. He absorbed the lone assassin system as well, just before departing. Even the familiar interface of the system, which would stay with him despite the host attire powering off, disappeared. It would return once his system absorbed the other one. Hopefully, he would get a big percentage boost, considering this system was C+, which was a very high rank. He teleported back to the sealed domain and looked at it. "You ready to look for the entrance, Pell?" he asked. "Master, I've been thinking all this time. It's highly unusual for this domain to not have multiple entrances. It's a basic requirement to keep the domain functioning. But I realized that was only the case if the domain was natural and self-sustaining. If someone else set it up purposefully and are powering it themselves, then there is no such requirement." "What does that mean? That there might not be an entrance at all?" "Well, we will need to investigate, but I have some theories about who or which race could achieve such a thing." Chapter 10:20 Beloved Races. While Lex was observing the sealed domain and discussing its possibilities with Pell back in the Midnight Inn, the two rhinocentaurs were giving their daily news. Lex had already informed Velma about the details of their agreement, and informed her to record everything they said. Whenever he returned from his various tasks, he would take his time to check the veracity of the news they submitted, mostly by reading their soul language as he asked them about each piece of news. The reason he told Velma about it was because, since she ran the midnight newsletters, he thought she'd find it interesting, and could maybe add it to the newsletter if the information was relevant or interesting. Since Velma was involved, she naturally informed Anita as well. The beautiful Lick, who was these days getting accustomed to motherhood, had not forgotten that she was also tasked with recording history in the Midnight Library. As such, she was also present when they shared the news and recorded it all down. Something interesting, however, was that Lex had been very particular in his choice of words when discussing this deal with the rhinocentaurs. He had asked them to share news about the universe. That seemed very general, but because the rhinocentaurs did not want to risk their freedom, they searched the group chat for channels open to all members for universal updates. As such, for the first time ever, the Midnight Inn came in touch with news about universal powers, rather than just powers limited to a single realm. The Celestial Court has set a precedent by allowing half-bloods to apply for bloodline purification based on merits, one of the rhinos informed. As a result, countless realms have applied for recognition, pledging allegiance to the Celestial Court as long as the realm owners can undergo purification, the other said. Neither of them elaborated too much on the news they shared, but they both counted as important pieces of news that defined the trends of the entire universe. Not all the news they shared had been as monumental as this, but slowly and steadily, through them, the inn's records about the powers of the universe began to grow. At the same, Lex was still having a discussion with Pell. "Who do you suspect can create such a domain?" Lex asked as he slowly approached the walls of the sealed domain. "First, I need to explain something. A domain and a formation seem similar in function, but they are not the same. A formation performs a function, or maybe even a series of functions depending on the complexity of the formation itself. But a domain completely rewrites the rules of the world or region it encompasses. You can say it directly manipulates the laws of that place. Moreover, domains can only be formed completely naturally, though such a thing is exceptionally rare, or be created by extremely powerful beings, even stronger than myself in my previous life. That means, ordinarily, it cannot be arranged or created by others in the way a formation is made. This is because the origin or source of a domain needs to be singular, meaning that the energy source, as well as complete and cohesive design of the domain, need to come from one item or person. This is another key difference from formations, which create a whole using multiple individual parts, which make an eventual whole. Keeping all of that in mind, it's impossible for someone in this realm to be strong enough to create a domain on their own. Yet at the same time, this domain lacks the features of a natural domain. We seem to have encountered a paradox. In my experience, all rules are relative. The rules that govern one species might not be true for another, Lex said, as he thought of various examples. The sovereign turtle was such. So beloved by the universe was his race that it seemed to be above all its rules. Was he perhaps about to encounter his second sovereign? Indeed, that is the case. After thinking about it for a few days, I have been able to think of a certain race that might be able to accomplish such a feat, while still remaining within the accepted limitations of this newborn realm. It's fairies. Fairies, Lex repeated. He was not expecting such an answer at all. He had encountered fairies before, obviously. Countless fairies had even come to the inn as guests, but they never made much of an impression on him. In fact, he had a tendency to forget that they even existed, despite the fact that he had encountered them on multiple planets and even in multiple realms. Indeed, among the many humanoid races, fairies are especially capable in manipulating spiritual energy. As a dragon in my previous life, I did not feel the need to pay much attention to such things, but as a result of my long life I was naturally exposed to various kinds of information, which is how I came to know about this. Apparently in the Realm Wars, the first of the humanoid races to suffer were the fairies. Not only were all of their stronger race members killed, but the entire race was cursed. Wherever they exist, fairies will naturally be targeted for slavery and servitude, and are easily forgettable. This is because of how great a threat the influence of fairies was perceived by the countless other races. But even having suffered so much, it is still a race beloved by the universe. They suffer almost no fatigue from channeling spiritual energy, which means that a tribe of fairies can work together to empower a single member of their race enough until he can at least take control of a domain, if not create one from scratch. Lex paused. This was new information, and it was quite scary. He was certain that he had countless encounters with fairies before, but true to Pell's explanation, he could not recall any one specific incident. How can a curse be so powerful? His second thought was to hire a whole host of fairies to be employees for the inn. If they really were so gifted, then he definitely should hire them. Even if this domain is created by fairies, that does not present us with a solution. How do we get inside? By now, Lex had already arrived at the barrier of the domain and even tried touching it. Despite being in a soul state, he could not just travel through the walls of the domain. Well, we will need to look for a specific solution for this domain. In the meantime, we can still look for possible entrances. We haven't explored all of it yet, so maybe we'll encounter something. This might take a while, Lex said as he began blinking forward. He would only teleport a fixed distance so that all his senses were constantly covering the domain. Pell, why don't you pass me all the glyphs you've compiled so far while we search? That dragon's breath sounds impressive. What else do you have? There were only a few beginner-level glyphs that Lex could use, for his domination level was still too weak to use them all. But halfway into learning them, Lex decided not to focus too much on the combat-oriented ones, besides Dragon's Breath, of course. This was because he really needed to focus on his sword intent. But while there weren't many he could use now, there were quite a few that interested him. For example, one of the dragon race's greatest abilities, which was hardly ever talked about, was their passive growth. The greater and more valuable their hoard, the quicker their cultivation would grow. There was a glyph which produced a similar effect, and the best part was that it didn't need to be actively maintained or even used on by the creator. That meant that Lex could use the glyph and bestow it to someone else. Still, they would need to own many valuable things to grow, but for someone like Lex, whose massive wealth did not match his actual meager strength, this was not a bad technique. Of course, one could argue that he was already growing much too fast, but that still was just one example of the many glyphs that awaited him. While he searched for an entrance, a small part of his brain was focused on learning the new information Pell passed to him. The odd timing of such multitasking was a reflection of the kind of pressure Lex was under. In a little over 380 days, he had to fulfill this quest or lose the system forever. It was not nearly as bad as the quests he got that threatened death, but he had too much that he didn't want to lose now. Exactly one day later, Lex had searched the entire surface of the domain at his fastest speed possible. There was no entrance. "Well, now what?" Lex asked. "Now we use the rules of this domain against it. Don't worry, I was studying it as well while we searched. I have a few ideas." Chapter 10:21, Entering the Domain. The sealed domain was like a massive cube, with all sides sealed perfectly. It did not even give off an aura, and if it hadn't been for Worm's glyph, Lex never would have found it. It absorbed no spiritual energy and gave off none either. According to Pell, that meant that it had formed the perfect cycle within it, achieving zero loss of energy and recycling everything. Such a case was unbelievable, and only further strengthened Pell's belief that the ones responsible for it were fairies. But the thing about fairies was that if they were completely infallible, they never would have fallen so low. He could not comment on what they were like at their peak, but at least as things stood today, their abilities had certain flaws that were simple enough to take advantage of. Pell transmitted another set of exercises to Lex, this time also focused on domination, though not for a glyph. Instead, it was a more enhanced way to use the technique. Lex had already been using domination for similar purposes, but he had been doing it like an amateur. It was as if he had been using a sword for a long time, only to be told that he had to remove the scabbard first for maximum effect. With the proper guidance on hand, Lex quickly learned how to make best use of the technique and began to display it. Previously, the reason Lex would slam down domination where he wished to use it was because of the impact dragons might have on him. He had barely survived just the passive dragons might given off, so he imagined that when properly used, the aura was even more overwhelming. He was both right and wrong. The reason he was right was because when used properly, it would have been much more powerful, making it so that it would have been impossible for Lex to achieve the feats that he had. But he was also wrong because, well, in the end, aura was just aura. To a dragon, their aura was just a passive way to display their prominent status, while eliminating those unworthy to even stand in their presence. It was the literal tip of the iceberg when it came to their abilities. In this case, what Lex needed to use was exactly the very feature of his aura, or domination, that would enhance his status while pushing away that which was unworthy of being in his presence. It was a very arrogant way of putting it, but then again, he was using a dragon's technique, so it made sense that it was worded this way. He withdrew all his natural aura completely, and then wrapped his body in domination. He allowed it to pervade every fiber of his being, and come in contact with every aspect of himself. The application of domination he was about to use could not be trained or manipulated. It would emit an aura depicting his true worth, and how effective it would be in pushing others away would be completely dependent on that. Ordinarily, this would only work on living beings, but in the case of fairies who were purposefully brought low and weakened through curses and much more, it would apply on all of their techniques and works as well. Lex himself could not sense the flavor his aura took on, so he was not certain what it felt like when displayed like this, and there was no other living creature around to tell him either. He could ask Pell, but he felt that might give him a biased answer. Regardless, whatever it felt like, it was at least effective. Slowly, the domain under his feet parted and gave way. Lex got the odd feeling that the reason the partition was slow to open was not because his aura was not super effective, but that it was a display of deference rather than fear. Since it was effective, he did not particularly care what the specific feeling was. He lowered himself through the opening carefully, passing through what felt like a very long and narrow tunnel. Just the thickness of the sealed domain barrier must have been at least a mile long. When he finally reached the end, he passed through a thin film that seemed to separate the outside and the inside. As soon as he passed through, Lex felt the difference. It felt like he was no longer within the Midnight Realm, as he noted a number of differences. First off, the gravity was about half the strength of the realm. Secondly, the ambient spiritual energy was also weaker. But that hardly made a difference, as it was still more concentrated than most places Lex had visited before. In fact, due to the spiritual energy being weaker, Lex felt like the environment here was much better and clearer. Third, he felt a number of restrictions trying to lock on to him. They had to keep their distance because of the aura he was emitting, but they were constantly trying to find a way to latch on to him. He did not feel that the restrictions were particularly powerful or harmful, so he slowly ended his technique and allowed them to latch on to his body. After all, each domain had special rules, according to Pell. As long as he acted within those rules, he would have an easier time. If, however, he kept breaking the rules, then the domain would specifically start targeting him. As interested as he was in exploring this domain, his primary interest was in locating the resin. Preferably, he should have already found the resin by the time his system upgrade from absorbing the lone assassin system finishes. That way, he would immediately be able to test if the resin worked. He felt the restrictions latch on to him and empower him. Lex felt incredibly confused as he felt a projection of a gold crown appear around his forehead, a diamond-shaped golden crystal embedded right in its center. Chapter 10:22 Mysterious and Powerful Lex. Lex felt slightly confused as he did not understand the purpose of the crown, though he did, however, inherit some knowledge pertaining to it when it appeared. More specifically, he learned how to control it so that he could make it appear or disappear. The crown also had some kind of ability which he could use at will, though he did not know what the ability did. He tried using it immediately, but noticed no chain. Putting his thoughts about the crown aside, Lex observed the space within the domain. It did not appear as if he was underground at all. Instead, it seemed like he was floating in the sky amidst the clouds, and far below him was the ground. His eyes followed the natural contours of the land below, and found it more familiar than that of the Midnight Realm. Although the plants were still that of the realm, this place seemed more similar to Earth than not. He spread out his spirit sense to get a feel for the area, and detected an abundance of wildlife in the lands below, most of them below the Foundation realm. He also, for the first time in this realm, saw humans. Within the scope of his spirit sense, there were just 2 of them, and though he sensed that they were quite young, their builds were much greater than those of humans from Earth. The 2 humans, a boy and a girl, seemed to be fighting each other within a forest. Both were nearly 7 feet, 2.1 meters, tall, and had extremely large muscles. Though they were nowhere near as muscular as Marlowe at his peak, compared to normal humans it looked like they had been injecting steroids day and night. Pell, you told me you had a shape-shifting technique for humans. Although I am a human already, do you have a technique that will allow me to change my body shape? He did not want to deal with the hassle of coming in front of other humans looking like a baby. It would be much easier if he could return to his former appearance. Without a word, Pell passed on the desired technique. Considering this was a kind of technique he had never used before, his monstrous comprehension would only be able to reduce his learning speed to a couple of minutes instead of making it instantaneous. Lex did not mind as he brought himself towards the ground so he could get a better look at the humans and figure out why they were fighting. Considering that both of them were in the Chi training realm and seemed to be body cultivators rather than spiritual energy cultivators, Lex was not concerned about being discovered. Even without a stealth suit, the difference in their realms would allow him to stay hidden. "Give up, wench, and make this easier on yourself," the boy said, wearing an ugly scowl. "Whether it's by my hands or someone else's, your death warrant has already been signed. At least I'll make it quick." The girl did not respond. She was stronger than the boy, but he had better technique and a better weapon. She could not allow her attention to slip even the slightest. Lex sat on a nearby tree branch and looked down on them and read the behavior of their souls. The boy's thoughts seemed to be extremely chaotic, whereas the girl was under a lot of pressure, but was extremely focused. There was some kind of warrant out for her. Was she a criminal? He continued to watch as he hoped to learn more about this place from the 2 of them. He also found it interesting how he could see so many flaws in each of their movements. He actually felt like a true expert watching some kids play. The fight had already continued for a long time, and both of the fighters were beginning to get tired. Even as body cultivators, it wasn't as if they had unlimited stamina. While neither of them were able to take advantage of each other's exhaustion, a few wild animals who had been watching them for a while now would not let the chance slip. A snake with wings that had wrapped itself around a tree suddenly lunged at the girl, intending to bite her neck. The boy saw the attacking snake and felt glee as he swung his sword, intending to get the girl to dodge in the direction of the snake. Yet while he saw the attack aiming for the girl, he missed the signs of the animal attacking him. From the ground, a small creature suddenly burst out and bit into the man's foot. He screamed and lost his balance, which gave the girl the opportunity she needed. She stabbed forward, coincidentally moving out of the way of the snake at just the right time. She managed to stab the boy's neck, killing him, but instantly realized that her situation was not great. A three-way standoff appeared as the snake, the half-buried creature, and the girl warily looked at each other. Lex felt that the opportunity was perfect for him to act like a mysterious and unknown powerhouse. He'd always been the one receiving help from those stronger than him, which is why now that he had gained a bit of strength, he had been feeling the urge to do the same. Using his spirit sense, he transmitted an image as well as information about a sword attack to the girl. The girl did not know what was happening. She just had a strong feeling and visualized an attack in her mind that would end the standoff. She did not know where the thought came from, but her gut told her that it would work, so she did not hesitate. She took a step forward, and just as she had visualized, the snake and the ground creature both lunged at her. Her hands moved with precision she never knew she had as she recreated the attack perfectly, managing to behead both creatures in one move. Then she froze as disbelief gripped her. Had she really done that? Chapter 10:23 Life on Hacks. The girl stood frozen over the decapitated bodies of the two animals, in shock at her own performance. Lex himself was quite intrigued by the scene as well. Although, to him, this level of combat was akin to child's play, and guiding the girl the way he did required not even a moment of consideration. Watching her succeed and perform above her level gave him some kind of unusual satisfaction. Moreover, he almost felt as if he got a new perception on swordplay watching someone else perform his moves. The level of guidance was still too superficial, and there was no real progress, but Lex considered if teaching someone swordplay could help him advance his own sword intent somehow. After a few moments, the girl woke up from her stupor and immediately got to work. She summoned a projection of an iron band around her forehead, though the projection seemed as if it was mostly covered in rust, and grabbed the twitching head of the ground animal. She did something, and it seemed that a single grain of rust fell off her projection, revealing a speck more of iron. She repeated the process with the snake's head, as well as that of the dead boy. The snake did not contribute much to her projection, though whatever she did, it worked better with the boy, as it removed an entire chunk of rust. Perhaps it worked better among their own race, or maybe the boy was actually stronger. Lex did not understand the purpose of the projection, though he could tell that she was upgrading it somehow. His own was, obviously, a much higher level than hers, but even so he felt no obvious benefits from it. The girl searched the boy's body, and after stripping it of all its valuables began to march through the forest. She was exhausted, but clearly she had no time to rest. Lex was intrigued. He debated on what he should do next. He could ignore the girl and begin to search the domain secretly for the resin, but he figured he had at least a few days before his system came back online, which was more than enough time to search the entire domain. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to learn more about this place. He could do it on his own. After all, he only needed to find a settlement of some sort and spread his spirit sense over it. He'd learn everything he needed from the countless conversations taking place or the information recorded in books and documents. At his current level, he could pay attention to multiple conversations and read a number of documents without losing focus, so it was simple enough. But Lex didn't want to give up the opportunity to act like a mysterious expert and secretly help out the girl, assuming she wasn't some kind of crazy serial killer. After all, he had been too tense lately. Letting loose and enjoying himself a bit wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With that decided, Lex smiled and continued to observe the girl. She never stopped moving, though she picked a number of fruits from the forest and ate while moving. She was clearly familiar with the local area. It didn't take her long to reach what looked like her hideout. which was to say a tree where she had laid some poorly chopped planks to give herself a bit of flat area to sleep on. A number of bags were hung from various branches in the tree, which she all collected before leaving. The hideout was too shoddy to have been used for too long. If Lex had to guess, he'd say she was using it as a home base while she hunted or something while staying in the region. For the next few hours, Lex followed the girl, while at the same time absorbing information about the local area. He had completely memorized all the local flora and fauna, the terrain, and made a guess as to the kind of climate and whether this place probably experienced. He also saw a number of other beasts fight one another, all upgrading their respective projected headgear after the fight. He had to say whatever the purpose of the projections were, they clearly promoted killing, which can't be a good sign. Eventually, Lex spotted an actual city at the edge of the forest, in the same direction that the girl was moving in. In that case, it was time to make introductions. After all, what was the point of being mysterious if no one even noticed? The girl had been moving quickly through the forest, though she never lowered her guard. Growing up in this area meant that she was already familiar with all the dangers of the forest, but that was no reason to lower her vigilance. Even now, from time to time, the forest found new ways to surprise her. Especially now that the seasons were changing, new dangers would be appearing. Not to mention the stupid henchman for that stupid noble. Did he really think he could do whatever he wished? It wasn't as if she had no backing either. He was going to regret. In a small clearing ahead, she saw a figure and suddenly raised her sword. Was it another fool working for that spoiled brat? She stepped closer for a better view and saw a weak-looking man sitting casually with his back against a tree, a long blade of grass in his mouth. What the hell? She had never seen anyone save newborns with such frail figures. There was hardly any muscle on his frame. Was he malnourished? Did he get lost in the forest for a long time? But his clothes, as odd as they were, looked pristine. His hands and face were also clean, and his hair was not disheveled either. Was he in a parlor or in the forest? What was the need to be so dressed up? And why in the heavens was he chewing on a poisonous leaf? Well, strictly speaking, it was not poisonous, but that kind of grass was known to cause severe rashes on skin. Yet somehow he looked completely fine. As the girl came closer, she heard him humming, which left her bewildered. He was humming. Wasn't that just asking to be discovered by some wild beast and attacked? Especially when he had his eyes closed. Suddenly the girl trembled. Had she encountered some kind of ghost? "Young lady, I seem to have gotten lost," the strange, muscle-less man said, finally opening his eyes and looking towards her. "Would you happen to know the way to the nearest city?" The girl looked at his shoes. Those did not look comfortable to march in, especially so far away from the city. She had no idea how to judge this encounter at all. The forest always found new ways to surprise her. "How did you get so far from the city to begin with?" she asked warily. "Don't you have any guides? You don't look like a hunter." "No, not really. I was heading towards Torrenwood for some business, but I'm thoroughly lost." Torrenwood was the name of the city he detected. He withdrew his spirit sense from the city after learning its name. The game wouldn't be fun if he learnt everything through his spirit senses. He wanted to learn about everything naturally. Once he was done being mysterious and wanted to get back to work, he could just spread his spirit sense then. "Torrenwood is just a few hours from here," she said warily. The man did not look like a traveler. Where were his supplies? "I can take you there, but I don't work for free." Lex scratched his head. Was she negotiating with someone lost in the forest? Minus points. That's one less secret technique for her. "Sure, I can pay. How much?" "I won't charge too much," the girl said, hiding the guilt in her voice. "How's 5 coppers?" "Sure, no problem," Lex said as he got up. "Let me grab my bag." He spread his spirit sense across the forest and found countless corpses belonging to hunters, most likely buried underground. Many of them still had their belongings, including coin purses. "Being strong is life on hacks," he muttered to himself as he accumulated several dozen gold coins worth of local currency in half a second. He walked to the side of the tree that was not visible to the girl and pulled out a travel bag. He had already shifted the countless coin purses to his spatial bangle, and then into this bag for convenience. After reaching in, he pulled out 5 coins and handed it to the girl. The ease with which Lex handed money over and his amicable attitude made the girl even more suspicious, but since he had paid, she would lead him. "Follow me, we're not going to stop till we reach the city. Can you fight? There's still many wild beasts in this forest, and the money I took is just to lead you to the city, not protect you." "Oh, I'll manage." Chapter 10:24 Torren and Wood. In the middle of an extravagant, circular chamber, with every inch of its surface covered in formations, sat a fairy on a throne with its eyes closed. The amount of energy coursing through its body at any given moment was hundreds of times what even Lex could tolerate, yet the fair seemed unharmed. It was a completely different matter altogether that the fairy struggled immensely, and for nearly an hour before it was finally able to crack open a single eye. "The golden crown has appeared," its thoughts transmitted out loud. "Our chance has come." Just that single sentence has thoroughly exhausted it, and wrinkles appeared on its face, and its hair turned white. But such a scene lasted only a brief moment, as the endless flowing energy in its body allowed it to recover back to its original state. It seemed like nothing had happened, and no one was in the chamber with it to hear its thoughts, but there was nothing else the fairy could do. It remained on its throne, sitting with its head held high, its back straight, appearing regal, yet a prisoner nonetheless. The first beast they encountered was a wolf. It gave Lex flashbacks of running for his life from wolves in a forest back on Nibiru. Now, though, the wolf's growling, glaring face just looked cute to Lex. The girl, whose name was Hildy, did not feel the same. She did not hesitate to scream at the wolf aggressively and make herself look big, which was not a challenge, really. Her attempts to intimidate the wolf did not work, as two more pulled out from behind some more trees. That seemed to make the girl nervous, but she still didn't run. She drew her sword and looked at Lex nervously to see if he was ready for battle. He was not. "How about I take care of this one?" Lex said, stepping forward, uncaring about how startled the girl was. It was quite refreshing to be the strongest one around for once. He had long gotten used to being surrounded by overwhelmingly powerful beings, which is why he was never able to let loose completely. But the more time he was spending in the Midnight Realm, the more he was beginning to open up. Not so long ago, a few nascent realm cultivators ruled all of Earth, and he was most definitely stronger than them. "What are you doing?" Hildy hissed. "I have a pet wolf. Well, actually a pet dog, but it's so big it might as well be a wolf. Anyway, I'm good with dogs," Lex said, as if that explained everything. Hildy hissed once more, as if she were some animal threatening him, but at least she didn't use him as bait to run. Bonus points for basic human decency, so maybe he'd pass on a weak technique or something. Lex had the wolves locked down with his spirit sense and a trace of domination, which completely froze them. But he didn't intend to kill them. He pulled up to the dog in front and scratched its head a bit before rubbing its neck playfully. After a while, he walked back to Hildy, and the wolves seemed to slowly recede into the forest. "I wouldn't recommend you copy me, by the way," Lex said to the stumped Hildy. "I wasn't going to. What did you do? That was a shadow wolf scouting party. How did you how?" "I told you I have a pet dog. I probably have it sent all over me. Wolves and dogs recognize the scent and don't really say anything to me. It's kind of a dog owner thing." "That's not that's." Hildy was questioning everything she knew, because that's now how it was supposed to work, but then again she had just seen it work. But then her mind snapped back into place. "What's your crown level?" she asked warily. "Pardon?" Lex asked, slightly confused. He could imagine that she was referring to his projection, but why would that be relevant? "Your crown level? It's really high, isn't it? Wouldn't be surprised if it was silver. No wonder you're fine in the forest alone. Beasts are all intimidated by high crown levels." Lex raised an eyebrow. So beasts were intimidated, but the same did not extend to humans. "I've never been to Torrenwood. Is it common to share information like that openly here?" Hildy looked away, feeling slightly guilty. "You know, never mind. You're right, it's a private matter. Thanks for taking care of the wolves, but we should go. Pack animals are the hardest to deal with. We don't want to be here if they come back with the whole pack." The pack did not return. In fact, Lex wouldn't be surprised if they just migrated out of the forest after being exposed to Lex's aura. But they were attacked by a number of other creatures. This time, Lex did not shoo them away and gave Hildy small bits of inspiration throughout the fights, drastically improving her skills. She had no idea what was happening, and clearly she was equal parts confused and excited. Naturally, since Hildy made all the kills, she was the one to use all of them to improve her crown. She explained that rule to Lex before doing it, and he didn't particularly mind. But even by the time they exited the forest, it had hardly made a difference to the amount of rust on her projection. This was clearly a long-term project. "Can you tell me a little about Torrenwood? Anything I should look out for? I'm not too familiar with the area." "The city is run by two families. Well, it's actually run by the city council, but in effect, two families own almost everything in the city. You're not going to believe it, but they're the Torren and Wood families. You want to stay away from both of them, by the way, total pricks. If you run into a member from their families, what you're going to want to do is turn the other way and leave. Chapter 10:25 Taking Notes. Wow, you must really like them, Lex said sarcastically as they walked from the edge of the forest to the city entrance. It was decently sized and was built on both sides of a river that was passing by. There was a short line at the gate that they were walking towards. It's just a suggestion. It's not really that hard. Despite their power, both families aren't too large, so the chances of actually running into one of them is quite low. What you're doing right now is called raising a flag. You're basically ensuring that you'll run into one of them, if not both of them, pretty soon, said Lex casually. What? Hildy asked, confused. Raising a flag, it's a superstition. Basically stating something you hope to avoid only sets you up to face it pretty soon. There are a few other rules to it, like raising death flags, red flags, green flags, and such. But in essence, the more you want to avoid something, the more you'll end up facing it. I don't believe in them, though. Then why did you bring it up? No reason in particular. Just that the last time I raised a flag for myself, I lost my skin, all of it. Gone, was not a fun experience. Still don't believe in them, though. All right, if you say so. Well, I've brought you to Torenwood. Toll to enter is 2 copper coins. Good luck with your endeavors. I have some business of my own to take care of, so I should get going. Lex nodded and then watched her leave. She was clearly distracted with other things, which left Lex feeling dissatisfied. He hadn't learned anything significant, nor had he acted mysteriously enough. He spread out his spirit sense and spread it over the city, before teleported to a relatively empty tavern he found. He sat down on a chair and pulled out a book he hadn't read in a long while, Ultimate King Emperor. All the Gods Call Me Daddy. Clearly he hadn't been acting mysterious enough if Hildy so easily just got up and left. He would need to consult the novel and take note of how the mysterious people the main character encountered behaved. What was mysterious enough to attract attention, and what seemed like fun. As much as Lex thought this novel was actually completely trash and did not like it at all, he was now caught up to chapter 13,000. It was fortunate that the author had survived the incident on Earth. Instead of going with the refugees, however, he joined the Jotun Empire by teleporting over to Vegas Minima. Apparently, he had continued to write the novel, and it was an intergalactic hit. The last time he'd read the novel, the main character finally learned something about his adopted sister who was kidnapped, all the while seeking revenge for his wife who was murdered, leading an army of his concubines. The whole arc was annoying, so Lex skipped it until the main character finally ascended to the penultimate divine realm, a realm where deities existed. Naturally, he had to leave all his wives, concubines, and die-hard followers in the lower realms, a great sacrifice. "Will you be ordering anything?" A waitress walked up to him and asked. "Yeah, get me one of everything on the menu. Here, keep the change." Lex handed her a silver coin and got back to reading. In this new realm, the main character was not the weakest person around, but he was down there. Lex skimmed a bit more. He was searching for a mysterious powerhouse and got it. So the main character got a necklace which carried the soul fragment of some divine deity that was supposed to be long dead. Lex immediately focused in and began taking notes. Perhaps such a ridiculous novel was not the best place to take notes from. A part of him reminded himself that he was on a time limit, but he was so tempted. In the end, he allowed himself one day at most to do as he wished. Relaxing might actually help him perform better in the long run. After that, though, he would continue his search and take whatever opportunity he got to behave cryptically as the opportunity arose. With that out of the way, he began taking notes guilt-free. So a black hood to hide his identity, appearing and disappearing out of nowhere, using techniques that bewilder the audience. He was not about to put his soul into a necklace, but he could drop some kind of amazing inheritance inside some piece of jewelry and auction it off. Apparently auctions were very integral to acting mysterious. The most important thing, however, was to donate the item that would ultimately sell as the last item on the auction, getting a VIP booth as a result, and then buying some things while everyone else guessed his identity. In the actual novel itself, there was a whole lot more face-slapping involved, but Lex found that terribly unrealistic. How was he supposed to randomly encounter people, spoiled to the extent of stupidity, who would just come and start fights with him? He kept his spirit sense spread around him to observe if such scenes were common, and fortunately they were. However, the role of the crowns was extensive. He still did not know what their actual use was, but they had created some kind of caste system where people with higher quality projections were treated better than others. More importantly, his assumption had also proved correct. People were a lot more open to fighting and killing here, all in the name of improving their projections. Fortunately, most of that killing was targeted towards animals and beasts, but not all of it. Lex took a bite out of a pie that had been placed in front of him, among other things, and continued to read when the doors to the tavern were slammed open. I'm reserving this goddamn place, so all of you get the hell out. Chapter 10:26 Concrete Wall. Lex paused, and so did a few other guests. They turned to look at the door to discover a gang of hoodlums walking in. They were dressed in shoddy leather armor and were carrying a number of weapons on their belts. Lex suddenly recalled what the book said about such situations. First was the direct confrontation, where the main character would not back off because his code would not allow him to take a step back or some such. That didn't suit Lex's style. Next was to ignore them and continue eating until they came to pick on him, then defeat them effortlessly and continue to read his book. Lex looked at his table, and it was still filled with food he hadn't eaten yet. Yes, he liked that idea. He was going to. Pay in advance if you want to book the place, the bartender said in an unimpressed tone. It seemed like he had seen plenty of such actions. Do you think I'm poor? How dare you? It's your honor to be able to serve me, the leader of the gang yelled as he slammed his fist on the counter. The bartender sighed and grabbed his own sword. That's when he revealed his aura as a Foundation realm expert and sliced the entire gang in one hit. They weren't dead, but they were definitely seriously injured. The guests turned back to their food as if they were used to such a scene. Lex also turned back to his book, slightly disappointed. So the bartender was a secret expert going by local standards, or perhaps not so secret. What Lex couldn't figure out was why everyone in this place was so irritable. He'd already witnessed a dozen or so fights with his spirit sense, all starting from menial issues. He looked at the dozen or so bodies being dragged about by the waitresses. What was the need for acting so absurdly? Lex couldn't understand. His spirit sense picked something else up. Another group was coming towards the tavern, and they looked better dressed than the hoodlums, though their expressions were just as mean. The group arrived just in time to watch as the bodies of the hoodlums were being dragged out, and froze. Then they walked in, ignoring the bodies. Standing at the door, the group surveyed the entire tavern. It was not the best establishment, but it had its fair share of customers, and the food was good. The leader nodded to his men, who spread out, while the leader himself walked towards the bartender. Although he was keeping his aura suppressed, Lex could tell that he was in the Foundation realm as well. The bartender also noticed, and his bored expression changed, though just a little. How can I help you, dear guest? I had sent some men here earlier to reserve this place. Why are their bodies being dragged out of the building? That's not the kind of service I would expect one gives to their guests. Our serving the place requires advance payment. When I asked for it, your men started yelling at me. My customer service ain't great enough to tolerate being yelled at. The man nodded and dropped a coin purse on the counter. I'd like to reserve this place now for the rest of the day. The bartender picked up the purse and said, I'll stop new guests from coming in, but you'll have to wait for the existing guests to leave on their own. I don't kick out paying customers. The man pursed his lips and a dangerous gleam passed through his eyes, but he did nothing. In that case, you wouldn't mind if my men just took a stroll around the place, right? Don't worry, we won't draw our weapons. The bartender thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. One by one, the men, who were basically still just thugs but better dressed, started to approach each of the tables and gently persuaded everyone to leave. One such goon approached Lex as well. Get up, mealtime's over, the man said roughly as he rested his hand on the pommel of his sword. Lex just looked at him and raised his eyebrow. He was wondering exactly how he should deal with these guys. Should he oblige and see what their motives were? Or should he insist on staying here and finishing his meal? Lex spread out his spirit sense and covered a majority of the city as he searched for what these guys could possibly want. He found the answer almost immediately. In the building right opposite to the tavern, two young girls were having a secret meeting. They were probably just teenagers, maybe 13 or 14 at most. But from their exceptionally refined clothes, it was evident that they were from prominent backgrounds. Lex was not too concerned about what the girls were talking about, but he could instantly tell that these guys had something sinister in mind. Perhaps they would try to kidnap the girls once they exited the building. There's a lot of food left, I'll go when I'm done. Lex had not even finished speaking when the guy flipped one of the plates on the table, spilling the gravy everywhere. Lex's clothes were spared because, well, Lex would never let food fall on his clothes. but the gravy had mixed with his other dishes, possibly compromising the taste. "I said mealtime is over," the man reiterated, leaning forward. Everyone in the room had turned to look at them. No one had seriously resisted the thugs, but it seemed things were about to escalate. A tinge of excitement filled the guests who were about to leave. One way or another, they were about to see a show. Lex merely looked at the guy, making eye contact with him, before the man's eyes rolled back into his head and he collapsed. In fact, it was not just him. All the other thugs in the room collapsed, including the Foundation cultivation expert. Everyone in the room froze. What had just happened? Nobody had seen Lex make a move. He just looked at the man and everyone collapsed. "Can you refresh all my food?" Lex said to the waitress. "Put it on this gentleman's tab." "Sure thing," she said cheerily and began picking up Lex's plates. She'd seen too many fights to be deterred by such things, though she could not help but let her gaze linger on Lex. He was a little thin for her tastes, but then again, for someone that powerful, she could adjust her tastes. She winked at Lex as she stepped over the body on the floor. Lex turned his attention back to his book. He had made his opening gambit. Rumors of a mystery man would surely spread, even if a little slowly, from this incident. Now what he needed to do was capitalize on this and continue to behave very mysteriously. Lex ignored the gaze that the bartender gave him and continued to read his book while he made more plans. But he had a feeling that he wouldn't need to do anything to get what he wanted. Considering his luck, he was sure to get embroiled in something soon enough, and considering the temperament of the folks around town, he had a feeling that he was about to begin slapping some faces pretty soon. The thugs wouldn't wake up any time soon. After all, he blasted them all with a sliver of domination, so whatever they had planned was probably foiled. After eating his meal, Lex casually left the tavern, giving the barkeep a nod. After scanning the city, he had not been able to find an auction house or any ongoing auctions, but he did find a very prestigious-looking building that served a few purposes. It offered commissions for anyone willing to take up dangerous jobs, as well as served as a point to sell and buy goods as well as information. It was a strange combination, but Lex was considering how stunned everyone would be if he completed all the commissions. As it turned out, the moment he stepped out of the tavern, so did the two girls from the opposite building. Their pure white clothes stood out amongst the dirt and muck-covered clothes of people in this part of the city, as did their weak physique, compared to the others in the city, that is. "How dare you gaze upon the young lady so lecherously?" a guard yelled at Lex when he saw him looking, and suddenly drew his sword. The young girls themselves were quite startled by the yelling guard and turned to look over. Lex did not move at all, and instead observed the guard as he swung his sword towards Lex's neck. His eyes were filled with cunning and anticipation. Clearly, he had a reason for trying to stand out. Lex did not break eye contact with the man even as the sword came and hit Lex's neck, before bouncing off as if it had hit a concrete wall. Chapter 10:27 Simple Life. Lex felt slightly amused as he saw the changing emotions of the man who attacked him. Although he did not know what the reason behind attacking Lex was, he could tell that he had chosen Lex because, of everyone else on the street, he looked like the easiest target. After all, almost everyone else was taller than him, not to mention more muscular than him. Compared to everyone else, Lex looked truly malnourished. But that was probably just because the humans here were probably just a subrace of humans that were taller and more muscular. It made sense actually, considering they had to cope with a higher gravity. If they had no way to cultivate, then they may have ended up shorter than other humans. But since they cultivated, were focused on body cultivation, and lived in such an energy-rich area, they grew to be tall and strong. That did not, however, mean that others were weak. The guard who attacked Lex recoiled back and held onto his right hand, which was trembling, and looked at Lex in shock. "What's happening here?" yelled another guard as he pulled out his sword but did not rush to attack. The two girls were also intrigued, and though a number of guards surrounded them to protect them, they kept watching. "Sir, I caught him glaring at the two young mistresses and suspected something was amiss. Then I saw him try to attack and rushed to stop him, but he's stronger than I expected. He knocked my sword from my hand." The other guard looked at Lex warily, though there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. According to what Lex had read, this was a perfect opportunity to act mysterious. He just needed to stick around, get into a verbal fight with the guard, establish his moral superiority before attacking the guard, and possibly uncover some kind of underhanded plot. But now that he was in the situation himself, he discovered that it was kind of lame. The guy had attacked Lex, so why did he need to justify anything to retaliate? Moreover, just the thought of trying to convince everyone he was innocent and the guard was guilty sounded exhausting. "Don't waste my time," Lex said to the guard who attacked him, and flashed him with domination, causing him to froth at the mouth and fall unconscious. Instead of sticking around, Lex teleported away to the commission building. It was only after he teleported away that it occurred to Lex that the guard might have been cooperating with the thugs who tried to book the tavern. Maybe he was trying to create a scene as a signal for them to act. He shrugged and decided not to worry about it and instead entered the building. Since he had withdrawn his spirit sense, Lex missed the reaction to his disappearance, which alarmed those who were watching even more than the sudden fainting of the guard. Afraid for his life, others checked up on the guard, only to discover a number of unusual items on his person, including a knife with a strange marking on it and a couple of bottles of unmarked medicine. The two girls were quickly escorted away, lest some issue arise, but the locals of the area who saw what happened began to whisper of a ghost who appeared in broad daylight. Some said he was lascivious and desired the two girls, while others claimed that he saved their lives from a guard who was actually trying to kidnap them. Several other versions of the story also began to spread, but the only thing they had in common was that the ghost was thin and lacking in muscle. But that did not mean he was weak. Instead, he had traded all his muscles for an impervious body. As soon as the guests who were sitting in the tavern heard the story, they too began to share the story of how a single look of the ghost defeated a dozen men. But instead of a ghost, he was a wanderer who traveled from place to place, tasting both wine and life. The building that Lex entered was called the Simple Life Building, as he learnt once he arrived there. It was named so because it was supposed to make life simple and easy. Anyone who wished could come here and place commissions for anything they needed, or accept commissions for money, or buy and sell things. Obviously not everything was bought and sold here, but the categories were well defined. It really did keep things fairly simple. To accept commissions, however, Lex first needed to register himself. That gave him pause. If he gave a name, would that reduce the mystery around him? It might, just a little, but he decided to go forward with it and got registered. The process was, unsurprisingly, simple and straightforward. He would need to use his registered ID to accept new commissions and their rewards. Originally, Lex had imagined that he would just complete all the commissions in one day, using his superior abilities, but that was not possible. A lot of the commissions required him to work with the person who set the commissions, or with other groups. That would naturally take time, so he began to devise a plan as he looked at the various commission boards. At the moment, he was a Grade 1 member, meaning he could only accept commissions that had a Grade 1 difficulty. Other than difficulty, the commissions were also differentiated into types. So naturally, after some consideration, Lex decided to accept all the hunting commissions available to him. Most of them were asking for certain body parts of beasts that lived nearby, while some were for eradicating pests. Accepting so many commissions at once was an issue, so Lex had to use mind meld to enter the thoughts of the person who would register Lex's commissions, named Henry, and added the idea of letting Lex do as he pleased. That was the first time he added a thought into someone's mind like that, and it was fairly easy, but he considered it might get harder if his target had a higher cultivation level. Once he accepted the commissions, it only took Lex a few minutes to actually complete all 112 commissions that he accepted. But instead of returning immediately, he waited till almost an hour passed. Once he hit that 1 hour mark, Lex walked back into the Simple Life Building, lugging a massive bag over his shoulder. Although Lex attracted a lot of attention, he ignored it and got back in the queue to report his completed commissions. There were other, shorter lines, but Lex decided to stick with Henry. "How you doing, Henry?" Lex asked when it was finally his turn. "I'm just here to report that I'm done with all the commissions. I've brought all the harvested parts as well. Just let me know where to drop them." You what?" Henry asked as he looked up at Lex in shock. It almost sounded like Lex had said he completed all the accepted commissions. That was over 100 of them. The massive bag he was carrying seemed to reinforce that thought, but it must be a mistake. "I said I completed all the tasks and brought the harvested stuff. Where can I have them checked out?" "The room to the left. No, wait, I'll take you there myself," Henry said once he woke up from his stupor. Henry quickly left his station and walked out from behind the counter and led Lex to a room on the side. There were a number of booths in the room, most with lines in front of them, and people were bringing stuff in to be appraised in each one. Henry led Lex to one of the larger booths which did not have a line. "This booth is normally only used for Grade 4 members and above, but since I'm personally bringing you, it's fine if we use it," Henry explained. Lex found Henry's expression quite amusing. He looked equal parts bewildered and curious. Logic told Henry that it was impossible for Lex to have completed all the tasks he accepted, or even half of them so quickly. But for some odd reason, he believed Lex. Can you appraise these goods and confirm they correspond with these commissions? Henry handed the appraiser a list of the commissions Lex accepted, who was also stunned when he looked at the massive list. Lex only smiled and put the massive bag he was pulling onto the table. For a moment, the massive bag, much larger than the table or even the people standing in the booth, made for quite a commercial scene. Then the table collapsed under the weight of the bag. "Is this some kind of joke?" the appraiser asked, anger rising in his chest. Was he being made fun of? "No, not really. Can you hurry up? I have more commissions to accept," Lex responded innocently. After all, this was just the beginning of his plan. Chapter 10:28 Dread. The appraiser and Henry both looked at Lex like he was a madman, but for completely different reasons. Lex, on the other hand, was completely relaxed and was reveling in his schemes. He was slightly upset that neither Henry nor the appraiser paid attention to how the bag that was absolutely massive fit through a door it absolutely shouldn't have. It was just a simple trick of shifting it into and out of his spatial bangle faster than anyone else could notice while moving through the door. But the whole comedic spiel he was doing of a man carrying a bag much larger than himself seemed to be lost on everyone here. Perhaps since everyone was a body cultivator, feats of strength were a lot easier to accept here. He would need to keep that in mind. Disgruntled, the appraiser moved towards the bag and opened it, revealing the top of a neatly organized, clean stack of body parts harvested from local beasts. The appraiser gave a questioning look to Lex before he exited the booth and called for an assistant. One by one, the appraiser began to study the body parts and confirm their quality, while the assistant placed them aside neatly and marked which commission they were a part of. Lex and Henry observed in silence as the man continued to remove body parts one at a time, marking each of them as perfect quality, having suffered no harm during the killing or harvesting process. After a while, though, as the number of parts removed from the bag became so massive that there was little room left in the booth for them, Henry began to look at Lex oddly. Had he really done it? Logically speaking, based on the size of the bag, the body parts at the bottom should have been crushed or at least deformed a little, but no. Each and every piece removed was in perfect quality. In the end, the appraisal process alone took more than an hour, surpassing the time it took for Lex to actually bring the commissions back in. All the commissions you took are complete," Henry said, dumbfounded at the words he was saying. "In fact, you've brought some extra pieces. Your rewards total up to 3 gold coins and 31 silver coins, and your rank has been increased to 4. Would you like to collect your reward or keep it at simple life as credit?" "Credit is fine for now. Can we head out? I want to accept some rank 2 commissions." "Wait, you what?" Henry followed Lex as he exited the booth after giving the appraiser a nod. He walked to the rank 2 hunting commissions and once again accepted them all. You can't keep accepting all of them," Henry said, lamenting Lex's speed. He hadn't even given him any time to consult with his manager. "All right, how about I only accept a few of them for now? But I complete all of them, and then you just keep registering them while the appraiser checks everything." Yeah, I think that could work," Henry said, suddenly feeling excited. It suddenly occurred to him that instead of worrying about getting caught for breaking the rule for allowing Lex to accept so many commissions, he should find a way to capitalize on it somehow. He didn't believe for an instant that Lex completed all the commissions in an hour, but regardless, the simple life building had profited from his actions, regardless of his agenda. That meant if he could improve his relationship with Lex, he could stand to get a raise from all this somehow. "Great, I'll see you soon then," Lex said as he walked out. I'll prepare a bigger booth and some more appraisers," Henry yelled out after him. Lex seemed to vanish as soon as he stepped out of the building, but Henry wasn't focused on that. He immediately ran to the appraisal area and back to the appraiser he had just worked with. "Prepare a bigger booth and get a couple more guys on duty. The client from just now is planning on coming back soon with more stuff." "More stuff? Are you insane? It probably took him a month to gather all of this, and you're saying that he still has more stuff to bring." But he only accepted the commissions a couple of hours ago, and right now he just accepted a bunch more from rank 2. "Don't be ridiculous, Henry. There's no way he's coming back anytime soon. Besides, I've already appraised more things today than I normally do in a week. Do you think I'm sticking around? I need a break. My mind is fried." But Henry began, yet the appraiser wasn't interested at all and left. The assistant, who was carrying all the items away one by one, paused and looked at Henry. Clearly he was busy, so there was no point in telling him to get anything done. "Carry on," he said, and then rushed to his manager. Lex, meanwhile, had already completed the commissions. After all, there were only 82 Rank 2 commissions available, and although they were supposed to be harder, it hardly made a difference to him. But he was still waiting for that 1-hour mark, so he watched Henry run around the building. The manager, although just as bewildered as Henry, was a lot more clear-sighted than the appraiser. "Look, it doesn't matter how he did it or what his reasons are," the manager told Henry. "As long as he's completing the commissions fairly and there's nothing wrong with the goods that he brings in, then we don't need to worry about anything else. Go back to your desk. I'll arrange a separate appraisal for this person. Whether he comes today, next week, or next month, we will deal with him professionally." Lex smiled. Although that's what the manager was saying, he could sense the intrigue that he was feeling. At the 1-hour mark, Lex walked back into the building, once again carrying a massive bag. This time he got even more attention. Although most people did not know who he was or what he was doing, many had seen him come earlier as well and head to the appraisal room. So his arrival a second time naturally drew attention. Meanwhile, a small crowd had gathered, and were discussing the oddity of so many Rank 1 commissions disappearing all of a sudden. As soon as Henry saw Lex, he rushed to him and escorted him to a private room where a number of appraisers were waiting. "Henry, why don't you deal with this? In the meantime, I'll go deal with the Rank 3 commissions." "Yes, absolutely. You can trust us to appraise all your stuff without issue. Every single item will definitely be accounted for." Lex chuckled and then left the room. The appraisers were stunned as they began to unpack the bag, and the sudden disappearance of all the jobs for Rank 2 that dealt with hunting began to attract notice. Both the crowds and the staff began to notice something strange going on, as assistants were getting summoned away, and there were fewer and fewer work staff on the ground. Around 40 minutes later, the second batch of Lex's haul got appraised, but they only had a short break for 20 minutes later. Lex walked back in with another massive bag. "Hey, what are you doing? I don't think I've ever seen you here before," asked one of the regulars of the Simple Life building. People had begun to suspect that the disappearing commissions might have something to do with Lex, but how could that be possible? "Yeah, I'm just here for the day, doing a few chores," replied Lex with a smile. Before the man could ask any more questions, Henry found Lex and brought him to the private room. The assistants and the appraisers who had been working non-stop became pale at the sight of Lex carrying yet another bag. "Shall we do it like last time?" Lex said as he left the bag. "Hey, Mr. Lex, the thing is, my manager informed me that if you've already done all the Rank 3 commissions and you go to do all the Rank 4 ones, we might not have the liquidity to pay you the amount owed in a short time." "Hey, don't worry about that. I don't mind keeping it as credit for now. Besides, maybe I could buy something from you instead. That would prevent you from having to pay me all at once." "So, does that mean you're still doing the commissions?" Lex just smiled at him, then looked at the pale workers who were trembling and waiting for an answer with dread. "Why don't you get all the lads here a little pick-me-up from me for all their hard work, something to boost their energies? I'll be back in an hour." Chapter 1029, there's still more. Henry knocked on a door filled with a nervous, yet excited energy. One way or another, this day would go down in Simple Life history, and Henry was already a part of it. "Come in," said an unsteady voice from inside. Henry entered to the sight of a worried-looking man studying a piece of paper held by the manager. They seemed to be reviewing some numbers and were whispering amongst themselves. "Manager, I just came in to report that Mr. Lex has left the bag for the Rank 3 commissions and has gone out to complete the Rank 4 commissions." The manager and the other man both paled at the news, almost losing strength in their limbs. "Didn't you tell him that we might not be able to pay him if he keeps on like this? Just the Rank 3 commissions should make his income around 18,000 gold pieces. Rank 1 and 2 were still fine, but Rank 3 is expensive. If he now goes and completes all Rank 4 commissions, we don't have that kind of liquidity." I did. He didn't seem bothered by it. He said at most he'd just keep it in credit or maybe he'd just buy something from us. He also asked me to reward the appraiser with something to help keep them energized. I brought a list here for you to review before I disperse the rewards." "Buy something? Do you think he's after something in particular?" the manager asked the other man in a low voice. "Go get a list of our entire inventory, and I mean the entire inventory. There has to be more to the story than we know." The other man quickly ran out of the room, as if his life depended on this task, while Henry came in and showed the manager the paper. Lex, who was watching everything from far away, could not help but laugh. Yes, there really was more to the story than they knew about, but none of them would ever be able to guess his motives. Soon, when the other man brought in another piece of paper with the inventory list, Lex read it to see if he could find anything interesting. He had to admit, there were quite a few interesting things on the list. But most likely, the things that Lex found interesting are probably not what the simple life would have been expecting. Lex chuckled. Well, not like he was done yet anyway. After rank 4 requests, there was the final tier of rank 5 requests. There were only 4 rank 5 requests, and they all had something to do with a few golden core beasts in the regions. He imagined that, after he completed them, the entire city would be shocked. But that was just the beginning. He had to think of other things. Time passed while he planned, and the staff at Simple Life ran around, desperate to complete their tasks. By now, rumors had already begun to spread, and at some point the staff members had let the matter leak that Lex was the one accomplishing all the commissions. To be fair, Lex was only doing the commissions related to hunting, so there were many others still left for anyone who wished to take some. But even so, the chaos began to spread. Many even began running across town, delivering the news to a few specific groups who might be interested. Midst this mess, Lex returned. This time his bag was much smaller as the number of commissions was naturally growing. Ironically now, with the much smaller bag, Lex began to attract a greater deal of attention. After all, while it made no difference to Lex, the aura of the body parts contained within were still radiating ferocity with full force. Even when some wanted to approach him, they were not able to, which made it very easy for him to pass through. Henry was not around to welcome him this time, so he directly entered the private room to the sight of a dozen appraisers wiping their sweat and consulting one another. They had not yet finished checking the previous bag, despite whatever revitalizing drink they had been given. "Mr. Lex, you're back," Henry said out loud in surprise upon noticing him. He had been so busy he hadn't even realized an hour had already passed. "Yes, and Henry, it seems like you held back. Go ahead, get the best of whatever you have available for them. It would be problematic if they collapsed halfway through." The best, Mr. Lex, how about you look through our inventory list and decide for yourself? I really ca. All right, bring me the list, and here, someone take this. Lex unceremoniously dropped the bag of body parts on the floor, as if it didn't contain exceedingly valuable parts. Henry ran off, and returned only a few moments later holding a piece of paper. Behind him, his manager was also following, though his pace was that of a normal stride as he tried to maintain a sense of dignity. Lex glanced at the list and pointed directly to something called Divine Serum, which cost about 100 gold per bottle. "This one, it should have a revitalizing effect, right? Just give this to all of them." "That is, are you sure? Isn't that a little overdoing it? That's for people with injuries that could lead to death. How about I suggest something?" "No, the serum will be fine. They have a lot of work to do before they even get to the bag I just brought. If they're not full of energy, how are they going to manage when I go and get the final bag?" "Final bag? You mean you're still going back?" "Of course I am," Lex said with a nod. "There's still some rank 5 requests left. I'll see you in an hour." Lex nodded and left the room, and the manager who had arrived close enough just to hear the last part fainted. Chapter 10:30 Stunned. The rank 5 commissions didn't really require hunting the golden core beasts. There were 2 of them within the vicinity of the city, and their presence kept the entire ecosystem balanced. They were also smart enough to not challenge the city, though they would not hesitate to act out if anyone entered their territory. The tasks involved stuff like collecting molted scales or getting blood samples. Regardless, it was easy enough for Lex to do. Even though he noticed that the golden core beasts had particularly strong bodies and boasted strength above that of the norm outside of this realm, none were as abnormal as Lex. Which meant that, once again, Lex was done within a few minutes. Once done, Lex simply walked around the city while he planned his next move. By now, the crowd around Simple Life had been dispersed, and only a few notable people remained. It seemed like a representative from both Tauren and Wood families had arrived, as well as a few other powerful people. He had no intentions of getting involved with them, as he found politics to be tedious, so whatever he did next would have to be somewhere else. One drawback he learnt of being very strong was that it was more difficult than anticipated to keep himself ignorant. He had tried to limit his use of spirit sense so that he would not yet come across answers to why the crown was important or what purpose it served. But even so, just his normal hearing was enough to gather enough information to come up with an answer. It seemed like besides humans taking to using the projections as a sort of caste and nobility system, The sealed domain also favored those with a higher projection. People could use their aura to open up certain portions of the domain that were otherwise sealed and contained phenomenal treasures and opportunities. There were also certain areas from where one could gain control over certain sections of the sealed domain itself. It seemed like a group of families had taken control over various such regions, and thereby gained control over the entire domain. It also offered a few other minor perks such as intimidating others with a lower projection level, though that would only happen if Lex let the projection leak out its aura. Speaking of which, letting some of the aura of his gold crowns leak out before leaving might be a nice touch. As usual, just as the hour mark came by, Lex walked in. This time, instead of a bag over his shoulder, Lex was pushing a trolley. It couldn't be helped, since he had to bring a few jars of beast blood as well. Everyone had been waiting for Lex, and had been on the lookout, so they were taken aback when he seemed to suddenly reach the entrance of the building without alerting anyone. They were even more surprised by how nonchalantly he seemed to be walking by, as if everything in his cart wasn't carrying an oppressive aura. Before he could reach the private room, however, a man in the simple lifestaff uniform stepped forward with a smile. Lex had not seen him before, and was aware that he had only been recently called by the manager. "Mr. Lex, thank you so much for completing these long-standing commissions. I'm afraid there's been a small lapse in procedure, which is why no one informed you. For rank 5 commissions, there's a separate area to submit them. After all, our regular workers and appraisers cannot stand the aura of these objects." "Oh, right, of course. Please lead the way." Everyone who had been standing in the lobby, hoping to get an opportunity to speak to Lex, missed out on the opportunity as he was led away. Lex was led to the highest level of the building and into a large office where a few heavily armored men were waiting. Their purpose there was not to act against Lex or anything like that. The armor, instead, protected them from the aura of the golden core beast's harvested parts. They individually picked up the jars and the various parts and took them away, leaving Lex and the man alone in the room. "They'll verify and tabulate your total income and rewards from all the commissions you've completed," said the man as he motioned Lex to take a seat. "It might take a couple of days to gather all 112,500 gold coins that you are owed, however. I hope you understand. We were not expecting anyone to go through all the tasks so quickly. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cleth, and I am in charge of all simple life operations in the region." "Well, Cleth, don't worry about the gold. Like I told Henry, I'll just take a couple of things from your inventory, and the rest you can hold on to as credit." "Mr. Lex, you have been incredibly generous," Cleth said with a bow. "To be honest, it would probably be good for us to hold on to your income as credit. However, simple life aspires for simplicity in all its endeavors. Holding on to such a large amount that I owe someone else will make me feel uneasy. I would rather continue to operate normally, even if it somewhat affects our daily operations for a short while." Lex raised an eyebrow. He was not expecting that. He could also tell that Cleth had no ulterior motives when saying this, and he was not trying to appear humble or honest when saying such things, but was actually being straightforward. "In that case," Lex spread out his spirit sense and covered the entire city. He even allowed some of the aura from his projection to leak out and be sensed by Cleth. It took him only a few seconds to decide what to do, so he withdrew his aura. "Bring me a pen and paper so that I can give you a list of instructions," Lex said, but Cleth did not respond. Instead, he just stood there, stunned. What had he just sensed? Chapter 10:31 Coupon. The projection crowns had many levels, and each level had specific auras. Cleth, as a region manager for the Simple Life Building, himself had a very high projection aura himself, and had been exposed to some of the highest auras in the land. The local powers, whether it was the Torin family or the Wood family, both were practically inconsequential beyond their own city. Cleth himself, in fact, had a silver rank projection, which was one of the highest around. After all, it had to be known that no one could inherit a projection rank higher than bronze gold. To go from bronze gold to rusted silver itself was an immense feat that many were not able to do during their entire lives. To then go from rusted silver to silver, Cleth had proved himself to be an extraordinary warrior with immense foresight and courage. His cultivation level at the peak of the Foundation realm was nothing to scoff at. He was one of the strongest people in the city, though obviously not quite the strongest. But regardless, his position was enough to show that his background was extraordinarily deep. In fact, he had even once been to one of the 3 primary cities of the sealed domain, each city requiring a minimum of rusted silver projection just to enter. Although not one to show off, it was fair to say that Cleth had felt his fair share of powerful auras. but even so, he had never felt an aura like the one Lex had let leak. He had no resistance in front of it at all. He instead felt like his entire life rested in the palm of Lex's hands, and instead of being afraid or terrified of that fact, he should feel honored. His cultivation had thoroughly withdrawn itself, leaving him with no more strength than that of a mortal. This was a phenomenon that he was familiar with. Beasts did it in the face of those with very high projections. It was involuntary, but he'd never heard of someone with an aura level high enough to affect humans. "Cleth, are you okay?" Lex asked after a few moments. The man had been completely unresponsive. He hoped he hadn't knocked him unconscious. Cleth trembled and then fell back into his seat. His limbs had completely lost all strength, though they were quickly recovering. Yes, I'm sorry. I was just you asked for a paper, right? I'll go get some." He tried to get up, but he was unable to move. An awkwardness filled the room as Cleth tried to get up a few times, but literally could not pick himself up. "You know what, I have a better idea," said Lex as he summoned a spirit crystal from his bangle and infused his instructions within. "Here, take this. If you pour your energy into the crystal, you'll be able to read my instructions just fine. You can use all my income according to the instructions I've listed here. As for my own reward, I'll go collect it from Henry. You should probably take a moment and just get some rest. Actually, here, have a drink as well. It'll help you recover." Feeling incredibly embarrassed, Lex left a medicinal elixir for Cleth and quickly left the room. At least now he knew what would happen if he exposed his aura to others. It was embarrassing to do it by accident, but he could think of a few situations in which it would be pretty interesting. He found his way to Henry and asked him for something extremely specific from the simple life-building inventory. As soon as he got it, Lex disappeared from right in front of Henry and everyone else in the building. He had no intention of meeting the people waiting in the lobby for him. But he had underestimated the impact he would have by disappearing from right in front of a small crowd. Some people could not help but scream, ghost, or just straight-out faint. But Lex did not care. He looked at the reward in his hand, a coupon for the best restaurant in town. To be more specific, the coupon was to have the head chef prepare a private meal for the coupon holder whenever they wished. He wondered if the chef would be good enough to work with ingredients Lex provided. He was looking forward to it, but first he decided to change his clothes. Although he enjoyed wearing a suit, it did not fit in well with the clothing style of the area. While Lex had no intention of making himself look like he had been injecting steroids to fit in, dressing the part was not an issue. By now, he knew the city like the back of his hand, which is why he also knew the location of the best clothes designer in the area. Even though Torrenwood was not particularly well known for its fashion, since most of its residents were workers and warriors with only a few rich families, it was not like they were completely deprived of it either. Lex walked into a rather well-designed building that looked like it had been carved out of a single large slab of marble. The building sold more than just clothes, and was the closest thing to a mall he had found. His arrival drew a few curious stares, since he was so frail and dressed oddly, but no one made any trouble for him. Yet. Lex also wasn't interested in waiting for someone to make a fool of himself. Even without trying, he had already learnt a lot about how everything worked here, so there was no reason for him to act as if he knew nothing. He walked up to one of the staff members and showed his simple life registration token, which had his identity as a rank 5 member written on it. "I'd like access to the top floor," Lex said with a smile. "Could you take me there?" "Yes, immediately, sir. Follow me," squeaked the girl when she saw his token. A rank 5 member. That was equal to the head of the 2 leading families. She couldn't even begin to imagine the identity of the strange man who had just walked up to her. Chapter 10:32 Crab Meat Patty Burger. The girl had not exactly kept her volume low, mainly because she was completely unprepared for the shock she received. That drew even more stares, but Lex did not mind. The stares only got more intense when the people noticed exactly where he was going, but by then it was too late. He had already entered the private elevator, which seemed very high-tech for a relatively low-tech city, and was on his way to the top floor. The top floor was more of a statement than anything functional, as hardly anyone ever qualified to use it. One would need a very high projection quality, high cultivation, or some kind of extremely prestigious accolade to get access to it. Being a rank 5 member of the Simple Life Building, which had a stellar reputation and tried and tested ranking requirements, was more than enough, though. The elevator opened to the sight of a man and a woman waiting for their arrival. Maintaining very professional expressions, they bowed to Lex before the man asked, "Exalted guest, how can we be of service to you today?" "I am about to attend an extremely lavish feast," Lex said very calmly. I need clothes for the occasion, something comfortable though. I am not used to wearing tight clothing. Do you have any preference? The woman asked. Any design choices or restrictions, any price ranges you want to stay in? Lex only chuckled. How about you just aim to impress me? Both the man and the woman were surprised by his request, then filled with excitement. Immediately they brought him in and began measuring his body to begin making his suit. Fortunately, they were not nearly as thorough as Jeeves, so Lex did not need to hear about his new weight. To be honest, Lex had low expectations for the clothes, but the two of them worked really well together and designed what looked like a formal version of a soldier's uniform. He was impressed, especially when they got to work right in front of him and created the entire ensemble in 20 minutes. It cost a whopping 300 gold pieces, but Lex paid 350 and stepped out. Not like gold had much value for Lex anyway. Every time he spread his spirit sense out, he found lost money, not to mention more than a few stashes of chests full of coins he was pretty sure had been laundered by someone. He felt no guilt using someone else's money if it was stolen to begin with. When Lex entered the building, people stared at him because they were confused and curious about his identity. When he stepped out, however, all eyes were on him because he looked absolutely handsome in his clothes, even with his physique, which was skinnier than the rest of the people here. People began to whisper, wondering about his identity, but no one had any answers. Only a few staff members began to whisper amongst themselves about how a rank 5 member of the Simple Life building, named Lex, had visited them that day. Lex then made his way to a restaurant that was built right on the river side, with a platform that extended into the river just below the flowing water. This way, the restaurant had a platform with a few seats where guests could sit and rest their feet in the cool, flowing river water. It was quite a popular spot, and seemed to be bustling with crowds of families and friends alike. There seemed to be a few private rooms as well which could be booked for those who wished to dine in private. I'm sorry, ma'am, but the chef Spungy is not available to cater to a private party, a waitress said awkwardly to a particularly angry-looking lady when Lex stepped in. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my son is? The lady could not help but yell angrily. My son is the oldest grandchild of Jacob Torin. It's his birthday. If he wants crab meat patty burgers for his birthday, then that's what he's going to get. Understand? Ma'am, maybe you could bring your son here, the waitress tried to say, wearing a weak smile, only to have the angry lady begin hollering at her. Lex could not help but sigh at the sight. As a fellow member of the service industry, he could not help but feel bad for the waitress, and so he approached her. Hi, could you give this to Chef Spungy? Lex asked with a smile, his soft words somehow cutting through the incessant hollering of the mad lady. He held out the coupon he got from Simple Life. I believe he'll know what this is. Everyone was stunned, and not just because of his charming smile. Well, most likely, none of them cared as much about his smile as much as the fact that he just went up and interrupted a Tauren. The mad lady was so shocked, she didn't recover until the waitress took the coupon from Lex's hand. She turned, ready to begin hollering at him as well, but Lex was not in the mood to be yelled at. He simply glanced at the woman, and before she could speak, flashed a bit of his projection aura, stunning her. With his incredible control, no one else felt the aura, though they did see him give the lady a side eye which caused her to freeze. They were waiting for the explosion, but it never came. Eventually, Lex was led away by the unsure waitress as she led him to a private room with a balcony view. After they left, when the woman still had not moved, some tried to approach her to ensure she was fine. That's when her legs gave way, and the woman fell to the floor. She went completely pale and she began stuttering, her words completely illegible. Confused and scared, no one dared to mess with her, though countless people immediately began to spread the news. Someone had just messed with the Tauren family, and they'd done so out in public. Chapter 1033 Pat Rick. Lex leaned forward on the balcony and enjoyed the stunning view. Right below him, the wide river was flowing, its pace fast but not overwhelming or dangerous, and on the other side of the river the city continued. There were a few small boats on the river, crossing from one side to another or traveling the length of it in either direction. There were kids playing in the water and old men fishing. There were clouds in the sky, glowing with a unique silver light. Wherever Lex looked, he only saw beautiful views. If nothing else, this restaurant had at least picked the perfect location for stellar views. He was tempted to go down and dip his feet in the water with everyone else, but his coupon could only be used in a private room, so he had no choice. Someone knocked on his door and then opened. A handsome man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a strong, rectangular jaw stepped in wearing an excited smile. His central incisors had a gap in them, but for whatever reason, they did not take away from his looks, and instead only served to give him a simple charm. "Hello, sir, I am Chef Spungy. I can't believe you redeemed the cooking coupon from Simple Life. I know how expensive it was supposed to be. I feel honored that you would redeem it. You may not know, but the Simple Life overseer did a great favor for me in exchange for that coupon, so I have been looking forward to the opportunity to pay them back." "I have also been looking forward to trying your food," Lex said with a smile. "Your reputation clearly precedes you." "Of course, I am at your disposal today. What would you like to have?" "I've heard a lot about your burgers, so I have been looking forward to trying them. By the way, don't judge me based on my appearance. The amount of food I can consume is no joke." "Do not worry. As your personal chef, I will not stop cooking until you are satisfied." True to his word, Spungy exited the room and entered the private kitchen, which was adjacent to the private room, and visible due to a glass wall separating them. Undeterred by the audience, Spungy immediately turned on his grill and began preparing his various ingredients. Lex watched him cook, something he never expected to find interesting. Yet here he was, enjoying himself. He was also aware of the small crowd that was gathering outside, though he did not pay much attention to it. Even when, from a distance, another group arrived, Lex only nominally paid attention to it. At the forefront was a man wearing a green suit and a mean expression. The sight of him seemed to intimidate and excite many people at the same time. "I can't believe it," said one of the men observing from a distance. "It's Plank Torin. Whoever messed with the Torins is in trouble now." "I heard the problem was caused because of Spungy. It said that Plank Torin has been trying to poach him for his own restaurant for a long time without success. I guess it was inevitable that they would have problems. I heard his restaurant is literally shaped like a bucket. Who would want to work there?" The man in the green suit heard the words being spoken all around him, but he ignored them all. He just walked until he eventually reached his wife, Karen, who looked extremely upset. "Karen, are you all right?" he asked, taking her hand and looking her in the eyes. "I have failed you, Plank, I have failed you. Let's just go home. I cannot take this anymore." "It's fine, Karen. You go home and get some rest. I will make sure those who messed with us today will know the consequences of their actions." The mad woman reluctantly nodded, and was led away by another group. Plank, who was holding in his anger so far, turned and was about to enter the restaurant to cause a scene when someone stepped in front of him. Lex, who was getting ready to flash his aura again, could not help but raise an eyebrow. He had heard of this man as well. With bright pink hair and more confidence than anyone else around, the greatest star of Torinwood and best friend of Spungy, Pat Rick. "I don't think so, Plank," he said, completely uncaring that he was outnumbered 12-to-1. "I think it's about time you give up. Spungy will never work for you." At around this time, a bored-looking waiter opened the door to Lex's room and brought in the first burger, steam still rising from the patty inside. "Please enjoy," he said, and placed the burger in front of Lex. The smell of it was genuinely unexpectedly good, and could not help but remind him of the failure of a cook he had at his own restaurant. For a brief moment, Lex also considered poaching Spungy, but then pushed the idea away. Filled with great anticipation, Lex took a bite from the burger, and his mind seemed to explode. The bun was so incredibly light and fluffy that it felt like he was biting air, yet it had the mildest hint of sweetness packaging the savoriness packed inside of it. The meat was so tender, it gave way as soon as he bit it, and reached the perfect amount of juiciness one would want from a patty. It was not enough to drip or soak the bun, but more enough to deliver a great rush of flavor. The onions were perfectly caramelized so that their crunch texture added to the sensation of the bite, and their flavor blended perfectly in with the meat. The thin slice of lettuce added an air of freshness to the bite so that it was not overwhelming, and the slice of cheese perfectly coated everything. Lex forgot everything. He forgot all the troubles he had ever experienced, the pressure of looking for the resin, the threat of the system disappearing, his family abandonment issues, and everything else. With this one bite, Lex had discovered the answer to the greatest question in the universe. But before he could enjoy the sensation much longer, his door slammed open, interrupting his experience. Plank barged in. Chapter 10:34 Eventful Day. Ever since he began cultivating, Lex had a complicated relationship with food. At first, he was extremely reluctant about the fact that slowly he would lose his sense of hunger as his body gained the ability to make do without it. His love for food caused him a great amount of pain when he thought about the fact that he might lose his taste for it. Not that he would ever dislike food, but that heightened experience of having great food when he was really hungry would surely be something he lost. But no matter how reluctant he was, it was a bitter reality. Over time, as he became busier, he had less and less time to eat. In fact, as of late, days would go by without him realizing he hadn't eaten since his body wouldn't really remind him, and he would be otherwise occupied. The tragedy was somewhat further enhanced because the food requirements of his body also became more strenuous. So for him to actually make use of the food he ate, the ingredients needed to be of a higher quality. That meant other foods did not taste as good as they used to. Sure, there was that period at the temple where he was getting good food, but that was ultimately limited. So, in a way, whether he wanted to or not, Lex had become distanced from the act of eating and truly enjoying food. It was one of the drawbacks of cultivation that no one ever talked about, probably out of bitterness. So when he got the first taste of that burger, and for it to be so surprisingly and unexpectedly good, blew Lex's mind away. He was completely unprepared for such a pleasant experience. He completely lost himself in that moment. So when Plank slammed the door open and woke Lex from his reverie, there was a moment he forgot that he was supposed to be joking around and became truly angry. It was not the aura of his projection, but domination that radiated from his body as he locked eyes with Plank. In that moment, let alone that delinquent, the whole city froze. But then, fortunately, Lex recalled what was happening and withdrew his aura. There was still the rest of the burger left to eat, not to mention that Spungy would make more until Lex was satisfied, so there was no reason to be angry. But that split second it took for him to calm down was already enough. Plank fell face forward onto the ground, frothing at the mouth in his unconscious state. Lex sighed and then blinked Plank, his wife, and all his goons back to the Torin family mansion. He couldn't be bothered to deal with them right now that he was finally enjoying himself. While no one saw Plank be teleported, many others saw members of the Torin family vanish before their very eyes right after a frightening aura encompassed the city. Some people began to panic, while others began to wonder what was happening. Rumors began to spread like wildfire, some mentioning ghosts while others mentioning a thin human who had come down from the heavens to judge evil. But after a while, since nothing else happened, people began to calm down and the panic started to fade. That's when another kind of rumor began to spread. Apparently, the Simple Life building was going around the city, offering valuable resources to orphans and the underprivileged. Some people who were sick and had no money for treatment received a home visit from Simple Life staff who delivered medicine that would cure almost all illnesses in one go. Many who were stuck in bottlenecks got just the medicine they needed to break through, and others who were in dire need of just a little bit of money to overcome a difficult situation received gifts of gold. But everyone who received something from them also got the message that what they had gotten was a gift from some unknown Mr. Lex. Everyone began to wonder who this Mr. Lex was, when they found out that it was a mysterious figure who single-handedly completed all the hunting commissions in a matter of hours. Who was this man? What was his agenda? Why was he helping everyone? What was he after? These were the questions on everyone's minds, yet no one had a proper answer. The day was extremely eventful, and the people of the city couldn't keep up with the information. In a dark alley in the city, Hildy, who was standing over the bloody body of yet another assassin, was wondering how she could possibly escape her predicament when a staff member from Simple Life suddenly showed up. He ignored the body on the ground and simply looked at Hildy. "Miss Hildy, is that you? According to the instructions, this is where I would find you, so you must be her. Here you go, this is a small present for you from Mr. Lex." Hildy had her guard raised, but she was really too weak to resist an attack, therefore, all she could do was accept the gift. Surprisingly, no attack came and the man left. Stunned, she opened up her gift and saw it contained healing medicine. Who was this Lex, and how did he know she needed help? The image of the man she helped bring to the city popped in her mind, but she dismissed it. How was that possible? There had to be some other explanation. Before considering it, however, she began to limp away. Staying here was not the best idea. Meanwhile, Lex was finishing up yet another burger. It was splendid, and exactly what he needed to help him relax. He could not help but wonder if Spungy might be a system user with a cooking system. How else could he cook so well? But even if he was, Lex had no intention of prying. Instead, he was considering his grand finale in this small city. He was about ready to move on and begin searching for the resin, right after one more mysterious act. Chapter 10, 35 Monument Manufacturing. Now that he was about to leave and had already had his fun, Lex spread his spirit sense over the entire city. What did it matter if he learned everything there was to know about this place? He was done trying to immerse himself into ordinary life. From what he could tell, body cultivation was the orthodox cultivation path in this place. It made sense. On Earth, body cultivation was a lot harder than spiritual cultivation because there weren't enough resources that supported body cultivation, but that didn't seem to be the situation here. Back then, zombie cores had become very popular because of how they supported body cultivation. But here, Lex had already spotted countless fruits that were considered normal, everyday fruits that people ate as snacks that were even more effective than zombie cores. Of course, that was because this was a new realm and was packed with extremely concentrated spiritual energy. But even if it was temporary, this was the reality these people were living in. It did not matter to them how rare these fruits were on the outside, because here they were normal. With that in mind, what can Lex do that would be considered a really big deal here? He could think of a few things, to be honest. He could either do something that reinforced the body cultivation system, but better, or introduce something from the spiritual cultivation method. But what should he do? Unable to decide, Lex pulled out a coin, closed his eyes, and flipped it. If it landed on heads, he'd do a tournament-style elimination method to give the final winner an award. If it landed on tails, he'd leave a monument in the middle of the city that no one could destroy or move, which would only give out its technique to someone suitable. The sound of something cracking attracted his attention, and he opened his eyes to the sight of the coin embedded into the roof, revealing the tail side facing him. Since it's on the roof, does the tail being visible mean that heads is actually on top? After a quick consideration, Lex decided to stick to tails. Lex naturally did not have the means to create such a random monument out of nothing, nor did he happen to have one such thing on him at the moment. But what he did have was a ring with the soul of a dragon. He had already learnt that dragons lived an incredibly long time, which meant that they were easily prone to boredom, and so partook in many activities no one would expect, from watching plays, reading books, playing video games, and more. Hosting random tournaments and randomly dropping such monuments to stir up their subordinate races was included in those activities. He explained to Pell what he wanted to do, and the trusty ring spirit quickly searched its memories for a suitable method that could be used by Lex. Once again, the issue was that he was too weak to use most of the techniques used by dragons, and so he had to rely on one of the training techniques as well. But even though it was merely a training technique to manufacture something, it was more than enough to fulfill Lex's needs. After thanking Spungy for the over 100 burgers he made for Lex, and leaving behind a healing serum as well as a reward for Pat, who had taken a beating trying to stop Plank, Lex teleported away. He had to focus on learning the technique, and then quickly making a nice, eye-catching monument which would also serve as a treasure which would select someone suitable and transmit techniques to him or her. Normally, when one imagined treasure manufacturing, they would imagine an assembly line or something being made by heavy machinery, or maybe something being made piece by a blacksmith if they were old-fashioned. But dragons had an entirely different way to manufacture things. Lex took out a number of various metals and ores from his spatial bangle, and then visualized the monument he wanted to make, as well as its capabilities. He doubted he'd succeed on the first try, but he was a quick learner, so it shouldn't take too long. Lex summoned a glyph that he was really excited to use the dragon's breath glyph. He felt heat build up in the back of his throat, and after aiming at the ores, began to breath out a thin streak of yellowish golden flames. Fed by his spiritual energy as well as domination, his flames were more than just hot. They were completely overbearing. The ores began to melt and then purify on their own, while the other metals began moving within the flames, as if invisible hands were controlling them. The trick was to accomplish everything using only one breath, which was the real obstacle, considering Lex's lungs were much smaller than a dragon's. But the challenge excited him. He tried to follow the instructions of the technique, and began molding the metals together to form a new alloy, which was taking the shape that he desired. Pleased to discover that this was actually easier than he had anticipated, Lex doubled his focus and spent the next few hours crafting a large monument that looked like a faceless man sitting atop a dragon. Alongside its physical shape, he also began to mold the functionality of the monument, using domination as the foundation for all of it. For dragons, their will was enough to shape many things, and as such, their manufacturing techniques followed the same pattern. Technically speaking, they weren't the best treasure manufacturers in the universe, or even the origin realm, but no one would say that to their faces. But for Lex's purpose, this was good enough. The day eventually came to a close, and the city of Torrenwood went to sleep still excited about the events of the previous day. It would probably be talked about for a very long time, they thought, but they had no idea what was in store for them the next day. Chapter 1036 Legacy. Even though it was early morning, it was bright and sunny in Torrenwood. That was natural, since daylight was not determined by the time of day in the Midnight Realm, but on wind currents. When the wind blew the burning fireballs away, it would darken, but otherwise it would stay bright. But most of the time, there were enough burning fireballs in the sky so that even if some were blown away, others would maintain the light. Which is why the day cycle, in most places, was just based according to the biological cycle of the various races living there. That is why, even though it was bright outside, most people were within the confines of their homes, fast asleep. The excitement of the previous day had kept many up late, which is why many were bound to have a late start to this day. But some were still awake. Whether it was the countless underprivileged kids who'd suddenly gotten their hands on resources that would allow them to cultivate, or the sick who had gained a new lease on life, or those who'd finally had their debts forgiven, or the Taurens who had been humiliated, they were all awake. To them, time was just a human construct. They could not give up the moment they were living in just because the clock said it was early in the day. Many of them were too excited to sleep. Some of them were too angry for it. All of them had their thoughts preoccupied. But regardless of what they were feeling, they were the only ones who weren't rudely awakened when an overbearing aura suddenly enveloped the entire city. It was not oppressive or threatening, but it was so powerful that it could not be ignored. Even though the citizens of the city began to panic, as they could not understand what was happening, the aura itself was filled with a feeling of calm. It lacked all sense of urgency, and merely demanded attention and nothing else from the residents of the city. He who thinks himself worthy, claim the legacy I leave behind, and begin the climb to greatness. The city, the earth, the river, the forest, the air, and the world itself trembled under the might of the declaration. An aura of gold, a level higher than any had ever reached in the entire sealed domain, pervaded the entire city and brought everyone to their knees. A blinding light suddenly shone in the sky, unstoppable by any wall or boundary. Even those who were within their homes could see it, though whether they saw the image for real or it was just in their minds, no one could know. As the light dimmed, a vague outline became visible. But as time went by, the light became even dimmer and the outline became even clearer. At first, when the people and even the beasts of the surrounding forest saw what was within the light, they felt a fear that chilled them to their very core. It was a creature they had never even heard of, but something from within their very being told them that it was far beyond their meager selves. They were insects, and nothing more in the face of that creature. But then, suddenly, their sights honed onto something else. Atop the cataclysm that took the shape of a monstrous creature, there was another figure, and it was that of a man. The hearts and minds of everyone shook as their whole world turned upside down. Their very souls trembled with excitement, as if they had seen a miracle before their very eyes. The natural order of the universe was turned over in front of their very eyes. They did not know why such thoughts came to them in their hearts, but they knew it was true. Peaceful and unconcerned, the figure of a man sat atop the forehead of a world-ending calamity. That is when everyone realized that the aura they were feeling were actually two distinct auras. The first overwhelming aura, one that took the entire city captive, was the aura of the creature. The second aura, one that was laced with gold, was that of the man sitting on top. Before they could speculate any further, the figure slowly started to descend from the sky out in the open outside the city walls. The aura began to recede, but as it did so, it beckoned them to come. An abrupt stampede seemed to occur as every living person in the city seemed to break into a sprint as they ran towards where the monument fell. They they needed that legacy. They needed that world-toppling power. Naturally, those who were stronger overtook the crowds, and soon found themselves outside the city in an area that seemed to have changed overnight. There was a massive monument of a creature lying prone, and on its forehead a man, in the middle of an equally amphitheater of marble that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Some hesitated to enter, but others dashed in, uncaring. They had to get their hands on the monument first. They were getting ready for a fight. But all was not as they had thought, and when they entered the amphitheater, they realized that their objective was nearly impossible. An oppressive aura radiated from the monument, though it did not spread farther than the walls of the amphitheater. The aura held down those who wished to move forward and crushed their will to dust. To approach the monument seemed almost impossible. But more than that, alongside the pressure, a series of thoughts seemed to automatically enter the minds of those who entered the amphitheater. They were the rules of the place. Any who wished to come were allowed, whether they be man or woman, adult or child, human or beast. The monument alone will be the judge of who is worthy of its legacy. If any dared to stop or bar entry of others from trying, they would forever be disqualified from truing. More and more people began to arrive, and soon even beasts, but oddly enough none of them fought. All of them had their eyes focused on the figure atop the dragon that had no face. Cleth could not help but wonder why the physique looked so familiar. Then a name suddenly entered his mind. As if detecting his thoughts, the figure, the one that was supposed to be inanimate, turned to look at him, and then winked. Chapter 10:37 Perfectionism. Lex just could not help himself. There was a part of him that wanted to go down and work on the monument some more. He had thoroughly underestimated how much fun it was to create something, and his weird knack for perfectionism that he had thought disappeared made a comeback. It was a strange trait he developed during his programming days. Sometimes, certain pieces of code would function, but would have theoretical limits or flaws. Any programmer worth his salt would just make a comment and just move on. Not Lex, though. He would have to find a way to fix the code so that it would work regardless of the situation. Other times, when he couldn't get a piece of code to work, even though it really should be working, he would go insane working on it until he fixed the issue. Honestly, he half blamed his tumor growth on the stress of one particular project that just wouldn't work and required weeks of debugging, only for someone to realize they used a colon instead of a semicolon. But for all the stress it gave him, the feeling of making something that worked flawlessly, or at least as intended, felt wonderful. It was great, and to see others use and experience his work felt even better. Which is why he felt slightly alarmed when his tendencies to perfect his work, which had disappeared for so long, suddenly returned. The monument, as it was, worked as intended. He did not expect to encounter anyone within this sealed domain who would be powerful enough to unravel the restrictions of the monument. But there was a part of his brain that kept insisting. He fixed the flaws that were created as a result of him, trying to finish the monument in his very first attempt ever. Lex's understanding of treasure manufacturing was limited, as is, but even with his limited experience and knowledge, he could spot a few glaring flaws. Theoretically speaking, he could fix them if he tried. Fixing them without starting from the beginning and retaining the existing monument would make the task a little more complicated, but it was still possible. Fortunately, his amazing comprehension abilities made it so that he was a quick learner, so it shouldn't be an issue. The only actual issue was the mental struggle he was undergoing between leaving it alone and moving on, and spending a bit more time here to fix it. But while he could not come to a conclusion on what to do about that, he didn't mind at all spending a little time to sit and watch everyone take a crack at getting the legacy of the monument, as it were. Originally, he was going to place the monument in the city, but then realized there was no need for him to discriminate against the other races like that. There were countless beasts in the forest, and many of them had great intelligence. Even if they weren't intelligent, they at least cultivated, which made them automatic contenders. So he changed the plan midway. Adding an amphitheater was a good way of limiting the influence of the monument as well as creating a neutral zone. But he was not inside the inn, where the snap of his fingers could pop out any building he could imagine. So naturally, he spent a few hours making that as well. It was tedious, but the results spoke for themselves. There were thousands of people inside the amphitheater, but there were a few hundred beasts as well. Their instincts could sense the opportunity that Lex had left for them, as well as the safety in this territory, which is why they flocked to it. Maybe he hadn't fully considered the repercussions this could have on the region, but realistically speaking, it was impossible to predict how big of an influence such an action would have. It all depended on if anyone was able to get a legacy. Indeed, Lex left behind more than one legacy, though each was of varying quality. The legacies were also not a one-time thing, so they could be unlocked a number of times as long as the conditions were met. He tried to add failsafes, such as disqualifying anyone who broke the rules, but it was not exactly easy to attach an if statement to a monument, not to mention that it was not easy to check everyone for everything they did. He did the best he could and hoped things would work out. He could already see that the Torin and Wood families were struggling with the decision over what to do. They wanted to limit access to it, but the warning given was keeping them hesitant. Not that it mattered. Even without his system for disqualifying people, Lex had not made it easy to gain any of his legacies. The techniques he put into the monument ranged from some he used himself to others Pell gave him, but all were very useful on some scale. As he watched the crowd struggle to get closer to the monument, he noticed something. Someone tripped and fell forward. Although that person hadn't noticed it yet, they stumbled upon a loophole that would allow them to make great progress towards coming closer to the monument. Detecting that loophole so early on was the feather that broke the camel's back. Lex could not ignore the monument's flaws anymore. But if he was going to fix it, he had to think about it. Rubbing his chin, Lex began to pull out more materials and glanced over the many manuals Pell had given him for manufacturing treasures. He also had to find a way to get everyone to leave for a few hours. Well, hopefully only a few hours. He could not afford to pull a repeat of that debugging incident. In fact, to make sure of it, Lex entered his flow state. How was it that this was the first state he ever unlocked, yet it was still the one he used the most? Whatever, it didn't matter. He had work to do. Chapter 10, 38 Creepy Underground Temple. Repairing the monument ended up taking an entire day. Lex had to make preparations first, and when he was ready to work on it, he just entered everyone's thoughts and gave them the idea that they should come back tomorrow, finally emptying the place. No one realized that their collective idea to leave was artificial, or at least if they did, they didn't let it on. That gave Lex plenty of time to fix certain things, such as the loophole that allowed people to make progress by constantly falling forward. But after that, unfortunately, the fun time was over. It was time to get back to work, no matter how much he wanted to continue his shenanigans. Lex used the worm's glyph and began to search the sealed domain. Moving at a fast speed, he encountered dozens of cities such as Torrenwood, but was intrigued to learn that there were no road networks connecting the cities. It was as if the entire territory was divided into countless small city-states, each ruled by one or two families. Overall, though, they seemed to be doing fine, not that he was focusing too much on them. The domain had strict boundaries, so it was only a matter of time that Lex found the resin. More than once he encountered zones that could even restrict him from entering, but revealing his crown projection would open them up for him. He had to say, each restricted zone was quite interesting, as they each contained unique biomes. Once he encountered a biome made completely of mushrooms. As interesting as it was, Lex's instincts actually told him that the place was incredibly dangerous, even for him, should he lower his guard. As much as he wanted to explore the dangers of shrooms, the glyph revealed that the resin wasn't there, so he moved on. Another time, he encountered a biome where bright blue earthen spikes jutted from the ground every few feet, creating narrow paths for one to walk. It was interesting to see, and he was curious about what mystery lay in the center of the biome where the glyph picked up something valuable. But it was not valuable enough to be the resin, so he moved on. Then he encountered the naturally occurring cities. It was weird to call them that, but as far as he could tell, they were entire cities that just formed naturally. From the walls to the parks to the roads and even sewage systems, it was as if they were a part of the domain themselves. Entering them required having a sufficient projection level, which is probably where the strange caste system probably developed from. Lex continued to search, and his patience paid off, because in the 11th hour he encountered a massive natural city, the largest he had seen so far, and somewhere underneath it, he sensed something that gave off a powerful radiance when using the glyph, greater than anything he had seen before. Feeling a bit of anticipation, Lex entered. Although the entry requirements of this place were the highest he had seen so far, at shiny silver, it posed no barrier to Lex. That is when he encountered true elitism for the first time, and it put his mood off. If the situation in Torrenwood seemed extreme, where people were ready to fight at the drop of a hat, then things here were much worse. The signs of slavery were abundant, as it seemed like a person with a shiny silver crown projection gained the ability to enslave a number of other humans whose projection aura was lower. Above that were rusted platinum, who somehow had even more power. The ruler of the particular city was a man who had reached shiny platinum and was in the late golden core realm. His power in this city was absolute, which meant that he had absolutely no qualms about doing whatever he wanted. Lex felt a deep revulsion, especially since what was the largest and grandest city he had come across was actually a den of corruption and hedonism. Although the city did a good job of putting up appearances of being peaceful and just, it could hide no secrets from Lex. Just as he had left a great monument in Torrenwood, Lex felt a strong urge to cleanse this place of its filth. But before doing anything else, Lex decided to keep his focus on the resin. He was too close and didn't want to risk any accident happening. He made his way to the center of the city, which was actually a palace surrounded by a massive lake. One would think that it would be used by the ruler, but it was more or less abandoned because moving to and fro from it was too tedious, as far as Lex could tell. Lex entered his soul state and directly descended through the palace and moved underground towards the source of what he could detect from the resin. Lex was not surprised to learn that there was more to this place than met the eye, as vast torrents of spiritual energy were flowing underground, like a raging river. Even Lex had to be careful to avoid those currents, and they could absolutely sweep him away and overwhelm him. Fortunately, while the actual current of energy was chaotic, they stayed strictly within channels that had been created for them. When the distance between Lex and what was presumably the resin was only half a mile, he encountered a barrier that prevented him from descending in his soul state any further. He could probably go through it the way he entered the domain, but considering the extremely high volumes of energy flowing through that region, he decided on a more cautious approach. There was a network of tunnels that seemed to be descending, so Lex entered one of those and decided to see where it led. Despite seeming abandoned, Lex could not help but notice how fresh air flowed through the tunnels, and thin strips of glowing marble illuminated the path. This was definitely a creepy yet ancient secret temple of some kind as far as Lex was concerned. Maybe it contained the secrets of why this domain was different from how it should be, because so far, Lex had not encountered anything out of the ordinary or the fairies that Pell told him about. Maybe now he would have the chance. Chapter 1039 Great Savior. The first thing that would come to anyone's mind when exploring an old, abandoned, underground temple would be traps. Anyone who had seen any movie ever would know to expect traps. Why would there be traps, and why would they work hundreds of even thousands of years after being made? Lex could not guess. But he was not looking forward to being impaled by a row of spikes, or run over by a massive boulder, no matter what the excited expression on his face may seem to indicate. Lex also did not pull out a hat that looked eerily similar to the hat of an iconic movie figure who was both an archaeologist and a treasure hunter. To no surprise, Lex immediately discovered that there really were traps in the tunnels. However, fortunately, Lex was both too powerful to be affected by them and too sharp to fall to them. Even if he withdrew his spirit and soul sense, which he did not, his instincts would immediately warn him that the tunnels were trying to trick him into entering an illusory maze. There was no fun, there was no point in entering a trap once it was already detected, so Lex spent only a few minutes making his way through the entire tunnel network. Once just for research, Lex allowed himself to trigger a trap. The walls began closing around him, though their speed was embarrassingly slow, at least to Lex. What's more, even though he stood in place and allowed the walls to try and squeeze him, they could not. Though Lex suspected anyone else would have been turned into meat paste, the walls could at most give him an unsatisfactory massage. The torrent of spiritual energy running through the walls would actually be more dangerous to Lex than the traps themselves. Regardless, with no real obstacles in his way, Lex quickly reached the end of the tunnels. It led to a locked chamber with no indication of how the doors should be opened, but Lex's increased intellect solved the riddle in only a few seconds. With a defeated sigh, Lex channeled his own spiritual energy through certain hidden pathways and opened the door. Since the chamber blocked out Lex's spirit sense, he did not know what to expect behind it. That was why he was finally surprised when he discovered the chamber actually contained a small replica of the city up above. But half a second later, Lex realized it wasn't necessarily just a replica. Small figures moved through the roads and streets, going about their day, living their daily lives. Thousands of fairies were living there, though they seemed pale and had withered bodies. When the sound of the opening chamber door reached them, the entire city seemed to freeze, and the fairies looked out at Lex with eyes full of fear and wariness. They were on guard and ready to fight. Were they also slaves? One fairy, dressed in battle armor and carrying a remarkable lance, flew up into the air and addressed Lex. "What do you want, human? We have been keeping our part of the bargain. Do not think you can pressure us into gaining any more than you already have." Though he had been able to easily discern everything else in this place so far, the sight before him truly had Lex stumped. Were the humans up above keeping the fairies trapped down here? "I am not sure what you mean," Lex explained. "I have no relation to anyone you may have dealt with earlier. I am only here searching for something." "There is nothing here for you, human. Leave." Lex felt an urge to scratch his head, but resisted. He could tell that whatever he was looking for was close, and the path led through this chamber. He wanted to avoid picking a fight with the fairies if possible. "Look, I have to get through, but maybe we can work out some kind of deal. Is there something you guys want that I could help you with?" "Something we want," the fairy repeated, his voice trembling with rage. "How about not being enslaved and used as livestock? You have been using us fairies for too long to enjoy benefits you don't deserve. Do not think we will tolerate any more indignity. We will gladly choose death if it comes down to it." Lex could not help but purse his lips. Pell had told him already that fairies had been cursed to be overlooked and enslaved. Although he had encountered countless fairies before, he never really noticed. Now, though, he found it hard to ignore their condition. A part of him did not blame the humans, since the fairies were suffering from some kind of racial curse. But at the same time, humans could enslave even their own, so he doubted they needed much more of an incentive to enslave others. Lex spread out his aura, both his domination and that of his crown, to freeze the fairy on the verge of fighting him. "I am not from the humans who have enslaved you," he said, his voice reverberating through the chamber. "But maybe I can help you if you tell me your circumstances, but regardless of what you choose, I need to get through here. Although I feel bad for your condition, that does not mean I will put aside my own quest because of it." Domination held the fairies in place and prevented them from acting rashly, but his golden aura did not have the same reaction it did for humans. Instead of stunning and suppressing them, it caused the fairies to become bewildered. They stared at his golden crown with jaws hung open and eyes that nearly popped out. "It's the golden crown!" one of the fairies from the city yelled, and started cacophony consisting of similar yells. It seemed the fairies recognized his crown and were incredibly excited to see it. "Please forgive my actions, O great savior," the armored fairy said as he put down his lance. "We have been waiting for you for a long time." "Great savior?" Lex repeated, feeling like the fairies in front of him were slightly bipolar. But it didn't take a genius to figure out that they were reacting to his golden aura. "Indeed, you wear the golden crown of the great savior. When our ancestors bound us to this domain, embedding the scripts within our bodies that would be used to regulate the energies of this place, they also left room for salvation. The golden crown, which was the only way to unlock the greatest secrets of this domain, would forever be out of reach of those who imprisoned us. Only someone who could break through the chains of this domain could receive the highest of accolades that this sealed domain offers. For generations, we have been saving and storing the energy to give birth to the golden crown, so all that remained was someone who could fulfill its requirements. And now, finally, you have arrived. Great savior, we beseech you, head to the heart of the domain and unlock its final secret. The reward will be yours, and we will finally have a way to break free of our bonds. We have made sure to stay out of sight of the humans for generations. It is unlikely that the new ones even know of us, which will allow us to finally be free of this imprisonment." Lex understood the gist of what was happening. Generations ago, the fairies were forced to make some changes to the domain by the humans who inhabited, or perhaps wished to inhabit it. Back then they had no choice but to comply, but they left loopholes for themselves. Not only did they seal the greatest reward this domain had to offer, they left a way out for themselves, although it was very risky for them to wait for someone else to break into the domain. If Lex hadn't shown up, then who knows how long they would have continued to wait here. Judging by their weakened, withered state, who knew how they'd even be able to survive? "I don't mind helping you out, but first, can you let me through here? I really need to get through." Chapter 1040 History. The fairies were slightly taken aback by Lex's impatience, as well as his willingness to help them out so easily. In their defense, they had a very long time to imagine being saved from their grim fate, and this definitely did not reflect what they had imagined. First of all, the moment that they realized that the destined savior was a human, they felt a slight bitterness. They did not expect a human to work against his own race for their benefit. They also did not want to associate any positive feelings for the race that was responsible for trapping them to begin with. But he just seemed to be concerned about getting into the final chamber. He neither cared for the great secret of the domain, nor what they would offer him in exchange for their help. "The heart of the domain is a treacherous place," the armored fairy tried to warn Lex. "It is surrounded by powerful beasts who will not be cowed by the aura of your projection and by a treacherous environment." Yes, I got it. Just tell me where it is, or would one of you like to come with me?" Lex asked. He didn't want to seem too pushy, since these fairies had been suffering for a long time. But it was also difficult to explain to them that it was unlikely anything here could really harm him. The fairy was stumped and looked back towards his people. "Great savior, if you give me some time, I will get ready to accompany you." It will be easier for you to navigate the trials of the domain's heart if one of us accompanies you. Sure, go ahead, said Lex, letting out a defeated sigh. It was as if there was some all-powerful mastermind, carefully orchestrating the events of his life, some diabolical figure, authoring his exceedingly long journey so that he would just stay in suspense about the use of the resin longer. What did a guy need to do to get a break? The fairy returned to his city and walked to the very castle through which he had arrived down here. But the castle in the small-scale replica did not have an underground tunnel network, but was instead housing what seemed like a supervisory council. The fairy met with them and must have had a long conversation with them using his spirit sense, because he didn't hear them actually speak. Lex could technically spy on their conversations if he entered their minds, but he didn't want to pry. Hey Pell, is there some way I can secretly listen in on spirit sense conversations held by other people? He asked, out of pure curiosity, and no desire to spy or misuse the ability at all. Secretly is the main focus here, he specified. As long as your cultivation realm is higher, or your spirit is significantly more powerful, it is not difficult at all. The ring transmitted the method to Lex, and it was simply a different application of his own spirit sense. At the same time, he sent Lex ways to keep his own spirit sense hidden from others, as well as sense if someone else was trying to spy on his conversations. Being stronger than everyone else was truly a huge hack. It took Lex only a dozen seconds to learn everything. He eyed the fairies once more, but then shook his head. He let them have their privacy. The meeting did not take too long, and the fairy soon left, though Lex could not help but notice all the looks it was getting from its fellow fairies. It was as if it was going on a pilgrimage from which it would never return. Even the fairy himself wore a somber expression, as if his entire life had been leading up to this moment of great sacrifice. Lex felt like facepalming, but restrained himself. "Do you know the location of where we are going?" Lex asked. "As in, relative to where we are." "I can sense the location of the domain's heart. We will have to journey to the west." "Well, hold on," Lex said, as he allowed the fairy to grab onto his sleeve. Then he teleported away towards the west. The fairy, who was not mentally prepared, was stunned. It had never experienced teleportation before, nor did it know of it, so it could not comprehend what had just happened. "I'll keep teleporting over large distances. You just keep guiding me on where to go," said Lex as he looked at the fairy. If one ignored loose, wrinkled skin the fairy had accumulated, it was actually kind of cute. "I will guide you, Savior. You are even more powerful than we imagined." "You have no idea," Lex said while chuckling as he teleported once more under the fairy's direction. "By the way, my name is Lex. You don't need to keep calling me Savior. If you don't mind me asking, how exactly did you get trapped in your situation?" "Indeed, Savior Lex, it would be my honor to tell you our history. My name is Lyra, and I am from the Haka bloodline. Long ago, before we lived in the domain, fairies and humans had formed a temporary alliance. We both had been exiled from under the Tree of Heaven, for other, stronger races took our place. As the Tree of Heaven requires only the strongest and the best to tend to its roots, our failure meant that we had lost our homes and our protection. Banished to the unshaded lands, we were sentenced to a nomadic life, looking for refuge. But no matter where we tried to settle, we would be found by the races that had replaced us. They were not satisfied with just exiling us. They wanted to eliminate the entire race so that we could never recover and retake our place. Weakened and hunted, we ran and ran till it seemed there would be no hope. That is when the humans discovered the domain. But there was one significant flaw in the otherwise natural fortress, which were the many openings that would appear from time to time. Although the openings were selective in who they allowed in, we could not risk it. That is when the humans proposed a joint sacrifice. Using the immense knowledge of their race and the amazing abilities of ours, they devised a way to close the domain to outsiders. It would require a major joint sacrifice, as the strongest of the humans from back then would need to give up his own life to create the enchantment that would affect the domain. At the same time, the leader of the fairies from back then would need to tolerate the impact of the enchantment with his body and allow the change to take place. But that is when we were deceived. Although the human back then did indeed sacrifice himself, he also lied. It was not just the leader of the fairies at that time who was affected, but any fairy who would ever bear the burden of leadership for as long as our race existed. So when our leader died, the next one immediately suffered the overwhelming pressure of the enchantment that was used to affect this sealed domain. This temporary refuge became our prison, and our once allies became our prisoners. This was because the enchantment needed a living body to support it, and unless it was shifted from fairy to fairy, the effects of the enchantment would fade. Over generations, We supported each other by electing one another as leader, and shifted the burden of the enchantment from fairy to fairy before they died. During the shifting process, we also learned how to change the enchantment slightly to give us hope of escape and freedom, though we were limited in just how much we could change it. That is why nearly the entire fairy race is withered and frail, having suffered at the hands of the enchantment. But there is one possibility of escape, one that even the human who crafted the enchantment could do nothing about, as it has to do with the rules of the domain itself. Once the secret of the domain is accessed and revealed by one who follows the rules of the domain will fall into a temporary dormant state while it recharges, and creates a new secret treasure to take the place of the one that was taken. That dormancy is the opportunity we need. The fairies have hidden for generations out of sight of the humans and have worked to build the misconception among them that all the fairies have died. This is so that once the dormancy period comes, we can escape the domain in secret. Otherwise, in our exhausted state, we will not be able to fight against the humans if they try to trap or make use of us again. In such a case, all we can do is fight to our death. In the absence of hope, we can— I don't mean to interrupt, but is that the great secret you're talking about? Lex asked, pointing to a shining treasure. At some point, unnoticed by Leroy, they had made their way through layer and layers of deadly traps and barriers that had prevented humans from reaching it for thousands of years. Chapter 10:41 Not the journey nor the destination. Getting to the heart of the domain wasn't exactly simple. He had to consistently check with Leroy to see if he hadn't accidentally teleported past it. But at a certain point, Lex was able to tell on his own where the heart was. It started with entering a bog that gave off a noxious gas that was both corrosive and poisonous. Of course, it did nothing to Lex, but he could see how anyone else would have been highly inconvenienced if not completely deterred by it. Chapter 10:42 Great Feat. The timing of things was just too coincidental. Although Lex was expecting the system to come back online soon, for it to come back as soon as he grabbed the crown, clearly indicated that there was more at play. Rather than spending his time in speculation, Lex instead just read the notifications. New notification. System repair achieved 23% completion. New notification. No new features unlocked due to insufficient energy. New notification. Energy surge absorbed. Repair process accelerated. New notification. Newborn system detected. Absorb newborn system. It took a moment for everything to click, but when it did, Lex felt a surge of excitement. His talk with the rhinocentaurs gave him hope that he might find other systems within his realm, but he never expected to actually encounter one. After all, his personal experiences had always been one filled with extreme inconveniences and unnecessary troubles. Well, technically speaking, even this time there were many obstacles in his path, but he had just overcome them by being much stronger than them. Although he could not make a guess for how many other systems there were in his realm, just the possibility of them gave him much more hope. He would have put searching for more domains on his agenda as a way of looking for more systems, but according to Pell they were extremely rare, and finding even one was already a big deal. The thing he found the most exciting, however, was that his domination aura was reacting to this newborn system. It hadn't had much of a reaction to the system he got from John, but the newborn system was making it act strangely. While in its current state, it would prove to be an unreliable method for searching for more systems. If he strengthened it, then it might actually prove to be viable. Lex put the crown in his spatial bangle, and it easily entered. It was not that he wanted to hold off on absorbing more systems, but that he was more interested in seeing if the resin was absorbable first. I think that was most likely the secret we were looking for, Lex said, turning to Leroy. Shall we head back? Although he was asking the question, he understood that Leroy was probably still in shock, so he grabbed the fairy and teleported directly back to the underground chamber where the fairies lived. Since he had already been there once, it was easy for him to teleport to it. "O fairies, I, your savior, return with my quest successfully completed," Lex declared in a loud voice. He was feeling particularly chipper at the moment, and so didn't mind putting on a show. Perhaps if the entire sealed domain had not just suffered a massive earthquake, and the flow of energy around the final chamber wasn't noticeably reduced, the fairies would have thought that he was messing with them. But as things stood, they had to believe him, which was the most unbelievable part. That hadn't even been enough time to bake the cakes they put in their ovens to celebrate the arrival of the Savior. Now, they were supposed to believe that those cakes would be used to celebrate their freedom instead. Perhaps the unusual obsession with a loss of an extra opportunity to eat cake was the strange coping mechanism of the fairies. Leroy finally snapped out of his stupor, and then looked at Lex with eyes filled with both horror and worship. "Your chance for freedom is finally at hand," Lex declared magnanimously. "I have already ventured through the treacherous lands at the heart of this domain and claimed its secret for myself. What happens next is up to you." As if to confirm the truth, many looked towards Leroy, who flew out of Lex's hands and flew down to share his story. Lex did not immediately badger them to open up the final chamber. He waited for them to finish questioning Leroy and actually come to terms with the truth. It was also partially because he could feel that as time went by, the massive stream of flowing energy was diminishing, and hoped that it would completely stop before he went into the last chamber. After all, it was literally the only thing here that threatened him, and he felt like with his luck, the resin would be in the dead center of the stream if he went right now. Ironically, it took longer for everyone to accept that the quest was already complete than it did for Lex to go and retrieve the floating golden crown. He was also keeping an eye on the city above him, and interestingly enough, he discovered that as the stream of energy slowly came to a halt, the effects of the crown projections also began to fade. Many humans who had previously been enslaved were breaking free of their restraints, and what ensued was chaos. Some of the more desperate and enraged ones were fighting against the enslavers, while most of them were just trying to run away. It was likely that similar scenes were happening all over the sealed domain. He wondered how everything was going over at Torrenwood and his dragon monument. Eventually, the fairies finally accepted the truth. That is when things became more interesting. They all changed into suits of armor that seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and started to gather in the city square, lining up to form a star with 18 different triangular edges while holding hands. Lex could feel that they were activating some kind of spell or technique, and their layout seemed particularly well suited for the function of the technique. His left eye began to detect different laws appearing around them as chains. Some chains looked like they were indestructible and made of the hardest materials, but others were incredibly frail, as if a blow of the wind could cause them to break. Lex raised an eyebrow. Did the enchantment that was holding them prisoner, and the one that affected this entire domain, create an artificial law? How had these weak little fairies and that one human achieved such a thing? Chapter 10, 43 Remnants of a Race. Lex actually became genuinely interested in whatever the fairies were doing. Pell had already told him that the fairies were different, but how could they create a law when the strongest of them was barely in the Golden Core realm? Or perhaps, back when they created this enchantment, they were stronger, but the problem still remained. The most likely answer was not that they created a law, but that domains themselves had the unique ability to create or influence certain laws within its territory, and that they were just influencing the domain. Yes, that made sense. But even that was no small feat. Basically, didn't that mean that as long as Lex learnt what they did and took control of this sealed domain, he could recreate the Midnight in using only this domain? Long ago, when he was learning arrays, he imagined himself creating such a complicated and thorough array that it could effectively replicate a system. He eventually ran into problems with arrays and couldn't do it, but the theory stayed with him even if he never made progress on it. Now that he was stronger and understood more about cultivation, he knew that it would be impossible to properly replicate a system unless he could influence laws themselves, which meant that he was not quite at that level. But he still thought it was theoretically possible. This was good research, and may benefit him in the future, so he stopped everything else and focused all his attention on the fairies and how they were influencing the laws. Lex could see a lot of things happening, and though he did not understand them yet, he memorized them nevertheless. In the future, once his level grew even more and his understanding about laws was deeper, maybe he would be able to make sense of what he was seeing now. As the flowing stream of energy weakened, the power of the fairies' technique grew and all the chains he could see began to tremble. In fact, Lex could even sense a subtle change happening in his own crown projection. At the same time, he could sense that the fairies' strength was also fading. It was not an exaggeration to say that the entire race of fairies had been weakened tremendously as a collective. Each of them had frail bodies and wrinkly skin, not to mention that their aura was fluctuating rapidly while they focused on attaining freedom. Perhaps there were some younger fairies who had been spared the burden of maintaining the enchantment for a period, but as far as he could tell, they would cycle that burden amongst all their people as a way of keeping all of them alive, even if it was in a weakened state. But at least the fairies in front of Lex, all 1450 of them, were all on the verge of collapse. He wondered if there were other fairy settlements for the younger generation. The alternative, of course, was that this was all that was left of this entire race. That was a tragic thought, truth be told. Lex did not wait long. At the moment the energy dried up, the smaller, weaker chains suddenly all snapped. The sealed domain suddenly trembled, and this time much more violently than from the earthquake. That was because it wasn't just the ground that was shaking, but the massive boundary wall of the sealed domain as well. Lex could feel currents of energy forming, flowing just like the wing and like the wind, gathering into a massive storm. Lex raised an eyebrow as his body experienced goosebumps. For the second time, he was about to encounter something in this domain that could threaten him, and the same as the first, it had to do with energy. At least this time, it could fall under the category of a natural disaster. It was humbling to know that a natural disaster formed from massive currents of energy could still harm him. He was almost beginning to think he was indestructible over here. But the energy storm was happening far away from him and was up above the surface. He expected that he was probably safe underground, even though energy could technically travel through the ground. He was not sure what to expect, actually. On that thought, he decided to stop dallying around. He turned his attention to the door of the final chamber, which was no longer sealed shut. It had cracked open on its own, though no one came out or went in. The fairies who were in the square had all collapsed, and though they had attained their freedom, it would take a while for them to recover. Lex was, of course, going to offer them all jobs at the inn. It was not just because he felt pity for them, but because they had literally influenced laws in front of him. No matter how many loopholes they used, he could not deny their feat. They would make incredible allies in the future, once they recovered from the deep exhaustion that haunted their entire race. As for the curse that haunted their race, well, Lex would deal with it when it became a problem. He was convinced that there was something about him that would never let him have an easy time. Maybe it was the system that could bend the universe to its will, or maybe it was something else. Either way, he was no longer afraid of trouble, because it would come his way regardless. But offering the fairies jobs would have to wait. For now, he walked up to the door and opened it, revealing a destroyed chamber. The entire ground had collapsed into rubble, and a good portion of the roof had caved in as well. Lex could feel lingering traces of the energy that used to course through this room, but it seemed that as soon as the energy faded, the integrity of the room failed as well. His spirit sense picked up something, and it wasn't the resin. Buried beneath the rubble was the body of a fairy. Chapter 1044, Touching the Tao. Lex carefully removed all the debris that had crushed the fairy using his spirit sense, revealing a frail, withered body devoid of all life. Looking at the deplorable state that the tiny body was in, Lex could not help but feel a tinge of pity. Although he knew it would be useless, Lex took out a drop of his blood, turning half of it into the soul state, and dropped it on the body. The drop of blood was quickly absorbed, and the body began to recover at a visible rate. The crushed bones quickly recovered, the skin smoothed out, the wings that were broken healed, and all the bruises on its body vanished. In a matter of seconds, the fairy's body was restored to its peak state, but the body still remained lifeless. The half of his blood that had been turned into the soul state remained hidden within the body, unabsorbed by anything. There was no soul left to heal. The fair was thoroughly dead, even if its body was restored. He sighed. It was quite tragic. He had come so close to freedom and in fact delivered it to his brethren, but was unable to see it himself. Lex carefully lifted the body and placed it aside. Once he was done here, he would return the body to the other fairies so that they could bury it or honor it in whatever way they deemed fit. Then he began lifting all the debris off the ground. He could tell that previously this chamber had been surrounded by a powerful protection, so that even he would have had trouble getting through it. But whatever had occurred in this chamber not only destroyed the chamber itself, but also those protections. That made life convenient for Lex, since he could tell that the chamber was built right over the resin. It was too convenient to be a coincidence. Lex did not even have to dig too deep. After removing a single layer of debris, he discovered a bowl-shaped, hollowed-out area, and within it lay a small piece of amber-colored resin that could easily fit in the palm of his hand. It did not give off any aura at all, and only wafted the slightest aroma. But just that gentle whiff was enough to arrest Lex. His limbs froze as the mixed sensation of absolute fear mixed with enormous greed assaulted his mind. Domination trembled within his body, as if it was being affected by its roots of dragon's might. Lex's mind, which had grown enormously after his recent growth, was stunned as it was overwhelmed by the presence of the resin. Most of all, Lex's instincts were warning him in the clearest way possible. It was almost as if they were directly speaking to him. The resin in front of him had the potential to put him in incalculable trouble and danger, the likes of which he had never experienced before. Of course, this was only subject to the limit that his instincts could respond to. For example, when Lex had encountered the mysterious man who had just entered his room somehow, his instincts hadn't been able to detect him at all, as that person was just too powerful, and beyond the scope of what his instincts could calculate. Maybe even now his instincts were failing to grasp the true extent of the danger associated with this resin. But besides warning him about the danger, there was also an insatiable greed. His body wanted it, his soul needed it. The resin would change things forever. It took Lex several minutes of just being frozen still to get over the initial shock of just smelling the resin. As soon as a semblance of control returned to him, Lex immediately sealed his sense of smell, allowing his body to recover slowly. The resin barely gave off any other aura, which is why his body stopped reacting to it. His heart was racing and sweat began to accumulate on his brow as he considered what to do. The strong reaction from his body was tempting him, but his mind was telling him it was more important to first check if it could restore his system. There were other bits of resin in this realm that he could get his hands on, so it wasn't like he was suffering a permanent loss if he gave it up now. But just having such a thought was an extreme burden on him and took an immense amount of willpower. It seemed like perhaps giving the resin to his system might not be the easiest thing. Lex slowly sealed his other senses, including his sense of touch, as he prepared himself to interact with the resin. If the system could absorb it, then he had to accept it as quickly as possible and not allow the resin to stay in contact with him for too long. "Mary, is there any way I can automate the acceptance in case the system can absorb this resin?" he asked. "No, unfortunately, you cannot. It is one of the protocols to protect hosts. You have to manually accept it when the prompt comes up." Lex gulped, feeling oddly nervous. Even with almost everything sealed, his instincts kept warning him. The consequences of touching the resin would be far from simple, but he had no choice. Lex psyched himself up and then reached forward, ready to accept the system's prompt as soon as it appeared. His finger touched the resin and he heard a familiar sound, but it hardly mattered. Pell had told him that the amber chaos resin was a Tao-level ingredient. That meant that, in a way, touching the resin with his body was the same as touching a Tao lord with his bare body. There was no way he could get away unscathed. At the same time, the resin was meant to be extremely gentle and could be absorbed by any living being. That meant Lex would not come to harm, but that did not mean there would be no side effects at all. A golden light emerged from within Lex, one that was more deeply connected to him than anything else he had ever revealed, even domination. All the inscriptions in Lex's body and soul were erased, and his Empyrean resonance physique was unsealed completely. Chapter 1045 Unleashed. The radiance of the light emanating from Lex's body could not be blocked by stone or walls, nor could it be limited by distance, laws, or even realms. Lex himself became a beacon of light, his entire figure drowned out amidst the light itself. Since his mind was overwhelmed, his body acted on instinct to protect itself, and so domination was released all around him, much like the dragons might had once surrounded the dragon he had stolen. But he was hardly in danger, because the closest to him, the fairies, were all unconscious. But that did not prevent them from being influenced by the golden light. Lex's physique was supposed to help humans evolve, but whether it was due to the influence of the amber chaos resin, or because his physique itself was completely unlocked, it began to influence everything humanoid. It began first with the fairy corpse closest to him. Even though it lacked a soul, the body was at least fine, and under the brilliance of the golden light, it began to evolve, and it even used the remaining half-drop of soul state blood left in its body. Then came the fairies outside, who had procured freedom, but had no energy left to enjoy it. Their bodies lay prone on the floor, still holding hands firmly, even while they had no strength to do anything else. The golden light shone down on them, and like the gentle touch of the light of the winter sun, began to provide them with much-needed warmth. Their wrinkles began to retreat, their feeble bodies began to strengthen, their wings regained their lost vigor, and a hint of golden appeared around their eyes. But though the fairies were the closest to Lex, they were not the only humanoids around. Through endless earth the light traveled, and then illuminated the chaos-ridden lands of the sealed domain. The energy storm up above and wrought more havoc than Lex had estimated. The once regal city above him, considered the center of power and wealth, was brought to ruins, and its inhabitants either dead or gone. Though ironically, it was not the energy storm that killed the residents. It had only harmed the buildings. The residents mostly had been killed by each other or by their slaves. But as the glow of the golden light spread, It eventually reached those who were running away with all their might. Fueled by adrenaline, caught in the grip of fear, they did not immediately notice the changes in their bodies. They were just grateful for the sudden surge of energy in their limbs so that they could continue to run. Like a golden dawn, ushering in a new era, the light spread across the entire sealed domain and affected anything at all that was humanoid, and then it escaped the boundaries of the domain and continued to spread. Lex Williams, the Leopold who ran a hotel, noticed a strange light on the horizon. He was curious, but could not go and explore, for he had too many problems on his plate at the moment. Across land and sea and air, the light spread out across Menara, affecting an uncountable number of beings before it finally reached the Midnight Inn. A number of patrols walked across the border walls, ensuring nothing went amiss. They were the first to experience that light and feel the subtle changes it started to bring within their bodies. Many of them had experienced something like this before. It was when Lex was bringing them from the temple of fasting back to the inn. They knew not where the light came from or what it was doing, but it had saved their life before, so they knew it wasn't bad. Slowly but surely, the entire inn was bathed in that golden glow. The workers there, who had experienced multiple star-ranking changes, training at the temple, and the baptism of the energy from a new realm, once again began to grow under the effects of the light, finally crossing a critical threshold. They did not know it, nor did they feel its effects. Cassandra's clone, who was still cultivating in a corner, would have noticed, but she was occupied with and could not even tell the changes her own clone was undergoing. Far away in the universe, hidden in an unknown realm, there was a massive city built entirely of stone. Every single inch of it radiated an ancient glory and power, washed in the blood of trillions. Its many statues depicted warriors across the ages, their strength, honor, and sense of duty unmatched. Even though the entire city reeked of primeval vicissitudes, there was not a single crack or fault across it. Once a beacon of power, the city had now become a refuge for the damned and defeated. Countless humans slumbered within its walls, forced to hide when all they wanted was to reveal themselves to the universe and retake their place on the battlefields. But they had a duty, even if it made them feel like cowards. They were the most glorious of the entire human race, the ones with the most potential and talent. They were the final flame hidden away in case the humans should ever fall and their race be defeated in the realm wars. But the sound of a crack reverberated through the city, waking up its ancient caretakers. In the city center, the largest statue, which was that of a glorious flame, had cracked, shocking those who laid eyes upon it. Despite the ominous nature of what had happened, they knew what it signified was not a bad thing, just unbelievable. Somewhere out in the universe, a new bastion had appeared, with humans with even greater talent and potential than themselves. But how was that possible? This city was filled with the bloodlines of the earliest humans, blessed by Mother Nuwa herself. Who could surpass them? And how? Unfortunately for them, the statue revealed no answers. In the Origin realm, Belle was soaked in blood and was hiding in a cave underground. She had returned to the Jotun Empire, but the Empire was at war and even her immense strength could not protect her if she was against foes too powerful. The fiery mammoths had been preparing for this war for too long and held the advantage for now. The humans were retreating. She had been separated from her team, which likely meant that they were already dead. Even her survival was questionable, until she felt something in her very core. A tinge of gold appeared in her blood, and her angel bloodline began to strengthen. Lex, she murmured as worry flashed in her eyes, but she could do nothing in her current state. Anger appeared in her eyes before she closed them. She had to heal. Elsewhere in the Origin realm, Liz was running as fast as she could through a crowded city, sweat and grime covering her face. A sudden surge of energy filled her, giving her just the boost she needed to leap through the closing doors of a spaceship, finally granting her a reprieve. She had not run away from home and homework just to be brought back so easily. She wanted to live life and have her own adventures. At first, Liz did not notice the changes taking place in her body. But her mother had told her too many times for her to remain ignorant for long. A streak of gold appeared in her blood, strengthening her beast fusion abilities, if only she could find a worthy beast to fuse with. A trace of concern flashed through her eyes, but then she remembered her father. Even if Lex was in trouble for now, her old man would eventually save him. She at least was not as stupidly gifted as the rest of her family, so it was best if she stayed out of trouble. Liz conveniently ignored that with that new streak of gold in her blood, she had already surpassed even the mythical level for the beast-taming cultivation path that no other living human had even reached. Elsewhere in a cozy hammock in a palace garden, Moon slept peacefully. She didn't wake up when the change happened, but she did squeeze her eyes shut even harder. No one noticed, for no one was allowed in her lonely palace. In another realm entirely, a couple was riding a massive wyvern through the clouds, with countless dark shapes chasing them. When the change happened, they both suddenly looked at each other, shocked. They both had extremely different reactions. The woman began cursing oracles as frauds, and the man drew his sword. Even though he was still not an immortal yet, the earth-immortal figures chasing them trembled just a bit. Then a sword intent that had been sheathed for too long tore through the skies, raining down blood on the boiling sea far below them. "What are we going to do?" the woman asked, extremely worried. "For now, we're already doing the best we can," the man answered simply. In a room in the Midnight Inn, a particular devil was sleeping, but woke up with a startle when he felt the change in his body under the influence of the golden light. At first, he was greatly alarmed, but then he began to laugh unfettered. His bloodline was evolving. Somehow, he had to get word back to Garvitz. Chapter 1046, Second Body. The golden light shining from Lex's body spread across the entire Midnight Realm, and for most creatures it was just an interesting and unusual event, but for some it was the beginning of a monumental change. Perhaps none benefited as much from the change as the inn workers, though, as their body's potential had already been repeatedly improved. The higher their potential reached, the more difficult it became to improve, yet that is exactly what they experienced. In fact, the cultivation potential for the inn workers could no longer be measured on a scale for humans. They would need to compare themselves to the average humanoid from a superior race, such as devil, elves, or even angels. The timing could not have been better, because Luther had just returned after a thoroughly successful negotiation session with the Emperor from the minor realm that invaded them, so even he managed to get the benefits. Lex, who had already anticipated that touching the resin might not be so simple, was mentally prepared to accept any system prompts as soon as they came up. He was not able to act on it immediately, for he had been completely overwhelmed, but slowly and steadily, his mind wormed through its constraints and accepted the prompt, not even reading it properly. The resin that he was touching disappeared, and Lex fell to his knees, finally freed from its constraints. He trembled, for he was still reeling from the experience. It was fair to say that Lex had long been used to feeling various levels of excruciating pain. It just came with the territory of being an innkeeper, he supposed. Those experiences, as terrible as they were, had prepared him for the hardships he would face on his journey. But what he had not been prepared for was how awesome that had felt. It might sound crass to say such a thing, but the reason his mind had blanked was because it felt like he was having an orgasm with his entire body. It was the most euphoric feeling he had ever felt, and even now that it was over, his body was still jittery just from the memory of it. Lex tried to stand, but he just fell down because he couldn't control his body properly. He groaned, and was getting ready to try again when he realized that he was still kneeling and hadn't moved at all. Yet at the same time he had tried to get up and had fallen. Lex became even more confused when he realized he could see his own back. He tried to move his right hand, and he saw it from two different angles. The fact that it took Lex so long to figure out what was happening was a testament to just how severely impacted his mind was from the effects of the resin. He turned around and saw the fairy, fallen over, looking at himself. That's when he realized he could see the world from his own eyes, as well as those of the fairies. "What the hell?" Lex said, with both his bodies, which was extremely disorienting. He closed his eyes and realized he closed the fairy's left eye and his own right eye. He was not used to having two sets of eyes yet. At that point, Lex allowed himself to slump back into the hole he had excavated. Until his mind completely recovered, he was not ready to deal with whatever was happening. But just because he didn't want to deal with it did not mean he would stop feeling any sensation from his other body. Despite his exhaustion telling him to give up, somehow, his fairy body was not exhausted at all. In fact, it was ready to jump up and run around. Well, part of that was because he was sitting awkwardly on his own wing. He got up, flapped his wing so that it would move, and then sat back down. "Thanks," Lex said to himself, for letting himself sit more comfortably. "No problem," Lex responded. Then the two bodies just sat there, staring at each other. That's when Lex realized that he either looked much bigger from a fairy's point of view, or his body had grown a little taller after touching the resin. It only took a few minutes. Lex's mind recovered from the zenith of pleasure it had just experienced, and besides feeling a slight withdrawal, he returned to his normal self. At that point, it took him only a few seconds to completely get used to having two bodies. He could control them both independently and with such precision. One would think Lex was born with two bodies. Lex stood up using his fairy body and flapped his wings a few times to get a sense for them. The wings were transparent and paper-thin. Even though a fairy's body was small, one would have a hard time believing that such frail wings could help them fly. Yet, strictly speaking, it was not the wings that allowed fairies to fly. As Lex flapped his wings, gold fairy dust began to appear and allowed him to levitate. The faster he flapped his wings, the most dust would appear, allowing him to fly higher and farther. The wings, then, were just left to help him navigate while in the air. Lex's instincts told him that there was more to the fairy dust than just allowing him to fly, but he had inherited no memories of the fairy whose body this used to be. As such, his understanding of fairies was extremely limited. He allowed his fairy body to return to the ground, then sit back down. He wanted to see if his other body could also use the same cultivation technique. For a few seconds nothing happened, but then the cultivation technique automatically delivered some information to Lex's mind and began to run on its own. The reason for the delay was because the meridians in a fairy's body were different from that of a human's, and the layout was different as well. Therefore, the technique obviously would not run in the same way, but it was still usable. He could tell that, physically speaking, his fairy body was even weaker than he was when he was at the Foundation realm, but it was growing quickly. It seemed the level of his original body was subtly influencing the fairy body, helping it grow faster. Then Lex had to come to terms with the fact that he just randomly gained a clone. This was not exactly what he had in mind when he wanted a clone, but no matter what, he had one now. After the original shock of discovering he had a clone, if it could even be called that, was over, he began to consider how he could use it. There was nothing connecting the two bodies, but his soul was present in both of them. He could make them act independently from each other, and his mind was completely capable of running both bodies without ever being confused or overwhelmed by running two different bodies. Lex almost immediately came up with countless ideas, but before he could make any decisions, he wanted to ensure one very critical piece of information. He wanted to see if he could access the system with his fairy body. When he tried, the interface did not pop up, but he realized only a moment later that was because the system was undergoing repairs. It had successfully absorbed the resin. That at least addressed one of his greatest concerns. What was amazing was that he had another system in his spatial bangle waiting for him to use to continue with his system repairs. Lex felt a great burden lift off his shoulders. Now that he had confirmed how he was going to repair his system, he could plan out his next set of actions. But the most immediate ones concerned figuring out whether his clone, or rather, his other body could use the system. It would be ideal if it could not, and in fact, if it had no relation to the system whatsoever. Now that he had another body, he did not plan on telling anyone about it. This secret second body would be perfect for him to set up a number of contingency plans he had been considering for a very long time. To be on the safe side, he decided to not even bring the fairy back to the inn for the time being. But while he could not confirm whether or not it could use the system, there were other things he could test out. For example, if the distance between his two bodies was great, would that have any effect on his second body or not? To test it out, Lex finally stood up and began to walk out the chamber, leaving his fairy body with the other fairies. Slowly, he walked back through the tunnel network towards the city up above. But even when he reached the surface, there seemed to be no effect on his second body at all. Lex grinned and tried teleporting away. This would be interesting. Chapter 10, 47 main characters have it tough. At first, Lex did not teleport too far away, he just doubled the distance. But there was no strain on his control over either body. Then he was a little more courageous and tried to teleport farther away. But no matter how he teleported, it made no difference. It seemed that each body contained his soul, and as such, could be controlled by that bit of soul, no matter how far one body was from another. Lex tested out his strength to see if gaining another body had somehow weakened him or his soul, but that did not seem to be the case. Yet after a while he could not help but find himself feeling confused. This was similar to the final moves of Inferno Blade, to a small extent. Over there, at least there was an explanation, though it did not make sense to Lex at all. But when he wondered how he could control both bodies, and maintain awareness of each body and its surroundings despite each being so far away from the other, he could not wrap his head around it. They had to be connected somehow, right? The pieces of his soul had to be communicating with each other somehow, but even when he entered his soul state, he could not feel any connection. He entered the soul plane, and as disorienting as that was, there was still nothing. For some reason, Lex just found it hard to wrap his head around the idea. It was like being connected to the internet without Wi-Fi or Ethernet or mobile data. Perhaps his inability to completely grasp such concepts was why Cassandra had suggested he hold off on becoming an immortal. Now that he felt much better about his chances of restoring his system, Lex didn't mind spending a little time to figure out how his abilities worked. As it happened, Lex teleported over a city, so he decided to take a small break there. Besides, he wasn't about to return to the inn until the fairies woke up anyway. He planned to offer them an opportunity to come back to the inn with him. The sealed domain was also still undergoing changes, and though the energy storm had faded, mostly, it might not be the best idea to pass through its barrier at the moment. Lex teleported to the city and found that the situation wasn't the best. It wasn't like one of those projection requirement cities that had been filled with slaves who retaliated once the projections failed, but it wasn't exactly great. Discrimination based on one's projection had become a part of their society. To these people, who had projections from the moment they were born and had them for generations prior, the sudden failure of it felt like they had become crippled somehow. It was as if an integral organ had just stopped working. Tensions were high, and even though the city guards were out in full force, it didn't help much when even the guards were concerned. Lex ignored them and found himself a relatively nice tavern. Last time he went to a really shady place and ended up encountering a completely random plot. But it was fine because he wanted to learn to act mysteriously back then. Right now, he just wanted a cool, nice drink to accompany him and his thoughts. The building was nice, none of the furniture was torn or stained, and the owner looked well-dressed if a little stressed. Lex put a gold coin on the counter and just sat down on the bar stool. "Give me your best drink, your best tasting drink." The owner showed a restrained excitement at the sight of the coin, but only nodded. His years of experience let him know which customers were in a chatty mood and which ones weren't. Lex began to think more about his clone, who was currently testing out the flexibility of his wings. There had to be something connecting them. Otherwise, he imagined that his fairy clone would still operate as him, but the two bodies would not have shared memories and awareness. So in a way, it would still be Lex and act as Lex depending on the situation, but just could not share the information with his other body. But at least for now, that wasn't the case. He would continue to test if distance made a difference, and eventually he would even test being in different realms. If both the bodies continued to share information, that would be amazing. Then he began to think about how exactly he got a clone. He had looked far and wide for a decent cloning technique, but none satisfied him. It was still to be seen if this clone, or this second body, could continue to grow stronger as well, and how useful it would be. But considering it could use the same cultivation technique as him, Lex wasn't worried at all. The only thing he could think of was that he left a drop of his blood in the soul state in the corpse, and then touched the resin. That somehow must have fused his blood with the... Lex froze. Did he just miss the opportunity to turn the massive dragon into his clone because it was already occupied now? Loss. Lex felt an immense and incalculable feeling of loss. He could have been a dragon, he could have. No, that didn't make sense. What exactly happened when he touched the resin? Although it was tough to look back and recall anything other than the waves of pleasure that were crashing into him, it was not impossible. He felt like maybe he had used his physique, so that was the key somehow. "Brandon, empty out the place, I don't feel like sharing," said a very angry and aggressive-looking man as he entered the tavern. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was reeking of a dangerous aura. Lex sighed. A part of him knew he was destined to never actually get any peace. He looked at the man, then turned back to his drink. The man clearly noticed Lex's dismissive mood and became triggered. He opened his mouth to yell, and that's when he felt a hand slapping his face. The next thing anybody knew, the man had disappeared, and there was a hole in the wall. Lex dropped another gold coin on the counter. "Sorry about that, this is for the damages." Lex was beginning to understand why the main characters in novels couldn't be bothered to argue with every random person who bothered them. It was much easier to directly slap their faces than to get into a verbal face-slapping competition. Chapter 1048 Embarrassing. There weren't many people in the tavern to begin with, but the few that were there were startled by the noise. Most of them hadn't noticed when the bloody man entered the place, so they were unsure of what exactly happened. But seeing as how the tavern owner was not worried, they calmed down and returned to their drinks. None of them were really in the right frame of mind to worry about other things at the moment. Lex returned to his thoughts about the clone. The activation of his physique might be the key, unless it was a freak accident that would require resin. If that were the case, if he could find another humanoid body in good condition, say a devil or an elf, he might be able to replicate the process. The question was, did he want to do that? Since he was as yet unaware of any potential drawbacks having a clone may have, making more of them might not be the best idea. That's when he realized that he said humanoid instead of human. Wasn't his physique only supposed to work on humans? Why did it work on a fairy? But as if he were getting some feedback from his own body, he understood that it now affected all humanoids and not just humans. This was a level beyond what Cassandra had told him. If previously he had to hide his body from powerful forces like the Jotun Empire, now he would have to hide it from every humanoid force that existed. Why did it change? Did it have something to do with the resin? Again, he just innately knew that this was what his physique had always been like. If that was the case, he needed to figure out a good way to hide his physique from detection before he left the Midnight Inn. Pell, is there a way I can hide my physique from detection, even from a higher-level cultivator? In fact, that's the most important part. There are many ways, but you will either need the help of a higher-level cultivator to begin with, or a high-level equipment or enchantment. I know no way you can hide it on your own. He frowned. This could be problematic. Lex was in the midst of his own musings, sipping the cold drink the tavern owner had given him, when the man Lex had slapped away came wobbling back in. He was disoriented, which was to be expected. Lex had slapped him right in the face, not killed him. Even so, it was impressive. At the same time, it promised more irritation for Lex. Do you know who I am?" the man asked as he rested his body weight against the back of a chair. Lex sighed. He supposed he just could not avoid the whole tedious exchange. "No, I don't know who you are," Lex said in a bored tone. "But I'm sure you're going to enlighten me, so then tell me, is your father someone important, or your family? You have some kind of scary background." The man seemed to get angered by Lex's nonchalance, but he kept himself from screaming, mostly because he was too dizzy to do it. This is my tavern. I own this place. You can't just throw a man out of his own place." The man sounded more unresigned than anything, but his words startled Lex. He turned to look at the man he assumed had been the owner, and he gave Lex a nod while wearing an awkward smile, confirming it. "Oh wow, that does make me feel bad," Lex said as he facepalmed. Before the man could say anything else, Lex shot a drop of his own blood into the man's body, suddenly prompting it to begin healing rapidly. As it turned out, the blood covering his body was not his own, and beside the mild concussion Lex had given him, he was fine. So, with nothing else to fix, Lex's blood began to heal the old wounds in the man's body and brought him to a new peak. "In my defense, I'm too used to rude people coming in and picking a fight," Lex said, explaining himself to the man who stood bewildered. Then he sighed and came and sat beside Lex. "Never mind, it's just that kind of day, I guess," he said as he grabbed a drink from who turned out to be just a really well-dressed bartender. "I paid for the damages," Lex said, still feeling kind of bad. He made a mental note about acting mysterious, confirmed the situation before making a move. Otherwise, he would just end up looking silly as well. Little did Lex know that his small act of slapping the man away like a nuisance, then healing him beyond his wildest dreams, made him seem much more mysterious than anything he could have planned. The man just grunted, accepting Lex's explanation. Lex turned his attention back to his problem. Most likely, the best solution he could come up with was to ask the system for a quest that would reward him with a way to hide his physique. Although he didn't know if the system would be cooperative, at least it was on talking terms with him now. It might be worth a shot. Meanwhile, if he could somehow determine that his clone had no drawbacks to himself, should he try to make another one? But if he did, Lex wanted a really cool one. Asking for a celestial might be too much, but there had to be other powerful humanoid races with cool abilities. Elves did not impress him so much outside of their immortality. Devils could control demons, which was kind of cool, he supposed. Angels, well, he wasn't certain what was special about angels yet. There had to be more, right? Lex had very high standards. The fact that he didn't even know if could continue to create clones was a separate matter entirely. Chapter 1049 The Jolly Rancher. While baby Lex, pretending to have the body of an adult, was sitting and sipping some unknown drink with the tavern owner who he previously assaulted, and then healed, Fairy Lex was figuring out the dynamics of being a fairy. His body was absolutely feeble, which was something that should be expected, but Lex really wasn't used to anymore. Running around, he felt like the guy experiencing his first day at the gym after years of being a couch potato. Suffice to say, his body was not cooperating with him. The body also had instincts of its own that he wasn't used to yet. To say that fairies were more sensitive to spiritual energy than humans was an understatement. It was almost as if spiritual energy was in love with him. It constantly hovered all around him. It was the air beneath his wings, and it was the literal sparkle in his eyes. As ridiculous as it was, his fairy body had a greater capacity for spiritual energy than his original body. That was absolutely absurd because Lex barely ever ran short of spiritual energy. Only feats like literally ripping space apart would put a slight burden on his reserves, and that was before he became a nascent soul cultivator. The fairy's spirit sense was also much more refined. It was practically another limb, and it was so much easier to use as well. It responded as if by instinct. Once he more or less figured out how to control his body and keep his energy in check, Lex explored the city inhabited by the fairies. He had no intention of stealing from them, but if he could find a few books or techniques that were especially focused on fairies, that would be a great help. He did find them, but there was a small issue. Fairies didn't really record things they considered common sense, and everything they needed to actually write down to remember was so esoteric. He had trouble understanding it. The worst part was, they were all baking recipes. None of them had anything to do with actual techniques. At least now he knew how to bake a 13-layer velvet cheesecake in the heart of a volcano. He just needed the glittery sprinkle of youthful excitement, whatever that meant. He really wanted to avoid interacting with the fairies using the body of one of their former comrades. It would be incredibly, well, insincere was one way to put it. What if this dude had a wife or kids? This is not how Lex wanted to start a family. But the problem was, his body was telling him that while spiritual energy would continue to respond to him the way he was using it, that is not how fairies were meant to use spiritual energy. In the end, Lex decided it would be too cruel if he were to reintegrate into their group. If he really became desperate to fit in, there were some fairies staying at the Midnight Inn who he could interact with, though oddly enough, Lex had never really interacted with any of them. It was probably the effect of the curse which kept him from paying attention to them. With that said, Lex had also made an important decision. It would all come down to whether Fairy Lex could use the system or not, but he really did not want any record of his fairy body at the inn at all. So with his fairy body, he was going to explore the Midnight Realm. This body was much too weak at the moment to actually take on any dangerous missions, so instead, he would just act like a tourist. He would take in the sights, get as many interesting experiences as possible, and get to know the locals. In the meantime, with his baby body, he would ask the fairies about how they used their spiritual energy. Regardless of which body was receiving instruction, Fairy Lex would learn from it, so there was no reason why he had to ask fairies in person. With his decision made, Fairy Lex stood up and tried to teleport away. That's when he recalled that he didn't have spatial affinity with this body. Unexpectedly, however, the spiritual energy around him responded, and he managed to teleport away. The teleportation was much rougher, and consumed more energy, but Lex also had more energy to give to begin with. With the horizon out in front of him, and nothing really holding him back, Lex began to properly explore the sealed domain instead of just teleporting over vast sums of land. The area around this city was thoroughly destroyed. There had been a forest there once, but it had been completely uprooted during the energy storm, leaving countless uprooted trees lying around. At first, he was just going to fly over it, but then he had an idea. What was the point of flying over it? It wasn't like he had anywhere to go. Instead, he flew down and began examining the uprooted logs for the least damaged tree. When he finally found one that was acceptable, Lex began to experiment with his spirit sense and spiritual energy. He lifted the tree and began shaving it down, turning it into a shape that he had imagined. The process was not exactly easy, but he learned quickly enough, and soon the large tree was shaved down into one fairy-sized pirate ship. It lacked sails, which Lex would have to procure, but it didn't need sails. Lex flew to the helm and began flapping his wings, allowing fairy dust to fall onto the ship. Surprisingly, not only did it work, but the spiritual energy around him lifted the ship, as if helping Lex accomplish his whim. If Lex didn't know better, he would think that fairies had been given a gift instead of being cursed for how easy it was to control energy. With a vessel under his command, Lex began his adventures in the sealed domain. As the ship flew away, the last of its outer hull was carved, and a name was engraved on the side. It was called the Jolly Rancher. Chapter 1050, A Blunt. Sitting in the tavern, Lex smiled. It was such a strange experience. He was sitting indoors, but at the same time he could feel the wind on his face. He was sitting indoors, but he could see the vast horizon. He was doing absolutely nothing, but at the same time he was embarking on a great adventure. It felt surreal. It was a rare moment of peace where Lex could kick back and sincerely say that despite all the crap that he had to face, the dangers, the risks, the uncertainty, life was really interesting and worth living. Lex was not someone who easily got bored when he didn't have a tumor. Others would get tired of the monotony or generally lose interest in things, but that had never been Lex. A cold drink on a hot day was always good, leftover pizza was always good, the sunset was always good, going on an adventure was always exciting, and experiencing new things was always interesting. Heck, Lex wouldn't even mind enjoying a nice volcanic explosion once he was done conditioning his body to not be absolutely devastated by it. Which is exactly why, despite the many problems he had on his checklist to resolve, he didn't mind enjoying this moment. Who knew, in the future his fairy self might collect a crew of misfits and go search for one piece of resin. It would be a dangerous adventure, considering his fairy body didn't have the same toughness as his regular body yet. But since his fairy body had left, he should really head back and check up on the rest of the fairies. It would be quite a waste if by the time he went back, they had already left, not that it would be too hard for him to search for them. Lex got up, setting his drink on the table, and said to the owner, "Well, I'm out. Sorry for the misunderstanding and the hole in your wall." The owner looked at him, and though he had not a shred of exhaustion left in his body, still gave Lex a fed-up look. "If I were you, I'd stay for a while longer if you want to avoid being annoyed." "Oh, how come?" "I'm not in the habit of showering in blood, just so you know," the tavern owner said, commenting on his state. Lex, honestly speaking, hadn't paid attention to the blood at all. The city lord has lost his mind. Without his projection to subdue others in the city, he suddenly started feeling insecure, so he's ordered his guards to attack anyone he feels could threaten him. Most of the city is in chaos, to be honest. Lex was actually surprised to hear that, and then realized that he didn't have his spirit sense spread out observing the place because he wasn't particularly looking for anything. This city lord, would you say he's a good ruler generally, or is this sort of thing a norm for him? You a foreigner? Well, that makes sense. The city lord is a spoiled idiot who had life handed to him on a silver platter. His family was rich, so they spoiled him and helped him raise his projection level as high as they could. With that to help him subjugate others, he's forcefully held his position for years. Now that the projections have faded, he's lost his mind. Lex nodded, then continued to walk out the door. On the topic of enjoying life, there was one thing he'd once thought about doing but never really got around to. Now that he just happened to encounter an insecure tyrant, he wouldn't mind being an unknown hero to the city. But naturally he would not just take the tavern owner's word for it. He spread his spirit sense out and collected information, and it didn't take much time. The city lord was an extreme result of the caste system that was prevalent in the sealed domain. In fact, Lex didn't doubt that if he could raise his projection level even higher, he would absolutely start taking slaves. His orders to the city guard to go kill a bunch of people didn't really help his case either. For a moment Lex hesitated. Was it right to go around being a vigilante just because he was powerful? It was a slippery slope. Once he got in the habit of deciding people's fates, it might not stay limited to cruel city lords. But the hesitation lasted only a second. Whether he wanted to or not, he was already in a leadership position, and every decision he made was already affecting the fate of countless others. Every single being in this entire realm was only born as a result of his decisions. It was a little too late to become squeamish about making such decisions. He just had to make sure that he wasn't harming others for no reason and bringing about a net positive result. That might not be the most ethical mindset, but in an existence where he was just a bug compared to the rest of the universe, he didn't exactly mind if had to make some compromises. He teleported directly to the city lord, who was sitting in a security bunker surrounded by dozens of guards. The man was literally taking some kind of drugs when Lex arrived. "Pell, teach me how to make illusions," Lex communicated with his ring and received the corresponding feedback. Having an incredibly high comprehension was amazing because it took him only a few minutes to learn the technique completely. The entire time, Lex just stood there in the bunker right in plain view, but the city lord did not notice, for he was too busy preparing his next hit of whatever he was taking. Up above the city, a massive image appeared, immediately attracting the attention of the residents. Even the few who did not notice immediately caught on soon enough, as everyone was peering into the sky. The image was from Lex's point of view, showing the city lord dedicatedly working hard on his passion project, a blunt strong enough to affect a cultivator. Chapter 1051, Power and Responsibility. Now, strictly speaking, Lex did not have anything against smoking up. After all, one really cannot live in New York without having at least half your friends and acquaintances partake in some kind of recreational substance, whether that be alcohol or something else. But the man had literally ordered a massacre, which had caused chaos across the entire city, and was actively resulting in severe harm to the city and its people, while he sat here and smoked up. That was just wrong, but then again, what did he expect? It had been a while, but Lex put on his notorious anonymity mask, the one which contained a bit of divinity and grew as it absorbed more of it. In the illusion above the city, everyone could see that the person had put on a mask, though they couldn't see him to begin with since they were seeing the scene through his eyes. "Are you the lord of this city?" Lex asked. Even though he did not try to change it, his voice through the mask came out much deeper and more sinister than it actually was. The city lord, who actually looked quite young, was startled by the voice, but when he looked up at the man in the sinister mask, he was not actually scared. Instead, he revealed a strange, twisted smile. "Oh man, I can't believe it's already kicking in. I haven't even warmed up yet. I shouldn't have sent Sheila away. She would have enjoyed this." The illusion up above the city was not limited to just vision, but it was an auditory illusion as well. That meant their voices were reverberating through the city, bringing a stop to the chaos for a brief moment. Sheila, who was the city lord's personal bodyguard, city guard head, and mistress, suddenly felt great alarm and started to make her way back towards the bunker. But even if she reached it, it would not have mattered, for Lex kept it shut with his spirit sense. "Do you know the harm you're causing to the city?" Lex asked as he stepped closer to the man. Honestly, he looked like a teenager. His skin looked smooth and unblemished, as if he had never seen a moment of difficulty his whole life. Well, his cultivation was also not completely pathetic at the initial foundation realm, which must help as well. The city lord suddenly grimaced at the question. "The city, this damned city. I did everything for them, and all they want is more. Bunch of ungrateful rats. I would sell them all as slaves if my stupid projection didn't get stuck." "What exactly have you done for them?" Lex asked, as he softly moved away the table that separated them. "I sacrificed everything for them. I stuck around in this stupid, worthless city, whereas I had an offer to go live in an elite-only city. But do they feel grateful? No, they only want more things. Fewer taxes, more security, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of no-good rats. If they would only acknowledge me, my projection rating would go up, but they just..." Lex didn't need to hear more, though he was hardly doing something to convince himself. But he had just recently made a rule to confirm the situation before doing anything. It wouldn't exactly be appropriate to jump the gun the first chance he got. Back when he first got the ability to touch souls with impervious hands, he imagined himself bitch-slapping the soul right out of someone's body. But to an extent, he was only kidding. He never thought he'd actually do it. But when someone just up and presented themselves on a silver platter. "You know what? I think your connection to this city is really special. You are just not giving them enough of a chance. Why don't I help give them a chance to personally let you know just how much they appreciate you?" At that point, the illusion disappeared, and Lex turned his body into the soul state and slapped the city lord. It was a nice, clean slap with good form and swift execution, but as his hand was in its soul state, it went through his body. It did not, however, go through his soul. That little thing was pulled right out of his body along with Lex's hand, while the body fell limp. Without the influence of drugs, which were left behind in the body, the soul immediately sobered up and realized that something was gravely amiss. But it did not have the means to communicate. At the foundation realm, a soul was not even strong enough to exist without the body, much less do anything else. The only reason the soul hadn't exploded was because Lex was keeping the soul covered in his soul sense and providing it with support. "Do you think it counts as killing a person if the soul and body are both technically alive?" Lex asked the soul. The devilish mask and his deeply disturbing voice were a lot more haunting to the city lord now. It was a good thing he no longer had a body, or else he would have suffered a heart attack from fear. Outside the city, the chaos from the city guards momentarily subsided as no one was sure about the city lord's situation. If he was dead, there was no reason to be loyal to him and fight on his behalf. All the powerful forces in the city gathered at his mansion, since there was no force willing to still fight for him, and soon they reached his bunker. When they opened it, they found it completely empty. The city lord had completely disappeared. No one had an answer for what happened, and a new kind of chaos spread in the city while the forces joined together to calm things down, and then decide on new leadership. There was no clear answer. Everyone wanted to be the city lord. Then a few hours later, a statue suddenly appeared in the city square. It was titled The Reward of Being a Selfish Leader. The statue looked just like the former city lord. When some people came close to the bronze statue, they realized they could hear voices. Fear and panic spread through the square as they all retreated. Eventually, someone brave enough stepped forward to investigate and listen to the wailing noises. It turns out a monster had appeared suddenly and imprisoned the city lord's soul in the statue, so he could hear firsthand from his citizens what a good city lord he was. As the news spread, the fight for new leadership suddenly stopped. Now everyone was afraid to take power without the ability to handle the responsibility. But by then, Lex had already left. Chapter 1052, Everyone Has to Behave. When Lex returned, the fairies were still unconscious. How long did it take to recover from a cross-generation enchantment that kept them and their entire race cursed? Since he didn't have an answer to that question, Lex was about to throw drops of his blood on all of them when he suddenly paused. Perhaps throwing his blood around everywhere so casually wasn't the best idea, since he was trying to hide his physique. But he had to admit that its healing qualities were extremely handy. Since that was the case, he just had to learn another healing technique. "Hey Pell, do you know any healing techniques?" "This healing is not so straightforward. I do indeed know many healing techniques, but they're not so generic. Within a certain range, a technique may heal certain wounds or illnesses, but mostly it depends on what you are treating. For example, the fairies in front of you. If I pass a technique that simply focuses on vitality and you use it, through sheer brute force it may allow them to wake up, and possibly even heal what ails them, but that will not be a proper means of treatment. For that, you would have to properly diagnose what is wrong with them, narrow down how to treat them, and then use the most appropriate method. Even though in my previous life, healing was not something I paid much attention to, I learned hundreds of techniques just to diagnose my dragonoid underlings and descendants." "Well, we're not doing anything else. Why don't you teach me how to properly diagnose them and then how I can train them?" Lex was thoroughly aware that one of his greatest advantages was his quick learning speed. It was abnormal even among cultivators, which is why if he did not make use of it, then he would be wasting his resources. Within the midnight, and he did not feel like there was any real threat to him, which is why he wanted to use this time as efficiently as possible. The more he learned, and the more he was able to do, the better he would be able to handle the threats he faced in the future. Over the next 20 minutes, Pell taught Lex a number of various diagnosis techniques. Since Pell did not learn nor was interested in the exact biology of his patients, the techniques he learned were more focused on identifying specific things that were generally true of all species with bodies. For example, how to identify and differentiate wounded vitality from drained vitality, how to identify the effects of poison, how to identify curses, how to tell if the issue is with the spirit or soul instead, and so on. These techniques were all very generic, but seemed to work. For example, they could not identify poisons, since what was poisonous to one species might not be to another. Therefore, learning the list of what was harmful to each and every species was not exactly impossible, but it was pointless. His techniques would just identify when the body was being affected by poison, and another technique would support and empower the body to expel the poison on its own. After going through a number of different diagnostic techniques, Lex was finally able to determine that the issue the fairies were having was because their spirits were extremely chaotic. At least that's what was keeping them unconscious. They were suffering from countless other problems besides. What a chaotic spirit meant, neither Lex nor Pell knew. However, even if he didn't know what that exactly meant, it didn't mean he didn't have a treatment for it. After learning what he needed to do, Dr. Lex cracked his knuckles and got in the zone. Not that he had any intention to do such a thing. This was good practice for if he ever needed to act like a mysterious doctor. He used the technique a couple of times to practice, then began healing the fairies. The result was almost immediate. A blue, gentle light was emitted from Lex's fingers which bathed all the fairies, soothing their spirits, and at the same time, physically soothing and slightly restoring their brains as well. It was a two-pronged healing technique, and in only a few seconds the first fairy began to wake up, though it was still clearly disoriented. After a few minutes, however, all of them sat up straight, now stunned by disbelief. They had actually done it, the thing that they had been looking forward to for generations. None of them thought that it would happen in their lifetimes, but it happened in the span of a single day. Lex coughed. He was well aware that the fairies were understandably stunned, but he did not want to wait for them all over again. "Congratulations, you have all gained your freedom. You are now free from the trappings of the enchantment that kept you here and can go anywhere. It occurs to me that you may not want to stay here, but don't necessarily have anywhere else to go. I understand that it will take you some time to process everything and come to terms with your new reality, but I thought I'd offer my assistance once more. I come from the Midnight Inn. Surely you've heard of it, if you go. I understand that it will take you some time to process everything and come to terms with your new reality, but I wish you can accompany me to the inn as I am about to return. You can stay there for a while, and if you wish and find it suitable, you can even join it. Now, I don't mean to rush you, but do you think you could decide what you want to do without sending me on another quest? I have other things to do as well. For a moment the fairies were stunned, until a particularly old-looking fairy stepped forward. "O great savior, even though we are free now, our enemies from the shaded lands will not relent. They will continue to hunt us down if they find us. We cannot implicate you like that." Lex began to chuckle. "Don't worry, the Midnight Inn is a place where everyone has to behave, no matter where they are from. Even the Tree of Heaven cannot misbehave there, let alone others. You don't need to think about anything else." Chapter 1053, All Affinities. The fairies looked at each other, as if they were stuck in a great quandary. They had not seen the ferocity of the hunters which drove their ancestors into hiding, but they had seen what Lex was capable of doing with their own eyes. They didn't want to burden him, yet at the same time he was right in stating that they did not plan on staying in the sealed domain, but had nowhere to go. Lex, who had some experience with fairies now, got the feeling that this was going to drag on, so he decided to persuade them a little more. "Look, I am the one who gave you freedom. That makes me responsible for you. I can't in good conscience just leave you here to suffer. At the same time, I have a lot of work I need to do, so I would feel a lot better if you came with me to the inn. That way you'd be safe as well, at least until you recover enough to venture out on your own if you so wish." After a bit more prodding, the fairies finally relented. Lex was pleased, but when he asked if there were any other fairy settlements they should visit to check up on, they revealed that there were none. These few fairies were literally the last of their kind. It was at this time that some of the fairies also proceeded to head into the final chamber, but were unable to find the remaining fairy. Lex told them that he had passed away without elaborating. Understandably, the news saddened the fairies, but they did not dwell on it for too long since Lex was waiting for them. They started packing up, preparing to leave. Lex paid close attention to them, observing the way they used their wings, their body language as they flew, how they utilized their fairy dust, and even how they used their spirit energy. He implemented the changes in real time to his fairy body, and could immediately feel the difference. One thing that he did notice, however, was that the other fairies did not produce nearly as much fairy dust as he did. "Hey, Lyra," Lex called the armored fairy, since he was the only one he was familiar with. "Do you mind if I ask you some questions about fairies? I'm really intrigued by your race and history." "It would be my honor to answer your questions," said Leroy, who immediately zipped next to Lex. Truth be told, the sudden completion of his quest and the attainment of freedom left him feeling lost. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now, so this task, even if it was temporary, provided him with great relief. "How come some of you produce more fairy dust than others? I hope it's not too personal a question." "Not at all. Actually, the amount of fairy dust produced is directly proportional to how strong a fairy is. You see, the wings of a fairy are perhaps the most important part of a fairy's body, as they act as amplifiers for our control over spirit energy. So when we fly, our wings are not actually flapping through the air, but through the spirit energy around us. The fair dust that is produced are small specks of spiritual energy that are transformed and knocked loose during the process. Fairy dust has countless uses besides just allowing us to fly and share our flying abilities. For example, they can also have healing properties or even harmful properties. All we need to do is focus on the effect we want the fairy dust to take up, and the change happens on its own. Of course, it requires some practice, but it's more or less instinctual for all fairies." "It can take on any property you wish. Don't your affinities get in the way?" Lex asked, genuinely surprised. From his limited exposure to fairies, their abilities seemed incredibly powerful. He couldn't imagine how such a race could be defeated so easily. Maybe they just weren't combat-oriented at all. "Affinity? No, fairies don't have any affinities. Or rather, fairies have all affinities. Maybe, I don't know, I've never tried. But at least I've never encountered a situation where I've been unable to create any properties that I wanted." Lex's slight smile froze. They had all affinities. They could create whatever they wanted. Fairy Lex parked his ship on top of another tree that had been uprooted. This was too ridiculous. This was too overpowered. This couldn't be possible. Yet his gut was telling him that Lyra wasn't lying. At least, he genuinely believed whatever he was telling Lex. The problem was, if such a thing were true, Lex's imagination could not stretch far enough to even begin to consider how powerful just this ability alone was. Perhaps the reason fairies were cursed so long ago was because they were just too powerful, or at least had the potential to become too powerful. Fair Lex closed his eyes and imagined something absurd. Since he was testing the limits of fairy dust, there was no point in doing something simple. He imagined fairy dust that would allow a material to grow by absorbing other similar things, then began to flap his wings. Maybe this was an unusual request, but he needed to test it out. After all, if fairy dust could do something that he just learned was extremely complicated, such as healing, there was no reason it couldn't do other complicated things. When he opened his eyes, he saw the fairy dust falling on his ship. He covered all of it with his spirit sense and began scrutinizing it. For a long time, nothing happened, but he kept on going. Nearly an hour later, Lex noticed something happening, though it wasn't his ship that was changing. Since all his focus was on the ship, he hadn't even noticed that the tree it was sitting on began to shrink a while ago. Only now that a significant difference had been made did he finally notice. Chapter 1054, It Will Probably Be Fine. The tree trunk had shrunk by about half a foot. There were no creatures eating the wood, nor was there any fire nearby burning it, nor was there anything else in the vicinity that could reduce its size. That only left the ship. The ship was absorbing the wood from the tree to strengthen its hull. Though the speed of absorption was slow, Lex had no benchmark to compare it with. For all he knew, this speed might as well be earth-shattering. But more than anything else, the versatility of fairies impressed him. He had thought earlier on that their ability to manipulate laws was already mind-blowing. But what if that ability was just a side effect of their overpowered affinity for everything? But Lex had seen countless fairies, he was sure. Even if they were being targeted because of their curse, how was it possible that he had never encountered a single one that powerful? Was there some kind of limit on their growth, or was there some other issue? Lex could not help but turn to Lyra. He wanted to ask him, but this whole realm was limited to the realm of nascent soul, so it was unlikely he knew the answer. Pell, is there any particular reason why fairies don't grow stronger? Like, does the curse prevent them from becoming immortals? Because no matter how I think about it, their ability to have any affinity they want is too overpowered. They can even mix them in unusual ways just based on what they want. How is it possible that they can be so easily enslaved? I'm not sure. I never really paid too much attention to fairies in my previous life. After all, they were just insignificant slaves. But from my limited exposure to them, all I can say is that they have a very submissive and servile nature. Even if they become powerful, if they themselves are mentally weak, then that power is as good as useless. Lex frowned. This was an unusual situation, but Lex was almost certain that there was more to it than what he knew. But that was fine. Since he had a fairy clone now, this was one mystery he would enjoy uncovering. He decided to continue absorbing the tree into his ship, and all the while thought of other ways in which he could test out his fairy dust. The subject of the tests would naturally remain the Jolly Rancher. If he could help it, he would turn this seemingly mundane, wooden ship into an overpowered vessel that would be able to even travel through realms, as well as the void behind space. Lex, meanwhile, continued to ask Leroy different questions about how fairies used their abilities. As it turned out, they had very few techniques at all, since they could just naturally do whatever they wanted with spiritual energy directly. All they had to do was imagine. As such, the few techniques that they did were all extremely overpowered, and were beyond the realm of what fairies could normally achieve. Due to the nature of these techniques, they were not recorded in any physical vessels, and were transmitted from fairy to fairy. Earning one required gaining an immense amount of trust. Once the fairies were all done packing, and by that he meant they somehow minimized and packaged the entire city into a few briefcases that they were carrying around so that they could redeploy it wherever they wanted, they all lined up in front of Lex, ready to be teleported away. Lex surrounded all of them with his spirit sense, and then took a few seconds to recall the location of where he entered from before teleporting over. Long-distance teleportation required a bit of time to initiate, even for Lex, but soon enough, they found themselves near the wall. Technically speaking, the boundary wall probably had openings now through which he could exit, but Lex was not in the mood to search, so he went the old-fashioned way, and used his glyph to part the boundary wall as he passed through. The fairies, who were already in awe of Lex, felt completely and thoroughly convinced at his awesomeness as they experienced his power. Even though they were extremely versatile in what they could do, none of them were powerful enough to replicate anything Lex was doing. Once they passed through, Lex was expecting to arrive buried under layers and layers of dirt, since the sealed domain had been underground. He was prepared to blast his way through, since the fairies couldn't really enter Soul State, probably. He hadn't asked something like that yet. But as it turned out, he didn't need to. While the sealed domain underwent massive changes internally, it also brought about changes outside as well. Countless holes had appeared in the ground, going from the sealed domain all the way to the surface, making the region look like a massive wasp nest. He could not guess what exactly happened to the dirt, rock, and everything else that had seemingly disappeared. He was sure it was fine, and that they probably had not been launched into the air like a volcanic eruption, but of dirt instead of lava. Realistically speaking, the sealed domain was bound to be discovered sooner or later, now that there was direct access to it from the ground. But there probably wouldn't be any problems. His fairy clone was still inside, so if the domain was invaded or something, he would find out, and would do something about it. Maybe. On the plus side, he now confirmed that he was still connected to his clone, even through the barrier of the domain. He began teleporting back towards the inn. Once he was back, Lex would relax until the resin was absorbed and see how much of a difference that made. In the meantime, he would begin marking down the other locations for the resin that he knew of. Finding them would be another task altogether. Chapter 1055, Vera Never Fails. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," Lex said to the weathered fairies behind him as they teleported to the Midnight Manor. Considering the fact that almost every place in this realm had the same level of purity to its spirit energy and air quality, the first impression wasn't overwhelming. But that is not what the fairies cared about anyway. They were immediately impacted by the warm, welcoming environment and the countless smiling faces. The presence of so many humans made them uncomfortable, but they sensed no hostility, and no one seemed to pay special attention to them, which actually put them at ease. Lex had planned to give them all a tour, but he was surprised to find that Vera had been pacing right in front of the manor impatiently. The moment he appeared, a massive grin appeared on her face, and the oracle approached him at full speed. "I have something for you," she said with greater enthusiasm and excitement than Lex had ever seen her express. "Hurry and get free, I've already been waiting for you for hours." How many hours had she been waiting? If Lex were a betting man, he'd guess around the exact amount of time since he awoke his physique completely. He nodded, fully aware that the oracle had helped him too many times for him to ignore her. Although divination was not supposed to necessarily be completely accurate, she had been a very reliable partner for him any time she offered her services. "My friends, welcome to the Midnight Inn. I would have liked to take you on a tour personally, but duty beckons. I will leave you with one of our other staff members and make sure your lodgings are taken care of. Feel free to explore after that. If you feel like you're beginning to like the inn and want to stay here permanently, let me know and I'll put in a good word for you and try to get you hired. If you want to move on, then you can do that as well. Please do not be delayed on our behalf, great savior," one of the fairies said, before proceeding into a deep bow. Lex nodded, then found a worker at the manor and explained the situation, before making his way back to Vera, who was so excited it seemed like she had won the lottery. "What's gotten into you?" Lex couldn't help but ask. "You have no idea. Oh, Lex, if I didn't already have a husband picked out for me in the future, I'd kiss you. You're like my lucky star. I don't know what you did, but the trajectory of my entire life changed a few hours ago. Come, follow me quickly." Without explaining, the girl broke into a sprint, barely keeping her laughter contained. She had a golf cart parked nearby and jumped into the driver's seat. "You know I can just teleport us where we need to go, right?" Lex asked as he sat beside her. I know, but the timing of these things matter. Don't worry about it. Let me fill you in on the details. I'm sure you're curious about what's happening." "Gee, I wonder what would make you think that." Vera just chuckled at his sarcasm, too exhilarated to care. "I'm going to do something for you, and guess what? I'm not even going to charge you for it. Instead, every time you benefit from what I'm about to do, you just pay me according to how much you think it has helped you. You can completely decide the price on your own. I trust you completely." Vera was actually jumping in her seat as she talked about payment. Clearly, it wasn't trust that was fueling her, but the exact knowledge of what she should expect. "Every time, you're saying I'm going to benefit from this one thing multiple times." "Oh yeah," she said. "I'll let you in on a little secret. My prophecies change, and they're not always accurate, so I can't say for certain how many times you will use it. For example, a few hours ago, something happened which changed the trajectory of my entire life. Do you know what that means? It means every prophecy I've ever had about my own life was overridden by whatever triggered this change. This is actually quite common. After all, at my level, I cannot get in touch with the greater secrets of the universe. That means I am completely incapable of predicting the effects of anything above a certain level. So technically, another change could happen which proves my current vision's false. But in my experience, such changes are not common. This is definitely going to help you, and you're definitely going to pay me really well. Lex did not know if she was ordinarily a rash driver, but at the moment Vera drove the cart as if she was completely unaware that brakes even existed, or that she could actually remove her foot from the pedal. "So are you going to tell me what you're about to do?" He could not help but ask, feeling intrigued. He was guessing the change she was talking about was him touching the resin and its side effects. It only made sense that she could not anticipate him encountering it before. In fact, it would be worrying if she could. "Just wait for it," she said, and kept driving. They found themselves moving away from the settlements, and in a while, arriving at one of the many lone, small houses Lex had placed around the inn. This place was completely secluded, and Lex could not see a single other person anywhere, but that didn't stop Vera. She parked the golf cart and quickly rushed up to the door, before calming down and knocking politely. The change she underwent was drastic and intriguing. She suddenly looked like an extremely composed, elegant young lady, and completely unlike the excited teenager she was acting like just a minute prior. The door was opened by a being Lex only knew about but hadn't seen. It was tall, at about 8 feet, 2.4 meters, with a body that was partially see-through. There were only bits and pieces of what looked like bones that covered certain areas, though he wasn't sure if they were a part of its body or they were something similar to clothes. It had 4 tentacles instead of legs and floated in the air. Both its arms looked like a human's, but had strange grooves that made it seem like it could close its fingers to form, not a fist, but another tentacle. Its face, or at least the part where its eyes were, had no distinguishing features and looked completely flat. The thing did not speak, and neither did Vera. She simply bowed out of respect and walked in once it moved out of the way. Lex mimicked her before following. He searched his memories about the guests in his inn and quickly recalled who had seen. The floating tentacle creature was called Lend, and it had a companion it was staying with. Or, based on the fact that Lend was opening the door, maybe it was the companion. Inside the home in the living room sat a being of another race as well. This one was vaguely humanoid, though its body was extremely thin and dark blue in color. It had no nose, and instead a majority of its face was occupied by a single massive eyes. "Master Harash, I apologize for arriving without any warning," Vera said, and bowed even more deeply. "It is fine, child. Since I requested the staff not to share my location with anyone, you were able to find me on your own. Since that is that case, you have earned this audience. Please take a seat." "Master Harash, I come this time not for myself, but for my friend. He requires guidance on an extremely sensitive topic. Naturally, he will pay you for your help." Lex felt the urge to raise an eyebrow, but resisted. Vera had not failed him yet, so he continued to trust her. Harash turned to look at him, and then raised its monobrow in curiosity. "Your destiny is hidden from me. How curious." "I try to keep it like that," Lex said politely. "I am not a fan of others looking into my future." "Master Harash, that is exactly what my friend is here to learn. If you could guide him on the best ways to hide from karma, destiny, divination, and any form of prying, then he will reward you appropriately. I will leave the room so that I do not add on to the price." Master Harash nodded, as if permitting it. Vera bowed once more and then walked out of the room, leaving them there. Lex was impressed. He had been looking for ways to hide his physique, and the way dropped into his lap. He should probably start thinking of how he would pay Vera in that case. Chapter 1056, a few minutes. Vera was a little strange sometimes, but she had proved herself extremely helpful time and time again. Lex would have offered her a job at the inn, but he suspected that she would have already requested it herself if she saw that in her future. At the same time, he could not help but turn his attention to her words. She told him that he would pay her multiple times for helping him out this time, which meant that this information would possibly help him out tremendously, and more than once. Based on her level of excitement, he would be paying her pretty vast sums. He turned his attention to Master Harash, who was similarly observing him with his one eye. The skinny alien was one of the guests whose cultivation level the system had not been able to tell him. Lex could not recall any other details about him. It had become somewhat of a habit to keep an overview of all the guests in the inn, but besides a few essential details, he didn't try to memorize anything more. After all, ordinarily, he could just pull up the system and scan the guest whenever he required. Except now that he had lost the abilities of his suit, and the system interface itself was down during the upgrade. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lex. It is an honor to meet you, Master Harash. Have a seat, child. Let us talk for a bit, get to know one another before we get down to business. I take it that, based on what I could see of that girl, she has not really shared much about me with you. We did not get the opportunity to talk in detail about this meeting. She just informed me that it was urgent that I come meet with you. She has done well. It is for the best that we naturally get to know one another. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Harash Soshi, and I am a practitioner of divination asceticism. This is a special school of thought that discourages divination and fortune-telling of any sort and tries to cut all ties with destiny. But at the same time, I am not so strict. I believe in allowing things to follow along their natural progression. Basically, that means I have removed myself from an environment where I need to practice divination or interfere in the machinations of fate. But if ever a need arises, I do not shy away from using my skills and knowledge. Besides that, I am an avid fan of calligraphy and painting, and it is my dream to be able to capture the essence of an entire world in a single brush stroke. It is for that reason I have entered the Midnight Inn as a spiritual retreat, so that I may practice and hone my skills. Who knew that coming here would allow me to witness the birth of a new world entirely? Sometimes, even fate has a sense of humor. Harash spoke in a very mild and relaxed tone, fitting his state as someone relaxing on vacation. He seemed very amicable, which was nice, because Lex could imagine how others might become uncomfortable being stared at by such a massive eye. My name is Lex. I grew up in a world without any cultivation at all, and lived as a mortal until I encountered the Midnight Inn. Under the guidance of the Innkeeper and with the resources of the inn, I quickly grew. But unlike my coworkers, I have a natural tendency to attract trouble, which is why the Innkeeper encouraged me to face my problems myself without relying on the inn. That is the only way in which I can fully mature, is if I deal with my problems myself. So unless it is official in work, or there are extraordinary circumstances, I avoid relying on the inn to resolve my problems. That has allowed me to gain an edge over my colleagues, but at the same time, it seems my ability to attract trouble is growing faster than my abilities. There are countless beings out there who are hunting me even now, though they may not necessarily know that they are hunting me specifically. There are even more out there, who will be even more interesting in capturing me if they learn some of my secrets. As a result, I have done my best to ensure I am hard to track through divination. But hard is not the same as impossible, and unfortunately it gets even easier if my enemies are stronger than me, which they often are. That is why I am always on the hunt for better ways to hide my secrets. I imagine that is why Vera brought me to you, for she could tell that I might be about to encounter some danger that is best avoided. Besides that, I enjoy traveling to various worlds and realms, taking in the new cultures and environments. Since I grew up without any exposure to cultivation, I find all aspects of it fascinating. I especially enjoy helping those weaker than myself with the new abilities I have gained through cultivation. Lex tried to present himself in a positive light, which did not mean he lied, but he may have just presented the best aspects of himself truthfully in front of Harash. At the same time, he presented a logical answer as to why, despite being an inn worker, he is looking for ways to hide from others on his own rather than just depending on the inn. Handling your own troubles yourself is a remarkable way of growing. It forces you to think and act in ways that you would normally avoid. The wisdom of the Innkeeper is surely manifold, and with time you will encounter countless benefits for listening to him. Your own tenacity should also be admired, for it is not easy or simple to face the many dangers of this world alone. I see now how I can help you. What Vera asked of me is the best way I know of to hide from karma and destiny. Her request was too specific, which means that it is a little different from what I understand you need. You can choose for yourself if you wish to follow the path she has selected for you, or you wish for me to objectively decide how I can help you. Take care that I will not help for free, and a price will be collected for each. I will also only help you once, so choose carefully. Master Harash, Vera has known me for a long time and has helped me countless times through numerous troubles. I have come to trust her judgment through personal experience. If she thinks that I need something very specific from you, then I trust her. Please let me know what payment you seek. I will do my best to fulfill your needs. Very decisive and trusting. Those are good qualities you have nurtured, young man. Unfortunately, I cannot give you a discount just because I appreciate you. The information I have is extremely valuable and offers the opportunity to hide completely and totally from the fetters of fate and karma. As such, the price is equally valuable. Fortunately for you, the information only leads to a chance at success, and even those chances are minuscule, which will greatly reduce the price. Of course, it is at the same time unfortunate for you as well, for it will be very difficult to actually achieve those results. To receive this information, you must deliver to me 100 drops of divine elixir, a drop of blood essence from the heart of a living dragon, a bottle of fairy dust attuned for rebirth, and 3 drops of pure mountain milk. Harosh became silent after stating his request, to give time for Lex to come to terms with the grand task he had laid before him. He believed that, eventually, he would be able to pay this price, but it would take many thousands of years of effort. That was fine, for things that came too easily were often under. "Can you give me a few minutes? I'll bring everything here now," Lex said before teleporting away. He did not know if this was some kind of bizarre coincidence, or if Harosh knew that Lex could literally pay with these things right now. Either way, the longest it would take him to get any of those items was the fairy dust, since he had to teleport back to the sealed domain. Meanwhile, Fairy Lex, who was still strengthening his ship, paused for a while to begin collecting the specific dust. But how could he collect fairy dust? It was absorbed by everything it touched. He would need to consult the other fairies. Harosh, who was prepared to give Lex some philosophical lectures about the value of persistence and determination in the face of seemingly impossible goals, froze. Did he say a few minutes? Chapter 1057, Jackpot. The first thing Lex did was teleport to Leroy. The fairies were still around the manor and had actually moved towards the lake. They had never seen such a large body of water, and its soothing waves and clear waters attracted their weary minds. They had been prepared to begin their lives on the run, and a part of them still felt like they could not stay at the inn for too long. But the land was too beautiful, the waters too calming, the people too welcoming, which was already eroding their weakened willpower. Lex's sudden arrival startled the group, but he only waved at them and hurried to turn to Leroy. "I have a small favor to ask you. Do you know how I can store fairy dust? Does it require some special material?" Fairy dust, like I've told you, is something similar to partially solidified spiritual energy. As soon as it touches something, it is absorbed into it. But storing it is also pretty simple. You either need material which is completely saturated with spiritual energy and cannot absorb anymore. High-quality spirit crystals can be used for this purpose, but they cannot be used to store fairy dust for long periods, as they will eventually lose their energy if they do not remain in a high-energy concentration area. The second is a material that is completely inert and cannot absorb spiritual energy at all. That is much harder to find, but is better for long-term storage. Do you need some fairy dust? You can just say the word and we will do what we can. Not for now, but if I need your help, I'll let you know, responded Lex, before teleporting away once more. He did not need to store fairy dust for long anyway, so he would just make do with making a bottle out of spirit crystal. There was a small issue. Harosh did not mention how big he wanted the bottle to be. Considering that this was supposed to be rare, he assumed it was not too big. After that, it was just a matter of teleporting everywhere he needed. All the ingredients were pretty simple to gather, and he decided to grab an extra drop of mountain milk for Vera as well. The fairy dust proved a small obstacle, mostly because Lex didn't know how to judge if what he was making was good enough. He focused and did his best. If it wasn't good enough, he could just make more. It wasn't as if he was losing anything, since it was free to make. That is where Lex was suffering from a misconception. Fairies would feel physical exhaustion after making complicated fairy dust, which when accompanied by their weak bodies meant they could only produce so much at a time. But the first thing Lex did when he got a fairy body was strengthen it, which is why his ability to produce fairy dust was far beyond the others. True to his word, about 4 minutes after he left, Lex reappeared in Harosh's room. "Please check if everything is up to standard. The fairy dust was a little hard, but if it's not good enough, I'll see what I can do about it." Harosh and even his assistant Lend were frozen in shock at the times displayed in front of them. Each item radiated its own unique power, which was more than enough to identify their authenticity. More importantly, they were incredibly fresh, as if they had been just harvested moments earlier. To be clear, did you get these yourself? I must emphasize that the relevance of the instructions of the Innkeeper go beyond just what you know. Doing a thing yourself and having it done for you are very different things. I don't want you to think that I will withhold information from you, not at all. But your success in implementing that very information will be stained by debt you will owe if you did not pay for it yourself. In normal mortal levels, such things matter little, which is why you may never have noticed their effects. But in the immortal levels, every action is stained by karma. That should not matter to you now, except that the knowledge you are about to attain is at the immortal level. "Oh, don't you worry about that," Lex said as he sat down in front of him. "Everything here I sourced, obtained, and then harvested myself. Well, for the divine essence I used an inn facility, since it's really a part of the inn now, but I was the one who gave the object producing the essence to the inn in the first place, so I think it shouldn't matter. This should also give you an understanding of the kind of trouble I attract. Harash looked from him down to the blood essence of a dragon. He could tell it was extremely fresh, harvested mere minutes ago, and that it belonged to a heavenly immortal-level dragon. How could Lex even harm such a being? Was he even able to cut through its body to reach its heart, or did the dragon donate it itself? Lex was not about to reveal that he just entered the dragon's body using his soul state, apologizing to Pell. Jr., as he did so and gathered the blood. Harash looked at Lex, then back at the dragon's blood. Then back at Lex, then down at the mountain milk, then at the bottle made from a spirit crystal so pure that even immortals could use it, then back at Lex. "Sit, child, sit," Harash suddenly said, putting all the items away. "Clearly you are in great need of this information, lest someone squish you one day. But the price has been paid, so you can only get what you paid for. The method I will teach you has the possibility of completely cutting off all ties of fate, karma, and such. That means if anyone wants to track you, they will have to use some other method, which is far from simple. But there is a drawback. This method is not strictly mobile and cannot be on your person. It will require you to choose a place which will then be sealed off. The area does not have to be small, so you can potentially create a base or a proper home there. I thought that this might not best fit your needs, since if you ever need to escape you can always retreat to the inn, and that is essentially what that place will become. A refuge to where you can escape, unless you mean to start living there perpetually." Lex frowned for a moment. Indeed, that is not what he had imagined. But at the same time, he could think of more than a few reasons why such a thing might be useful. More importantly, although Vera might not know what problems he might face in the future, she foresaw him paying her multiple times for this. That meant that he really might end up needing a place to hide, besides the inn. The insinuations for that weren't good if he was being honest. Why would he ever need to hide elsewhere when he can retreat to the inn? Once it was in working condition, he could teleport to it from anywhere in the universe. Surely any refuge he created himself would not allow him the same convenience. The thought was troubling, but he would think more about it at a later time. For now, he turned his attention to Master Harash, his expression much more serious than it had been before. "Since the innkeeper has asked me to rely on my own abilities, then I must have the mental fortitude not to use the inn as my last form of defense. Even if it never happens, I need to at least prepare a safe place for myself with the intention of relying on it. Please, enlighten me about how I can go about building this protective layer. I assume it will require a lot of work." "You have no idea, young man. The requirements to build it are far from simple. Just picking out the right location, the first hurdle, has defeated most who sought to build this. Give me your hand and close your eyes. I will begin transmitting all the information to you. This will take quite some time, so I hope you have nothing urgent coming up." "Nothing that can't wait a bit," said Lex as he closed his eyes and prepared himself. Harash began transmitting some information to Lex. But before he even began to teach him just the requirements of this protective barrier, he had a lot of prerequisite knowledge he needed to teach Lex. On the bright side, Lex was receiving a crash course on many complicated topics. Since he had been so interested in learning new things lately, he had hit the jackpot. Chapter 1058, Cruising Through the Lands. 1058, Cruising Through the Lands. It almost felt like from the moment he had arrived at the Midnight Realm, Lex was being inundated by information. It was not the worst fate to suffer in the world, but it did keep him humble. After all, with his recent level up into the nascent realm, he felt like his mind had grown tremendously. He harbored no excessive pride about it. After all, to him it was just a fact. So then being continuously put in situations where his new level up, which was beyond anything he had ever experienced before, was repeatedly proven to be insufficient, was a nice way of reminding him that there were stronger beings than him in the universe. He honestly preferred such humbling methods to being chased across the forest by wolves, or running into random beings so powerful he did not even understand the scale of their power. He also learned that, when such a situation occurred, a part of his mind automatically shielded itself just enough to keep his fairy clone operating normally. Otherwise, it too would have been dropped into a stunned state. Since he did not know what to expect, he had his clone park the Jolly Rancher, but now it seemed unnecessary. So, while baby Lex was suffering from a massive information dump, Fairy Lex flapped his wings and brought his ship back into the air. He hadn't absorbed the entire tree into his ship, but the Jolly Rancher was strong enough as it was, and he felt bored. Instead of sitting around, which his other half was doing, he wanted to explore, so that's exactly what he did. The Jolly Rancher was only 2 feet, 60 cm in length, so in the midnight realm it was absolutely tiny and unnoticeable as it flew through the skies. For the first day, Lex just enjoyed flying through the wilderness, watching nature and the natural order from his ship up in the air. But on the second day, he decided to get closer. He had reached a grassland now, with grass that rose at nearly 5 feet, 1.5 meters, high, so he brought the ship to just above the grass, giving the illusion that it was sailing through the field of green. A natural consequence of coming down was that he attracted the attention of the local wildlife. A leopard which had been using the grass as cover leaped out of it with speed that should have been beyond his level and tried to take the ship down. Naturally, it failed. Although Fairy Lex was not physically strong, its control over spiritual energy had grown tremendously. Moreover, he did not need techniques. He just had to think about how he wanted to use the energy for. So he just conjured large hands in the air, scooped the leopard, and then flung it far across the grasslands. Hopefully, it would learn its lesson. A few other animals attacked the ship, but for the most part, Lex took on the role of an observer. He felt like he was in an African safari as he watched the various animals interacting with each other, whether it was hunting one another or cooperating to resolve certain issues. He also came across a tribe of garden gnomes. It felt strange coming from a fairy, but their small stature made them seem incredibly cute, which when paired with the fact that their voices were either exceptionally deep or incredibly high-pitched, made for quite the sight. They were fierce warriors, despite all appearances, and were in the midst of a war with their age-old nemesis, the sentient strawberries. The battlefield was brutal and covered in red blood indistinguishable from strawberry juice, which Lex supposed was also just blood in this context. He stopped for a time in their village, discovering that they were quite hospitable to anything that wasn't a berry. They were just as intrigued by him as he was by them, which is why he decided to spend a day with them. It had been a really long time since Lex just sat around and chilled with a group of friends, which is exactly what it felt like as he quickly gained the friendship of the gnomes. They shared drinks, and as Lex chugged a mint margarita from a glass as big as his body, they exchanged stories of the various fights and desperate situations they had been in. For some reason, watching the sparkle and wonder in their eyes, Lex almost felt like it was worth constantly suffering from exploding volcanoes just for the stories. The gnomes, too, shared epic tales of surviving the fiercest gauntlet in the lands, the fruit salad. Despite its oddly appealing name, it was anything but fresh and refreshing. It was a naturally formed prison, which happened to also be where the strawberry tribes were. Apparently there were other, more ferocious champions there as well. But while it obviously screamed of danger, it was also the location of the Pink Lock, which was a lake formed of some liquid which had incredible properties, and helped with gnomish cultivation. After spending a day with the gnomes, even though Lex felt a slight urge to stay longer, he decided to move on. There was still much to see. He moved on from the grasslands, and arrived at a biome that he felt was unique. There was a river snaking the land, but then suddenly started flowing upwards into the air, without dispersing. Strange trees grew under the river that flowed through the air, and Lex noticed that the gently flowing waters actually contained submarines. They were not made of metal or technology. Instead, it seemed like a combination of dirt and bark mixed together to form long vessels which flowed in the water, following its randomly veering path. A quick scan revealed that inside the submarines were actually termites, who were lying dormant as they traveled. It was strange that they were ignoring the trees down below, and instead traveling through the river that constantly changed its path as it wished, so Lex actually brought his ship down from the river to investigate. A chill went through his body as he neared the trees, and he suddenly realized that the trees were not actually there. Instead, they were just images or illusions of trees. It was like a memory of what once existed here. Lex investigated the images some more with his spirit sense, and then discovered something interesting. These weren't strictly images, they were ghosts. He was not sure if each individual tree was a ghost, or this was just one massive ghost of a forest that once existed. But he could tell that the trees here had suffered a tremendous slaughter and left behind such a resentment that even the flowing waters refused to flow through the lands. Lex wondered if it was the termites that did the slaughtering or something else, but there was no answer for him there. No matter how he searched, he could learn nothing more, so eventually he was forced to move on. That's when he first encountered a region of total darkness. It wasn't that there weren't any burning orbs in the sky, there were, but the light from them could not enter the region. It was as if there was a blanket around it that blocked out specifically just the light from those orbs and nothing else. Naturally, Lex had to investigate. The Jolly Rancher flew directly into the darkness, unimpeded as it went. The dark region was not devoid of life, and instead featured a rich ecosystem with a completely diverse set of creatures. There were insects, birds, animals, and other things that all thrived in the darkness. Among them all, surprisingly, Lex found a human settlement. It was illuminated by torches and gave off a cozy vibe, rather than the dreary one Lex would have expected. It was strange for them to choose to live in the darkness, though. Naturally, his ever-present curiosity meant that Lex wanted to investigate, but this time he would have to be more discreet. He parked the Jolly Rancher in a natural cave that he discovered, then walked out. One problem with being a fairy was that it wasn't discreet. His fairy dust glowed very visibly in the dark, so if he were to fly he would be spotted immediately. Yet if he walked, he wouldn't get far. It also wasn't conducive to staying hidden. So Lex naturally concluded that the first order of business was to get a mount, and he had spotted a particular creature on the way that would be perfect for the job. Carefully and quietly, Lex snuck through the darkness until he reached a forest. Lex didn't question how the trees grew without light. Instead, he just searched the branches for the mount he had selected, and then quickly found one. There, nestled on one of the branches, stood a baby owl, its wide eyes searching the forest for prey. It was the perfect size to serve as Fairy Lex's mount, so he began to climb the tree, doing his best not to get spotted as he approached. Chapter 1059, Shadow Plane. The baby owl's body was only slightly larger than Lex's own, but that did not mean it was not a good fit. Its body carried a hidden strength that had been tucked in to keep it from detection while it searched for enemies. But that could not hide it from Lex, who was beginning to gain a lot of experience in such things. Even without the need for spirit sense, Lex could tell, based solely on its lush plumage and the way that energy flowed around it, how tough and durable it was. It did not move much, as it tried to remain still and blend into the darkness, but its massive eyes revealed its inner shrewdness. No, the minor size difference would not deter it from being a good mount. Taming it, though, might be a small issue. Long ago, Lex had learned a taming technique. It was, in fact, the one he used on Fenrir. But he was not interested in formally taming the owl. Just a temporary agreement would do. If he were in his normal body, he would turn himself into thought, enter the bird's mind, and communicate with it. But in his fairy body, none of that was possible. It was really strange because he did not think his abilities were linked to his body, but his soul. Yet it became an issue, not because of the body, but because his race had changed. If his clone had been another human, this would not have been a problem. But as a fairy, there were other ways in which he could resolve this issue. He walked right up to the owl, remaining undetected, then put his arm around its neck, as if he was talking to any old friend. The owl jerked, but then froze. In his fairy form there were many things Lex lacked, but that did not eliminate his knowledge. This body did not have domination, but it did have an aura. Lex, with some knowledge and experience in controlling auras now, used it on the calm and friendly aura that fairies naturally exuded, and added a hint of his power in it. His fairy body was at the peak of the foundation realm, but that did not change the fact that his soul was at the nascent level. Although in his fairy body it seemed to be in a pseudo-nascent state, it was enough to intimidate anyone. The owl wanted to react to the sudden hand, but its body would not respond as it was completely restricted by the aura. Lex flapped his wings, thinking of communication and translation, and allowed the fairy dust to be absorbed by his own body and that of the owl's. The reason the universal translator did not work on animals and certain beasts such as Fenrir was because they were not speaking in any language, even if they did communicate. But connecting through souls, something being in the nascent soul realm allowed, could enable communication between any two things with souls. "How are you doing, friend? I hope I'm not interrupting anything too important." The owl turned its head sideways as it tried to understand what was happening. It looked at Lex, its tiny bird brain trying to grasp the situation. "I was scouring the abyss for worthy prey, aiming to assist it in fulfilling its role in the food chain," it responded. It was interesting because Lex heard it hoot, but at the same time he also understood what it was trying to say. "Oh, the cycle of life. Nice. Anyway, listen, I want to go explore that human settlement over there, but when I flap my wings, little shiny lights come out, which is very visible, as you can see. I was wondering if you could maybe give me a ride over. Since you're a local, maybe you could also give me a tour. What do you think? I'll find some way to repay your kindness." The owl paused again as it tried to process what it had heard. Eventually, it bowed down. "Assume your place for the journey," the owl said. Lex smiled. The world really was a wonderful place. All he had to do was ask nicely, and others were willing to help out. He completely ignored the suffocating aura he had just momentarily revealed. "My name is Lex, by the way. What's yours?" he asked as he swung his legs over and positioned himself so that his legs would not interfere with the wings. "The designation allocated to me is Ollie Hoots IV, Marquis of Dunland. It is a pleasure to be of service, Your Majesty." The owl spread its wings and paused for the briefest of moments, as if to display their grandeur, before it flapped and took to the air. Lex was pleasantly surprised at the owl's speed, not to mention how smooth the actual ride was. "I did not know owls had noble families," Lex commented, even as he surveyed the darkened lands. "Is your estate nearby?" "Mundane avifauna lack the necessary faculties to coalesce. However, we shadow talons are of a higher breed," the owl said with great pride in its voice. As if to add emphasis to its words, Ollie suddenly pulled a maneuver, turning upside down before straightening back up, all without losing momentum or giving Lex the opportunity to fall off its back. "That's quite interesting," Lex commented as he began to imagine a country of owls. It presented quite an adorable image. "My estate is nearby. However, I have been dispatched by the patriarch of my household to oversee a raid against some nearby abominations." "Oh, I hope I am not disturbing your plans. That sounds important." "The deed is already complete. Our former foes no longer know the plight of living. With no other obligation to bind me, I am free to show you the monuments of this settlement." Lex was beginning to get very impressed by this owl, until he realized that to the owl, the trees in the city were the monuments. It flew to each and every park, and took some time to describe the history and relevance of each tree, as if it had everything memorized. While that was interesting as well, especially since the trees had apparently been the sites of a colossal war between the great horde of undead insects and the black doves, he was more interested in the people themselves. Up close, he finally saw them and realized the skin color of these humans was unexpected. They had ashen skin, with their pupils shining white in the dark. To be honest, Lex felt like he was at a comic convention because they looked more like they were undead than living humans, but nothing about their auras suggested anything was amiss. Their glowing eyes did not seem to grant them dark vision, as they usually all carried lanterns with them. Besides their unusual skin color, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so Lex turned his attention from the settlement to the owl's estate, and asked Ollie if it could give him a tour of its home. The owl seemed almost too eager to agree, and just as Lex was preparing himself for a small journey, Ollie did something strange. It turned and twisted inside space itself, suddenly transporting them to an entirely different plane. For a moment, Lex was extremely disoriented, but a single flap of his fairy wings was all it took for him to gather himself back up. He looked around and discovered that his eyes were useless here. He was in pure darkness, or rather everything was just colored black. "Welcome to the dominion of the Shadow Talons, the Shadow Plane," said Ollie, though it had no voice. The words just sort of came into existence as smaller shadows which were then absorbed by Lex's body, allowing him to understand. "From here, our rule extends to every corner and dark domain of the realm. The mighty Shadow Talon dynasty will become the ultimate ruler of the lands." Then Lex saw was the wrong word. He somehow became aware of the countless shadows that existed around him. For as far he could sense, and far beyond that even, a massive military compound seemed to stretch out. Millions and millions of owls moved about, each of them moving with the discipline and focus of a well-trained army. Weapons and vehicles littered the shadows, and from each of them reeked an aura of blood, or a bloody shadow, if that made sense. For the first time, Lex suddenly became aware of this massive army that was hiding in every single shadow that existed in the entire Midnight Realm, and he could not wrap his head around how an entire dynasty could exist connected solely by shadows. And yet, somehow, here it was, and of course, he just stumbled into it. Then Lex something dangerous in the distance. A shadow suddenly approached them, and it had an aura similar to his own. This shadow was at the nascent realm. Chapter 1060, Not How to Treat Guests. Lex felt no fear surrounded by millions of soldiers, and an unknown owl coming towards him who was in the same realm as him. Even before he reached the nascent realm, he did not take foes at the nascent realm too seriously. Even though he was in his fairy body, which he was not entirely familiar with, and was nowhere near the peak of his power, he was absolutely confident. In fact, he was even confident about the fact that what he was feeling was appropriate, and it was not overconfidence. If after everything he had faced and overcome, he could not face such a tiny challenge, then he should feel ashamed. One thing Lex realized was that, Though most of his abilities became inert in this form, he still had his sword intent, which was one more reason to make it stronger. An owl suddenly appeared in front of them. The aura of its realm wrapped around it like protective armor, and it glared down at Lex and Ollie. "How dare you desecrate the back of a noble shadow talon? Are you ignorant of the magnitude of your trespass?" Lex would have expected to face a massive owl. Technically speaking, compared to Lex's body it was, but in reality it was just the size of a normal owl. "Relax, we have a temporary agreement. He is just giving me a tour of his estate. This is not really the appropriate way to talk to guests, you know. Your justification falls short. I shall exact retribution for your transgression." Ollie panicked and was about to defend Lex. The large owl also gathered its energy to strike down Lex. Before either of them could do anything, Lex flapped his wing. Or rather, he wiggled the shadow that was his wing. The result was sufficient. Motes of shining fairy dust appeared, dazzling the infinite plane of shadow, attracting the attention of every living being that exhibited the plane. What they saw was a shadow disappear from the back of Ollie and reappear on the back of the threatening owl. Lex extended his hand forward, coated in his sword intent, and grabbed the back of its neck right below its skill, freezing it in place. Lex was completely unaffected by its power. Instead, his warm and happy aura was radiating off of him, forming a complete dichotomy from the scene that unfolded everyone. "I said this is not how one talks to guests." Lex's voice reverberated across the darkness, suppressing every other shadow, whether it was alive or not. Lex felt a faint suppression on his power and realized that in a particular plane, everything had to exist in that form. His sword intent was also taking the form of a shadow. But when he tried to use a glyph to magnify his aura, the way he had done to enter the sealed domain, there was a resistance and a strange feedback from the plane itself. Lex could overcome the resistance, he felt, but if he did so, both he and the owl he was grabbing would be ejected from the shadow plane and return to the regular plane of existence. In truth, Lex expected to be at a disadvantage in the shadow plane. But as it turned out, it was pretty easy to align all of his spirit energy to a specific form when he was already in its associated plane. Maybe it was a fairy thing. For a few moments there was silence, but then Ollie finally broke out of his stupor. "Majestic Guardian, the esteemed Royal Lex graced my back with my consent. His essence exudes a natural air of nobility and authority, a quality discernible to me in my capacity as a marquis. Your actions have been precipitous. Extend an apology to rectify this so that we may foster harmonious ties. The shadow talons are not so arrogant that we can look down on the rest of the realm." Lex could feel the trembling shadow in his arms. It was furious, obviously. No one liked to be threatened, and that was even more so for those who thought themselves at the peak of power. But that did not mean he was going to tolerate a bad attitude. If it apologized, he would let it go. If it acted against him once more, it would get more than just a warning. Regardless of the circumstances, the dignity of the shadow roared and its power surged. It tried to resist Lex and launched some kind of attack against him. Big mistake. Lex forcefully employed his glyph, which immediately kicked both of them out of the shadow plane. They reappeared near where Lex had entered, and back in his proper physical form, Lex felt much better. Then the glyph appeared, but it was not really a glyph. It looked like it was made of thousands of grains of fairy dust fused together, and its power was much more intense despite the lack of domination. The owl squealed and was pressed onto the ground. It was resisting fiercely, and Lex could feel that its power was not so negligible. In fact, he may have underestimated its power a little bit, though it was still no problem for him to face. But the greatest abnormality in the situation was just how effective his glyph was. If he didn't know any better, he would begin to suspect that he was perfectly replicating how a glyph was supposed to be used by a dragon using actual dragon's might. No matter how noble or powerful the shadow talons were, they were not comparable to the might and dignity of a dragon, even if that dragon was actually just a fairy. The situation confused Lex a bit, but he doubted anyone could explain it to him, at least right now. This might even be outside the realm of understanding of Pell. Hundreds of shadows suddenly transformed around Lex, turning into owls. Many of them had formidable auras, with 4 or 5 of them even in the nascent realm. But outside of the shadow realm, Lex was even more relaxed, so he just stood still. But it wasn't the best idea to offend a massive dynasty while he was trying to keep his fairy clone hidden, so he had to think of a way to de-escalate things. "There, I guess I'm not your guest anymore. I think we should find a way to talk things out. There's no reason to make enemies needlessly." "You speak with wisdom. Mutual benefit awaits us through a shared understanding. Yet to proceed you must first consent to one of our conditions, said an owl with brown feathers that carried streaks of white in them. It looked kind of cool, Lex had to admit. No, focus on its words, not its coolness. What condition? I have to remind you that I was attacked unprovoked, so if your condition is too demanding, I might not feel like obliging. The owl sighed as if it was not caught in a tense situation, but rather an annoying one. The truth is, we Shadow Talons boast a rich and illustrious lineage. Riding upon one's back without earning the honor is a grievous affront. Unless you undergo our rites of passage, many Shadow Talons, particularly the elders, will not forgive this offense, despite any pleas. However, should you complete the rites successfully, earning the approval of our entire race, you will not only gain recognition but also our friendship. Lex rubbed his chin and thought about it. So you're saying if I pass through these rites, I can explore your dynasty without any issues? That sounds interesting, but you also have to understand. I was provoked even though I was being friendly. The Shadow Talons might be proud, but I am not someone who can be accosted easily either. How can you make this up to me? If Lex gave in too easily, it would actually reduce his prestige in the eyes of others. Instead, making them pay a heavy but not unbearable price would actually make them feel relieved that he agreed to go along with their rites. Although it might seem simpler to just directly agree to go through the rites, if he portrayed himself as weak, then who knows if problems would follow him. This was a common mistake many characters in novels, especially the MC in God's Call Me Daddy made, which is why they got attacked continuously. They didn't create proper deterrence. The owl underneath Lex's feet struggled a bit as if it wanted to speak, but Lex kept him thoroughly suppressed. This guy was trouble, so it was best if he kept his mouth shut. We uphold our traditions, so it makes sense that you do yours. We acknowledge the breach that occurred, since you declared yourself a guest when you came. I trust we can reach a resolution. A small round of negotiations took place, and Lex remained unperturbed even as thousands of owls appeared around him, as if there was no pressure on him to accept. As if they were not strong enough to sway him. It was easy, since it was true. Chapter 1061, Midnight Castle Blueprint. Lex put up a tough front during negotiations, and at the same time inquired about the rites of passage. But in truth, he did not care too much. The rites of passage were interesting, and Lex would have gone through it just to see what the experience was like. But mostly, his mind was on the glyph. When he got time, he would learn more glyphs and practice them to see what the results were like. Moreover, if his theory was correct where fairies could just replicate special techniques or abilities that were unique to various races because they had all affinities, then fairies would be overpowered to a whole other level. In fact, they might even be the most impressive race he had met yet. In that case, he was 100% sure that there was something else holding back their growth than just a curse that made them more likely to be enslaved. It was something he needed to figure out, since he had no intention of staying weak. Eventually, Lex ended up getting a better deal than he expected. Alongside various treasures, they agreed to take Lex to a unique place within the realm that could only be accessed through the Shadow Plane. Off the top of his head, he could not recall any such place in the realm. But then again, he received a lot of information about it, and it was incredibly difficult to wield all that knowledge properly. In fact, one of the reasons why Lex could still enjoy exploring was because unless he actively tried to recall some information about a place, and it was actually in front of him, he would have a tough time recalling it. That was also why he had to go through so much effort to find the resin. But he was sure he would recognize the place once he went there. Even so, it was an interesting offer, and since the only thing Fair Lex had on his agenda at the moment was to adventure and enjoy, he didn't mind accepting such an offer. As such, they came to an agreement. If Lex could pass the rites, he'd be forgiven and not be targeted, and would get his compensation in that case. If he did not, then the owls would not hold back any who wanted to act out against him, not that Lex felt threatened by such a thing. It would just be highly inconvenient being hunted by his own shadow. One more reason he was looking forward to completing the rite was because the owls agreed to help enchant the Jolly Rancher in such a fashion that it could be stored within his own shadow. That would be very convenient. So both the Lex became busy with their own individual tasks, living completely independent lives. At some point, Fairy Lex realized he'd need a new name just to avoid any correlation or connection with his main self, even if it was minor. But the prospect of giving himself a new name seemed very serious. Since he could not come up with a good one at the moment, he decided to postpone it until he had an epiphany. 4 days later, baby Lex, who was much more of a toddler now after the growth he'd experienced upon touching the resin, finally woke up from the flood of knowledge Harash was passing to him. In truth, the transfer process ended a couple of days ago, but it took him much longer to process the information as well. It was only when he recovered that he was truly amazed and realized how valuable the information he got was. If he could make it work, then theoretically the place he hid could hide even from the Midnight Inn. The golden keys would be undetectable there. If he could do that, then there were certain plans of his he could implement. His mind suddenly went to the Midnight Castle and the Chamber of Rebirth. These two were rewards he got at the same time, right after he hosted P. Vardy's wedding, alongside the plank protos which allowed him to alter his cultivation technique. The fact that these rewards could be put in the same vein was enough to signify how incredible they were. He recalled their descriptions. Chamber of Rebirth, single use. The ultimate healing device. So long as a living being is alive with even a fragment of its soul intact, it will be completely reborn regardless of any injury it sustained. No curses, karma, bloodlines, cultivation, or anything else affiliated to the previous identity will be passed on, with memories being the sole exception. Whoever uses it will be completely reborn anew. Midnight Castle Blueprint. Blueprint that allows for the construction of the Midnight Castle. This castle can be built within the territory of the inn or outside, but only one can be built. The resources to build this castle are extremely rare, and the requisite skill to build the castle itself are impossibly high. Back then, when he got both of these rewards, he imagined a way in which he could use them. The Chamber of Rebirth was incredible and could allow him to recover from any wound. Its only limitation was that it had to be stored within inn property. How coincidental, then, was it that he simultaneously got the blueprint for an inn building that could be built anywhere in the universe, even if it was outside the inn. Moreover, it required Lex to build it with his own 2 hands. But the fact that the construction of such a thing required mastery of laws, not to mention ingredients that he could not get his hands on, was one of the reasons he never thought about it again. But now things were coming together, if even just a bit. With his fairy clone, he could theoretically control laws. He also found a way to completely hide a place from detection, including by even the inn itself. At the same time, he found himself inside a realm with all the knowledge of where he could find ingredients he would otherwise never be able to find. So if with his fairy clone he found a place remote enough that he was convinced no one would connect with him and he could hide in, set up the protection, build the Midnight Castle within, and then shift the Chamber of Rebirth there, he could then possibly store a single drop of soul blood there. If ever, for any reason, Lex faced a formidable opponent who killed him, or if ever he was discovered as someone who was actually weak and not as strong as the Innkeeper portrayed, then he could recover using this setup. The greatest part was that even if he were attacked by a curse, or a law, or anything which could trace his destiny or karma or anything along those lines, the attack would not make its way back to that single drop of soul blood. He had been thinking about his plan for a long time, and was one of the reasons why he didn't want any connection between his fairy clone and his main body. This way he could use his fairy clone to create his entire setup, all the while undetected and leaving behind no clues. Since this concerned his potential survival, he wanted to take no chances at all. Upon thinking so far, Lex checked his system interface. He had been distracted for a while, so it was completely possible that it had returned, and indeed it had. New notification. Ingredient Amber Chaos Resin consumed. System recovery boosted by 5%. Addition of new features unsuccessful due to insufficient energy. Use of the same ingredient in the future will result in severe loss of efficiency and diminishing returns. System functionality, 28%. Lex could not help himself from grinning. An entire 5% increase. That was greater than anything he had experienced before. Harash, who was watching Lex, assumed that he was extremely pleased with the information he had attained. I am glad that you are satisfied with the results of this exchange, but be aware that I will not do the same in the future. To have me help you, whether it is through divination or the passing on of knowledge, is not something that can be sought for. Only through natural and unprompted occurrence on both our parts can it be achieved. Also, please, in the future, do not reveal the location of where I am staying to anyone. I value my privacy, and I am here on vacation. Worry not, Master Harash. My lips are sealed. No one will ever know of our exchange. Actually, that is true. Once you leave, Lend and I both will go deposit the knowledge of what information you purchased in the Chamber of Secrets. Even we will not know what knowledge you have gained from me. Lex nodded gratefully. This was something he had thought of but felt awkward asking for. It seemed like Master Harash was a master for a reason. Chapter 1062, tell me more. Once he finished up with Master Harash, Lex walked out to find Vera waiting for him. Originally, he was planning on giving her a drop of mountain milk as her payment, but it was only now that he had received the information did he realize that it was nowhere near enough. This put him in a bit of a pickle. Vera grinned as she saw Lex struggling to decide what to pay her with. This was something she had already foreseen and was looking forward to enjoying. "Before I pay you, is there anything specific you need? It might be better to help you out rather than give you random rewards." "Nope, I'm good," she said, and then flashed a bright smile. Lex groaned, then gave her the drop of mountain milk. "This is your advance payment. Give me some time, I'll need to figure out what else I can use to pay you." Vera happily grabbed the vial that contained the drop and said, "No worries. It'll take me a few days to absorb this anyway." That reminded Lex that even he had not gotten around to absorbing a drop of this yet. Now might be a nice time, but he had a few things he wanted to think about first. He used an illusion to change his appearance and teleported over to the makeshift restaurant being run by Kenta. He wanted to see how good the food was while he considered some things, so he ordered some food and grabbed a table. He read his latest notifications once more. The resin could still be used, but it would not provide nearly as much of a boost as the first time. The fact that it would give diminishing returns was also somewhat of a concern. That meant that he had to possibly look for other items that the system might be able to absorb. It was not so easy to come up with those, since the resin itself turned out to be a Tao-level ingredient. How many of those could there be in a new realm? He had no idea, but while he thought of alternatives, he needed to find the next piece of resin anyway. The reduced effectiveness might still be worth it. He then thought about setting up the Midnight Castle. The problem with that was that even its simplest and cheapest item used in its blueprint was extremely rare and precious, so much so that the Infinity Emporium did not even have them, and only put him on a contact list, meaning they would notify him if they got their hands on what he needed. Many such ingredients might be available in the Midnight Realm, so it might not be a bad idea for his fairy clone to set out on an adventure looking for such treasures. Whenever, eventually, it would be time for him to open the realm back up, it could leave and continue the hunt for treasures, as well as a hidden place where he could build the Midnight Castle. It would preferably in a place, or even a realm where he had never been at all. As much as he enjoyed just going on a random adventure, adventuring with a direction sounded much better. Moreover, if he managed to improve his relations with the Shadow Talons, who was to say that he couldn't use their help to find his treasures? Though he wondered who it was that they were fighting with. The mass information dump he got on the realm didn't mention them. But then again, it spent more time describing the area rather than the creatures, so it wasn't a complete surprise. "Oh Lord, you're about to enjoy yourself so much," a drama cat suddenly said, as it put down a couple of plates in front of him. "Heaven must have broken off pieces of itself and sent it down to the land, or else there could never be such heavenly food. Behold, this sustenance is beyond compare. Prepare thy senses for a symphony of flavors that shall enrapture thy very soul." With a gravely reluctant expression, the drama cat walked away from Lex, its eyes focused only on his food. It turned away with great difficulty, and after a few more steps turned to look back, as if giving one last look to a lover lost to the cruel machinations of fate. Then, unable to hold back its tears, the cat quickly scurried away lest he be seen. Lex, of course, already knew that Kenta had hired the cats in his restaurant, and they were a hit. He paid them in food, so in a way he got himself a group he could consistently test his flavors with. They also attracted customers, and that was a very important plus point, since sometimes his food was not the best, if put mildly. Lex looked at his food and saw what could only be a fantasy version of spaghetti and meatballs. It smelled great, though it could not elicit the same anticipation as the crab meat patty. To this day, Lex felt conflicted about his decision to let him be instead of recruiting him. Best not to think about it. He seemed content with his life. Lex took a bite, and though he did not get the explosion of flavors the burger delivered, he was surprised to see that it was actually good. The noodles were extremely fresh and soaked in flavor, not to mention the smooth, slippery texture they had was very satisfying. The sauce and the meatballs only served to enhance that, complementing it while still having a strong, independent presence on the plate. It seemed like the lad had learned. He was not heir to a massive organization without reason. Still, good food was not the level Lex had hoped Kenta reached. He needed to ascend to a higher realm so that the food could absolutely knock the sock off his customers. Based on the valuable ingredients he was using, such a thing was the only acceptable level. Lex removed his disguise and waved a hand, surprising Kenta. But he did not come over, nor had Lex called him. Right now, he had customers to see. Feeling somewhat good about things, Lex left after the meal. He retreated to his cultivation room to spend some time cultivating. Domination was too useful for him to ignore, so he planned on continuing to strengthen it. Once he was done, he took a few drops of blood and set it aside. He would give those to Vera, not that they would be enough. The problem with deciding on his own how valuable her help was, he didn't know if he had paid enough or not. It created a loop of doubt where he might just keep paying her. He also took some time to meet all the other workers, from Velma to Luther and Gerard. Running the inn now that the innkeeper was not going to be around was a massive responsibility, and so he wanted to make sure there were no issues. "There is a group gathering outside the boundary wall towards the south," Gerard told Lex. "It's not a matter for concern. They haven't done anything to show that they might be hostile, but the group is growing. In fact, signs seem to indicate that they're setting up to create a small town right outside the inn. I don't know what their intentions are, but I brought it up to Luther. He is worried they might be targeting any future guests coming from that direction. We'll need to keep an eye on them." "Do you want me to go check it out?" Lex asked. "No, not yet. Unless they do something that provokes the inn, we've decided to just let them be. After all, they're not on inn territory. They're free to do as they please. If they make contact, we'll be sure to cater to their needs." "Seems like you have things handled," Lex said, and was about to head out when he noticed a look of hesitation on Gerard's face. "Is there something else you need help with?" he asked, concerned. Gerard was one of his most reliable workers. Anything that gave him pause was not something he could overlook. There's a small matter, but it's not related to the inn. It's a private matter. I don't know if I should waste your—" "Nonsense," Lex said, and suddenly summoned a couple of drinks, passing one to Gerard. "I know we don't spend much time with each other besides work, but we're basically family at this point. Go ahead, tell me what's bothering you." "Well, you probably know, back in my early days, I was a chauffeur for the golf carts. Although I don't do that anymore on my off days, I like to take the old wheels for a spin. Naturally, it's a nice hobby. Well, yesterday I met someone on the racetrack near the village who was quite the driver. It was a close call. I barely beat her. But afterwards she invited me out on a date. Usually I politely reject such offers, but I don't know why yesterday I just felt a strange feeling in my chest. I didn't want to reject her." As if summoned by some holy magic, Velma suddenly appeared besides them. "Tell me more." Chapter 1063 Intentions. 1063 Intentions. Lex was, for once, genuinely surprised by something that happened inside the inn. He had not sensed Velma's arrival at all. He was even more surprised when he realized that he had sensed a spatial ripple. "Did you just use teleportation? Since when can you teleport?" he asked, unable to hold himself back. "Why, yes, I did. Many of the inn workers have a mild space affinity, so Z has been holding lessons on and off. I listened to a few here and there, though I wasn't too interested, until about a few seconds ago. My gut was telling me something important was going on, and I reacted. Next thing I knew, I stumbled upon Gerard here rekindling his youthful spirit." The mature-looking worker didn't blush, but he did scratch his head out of embarrassment. "You have sharp instincts," Lex said admiringly. "But do not make Gerard conscious. He's a hard-working man, and he deserves to enjoy the attention of a lady if he so chooses." "Of course," said Velma as she pulled up a chair and grabbed a drink herself as well. "Of course he does. I'm all for it. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, he's already waited too long. But that's besides the point. Gerard, go on. Pretend like I'm not here." The fellow did just that, and after clearing his throat just a bit, he turned back towards Lex. "Like I was saying, I was enjoying the tracks on my off day. It's been a while since a good race, so I was enjoying just doing laps when she suddenly pulled up and challenged me to a race. Naturally, I was up for it. It was a good, thrilling race. Honestly, like I was saying, I was enjoying the tracks on my off day. It could have been anybody's win. Afterwards, I went over to commend the other racer for a good match, and that's how I met Lilith." "That seems great. You two share a hobby, and clearly you're interested in her. I don't see what you're struggling with," Lex commented. "That's exactly where the issue came in. You see, I don't know how to go on a date." A silence filled the room as Lex waited for Gerard to elaborate on the situation, but the old worker just looked back at him. He turned to look at Velma, who was also blank-faced. "If you don't mind me asking, why did you think of me and not Velma for this? I mean, she clearly has interest in this field." "Oh yes, Velma has done a lot of research on this. But the thing about most of us inn workers is that before working at the inn, we did not exist. We had no prior experiences. But workers like you have your own experiences outside the inn. You've done other things. You're also very competent. I imagine someone like you has been on countless dates with numerous women." Lex nearly coughed out blood. It had been a while since someone did so much damage to him so easily. Yes, of course, I have been on dates before, Lex said as he blocked out all memories of his only former girlfriend. She was not a bad person, and they did not end their relationship on bad terms. But when he recalled all the cringe things that he said and did while pursuing her, Lex suddenly felt like visiting the Chamber of Secrets and purging all the shameful memories. So what you need is date ideas? I think I can help with that. That's perfect. We're supposed to meet in a few hours. You should dress casually, at least. That's what the instruction manual I found said. If you think otherwise, you can let me know. Wait, why do I need to get dressed? I thought you wanted date ideas. Indeed, I do. That's why when Lilith asked me out, I suggested I'd bring a friend, and so she said she'd bring a friend as well. We're all supposed to meet together. Lex's jaw dropped. Did Gerard just set up a double date? Was he getting set up, on a blind date no less? Gerard, why would you bring someone else on your date? So that you can show us how it's done. Lilith also confessed that she's never been on a date either, since she never had the time before. Her friend, apparently, does not have as much dating experience as someone like you, but she might be able to help. Velma's eyes were gleaming. Clearly she understood the situation better than Gerard, but she said nothing to hint that the old worker had blundered. Instead, she gave Lex a knowing grin. Lex sighed. This was not how he imagined his first date in Forever starting out. Where was the love at first sight? The saving the damsel from a suppressive family? The dragon that held her in a tower? Well then, Gerard, the first thing you need to know is that even in casual attire you cannot be sloppy. Let's walk over to Jeeves while we talk. We probably don't have a lot of time, and there are many things I want to cover. First of all, what are your intentions with Lilith, young man? My intentions, he repeated, confused. Indeed, your intentions. You can't just drive up to a girl in your fancy golf cart and expect her to drop everything and join you in long-circuit races. You have to take things at a reasonable pace. Maybe some back street racing, or a short ride over the lawn to start things out. See how you both feel on different kinds of terrain. After all, it would be a shame if there's a great connection on the tarmac, but that flame fizzles out if you get on some dirt roads. I see. You're talking about assessing compatibility. Yes, are you looking for a long-term racing partner, or just someone to casually burn rubber with on the weekends? Your intentions. Let me tell you now, it's not very polite to lead a lady on, thinking you're going to go on a 1,000-lap race, but then disappear after a couple of quick drag races. Chapter 1064, Planning a Date. I will be honest, Lex, I hadn't thought about this, Gerard said as he brushed his goatee with his hands. Dating is a topic I never really gave much thought to at all, but at that moment when she asked me out, I felt like it was a good idea and agreed. As for the future, well, besides how to improve the inn, I've never really thought about much else. There's nothing wrong with that, Lex said with a tone of confidence, as if he had thoroughly mastered the art of relationships. It's perfectly fine to not have all the answers at the moment. Right now, you are in the beginning stages, so all you really need to see is if you enjoy each other's company. Don't put too much pressure on yourself and act naturally. But if things go well and you guys decide to continue dating, then you definitely should mention it. This is important so that you two can identify if you both have the same thing in mind. Having different expectations is not a problem, but hiding your expectations from one another is not a good foundation to build a relationship on. What about you? What do you want? Gerard asked, looking at Lex. He froze. What did he want? My situation is a little different. You caught me unaware. Usually when you invite someone on a double date, they already know about it and are open to it. For now, all I want is to accompany you and make sure everything goes well. As for the long term, I'm not sure. I have too much work to do. The innkeeper has given me many tasks. I don't think I'll have time for a long, committed relationship. After all, I never know where I'm going to be from one day to the next. My cultivation realm is also rapidly rising as a result of all my work. It would be awkward if I start dating someone in the nascent realm, and in 10 years become an immortal. Then, in another 100 years, I become a heavenly immortal, all the while she is still stuck as a nascent realm cultivator. I don't know if that will affect the dynamic between us much, but it might get awkward. You've thought a lot about this, it seems, Gerard commented. Does a large gap in realms usually hamper relationships? Well, I've not dated since I started to cultivate, so I'm not sure, but I imagine it creates a divide. You felt yourself the difference between realms of power. You must have perceived the world differently when you were weaker compared to when you were stronger. So similarly, I imagine if the cultivation gap is too large, then it becomes hard to understand one another. Of course, I bet people overcome such things all the time as well. If it's true love, then I'm sure both people will overlook any differences. But I think, for now, we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, what we should focus on is only today's date. Tell me, do you have anything in mind? No, that's exactly why I called you along. All right, well, ideally, a good date should have some activity or experience that you both can enjoy, as well as some time to enjoy and talk to one another and connect. Can you think of anything you might want to do, or shall I give suggestions? The two bounced a few ideas off each other, right up until they reached the Midnight Tailor, discovering Velma already waiting for them there with a smile. I thought I'd let you two talk a bit while I have things prepared. What do you mean? Lex asked. I mean, right before a big event is no time to begin experimenting. I've already told what outfits to prepare. He's getting the materials ready. You just need to give your updated measurements for a good fit. Lex suddenly shuddered as he remembered his weight the last time he gave his measurements. He was convinced that he would weigh even more now. Best not to think about it. When they walked in, to their surprise, it wasn't just Jeeves waiting for them. Z, Luther, Anita, Harry, and Sandra were sitting around chatting with one another, but froze when the two entered. Why is everyone here? Lex asked, suddenly staring at Velma. I thought everyone could give suggestions, she said innocently. Date ideas, you know. Not bad, Gerard said with a nod. With more minds, we can think of better ideas. Lex was just suggesting we take the Silent Wanderer to a spot a little distance from here, where there is a wonderful natural dirt track we can use for a small race. Afterwards, we were considering having a picnic by an enchanted lake. That sounds too tame, Luther said seriously. You should go hunting so you can display your martial prowess. Whatever you do, don't forget to style your hair first. Your attire won't count for much if your own hair is all over the place, said Harry. I agree with Luther. Back when Gawain was courting me, we used to go on conquests all the time and conquered many enemy nations. It really strengthened the bonds between us, said Anita, as she lovingly rubbed her slightly protruding belly. The lick's charm was recently growing, taking on a motherly glow. I think one of you should play music for them, or maybe both, Z said shyly. From time to time he would glance at Sandra, and everyone in the room besides the girl herself noticed his interest in her. Forget all of them. You need to go to the beach. Since you're getting to know one another, it's very important you go to the beach to really get to know one another better. She was pretending to know exactly what she was insinuating, but Lex's spirit sense could see the chit full of random pieces of advice she had hidden behind her back. It seemed like she had copied them from a magazine. Chapter 1065, You've Kept Me Waiting. So we're in agreement? Luther asked, looking at the group. There needs to be an element of danger and excitement, but we're going to avoid any conquests or hunting and somehow tie in racing. In that case, I think the location of the newly discovered Whirple colony should serve perfectly. Yes, that's perfect. Why didn't I think of that? Exclaimed Z, but we'll need modified golf carts for that. There's no way regular golf carts can drive over that rocky terrain. There are also icy caverns nearby. That can be a perfect spot for a nice meal afterwards, Velma added. Better yet if they have a meal waiting for them when they reach. I'll take care of that. She teleported away, making use of the ability she had only just recently learned. I'll go get the carts from Zeon, Z said and dashed away. I'll make sure to add a small surprise to the track. Keep the excitement up, said Luther and walked away. I'll make sure there are no sentient trees or rocks nearby to spy on our date, Sandra said, before running away herself as well. I'll get you the new communication devices that the Midnight Portal has been giving out. This way you can message each other after the dates are over, commented Anita. But instead of going anywhere herself, she just commanded one of her undead servants to do the task. Over the past half hour, the entire group had reworked the date Lex had meticulously designed, and it was with great reluctance that he admitted their plan might actually be better, but only because it drew inspiration from his own plan idea. Regardless, they had more or less finalized their plan. Jeeves, who was also there the entire time, didn't contribute much to the conversation mainly because he was busy taking measurements, and when he wasn't doing that, he was grumbling about his suits that had come to life and walked away. He still believed the suits owed him payment for being made in the first place, but there was nothing he could do about it for now since none of them had any money yet. Lex and Gerard stuck around while Jeeves worked, since Velma had really done well with the selection. Gerard was outfitted with formal pants, a white shirt and a suit vest, with the pants and vest being navy blue. While such an outfit still looked incredibly formal, accompanied by a stylish hat, it was the most informal Gerard had ever dressed in his entire life. He literally had dressed more formally than this when he was going to war. Lex, on the other hand, got beige cotton pants, a t-shirt with a picture of Little Blue on it, and a smart summer blazer. She also encouraged him to stop using the illusion that made him look tall, as it was not the politest thing to do when going on a date. The reminder of his current stature caused Lex to groan. As far as he could tell, his body was undergoing normal aging as if he was a baby, so he would have to wait years before he regained his height. That was also only considering if his aging process was not slowed down because of his cultivation, or else he might need to wait for decades. Once they were dressed, they accompanied Harry to his barber shop, where he pulled out all the stops to make them look good. Harry's skills had improved tremendously since Lex first got a haircut from him so many years ago, and after spending just 20 minutes styling their hair and augmenting their auras and souls, they were ready for their dates. Even though Lex knew that this technically wasn't a real date for him, he couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. Fortunately, he had a lot of experience hiding his emotions perfectly. "So where are we supposed to meet them?" Lex asked as he looked at himself in the mirror. He had to admit he was looking very nice. Maybe he should stop by the barber shop more often. "By the fishing well. I heard it was customary to give dates flowers, chocolates, or other gifts. Considering how random those items were, I thought it would be more interesting if we fished out random items and gave them to each other." That was surprisingly brilliant in its own way. Lex looked at Gerard, studying him deeply. Was this really his first date ever? Maybe the original person he had been cloned from was some kind of Casanova. They hopped in a golf cart, and Gerard drove them all the way to the well. This was the first time Lex spent some time having a casual conversation with the man, and discovered that he was really missing out. Talking to Gerard was like talking to an educated scholar, and because his bloodline allowed him unique ways to control energy through items, his perspective about energy was also quite different. As much as he enjoyed relaxing back in the sealed domain, maybe next time he wanted to relax, he should do it with his workers at the inn. There was no need to always spend time alone. "Looks like they're waiting for us," Gerard said, as he drifted his golf cart across the lawn, coming to a stop in the perfect parking location. Lex followed Gerard's gaze and spotted another golf cart occupied by two devils. Upon spotting Gerard, one of them lit up and quickly stepped out, revealing her high-heel, long leather boots. The hem of her high-waisted pants were tucked into her boots, and its black fabric looked extremely flattering as it tightly hugged her legs. She was wearing a white t-shirt, the base of which ended just as it met her pants, and she was wearing a leather jacket atop it, though she left the zip open. Her bright red hair was tied into a ponytail, and matched perfectly with deep red lipstick. "Gerard," she said softly, as if tasting the name on her tongue. "You've kept me waiting." Chapter 1066, Oozing Charisma. Gerard, who moments ago had been struggling with the fact that he was not wearing a tie of a blazer, forgot his troubles at the sight of Lilith. "My apologies for making you wait," he said, as he gave a light bow to show his sincerity. "I'll make it up to you in our next race by waiting at the finish line." Lex's eyebrows shot up. So aggressive. Clearly this man had no shyness issue at all, so what did he need a wingman for? Shaking his head, Lex got off the cart as well and looked over to the other lady who was supposed to be his date. Unlike Lilith, who was dressed in black and had red hair, his date was wearing a long, red dress and had pitch-black hair that had been tied up in a bun. Her fair skin was free of any blemishes, and she looked quite enchanting in her dress. More importantly, he could tell by the way she stood that she was strong. "No, Lex, don't assess the battle capabilities of your date." It was something he had to remind himself. He would have tried to scan her, but his system was once again offline since he had absorbed the newfound system just a short while ago to continue the repairing process, not that he needed it. He could have recalled any information he wished to if only he focused on it, but he chose not to do that. He stepped up beside Gerard, who had taken Lilith's hand and kissed it. My goodness, the man was oozing charisma. "Ah, Lilith, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend, Lex. Do not let appearances fool you. He only became like this after being crushed by the void while rescuing me and a few others. He should return to his normal self soon enough." "Lex, it's a pleasure to meet you," Lilith said with an admiring smile. "This is my childhood friend, Cindy." "The pleasure is mine," Lex said, as he placed a hand on his heart and nodded. Considering that devils were the largest number of his repeated guests, he had learned quite a lot about them, including some of their customs and etiquettes. The greeting he had extended was a formal one, usually done by someone powerful or in a position of authority. Doing so was not showing off, because then he would also be judged according to the position he had taken, and if he did not measure up then, it instead put him in a position of dishonor. "Shall we go to the well?" I have been looking forward to your welcoming gift. I think putting it in the hands of fate was a bold move, Lilith said, as she extended her elbow. Without any hesitation, as if he had done so countless times, Gerard put his arm in the opening she created, locking elbow with her. Tell me about these welcoming gifts. I am not familiar with them. It was only an immense amount of self-control that stopped Lex from dropping his jaw as he saw the couple walk forward with arms locked. What about them looked like this was their first date? Fortunately, Cindy was similarly stunned, and apparently had not been able to hold herself back the way Lex did. But she quickly caught herself and looked towards Lex apologetically. Before she could say anything, Lex extended his spirit sense to her. Clearly, you're just as interested in the two of them as I am. Want to take the pressure off and just observe them. She was taken aback by how forward Lex was, but then nodded. Lilith has turned down many excellent devils before, of extremely noble stock. I really want to see what makes this Gerard so special, that's why I came, she admitted frankly. I'm also curious about who can catch the interest of Gerard. Let's keep up. Cindy and Lex quickly caught up with the two lovebirds, who hadn't noticed that they had fallen back at all. A welcoming gift is the opening move in a courtship. It is supposed to be a symbolic representation of the relationship two will share if it comes to blood. Normally, great care is taken to address each aspect of it, as its insinuation can be extremely nuanced. But to leave such a thing in the hands of fate, it is incredibly bold. I am looking forward to seeing what you fish out. How exciting! Unfortunately, the fishing well is technically not working in its full capacity since everything in the inn is still getting used to the new realm. But in preparation for this, I had someone commission a replica of the well. We'll have to see how it works out. Indeed, all the inn's services besides the rooms were not really working, so Gerard had requested John and Zeon to help him in this endeavor. They had created a well for him to use, though how well it worked was still to be seen. The fact that the services weren't working was also one of the reasons Lex hadn't been in a rush to ask Master Harash to go to the Chamber of Secrets. Gerard stepped forward, reluctantly pulling his hand from Lilith's, and grabbed the fishing rod that was placed beside it. He activated the well, and then, without an ounce of nervousness or hesitation, threw in the hook. I have a small confession, Lilith, Gerard said as he continued to roll open the reel, letting the hook sink lower into the well. This well might not be as random as I originally let on. After all, how can someone recreate the work of the Innkeeper? Oh, so then you did plan what you'll be giving me. Well, I selected a few options. Which one comes out is still up to chance, he said, then suddenly yanked the line, pulling out the entire reel in one smooth motion. At the end of it in the hook were car keys. Chapter 1067, Tuk-Tuk. Lex watched with a troubled look as Gerard dramatically fished out the car keys. He wondered if it was such a good idea to let him do this. If the old fellow ever learned about the viscous power he wielded so easily, he may soon become the playboy of the Midnight Inn. It was always obvious to him that Gerard liked racing. From the looks of it, the same was true for Lilith. If Gerard had, with great foresight, arranged for the gift to be some kind of bike, like maybe a heavy bike or a chopper or something along those lines, then his instincts for this kind of stuff was absolutely lethal. Lex did not mean to stereotype, but Lilith looked like the kind of girl who enjoyed riding bikes, so he didn't imagine there would be any issue there. He could already visualize the old man riding across the inn, with Lilith hugging him from the back, holding him tightly as he drifted across all kinds of terrain. A part of Lex wanted to start taking lessons from Gerard. If he had been half as suave as Gerard, he'd already be married by now, not that Lex wanted to get married or anything. He could see the excitement in Lilith's eyes as she saw the keys. Really well played. At this point, he wouldn't be surprised if Gerard even had the bike customized, not that it was confirmed if it was a bike yet. Oh, my keys, how promising. What are they for? Lilith asked as she ran up to Gerard. I got us a bike, Gerard said as he handed her the keys. One of our guests was talking to me about it. Apparently, back on Earth, this was one of the fastest and most dangerous bikes on the road. I had Zeon make it for me. The poor fellow is constantly swamped with work, but still, he never says no. Where is it? Do we have to go to it? Oh no, all we need to do is... Gerard pressed a button on the key, and it began to transform. Lex was impressed for all of 1 second before he became stunned. For all his experience as the innkeeper and all the surprises he had been through in life, he was absolutely not ready for what Gerard's key turned into. In front of him in all its three-wheeled glory was a tuk-tuk. Formerly known as an autorickshaw, these death vehicles were rampant on the streets of Thailand, and from what he understood, India as well. When he was young, he had the chance to sit in one, and he had to say they glided through the streets better than a jet could fly in the air. They had skills that would put the pilots from the best movies to shame, and a fearlessness that would thwart any racing movie franchise with 13 movies, and a plot no one can follow. The light frame of the dreaded tuk-tuk made it easy to maneuver, and all it needed was a total disregard for one's life, since the only protection one could avail in one is an absolute faith in a higher being with a plan that did not involve them dying. Did he see boosters on that thing? Did it even need boosters? Oh, I can't wait to ride in it, but first, I need to fish as well. Did you prepare more options, or do we need to add things to the well? I prepared a few things, but if you wish to add something, you can just toss it in the well. It will automatically add it to the pile, and it will increase the randomness of the selection. In that case, let me just... Lilith walked over to the well and dropped a few things into the well before grabbing the fishing pole and taking her turn. She ended up fishing out a thin, black notebook that reminded Lex of a very famous anime he'd seen that would allow killing someone just by writing their name in it. It's a personal journal, Lilith explained, quenching Lex's worry. Just because she was a devil didn't mean she was evil, he told himself. Once you bond with it, it will automatically make an entry every time you have an experience you find worth remembering. In a few centuries, who knows how many small moments you'll forget, but with this, you can then look back in the book and enjoy. Lex paused. That actually sounded very nice. He made a mental note to get one for himself. He doubted he'd ever forget what it was like to swim through lava, but he might forget the feeling he got when he experienced something new for the first time. He didn't want all his good memories to be overshadowed by his traumas. This was something he really needed to get for himself. It's amazing, I love it, Gerard exclaimed as he took the notebook and bound it to himself immediately. Before he could even do anything, writing began to enter right in front of him, marking down the time Lilith gave him a wonderful gift. Since the book was open, everyone read it at the same time, and the memory was written in such cute words, it immediately created an adorable environment. Lex pulled Cindy aside to the well, giving the couple a moment of privacy. Allow me to fish something out for you as well, Lex said as he walked towards the well. I thought we were just going to observe the two, Cindy said, though she made no move to stop Lex. We are, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves in the meantime. Besides, if I see any more than I'm seeing right now, I might need to put up a parental advisory, Lex said as he looked towards Gerard and Lilith. They were still reading something in the journal and whispering amongst themselves. He turned his sight back towards the well, then dropped a few items in as well. He grabbed the fishing rod. It was time to see how his luck was. Chapter 1068 right now. Wait, let me add a few things too, Cindy exclaimed before throwing in some things. Despite her nonchalance, she truly seemed excited about this. Lex briefly wondered about devil dating culture. Even though he had read up about them, this was a topic he didn't particularly know much about. They were surprisingly relaxed about seeing a human, even though humans were considered to have lower potential than devils, because of the cosmic ascendance spectrum. But maybe Lilith and Cindy in particular didn't care about it, not that he was on a real date with Cindy. They had agreed, they were just watching the other two. After Cindy moved away, Lex threw in the hook and let the line loosen. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to do anything else, so he waited for a few moments. It seemed that he didn't have to do anything else, because after a moment the line tightened, and he quickly fished out whatever he had hooked. Lex had to admit, there was a tinge of excitement and anticipation that filled him as he wondered what he caught. Wait, was that the appeal of fishing? Was he on the path to becoming a fisherman? Before he could find an answer, he managed to pull out the item. Hanging there tantalizingly was a pint of chocolate fudge brownie ice cream. Not bad at all, said Lex as he gave the pint to Cindy. It had been a while since he had ice cream. Isn't this break-up food? I've seen the TV shows, Cindy said as she grabbed the pint, unsure of what to feel. It seemed that fate was sending clear hints. But that was fine, they weren't on a date anyway. They were just having fun and passing the time. That was it. Cindy grabbed the fishing rod from Lex and repeated the process a little forcefully. It seemed that maybe she wasn't too satisfied with the gift she got. A few moments later, she caught something and pulled out a nondescript rectangle wooden box. At a glance, neither of them could tell what it was, so Cindy grabbed it to take a closer look. Oh hey, it opens up, she said, as she lifted the top. Revealed within was the figure of a petite ballerina that began dancing once the lid was opened, with gentle music playing in the background. It looks like a children's toy, she said, but Lex did not comment because he was suddenly reminded of Giselle. She was the only cultivator ballerina he knew, and her skill in both dance and combat were remarkable. He could not help but wonder what she was doing right at that time. "Lex," Cindy probed when she noticed his silence. "Sorry, I got distracted. This is called a musical box. You could call it a child's toy, I suppose." "Well, don't take this as a comment on your size when I give it to you," she said, suppressing a chuckle. Lex snorted. This was definitely not a date. There was blood everywhere, and at this point, Giselle didn't know if it was hers of her enemies. She had suffered wounds, she knew that much. She didn't have the time to stop and consider how serious they were. Being surrounded by hundreds of Magoran flies did not give her the time. It didn't help that every time she killed one, it would explode, sending its blood and guts everywhere. No matter how nimble she was, it was hard to dodge an explosion. But finally, after hours and hours, she did it. For a while, but when she saw that there were no more enemies anywhere, she fell to her knees. Finally, she had done it. "Congratulations, you have passed the test. When the champion's tourney begins, someone will come and get you," said a deep voice, even though there was no one around her. Giselle grit her teeth and stabbed her sword in the ground, pushing herself to stand. Her wounds began to heal at a visible rate. She had only just procured the attendant's qualifications. Now she had to make sure she was strong enough to pass. 6 hiltless swords hovered around Alexander, drawing in spiritual energy and converting into something else before depositing it in his body. Now that he had finally reached the nascent realm, he could finally begin to show the real effects of his cultivation technique. His grandparents, before disappearing on their 39th honeymoon, had sent him a ticket that said Champion's Tourney. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew they wouldn't have sent it if it wasn't important. Raphael Carter Bravey, son of King Marlowe, opened his eyes with a stunned daze. It took him a few hours to regain awareness, and when he did, the first thing he did was check the date. "I went back in time again," he muttered. "No, wait, I probably saw the future again. Damn, I don't know how accurate this is, but I need to enter the champion's tourney." Larry opened his eyes and found himself in a spaceship scrapyard. Countless metal rods were cutting through his body, though that was just his way of cultivating. It pained him to leave the Midnight Inn behind, but he had to take the chance. A bunch of oracles were visiting the Midnight Inn, and one of them predicted that his family was still actually alive, and the only way he could get them back was if he gained the attention of some important people in the champion's tourney. He had no idea what that was, but he couldn't afford getting locked in the inn, so he left. Larry clenched his fists and recalled Jeffrey, the twisted freak who had his family kidnapped for no reason than to see him suffer. He'd spent a long time thinking about revenge. He would get it, one way or another. In an unmapped part of the origin realm, the being that had taken to calling itself Jeffrey formed a new body that looked a lot like an angel. In his hand was a ticket, covered in blood. At his feet was a shriveled-up body that could no longer be identified. Chapter 1069, All's Fair in Love and War. Typically, Lex had a lot of confidence in himself. He had proven his competence at every turn and achieved much in his short life. But he knew when to admit that he'd met someone better than him, and that is exactly what happened. Lilith had melted like butter in his hands, and she was practically inseparable from him. He didn't want to pry into their private matters, so he didn't check her age, but he was certain she wasn't exactly a teenager, so it was quite admirable how easily she had swooned. Of course, Lex also used his own sixth sense to judge if she was doing this just to get close to him. The Devils did not have a stellar reputation to begin with, and it wouldn't even be the first time they targeted the inn. But whether they were his instincts, which he could guide to target something much more easily now, his sixth sense, or his general ability to read his target, they all agreed that Lilith was being quite genuine in her appreciation of Gerard. Though his instincts did give him a soft warning that she came with her own baggage. A devil with a past hiding out at the inn wasn't exactly news of the century, so he moved on. Fortunately, Cindy had completely lost interest in Lex after getting the pint of ice cream as her welcoming gift, though she did share the ice cream with him, so that was nice. But the lack of concern over the date put Lex in the unique opportunity to gather information about Lilith, if he so wished. After all, even if she didn't have ulterior motives didn't mean she wouldn't be trouble. But after thinking about it for a while, Lex ultimately decided not to pry. If Gerard asked for his help, he'd look into her. But since he only asked for help in ensuring the date went well, that is what he focused on. The four of them squeezed into the tuk-tuk while Lilith followed Gerard's instructions and led them to Cirque, who was waiting with the silent wanderer to take them to their next spot. Lex had to admit, without the fear of imminent death, it was quite an enjoyable ride. Cirque then flew them to the site for the next segment of their date, which was a hilly region occupied by a race of evolved worms called Wurple. They were not sentient, but they were incredibly strong as well as dangerous. They had to be, considering that the mountains and hills in the Midnight Realm were made mostly of giant spirit stones. Any worm that could bore through that was far from simple. What made this site perfect for the continuation of their date was that they terraformed the spirit stone, turning it first into fine grains, which eventually clumped together to form some kind of soil. But the region was still being formed, and the soil made of spirit stone dust still contained a tremendous amount of energy, which meant that the slightest touch might actually cause the ground beneath you to explode. Of course, that was not an issue for Lex or any of the others, but for ordinary people this was quite a dangerous location. For them, though, it was just an interesting racecourse with unpredictable traps. That just added to the excitement of the racing. For this, the group of workers had golf carts that had been slightly modified with a temporary boost button. If any of them sensed that the ground underneath their carts was going to explode, and they hit the button in time, it would dash forward and move out of the explosion range. The track had been clearly marked, so there was no danger of anyone getting lost or ending up elsewhere, and it ended at the mouth of a cave that everyone was just temporarily called the Icy Caverns. In truth, it was a cavern filled with a type of extremely clear spirit stone that looked like ice, and along with some local plant life, it made for quite a romantic spot. In fact, they had been planning on extending official in-residences nearby once the Innkeeper returned. They had prepared many such proposals while they explored the new lands, and tried to become familiar with it. Once the silent wanderer landed, Lex jumped out, and was surprised when he sensed a pulse of energy traveling through the ground, responding to his footsteps. Each time he took a step, another pulse traveled through the ground, and he could tell that if he were a little forceful, that pulse might change into something a little more deadly. He could imagine how a single explosion here might set off a chain of explosions that would cause the entire region to explode. Were they racing or setting off a nuclear explosion? And why was he so excited by the idea? It suddenly occurred to him that if he were back on Earth, he could probably weather a nuclear explosion with his body, unaffected. Well, maybe he'd be slightly harmed, and burn a few hairs here and there, but he'd come out fine. After all, he was tempering himself to survive the ultimate volcanic eruption. "Are you sure the mountain won't blow up underneath us?" Lex had to ask. Although he knew about the realm, that was only to a certain extent, and even then he found it difficult to access all the information. He was not kept up to date with the new changes taking place in the realm, such as this particular race course. "We've already caused a few explosions while testing the spot out. There is a natural mechanism in place to prevent the explosion from affecting the rest of the soil, so there's no concern. They will, at most, harm the golf carts a little," answered Gerard. "Since there is a race, there also has to be a prize," said Cindy, who also jumped out of the ship. Gerard hesitated since he hadn't prepared anything, but since Lex was there to back him up, how could he let him look bad? He quickly accessed his knowledge of everything inside the Midnight Inn and searched for natural treasures nearby. Like the mountain milk, there were countless other resources born here that could directly benefit cultivators even at the immortal levels. Even though he had not spied on them, Lex had spent enough time around other cultivators to be able to judge their levels. Cindy and Lilith both were immortals. Since when were immortals so common? There was no point pondering over such a question, because it was in Lex's fate to continuously run into cultivators stronger than him. About 500 miles from here there is a valley where a piece of a rainbow broke off and solidified, turning into small gems. The winner can take one of those gems for free. I believe you might have heard of them. Their official name is Skittels. Both Lilith and Cindy froze. Skittels were legendary natural treasures that had no fixed price in the outside world because they were never for sale. Not only did they taste amazing, but they also strengthened one's skin, improving the defensive capabilities of any who eats them by manyfold. As a result of skin being refined in such a way, it also naturally enhanced beauty and charm of whoever ate them. They also tasted great. Gerard, who had the Regalia Bloom bloodline, which had undergone multiple evolutions, was the personification of walking, talking charm. The bloodline made everything about him extremely appealing, which had been a source of great pain for him as he gained too many admirers as a result, which impeded him from doing his job. So it was suffice to say, he did not really care about that part of the gem's capability. But even he was tempted by that increase in defense, especially since it could even work on immortals. Lilith and Cindy, too, did not care about the beauty at all. Their eyes were completely not gleaming at the thought of getting their hands on skittles, and a baleful aura did not immediately surround them. That was all in Lex's mind. None of it was real. "I think they like the prize," he said to Gerard, who only smiled. There was a competitiveness in his eyes that said he was not about to just let them win. Without any more banter, everyone quickly got in their respective carts. Lex tossed a rock in the air, and as soon as it touched the ground, everyone slammed their foot on the accelerator. The game was on, and it was no longer a playful experience. "Are there any rules?" Lilith yelled over from her cart. "Yeah, just don't kill anyone," Lex responded jokingly, but the very serious nod she gave made him think that she might not have gotten his joke. The next moment, a massive meteor suddenly just appeared in the sky, and it was aiming for all of them. Chapter 1070, Welcome to the Family. "All right, which one of you did that?" Lex screamed as he conjured a dozen arrays around his cart to boost the speed. He looked suspiciously towards Lilith, who had to be instructed not to kill someone, but discovered that she too was taken aback by the meteor hurling down towards them. That's when he recalled Luther wanting to set up a surprise. He looked up, and sure enough, the flames on that meteor seemed all too familiar. Luther had completely mastered the flames, making them even more powerful than the ones he encountered back in his test in the temple. He shook his head, hoping that meteors were the only surprise, when his cart suddenly jerked. A lasso made entirely of energy appeared around his cart without warning and pulled him backwards. The next second, Cindy zoomed past him. "Thanks for the boost," she said, dissipating the lasso. Lex chuckled. They were going to play games with him. Domination, glyphs, sword intent, and countless arrays all appeared around him at once as he tried to regain his spot in the lead. But his opponents were not pushovers either. Gerard had unleashed the power of his bloodline that had undergone 2 evolutions. Regalia Bloom allowed him to channel energy through other objects. In his case, he was treating his entire golf cart as the object, and everything around him as the source of energy. He did not even dodge the flaming meteor, and instead directly crashed into it. But instead of resulting in a devastating explosion, it only provided him with an enormous amount of energy which he used to boost his cart ahead of the others. Lilith summoned black vapors that surrounded her and painted everything they touched black, suddenly empowering them. The aura she started to exude was deep and powerful, and reminded Lex of a devil he met long ago. On instinct, he could not help but recall the information he read about Lilith. It was something he did. A small, subconscious part of him was constantly monitoring and recording information about his guests, or at least it did that when he still had the host attire. He recalled her full name, which nearly caused him to slam the brakes on his cart. Damn it! Was he about to witness a live recreation of the light novels where a rich dad's daughter falls in love with a broke man? Gerard was not exactly without a background, and he was not broke either. But could he compare to Lilith Valkilger? The last name sounded familiar because it was exactly the same as Loretta Pendle Valkilger, the daughter of a Tao Lord. Was Lilith her sister? No wonder the aura she exuded felt so similar. This brought a whole new meaning to when Cindy told him that Lilith had never dated anyone. Who would have the guts to date the daughter of a Tao Lord? Probably only the child of another Tao Lord. Lex felt like he was about to get a headache, as if he didn't have enough problems to deal with. But it should be fine, right? The Midnight Inn also supposedly had a Tao Lord, so they should be equal, right? He could not help but think back to the feedback his instincts had given him. Was being the daughter of a Tao Lord considered baggage? He felt like grumbling, but instead just focused on the race. He was already falling behind. Since he was already in dangerous territory, he might as well at least win the race. A part of him wondered if he should employ a no-dating guest policy. But considering that Harry had already married a guest, it was a little late to employ such tactics. Speaking of Harry, the fast winds and brutal shockwaves of countless explosions kept assaulting him, but not a single hair on his head had moved. That was some mighty fine hair gel the guy was using. The race continued, and Lex became even more ferocious in his attempts to win. He showed absolutely no mercy, but his foes were not ordinary either. While domination completely suppressed others, both Cindy and Lilith had a higher cultivation than him, and so were able to resist it easily. The glyphs, on the other hand, drew a strong reaction from them, as even they could not escape it unaffected, as expected from the means used by dragons. But the one person he never even managed to attempt to affect was Gerard. His racing skills had improved drastically since the Grand Prix, and his use of his bloodline was the perfect augmentation. Without his bloodline, he was an expert driver, but with it, he was untouchable. No amount of meteors or attacks from others slowed him down at all, and even domination reached him. He would pit the others against Lex so that he would need to focus on them instead of him. In the end, Lex accepted defeat, mainly because he had no choice in the matter. Lex actually came in third, behind Lilith, which caused him to grumble a bit. He was enjoying being unchallenged in the Midnight Realm so much that he forgot that it was, in fact, his own inn that was filled with countless experts much more powerful than him. He should practice being humble. Yes, he was totally humble. Lex resisted the urge to glare at Gerard and instead congratulated him on a well-earned win. But he hardly got a word in, because Lilith was exceptionally excited by Gerard's win, likely even more than if she had won herself. Lex could see a hint of obsession in her eyes, but he chose to ignore it for now. From the finish line, the entrance to the icy caverns was visible, and apparently a scrumptious meal was waiting for them inside, so the group slowly began to make their way inside. It was tough to get a word in between the two since Gerard and Lilith were practically stuck together, but Lex at least needed to probe Lilith's intentions. This was no longer about respecting their privacy, as he wanted to know if her father would have opinions about her dating Gerard. There was also the chance, however small, that she just shared a last name with Loretta and was in fact not related. Lex didn't believe it, but hypothetically speaking it was possible. Finally, when they reached the heart of the cavern, surrounded by beautiful clear crystals wrapped in vines that pulsed with a giant white light, Lex found an opportunity. The sight was mesmerizing, as if they were giants walking through a spiraling galaxy, and because of their higher realms they could appreciate it much more than a mortal ever could. After they took the sight in for a moment, Gerard noticed that their table was set but there was no food. He excused himself for a moment to go check what happened. Ordinarily, Lex would have told him to stay and gone to check himself, but this time he allowed him to go and stepped up beside Lilith. "I'm a little late in saying this, but congratulations on coming second. It's not so simple to beat me in a race," Lex said, forgetting that he was supposed to be humble. "Thank you, you put up quite a fight, though Gerard has mentioned you're quite adept at teleportation. Had you used that, the race would have been over from the start." "Where's the fun in that? You have to earn your win, just like you. The aura on your black vapors reminded me of the time I met Loretta. If your powers are anything like hers, then I imagine you could have skipped right to the front as well." Technically, Lex had no idea what Loretta's powers were, but that wasn't the point. The point was to mention that Lex was aware of her background. He looked at her and saw a frozen expression. Lilith clearly hadn't expected anyone to realize her background so easily. After all, she had not mentioned it to anyone, and Cindy wouldn't either. "You've met Loretta?" "It was pure happenstance. Her father was meeting with the innkeeper, and she was at the inn, so I had the chance. Unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to get to know her properly." Lex said nothing, and he was even smiling as he spoke, but the seriousness in his eyes was not easy to overlook. He was telling her clearly that he knew her background thoroughly. For a moment she did not speak, as if gathering her thoughts. "I have a big family. Even I've never had the chance to meet Loretta. As for my father, I've never even spoken to him, let alone had the opportunity to meet with him. These kinds of things are common in cultivator families. I'm not really qualified to comment on anyone else's family. Mine is pretty strange as well. But the Midnight Inn is my family now. The last time a devil messed with Gerard and the rest, I tossed them into the void. I imagine anyone else in the Midnight Inn would do the same." Lilith turned her head sideways and looked at Lex with a smile. After a moment she said, "Did you know that among some older devil families, it is customary for a guardian to threaten a new member of the family, especially if they're joining as a spouse? If a threat is not given, it's as if the new member is too weak or incompetent to make a difference." Lex's fake smile froze. Did he just give her his blessing to marry Gerard? Chapter 1071, Exhausting. Before Lex could clarify the situation, Gerard came back, holding a picnic basket. It didn't matter, he'd said what he needed to say, and somewhat understood her situation. But just because she thought that her father, who was a Tao Lord, did not pay attention to her, did not mean that was what the situation was. It still required some caution, but it was not like he was going to stop Gerard. After all, maybe this was a way for Tao Lord to build connections. Now that Lex had a better understanding of the power Tao Lords had, he knew that the distance between realms was no real gap to them, and it should be even more so when keeping track of their progeny. There was a chance that the inn's destiny protection kept them from looking in on their kids, but considering that the system was barely functioning at the moment, that was hard to imagine. The dinner went nicely. and since they were all seated together, instead of only talking amongst themselves, Gerard and Lilith included the other two in the conversation as well. They were both so in sync that it felt like he and Cindy were being hosted by the couple. Afterwards, Gerard took out some smart phones from the picnic basket and gave everyone each. The phones were connected to the Midnight Inn's own portal, which was basically just like its own internet. As of right now, there wasn't much on it, but at least they could communicate with each other as long as they were in the inn. With time, more and more features would be added to it. Lex eventually planned on spreading this across the entire realm without disclosing its origin, and eventually launching various services through it. He once read a novel about a universal internet of sorts that could do everything from teleportation to mail delivery to selling goods and services across the entire universe. He did not expect for his portal to reach the level of a fantasy novel, but it would be pretty cool if everyone started using it. Then he too could be a proper capitalist and do evil things like steal user data. And no, he meant improve the user experience after reviewing usership logs. The group exchanged contact information and even created a group chat, before finally heading back towards the Silent Wanderer. The date was both mentally and emotionally exhausting for Lex, so he was glad when it was finally over. He wanted to say something like kids grow up so fast, but he was for certain taking his time with his body growing up. But Lex had a rare break waiting for him now, since the system was absorbing the newborn system, and he still had to figure out his plan for getting the remaining resin before actually going to get them. He allowed himself a break. After all, as a baby, he was supposed to be getting regular sleep and eating 3 times a day, both of which he had been ignoring. So finally, after a long time, Lex took a steaming hot shower and threw himself into bed. By now, he had gained some level of control over his ability to divine in his dreams, but he wasn't in the mood to put in work while sleeping, so he used the technique and then went to sleep. What followed was a strange experience because Lex was clearly asleep, but at the same time, Fairy Lex was awake. So, he was both asleep and awake at the same time. Should he synchronize when they both sleep to avoid the strange sensation? Even if he did that in the future, he couldn't right now because Fairy Lex was undergoing the trial to gain the friendship for the Shadow Talons. It was actually quite straightforward. They brought him, through the Shadow Plane, to a spot in the actual Midnight Realm that was far away from where he actually entered. It looked like an island in the Chaos Sea, surrounded by the liquid that seemed to contain endless stars. But the island was fairly small, not even a mile across, and was completely bare. The only distinguishing feature of the entire island was a hole in the ground that looked particularly menacing. To pass the trial, all he had to do was go to the end of the hole, grab a pearl from one of the null clams, and bring it back. The fact that Lex could not specifically recall anything about this island or hole meant that it should not be too prominent. It didn't help that he had no idea where it was. But he went in. Of course, the hole was far from simple. It was not the dangerous monsters, traps, or pitfalls that gave Lex trouble, though. It was how strangely space was behaving in the hole. The hole had many twists and turns, and branches that split off and went in different directions, so it was fairly obvious that most of it was dark. Lex's fairy dust was not exactly helpful either, since the darkness here was strange and oppressive, but only towards light. Every grain of fairy dust he produced seemed to be smothered by the darkness, fizzling out just as it was born. Lex himself remained unharmed, and if he really tried to produce light, the darkness could not prevent it, but it did fight against the light. Since Lex didn't really need light to see, he continued on without it, as he got the sense that he was earning the hole's ire by summoning light on his own. But that's where the second issue came in. Moving in a straight line did not mean he actually traveled in a straight line, and there were times where he felt like he had been transported through space entirely, yet the hole always looked the same, so he couldn't tell. It was becoming an issue, because only once the other Lex went to sleep did Fairy Lex realize he had been in this hole for days. Chapter 1072, New Abilities. Besides messing with his awareness of space, or perhaps moving him through space, it was also messing with his concept of time. He only felt like a few hours had passed, at most. Only when the strange feedback he got from being awake and asleep at the same time distracted him from his environment did he realize that, in fact, he had already spent days inside the hole. For others, Lex imagined that the difficulty of the hole would be the strange creatures that blended perfectly within the darkness, remaining completely undetected. It was a fair assumption, since they were also fairly powerful, almost reaching the golden core level, not to mention their fangs and claws all contained a powerful poison. But for himself, they weren't even worth considering. The first time he encountered them, he was surprised. He was not used to not being warned by his instincts, but his fairy body could not replicate them. He also wasn't so adept at fighting in this new body yet, nor did it have the incredible defense he normally boasted. But Lex had, after all, plenty of combat experience and sword intent. After he cut down the first of the creatures, which would then dissolve back into the darkness as if they had no real bodies at all, he employed his glyph that gave him a powerful presence. Since then, any shadow creatures, as he named them, that he encountered would immediately reveal themselves and prostrate themselves before him. At that point, he couldn't even bring himself to use them as target practice. It was just as hard to hit a shadow creature worshipping you as it was to hit a smiling face. All he could do after that was explore the whole. Since there was no real time limit, he was not worried, but it wasn't like he wanted to spend all year here. After he paused, he came up with various methods he could use to try and overcome this hurdle, but there was one in particular that he was interested in trying. He cut out a platform for himself to sit on and placed his glyph right above himself. Then he began to cultivate. Although fairies weren't supposed to have affinities, per se, he had discovered that fairies were really strange and defied common sense. In fact, Lex personally felt like the thing holding them back most was not the curse, but their personalities. If they had more aggressive or more ambitious personalities, then with all the tools they had at their disposal, they would be practically unstoppable. That was also why he wanted to see what would happen if he cultivated in this dark region. Would he absorb its strange properties? There was only one way to find out. As he began his cultivation, alongside spirit energy, his body began to absorb the darkness as well. It was as if the darkness itself was energy of a specific nature. But alongside the darkness, the creatures began to turn into dust and got pulled alongside the darkness right into Lex's body. Lex himself felt nothing different and kept cultivating for hours, right up until baby Lex woke up. The sudden shift let him know that he once again spent a long time cultivating, so he slowly wrapped up. When he opened his eyes, Lex was surprised to find that the atmosphere in the hole had changed. The overbearing darkness had changed into normal darkness, and all the creatures were gone. He checked his body and was pleasantly surprised to find that he had broken through to the golden core with his fairy body. That was easy. More importantly, Lex felt a connection not to any element but to the shadow plane. Suddenly, a few things made sense to Lex, and he also realized he had gained a few abilities. Firstly, the reason he kept getting lost was because within this hole, for whatever reason, the shadow plane was leaking out and mixing with everything else. He was not moving through space, he was moving through shadows. He could not wrap his head around why that worked the way it did. Even with his spatial ability, his understanding of space was in its initial stages compared to the proper complexity of what space really constituted. The shadow plane made even less sense to him, but it was what it was. He didn't need to understand why it was happening to know that it was happening. Secondly, while his body did not gain any affinity, it did hardcode a specific affinity into his body which, when activated, resulted in an ability. Oddly enough, the ability had nothing to do with shadows, but instead granted him stealth. Both he and his fairy dust would become visible and lose all aura and presence. Thirdly, the last ability he gained was to do with navigation. He would be able to channel laws related to the shadow plane, which meant that he wouldn't get lost in it at least. With his problem solved, Lex once again started traveling through the tunnels, this time without the glyph. He wanted to see if his stealth worked on the shadow creatures. Soon he returned to a portion of the tunnel containing the more malevolent darkness filled with nightmares that had taken to worshipping Lex, and it felt like home. He could see through not only the darkness, but the folds of the planes in the hole and saw them as shortcuts, if used correctly. He also remained completely undetected to all creatures. Even when he reached the end of the hole and found the null clams, they did not respond to him. When he opened them up and grabbed their pearls, they only became confused, but did not realize someone had come in. 15 minutes later, Lex had made his way out. He had also thought of the perfect name for his second clone to go by, especially since he had a ship he planned on keeping with him. From now on, he would be. Chapter 1073, nearly a month. There were only a few shadow talons outside the hole when Lex exited, and they were taken aback at the sight of him. "I'm almost offended by how shocked you look," Lex joked. "Let's head back, shall we? I have things I need to do, and I'm excited about the modifications to my ship." The shadow talons immediately escorted him back, and Lex was pleased to learn that although he still could not make sense of why everything was a shadow in this plane, he could navigate much more easily. When he was finally brought before the Shadow Talon, who had promised him freedom from being chased, he too was surprised to find Lex back. "Have you already succeeded?" he asked, disbelief evident in his voice. "Naturally," Lex said, producing the pearl. "I hope with this you can finish the misunderstandings between us. I've been very patient, but if your people still keep bothering me, then there will be problems. No, proud though we may be, the Shadow Talons honor tradition and legacy above all else. Since you have proven yourself, you are now a friend to all of us. Come, I will take you to the Monument of Recognition, where you can leave a trace of your aura as well as your name, for all Shadow Talons to see." Lex nodded. He was actually looking forward to announcing his new name. At first, he had thought of taking on the name Jack Eagle after a very famous pirate from back on Earth. But Lex did not want anyone to accuse him of plagiarism. Besides, he was perfectly capable of coming up with a completely original and in no way associated with anything on Earth. It was not like he had to make a reference with his name. So he decided that since his clone was supposed to be Loki and hidden, he would go for a mundane name that would not attract any attention. That is why Lex felt pretty good about himself as he carved his name up on the Monument of Recognition, Jack Daniels. Yup, his completely original name that was in no way connected to anything from Earth was meant to be a sign and an omen of how under the radar, and Loki he planned on being with this identity. With such a common name, he did not expect to attract any attention whatsoever. Just calm waters from here on out. "As it happens," began the elder Shadow Talon, "we are throwing a celebratory party for a great victory we have won against our enemies. We would be honored if you join us, Jack Daniels." "Please just call me Jack," he said, feeling the name out. It was not so bad, he could really get used to it. There was something very grounding about being called Jack. "It's been a while since I went to a party I didn't throw. This will be fun." "Excellent. Ollie has been looking forward to seeing you again. I think he had developed a fondness for your ship." "Who would?" Jack asked, as he accompanied the owls to their party. "By the way, I never got to ask, who are your enemies?" "A most insidious breed of vermin called royal long-eared bunnies," the elder said, with absolute venom in his tone. "We have a life-and-death feud against them. Neither of our races can rest while the other exists. Alas, it is not so simple to fight against the denizens of the fluffy plain." Yes, so much fluffiness. Sounds terrible," Jack said, not giving the matter much thought. Whether it was the owls or the bunnies, he had no stakes with either. He was just looking forward to being able to hide his ship in his shadow. Back at the inn, Lex finished taking a shower and cultivated for a while atop the dragon, trying to focus on the immense protective power of their scales and absorbing them into himself. After all, he was determined to be able to fight immortals long before he became an immortal. He also took some time to teleport over to the Skid-Elves, grab some for himself, and one each for Gerard, Lilith, and Cindy, as well as Vera. Most likely he would be paying her off for a while. As it turned out, when he visited Vera, she mentioned that the number of oracles who were waiting for him to help them remove shards of tribulation lightning from their souls was very high, and asked when he might be able to do it. That was something he had completely forgotten about, but didn't mind doing because he found a great use for those lightning shards now. Sandra, the inn worker who could control lightning, was experimenting on new types of lightning so he could give her those shards to help her out. He spent a few hours helping them out, and then on his way out ran into Charles, who was working with John and helping him come up with a recovery as well as new cultivation plan. By the lake, the kids were playing on the evolved Magikarpets, calling them sea peacocks. But as it turned out, a rival gang of kids had somehow tamed the sentient 20-feet-tall butterflies and began calling them sky peacocks, though that didn't make sense since peacocks themselves could fly, especially after their recent upgrades. But that was the wonderful thing about kids. They didn't care if it made sense or not. Regardless, that had resulted in conflicts between the kids and the Council of Heroes, a council made up of teenagers who considered themselves leaders of the other kids, had to intervene. It was all quite dramatic, especially since the Council of Heroes had taken to working with the drama cats. The book club at the inn was also growing in presence, and they were reading a new novel which involved using magic through cards. How absurd. All in all, the inn was doing well. Fenrir and Little Blue had grown more powerful, especially Little Blue, and so their adventures were now beginning to move further away from the greenhouse, which left the sovereign turtle with more time to actually garden. With everything going so well, Lex found no reason to delay his plans, and began to draw a map of Menara from memory, and began to pinpoint the location of the resin as best as he could. There was no point in waiting till the system completed repairs, He might as well have the next resin ready by then. There were about 4 more pieces of resin left on this continent, and all of them were extraordinarily far from him, so it would probably take much longer to find them as well. He jotted down all the relevant information he could recall, and once everything was ready, teleported away. His teleportation was a very useful tool, and obviously it could take him very far, but going long distances while trying to be precise was not easy. Over the next few days, Lex continued to explore the continent as he tried to find the location of the resin, and as a result, came in contact with more and more of the locals. They were pleasant for the most part, if a bit large. He also eventually ran into the strawberries, which was not nearly as cute as he would have imagined. They were not red because of their natural color, but because they were bathing in the blood of their enemies. It was quite gruesome. They even attacked him, which got them nowhere. It would take more than a few fruits to harm him. But that confidence did not last him long, because soon after he teleported himself in a lake of concentrated acid which did, in fact, harm him quite badly. Or at least it hurt his ego because he once again became bald. Fortunately, he had a contingency, which is that he learned a healing technique through which he could regrow hair. Besides that, he encountered a few volcanoes, though they were all dormant. He almost felt a little disappointed. Like that, the days went by, and eventually Lex encountered the region where the resin was. Although there was no sealed domain here, the resin remained protected as a result of another strange occurrence, which is that this entire portion of the continent had turned into a crystal that even Lex could not harm. It was green and purple in color, and everything from the trees to the grass to the dirt and rocks had turned into that crystal. Though it needed to be mentioned that all the plant life was still alive, even in crystal form. Regardless, he could neither crack the crystal no matter how he struck it, nor could he travel through it as a soul. It presented him with a new challenge, and together with the help of Pell, he spent the next few weeks trying to solve it. It took him nearly an entire month before he found a way through. Chapter 1074, Not Possible. Absorbing the new system gave him a 1% boost, which brought the total system repair percentage to 29%. He was just 6% away from his goal, and with a little over 10 months left to somehow complete it. He was feeling good about his odds, but that would depend on how much the resin still contributed. The strange crystal had halted his tracks for a while, to the point where Lex even considered taking Jack Daniels' help. But when Jack asked the Shadow Talons if they knew about the crystal and could reach within it, they told him that while their plane encompassed the crystal as well, there was no way for them to exit the plane anywhere inside of it, not that they would want to anyway. The crystal was one of the 3 great disasters of Menara, since no one knew anything about it, and it continuously grew. Eventually there would come a time it could encompass the entire continent, or even more. It was a threat to all life. But fortunately its rate of spread was slow, giving everyone time to come up with ideas of how to stop it. Even Pell himself was unable to identify the crystal, at least with the limited memories he had of his previous life. As useful as he was, Lex wasn't yet ready to enhance him even more, lest he encounter some unexpected trouble. If his time as a cultivator had taught him anything, it was that just because things were supposed to go a certain way, didn't mean they would definitely go that way. Thus it took him nearly a month to strengthen his domination to the level where he could use a glyph strong enough to let him pass through the crystal. The glyph was technically supposed to target precious stones like diamonds and rubies, but if this crystal fell into that category, who was he to argue? As long as it worked, he was happy. The resin was somewhere near the origin of the crystal, unsurprisingly, and Lex absorbed it promptly, this time without eliciting some major reaction from his body. In the meantime, since he was there, he went to investigate what was causing the crystal to grow. As it turned out, the source of everything was an egg. The egg was pretty small, only slightly larger than a chicken's, and had a tiny crack on it which was leaking a strange energy which was converting everything into that crystal. Lex felt intrigued but did not touch the egg. His instincts were warning him it was not such a good idea, so he left. Now he was off to find the remaining 3 pieces of resin. A few days after Lex left, Jack showed up on his ship, and after deploying the same glyph, traveled through the crystal and reached the egg. He did not try touching the egg either, but he flew over it, and began showering it in fairy dust that contained an affinity for laws relating to repairing. About a week later, the crack on the egg healed. At that point, Jack picked up the egg, put it on his ship, and left. That is how Captain Jack Daniels saved the continent of Menara, all without anyone finding out. For Lex, this week was spent looking for the other resin. It was not so easy to find either, and when he did, Lex faced another obstacle. This time, the reason the resin remained undiscovered was because it was within a region of Menara where the laws of reality were incomprehensibly different. A prominent line divided the normal continent, and the region where everything suddenly turned into 2D. Lex had no other way to describe it. He stood at the line and looked within, but the light being emitted from the place was so strange it gave him nausea. When he finally got used to it, he saw everything inside was 2D. Unwilling to risk his life, despite the absence of any warning from his instincts, he threw a random animal inside and observed the changes it underwent. Besides suddenly turning 2D, there was nothing else. He pulled the animal out, and it was still fine. So, without any further hesitation, he stepped in and discovered that he was no longer looking at the world from his eyes. Instead, he saw himself in the third person, while he himself was a 2D character. Fantastically, when he tried to speak, speech bubbles would appear atop his head. It was amazing. His abilities also looked much more impressive as well, only because of the vibrant colors they took on. Lex almost felt like he was inside a TV being watched by some universal deity. Whatever the reason for this strange phenomenon was, it clearly served as the best possible seal for containing all aura and energy signatures, since they would not spread beyond the domain of the 2D realm. It was just as he was marveling at the changes when he got his notification from the system that the repairs were complete. When he checked, his mood suddenly dropped. Previously, the resin had restored 5% of the system. This time, it restored 1%. The drop was drastic, and though he was now at a total of 30%, if the resin continued to reduce its efficiency at the same rate, then he would never be able to bring it from 30% to 35% using the resin. His leisurely mood dropped, and he focused once more on finding the piece of resin. But just because he had discovered its region did not mean it would be easy to find the resin. It took him several days of non-stop scouring and overcoming unexpected obstacles to find the resin, and he immediately absorbed it as well. He tried teleporting out, but discovered that he could not teleport out of the 2D region, so he had to teleport to the border and exit manually. Fortunately, there were no issues. A part of him still hoped that the resin would just continue to give 1% progress, but about a week later, while he was searching for the third resin, he got a notification that he had been dreading. The latest resin had only provided him with 0.2% repair progress. He stopped. Although he was already close to finding the resin, Lex stopped. The resin would no longer help him. Even if there were more pieces of resin on other continents, there wouldn't be enough to help him complete his quest. Faced with this conundrum, Lex immediately returned to the Midnight Inn and locked himself in his meditation room. He had to carefully go over the endless sea of knowledge he had gained to look for other valuable items that may approach the resin in value. If he could find even one item, it would solve his problems. But he did not think it would be so simple. He was not sure how common Tao-level ingredients were, but he felt fortunate that there was even one in his realm. If he could not find something of equal value, he might start looking for something else of at least similar value. After all, it was not necessary that only Tao-level ingredients could help the system. Unwilling to waste any more time, Lex began to peruse his memories, and the days slowly passed him by, until another month passed. Only a little more than 9 months remained of his deadline. On one particular day, while Lex himself still had not come out, a group appeared on the horizon, visible from the walls surrounding the inn. At first their tiny outline remained undetected, but as they approached closer, someone finally spotted them. A number of figures were quickly approaching the inn, from the air. The workers on the wall naturally sent the information back, but themselves continued their patrol. An hour later, several large flying, leathery creatures could be seen, carrying a massive tube on their backs. The creatures soon arrived, and stopped near the town that had begun to develop on the border of the inn. From the tubes, a number of other races began to descend, and the so far quiet town suddenly became crowded and rowdy. Activity could be seen even from the inn walls. A day passed, and at first it seemed like the new residents had just come to occupy the town. But eventually, they formed a caravan and began to approach the gates on the boundary wall in a slow, ceremonial fashion. Great beasts of burden carried platforms in which many of the arriving caravan members sat, and drums beat to mark each step taken by the beasts. Other, smaller races danced and played music on the sides of the caravan, and birds dropped flower petals on the road ahead of them. With great fanfare, the caravan approached the inn, and then stopped right at the gates, even though the doors were open. A particularly small creature, similar to an imp, climbed off one of the beasts and walked through the gate holding a large scroll and approached the inn workers. Chapter 1075, Circana. Jace was on wall patrol duty, not that he minded. He was just glad he didn't need to use his earth abilities to build any more walls or forts. It was draining to an entirely other level, though to be fair, when his life was on the line, and so was everyone else's, exhaustion was a small price to pay for security. Still, he was savoring this opportunity to rest and raise his cultivation at the same time. So while patrol duty might have sounded boring to anyone else, the contrast of doing patrol with the knowledge that something out there wasn't actively hunting him and everyone else made the experience much more enjoyable. The air was clear, the sunlight refreshing, the views great, the company even better. What more could a guy ask for? But even if he asked for nothing, he got a parade to look at, or at least, that's what he imagined a parade would look like. But it was obvious that their target was the inn, so Jace and the other workers positioned themselves near the gate. They would not exit the gate, but if the guests entered, they would welcome them. Moreover, if they stopped at the boundary and just asked questions, they could answer. Although most of the inn settlements were far from the gate, there was a high-speed bullet train that had been installed here by the innkeeper before he left to welcome any guests. In case they didn't fit in the train, there were other options as well. In the distance behind them, a rumbling sound came. They were used to it. The massive spaceship which had suddenly come to life and gained a fear of heights was undergoing therapy not far from here. Just last week, the ship had actually managed to fly almost 50 feet, 15 meters in the air before crashing down. Based on the sounds today, it still had not managed to return all the way to 50 feet yet. Jace's daydreams came to an abrupt halt when he realized that an imp walked through the gates of the inn while everyone else waited outside. The imp approached them, and after giving them a scan, locked his eyes with Jace. As if determining that Jace was the leader, the imp turned towards him and opened the scroll, blocking the view of half his body, and began reading. Attention, esteemed denizens of the illustrious Midnight Inn, purveyors of hospitality and moderate renown. It is with the utmost reverence and boundless elation that I, Circana, Goldblum, announce an event of monumental significance, a moment that shall undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. From the resplendent and hallowed realms of the venerable Tree of Heaven, there has arrived a diplomatic emissary of unparalleled distinction, accompanied by his retinue of equally eminent and esteemed companions. The august arrival of this exalted delegation heralds a time of unparalleled honor and celestial favor for your inn. No doubt, you are profoundly humbled and eternally grateful for the opportunity to host such distinguished personages. We are also pleased to elevate this establishment with our presence, and you are fortunate indeed to have the opportunity to host such exalted figures. Let it be known to all who dwell within these hallowed walls, and to those who shall hear of this momentous occasion, that the Midnight Inn now stands as a temporary beacon of honor, graced by the threads of destiny that we have chosen to weave here. With hearts full of benevolence and spirits alight with the brilliance of our grandeur, we extend our measured appreciation for your hospitality and anticipate the unforgettable splendor of our stay. In witness whereof, we mark this day as a chapter of illustrious prominence in the saga of the Midnight Inn, a testament to the boundless possibilities that arise from our celestial favor and the graciousness of the Tree of Heaven. Jace, who was smiling throughout the frankly verbose speech, could not help but twitch. Were they allowed to reject guests? He actually thought about it for a moment, but unless the guest had broken some rules, they could not be turned away. Unfortunately, being obnoxious was not against any rule. Welcome, Circana, Goldblum. The Midnight Inn offers refuge and sanctuary to all who follow their rules. If your respected emissary and his retinue should wish, we can accompany them to the main settlements within. Canai rolled up the scroll and gave Jace a haughty look. A figure of sufficient stature and station must come and welcome the emissary personally, or else it shall be treated as an affront. Owing to the emissary's magnanimity, as well as the short notice, he will wait no more than 8 hours. If, in such a time frame, a sufficiently qualified figure does not arrive, it will be treated as an official refusal to entertain us by the Midnight Inn. Without waiting for a response, the imp tucked the scroll under his arm and returned. Surprisingly, Jace actually felt great relief upon hearing Canai's request. Soon, this group would be someone else's problem. Just as he was about to send someone to bring word to Gerard, he paused. From what he recalled, Gerard was on a date. In that case, he sent word to Luther. He was one of the highest-ranked members of the inn. Although deep inside his heart, Jace could not help but admit he was looking forward to seeing the imp talk to Luther the way he had talked to him. He snickered and then quickly used his new mobile phone to send Luther a text. This new midnight portal was great. Not only did it make communication easier, it even had a bunch of cool features. For example, he entered a group chat and started to share what he just encountered with a group of other inn-workers, and they started a betting pool guessing how long it would take for Luther to beat up one of the guests. Chapter 1076 Emissary. Luther was standing in the cockpit of the Silent Wanderer, looking at an active lava site. It was actually quite far from the main settlements, and was discovered by one of the groups exploring the inn's lands to better understand and map them. Once the AI running the Midnight Portal figures out how to launch satellites and keep them running and working in this environment, taking in consideration safety from any avian beasts, they would have a live map of the region. But until then, they would have to manually map everything out. This particular lava pit was contained within a mountain range, fed by several different underground lava channels as far as he could tell. The reasons he, in particular, had come to observe this place were quite simple. First of all, such a place would definitely help with his training of his fire abilities. Secondly, this looked like a particularly nice spot for a prison. Even the innkeeper had agreed to a prison, so now if he could just design one around this lava pit, or maybe even inside of it. The sound of his phone ringing woke Luther from his daydreams. He checked and was surprised at the notification. He was needed to welcome some guests. That had never happened before. Then he read Jace's explanation and took a deep breath, calming himself down preemptively. As unfortunate as it was, they'd all had some experience with difficult guests. "Mark this area down as important and let's head to the gate," Luther said to Cirque. "I'm needed there." The journey to the gate was swift, but it gave Luther just enough time to enter into the right mindset. The Silent Wanderer did not land. Instead, it just opened up a latch and allowed Luther to drop from the air, landing calmly atop the boundary wall, facing the caravan. Being overly friendly was not his thing. Though he remained completely respectful as he blasted his golden core out at the caravan, bringing the dancing to a grinding halt. "My name is Luther Nightshade, here to welcome the emissary from the Tree of Heaven. Welcome to the Midnight Inn. May your stay be extremely pleasant." Once he finished his greeting, he withdrew his aura, finally allowing them to relax. To be fair, it was not his best effort at being congenial, but he got the feeling that these were people who only respect strength. Luther jumped down from the wall to the ground, as the whole caravan once again started to move forward, this time entering through the gate. There were well over 1,000 porters, dancers, laborers, and general helpers with the caravan, but the actual members of it seemed not to be even 100. 4 particularly large beasts that looked a lot like gorillas walked up to Luther, carrying a majestic palanquin on their shoulders. The palanquin was at least 10 feet in height and nearly 24 feet long, so when the door opened and revealed a very tall figure, Luther was not surprised. A treant, with a set of countless roots in the form of tentacles that pulled it out, stepped out, and revealed that it had actually been crouched the entire time. It had no identifiable face, though within its top branches Luther spotted a patch of oddly colored leaves which he decided to treat as its one eye. "Salutations, Luther Nightshade," the treant spoke, its entire body vibrating to create the sound, as it seemed to lack a mouth. "I am Count Pinafita Salvatia, an emissary from the Tree of Heaven and hopefully a future ambassador to the Midnight Inn. The words of your innkeeper reached even us, and the Tree of Heaven deigned it fit to acknowledge your inn. I look forward to meeting with the innkeeper and exploring all that the inn has to offer." Luther nodded, keeping his expression as neutral as he could. "The Midnight Inn welcomes you, Pinafita. We have vast lands and many services we can offer, and all are welcome to them. If you follow me, I can lead you and your retinue to the main settlements where you can explore all the inn has to offer. Of course, if you wish to explore the inn on your own, you are free to do so, but in that case, I have to warn you that only the settlements and public transportation are truly safe. As for your wish to meet the innkeeper, it will temporarily have to be delayed. The innkeeper is occupied with some work, but the rest of the inn's workers are available to you should you need any help." The treant did not respond immediately, and it was hard to guess what it was thinking, since it literally had no facial expressions. Maybe an expert would be able to read the movements of its leaves to determine its moods or thoughts, but Luther was not counted among them. "Very well, let us first make headway towards these settlements you have mentioned, and get everyone housed. Then we can contemplate upon how to proceed. I take it that you have the authority to represent the Midnight Inn in all legal matters. As an emissary of the Tree of Heaven, I have come to discuss the terms to establish a fruitful and healthy cooperation between us. In the absence of the innkeeper, there is a council that can make decisions, but whether they will need to be disturbed remains to be seen. Let's move on, and then once I hear your requests, I can better judge how to proceed forward. The Treant had been, this entire time, letting its aura passively leak, and it too was a golden core cultivator. In fact, it was quite strong among them within that realm, as far as Luther could tell. But how could he ever be intimidated by someone in the same realm, let alone by someone flammable? It was a joke. As for the Tree of Heaven, he did not take it seriously at all. Chapter 1077, what's that? The Treant seemed slightly disgruntled that he would not be able to meet the Innkeeper, but did not show it too overtly as it was used to doing. Luther was, admittedly, much stronger than Pinafida had anticipated. Few forces could boast golden core cultivators, and fewer still had golden cultivators who could actually match their might with those of the races living in the shadow of the Tree of Heaven. But then again, this much should be expected by a force which so boldly claimed itself to belong to the creator of the whole world. Now that was an absurd claim if Pinafida ever heard one. He would not be surprised if the Midnight Inn had even more golden core cultivators, and perhaps even a few nascent realm cultivators. That much was, at the very least, expected. One of the reasons Pinafida was here, besides creating ties, was to scout out the strength of this force. What would be done with that information was none of Pinafdia's concern, as the higher-ups would be the ones to decide, but one could easily guess. After all, although the Tree of Life had given orders to make contact, it had not elaborated beyond that. Besides, the lands of Menara had long been ruled solely by the various races under the shadow of the tree, for an upstart to just appear and make such bold claims. Once again, it was none of Pinafida's business, but he could very well imagine that some might not take to it as kindly as others have. He watched as his servants unloaded his and his retinue's belongings and transferred them to the train. It was an absurd notion to ride in some metal container rather than atop a mighty beast, but some places had strange cultures. It would suffice for the more mundane members of his escort, but not for him. Besides, he was too large to fit in it anyway. But Luther had a solution to that as well, as he summoned some of the local peacocks who had reached the foundation level. Upon request, they stopped suppressing the size of their bodies and quickly grew large enough not only to carry Pinafida, but many others alongside him as well. But considering how he had behaved so far, Luther got the feeling that he might not be the biggest fan of sharing. "Why don't we go on ahead? The other workers will bring the rest of your team. I can give you a tour along the way as well," said Luther, doing his best to extend his hospitality. He was succeeding in doing so with everything other than his voice and facial expressions. The Treant merely nodded, agreeing to the arrangements of his host. Pinafida had to admit that the mounts that had been arranged were quite impressive. They did not cower or tremble as he approached, and even as his roots slithered over the back of the peacock and pulled him up, it did not resist in any way. In fact, it made the mounting process much easier. "Very well trained," he could not help but comment as Luther climbed the second peacock. Once they were both seated, the peacocks took to the air, not flapping their wings, but using a special bloodline technique that manipulated the air beneath their wings. They did not immediately set off, as Luther circled around the region a couple of times to observe the caravan, and so that Pinafida could get a good view of their surroundings. Then they set off. The Treant was, naturally, much more attuned with nature and the environment, so he could feel that there was something in the air that somehow made this place better for plant life than the rest of Menara, but it could not understand what. Most of what it observed as they flew was nothing special, as a majority of the lands were undeveloped, and so were just like the rest of the continent. Then it saw a massive shape in the distance. One could almost assume it was a mountain if not for its odd shape. "What is that?" the Treant asked, its branches pointing towards a figure in the distance. "That is Ming Jai, one of our guests at the Midnight Inn," Luther said, although most just commonly refer to him as the Mountain Man. That is a guest?" Pinafida asked, shocked by the size of it. Although Menara housed many large species, such as the Leopolds, but even then they hardly reached the size of actual mountains. Before it could get over the shock of the guest, it sensed something else beneath it. The ground seemed to be moving on its own. No, wait, it was not the ground. It was a vast metallic body that was just very close to the ground. "What is that?" it asked again and pointed towards the ground. "It's a ship. It flies through the air normally, but right now it's just hugging the ground," Luther answered just as impassively. The ship, as Luther called it, was absolutely massive. It was hundreds of miles long and just as wide, and Pinafida could feel that it was extremely dangerous. Before the poor Treant could get over the shock he had already received, a massive pushchair being pulled by countless beautiful undead with wings flew through the air. The baby Cthulhu was sucking on a pacifier as it looked around and tried to jump out of its chair whenever it saw something exciting. Behind it, Anita and Cowan were casually strolling through the air, a small hint of their aura surrounding the pushchair, keeping the baby in place lest it fall out. Pinafita tried to point once more, but the dread caused by the aura of immortals caused its brain to shut down momentarily, leaving him stuttering as he tried to comprehend a level of power their world could not technically support. What? He kept repeating right up until the pushchair flew out of sight. Luther resisted the urge to scoff. Trees. The only things they were good for was bonfires. Chapter 1078 Quaint Charm. Those were just some of the inn workers enjoying their holidays, Luther explained, anticipating the question Pinafita wanted to ask. Workers, they were workers, the Treant asked in disbelief. Although he himself was only in the Golden Core realm, he had spent a lot of time under the guidance of nascent-level beings, not to mention he had personally received the blessing of the Tree of Heaven when he came to life. He knew what their auras were like, and they were nothing compared to those two. Pinafita shuddered and caught itself. It must not doubt the Tree of Heaven. That was absolute blasphemy. He was sure there was some kind of devilish trickery at play, fooling his senses. There was no realm above the nascent realm because even the tree was only in that realm. This must be an elaborate ploy by the inn to fool him. It must. As soon as it gathered itself, the Treant saw a massive city made of glass, floating through the air. "Is that our destination?" he asked, looking at it with intrigue. "No, that's just one of the spots guests can go and enjoy. If you wish to stop and take a look, we can." No need. I'm sure there will be plenty of time to explore the inn at my leisure once we have settled." "Indeed," Luther said and looked forward. Beneath them were the untouched lands of the inn that were relatively close to the settlements. They had been cleared of most dangerous beasts and animals, though there was still a chance of risk. Pinafita looked down with interest at the few guests who would show up from time to time. Since devils maintained their humanoid appearance most of the time, it was not so easy to differentiate them from humans from a distance, so the Treant did not feel at all impressed by most of the guests he saw. He was familiar with the human race. It was a defeated one, not worth his attention most of the time. Luther was different, though. Just as it was musing, it saw someone enter a minor realm and disappear. What just happened? The Treant could not help asking again. It was familiar with teleportation, but what it had sensed was not mere teleportation. It was teleportation to some unknown realm. "Oh, that nothing much. We have a few 100,000 minor realms across the inn. They're like small worlds in a different space, each filled with different things. Our guests can go explore them if they wish, although in the case of injury while exploring untamed minor realms, the inn does not take any responsibility. It's more for those adventurous types of guests. You too can explore them if you wish." Small worlds? Pinafita could not wrap his head around such an idea, though he was not to blame. How could minor realms form in a realm that in itself was still forming? All of space was being stretched outwards, so there was no place for natural wrinkles or loops to form, which might give birth to minor realms. "How interesting," he said as he tried to compose himself. As an emissary and potential ambassador, he had already embarrassed himself by losing composure once. He must not do it again. Luther gave him the side-eye and then continued to look forward. This is why he preferred to let others deal with guests. "In its own modest way, the Midnight Inn possesses a certain quaint charm, I suppose," he said, feeling magnanimous, but Luther only rolled his eyes. The Treant was waiting for Luther to acknowledge his praise somehow, maybe even thank him for it, but when Luther didn't, he felt a little disgruntled. He was just about to complain when a certain melodious sound distracted him. It sounded like a choir. He looked down and found a small patch of trees singing a song called Young MacDonald. A certain vine had emerged from the ground and was acting as the maestro for their performance. "Trants," he exclaimed in complete shock, but then he realized that no, they weren't Treants. They were actual trees that were alive. Before he could even consider asking Luther what that was about, a gust of wind rolled by and circled them a few times. "You look busy, Luther, but whenever you're free, find me. I have a great idea, and I call it the hot air balloon. Together we can make it work," said the gust of wind before flying away quickly. "Come back here," a voice called from a distance, and Luther turned to see a kaleidoscope of giant butterflies chasing the gust of wind angrily. Behind them, a single sky lantern was following, though it seemed extremely exhausted trying to keep up. Little Blue, who was not too strong but had developed an extremely intimidating aura since its wings grew, suddenly flew by as well, with little Fenrir riding on its back. They glanced at the Treant before continuing on their way. They had the same aura as the Treant began to say, but could not. Although it had no lungs, technically, its voice was strained, as if it was wheezing. Before it could recover, they finally approached the village, one of the main inn settlements. It was filled with hustle and bustle, not to mention countless immortals who did not bother restraining their aura since the inn would protect everyone else from harm. The Treant, who was doing what Luther could not guess was a tree version of hyperventilating, was barely holding on at this point, but then it sensed the divine aura of the boulder shrine and could take it no longer. It fainted, though that only made it look like a tree strapped onto the back of a flying peacock, which admittedly was a pretty normal sight for the midnight inn. "Quaint charm, my arse," Luther muttered as he guided the peacock down. Even if the recovery rooms were no longer working, he should show the Treant to a doctor. Or wait, should he show it to a gardener? Chapter 1079 Inn's History. The arrival of a little over 1,000 new guests didn't go unnoticed, especially since everyone was quite interested in the inhabitants of the new realm. If someone said that all was perfectly well in the inn then, that wouldn't exactly be true. As months passed, many of the guests began to realize that they might be stuck in this realm for a very long time. Most did not mind, either because of their long lives or because the cultivation environment here was great, not to mention the opportunities of a newborn realm were unimaginable. A majority of the cultivators in the immortal realm who weren't in closed-door cultivation had already left the settlements to go explore the as-of-yet untouched lands of the inn. The same was true for most nascent soul and golden core, as well as a good number of foundation realm cultivators as well. Those who were not out exploring were taking advantage of the fact that the spirit energy here was exceptionally pure. If they had to pay to stay in the inn, they would never be able to stay this long, at least for the lower-leveled cultivators. So in a way, this was the ultimate opportunity for them to cultivate and grow their realm in a safe environment. But at the same time, there were many guests who were discontent as well. This was akin to kidnapping, and was keeping them away from commitments and people who they wished to meet. Disappearing without notice and being unable to even send back word was not something easy to come to terms with. These guests had many fights with the workers already, though they were only verbal fights so far. But there was nothing that could be done. There were also a few guests who did not mind taking all the benefits the inn offered, but had not a shred of gratitude in their hearts. In fact, they felt that everything they got was what they justly deserved, and had resorted to threatening the workers with what they would do many times if they weren't allowed to leave. But it was all for naught. None of them could leave. So when there was a sudden surge of new guests, it was a welcome distraction, but at the same time, not everyone was in a very welcoming mood. One such guest who was troubled about not being able to return home, though not to the point of being bitter against the inn, was John "Fake" Kennedy. The crabman was sitting with his feet dipped in a lazy river, looking out forlornly into the distance. He saw a whole large group of new guests coming in, but he just could not gather the energy of getting up to investigate. The only thing he could think of was all the harm that was being done to his beloved country in his absence. Now that he had finally gained the strength to go and face those who wanted him assassinated, he was stuck here, with no one to stop them who knew what harm they would do. Hours passed by and he didn't move, nor did he notice when a curious imp came by, sitting in an inflatable donut in the lazy river. "You there, crustacean-looking fellow? Are you one of the inn workers? Good attendant, it appears that circumstances have conspired against me, for I find myself in a predicament most unbecoming. As one unaccustomed to the art of swimming, I must, with considerable reluctance, request your immediate assistance in extricating myself from this watery conveyance. Your prompt and diligent aid in this matter would be most appreciated, as I am certain you understand the gravity of my situation." "What? No, I'm not. Never mind, I'll help," said Kennedy as he jumped in the pool and pulled the donut to the side, allowing Canai to jump off. "What a dastardly contraption, most heinous," Canai muttered, then looked towards Kennedy. "Well, I am part of a diplomatic envoy. Why are you not profusely apologizing for exhibiting me to that dreadful watery death trap? I demand recompense for my trauma." Kennedy looked at the imp, then looked left and right. Seeing that they were alone, it would be a lie if he didn't say that he for a moment felt like putting the imp back in the donut and throwing it in the lazy river, but resisted the urge. "Ask not what the inn can do for you, but what you can do for the inn," he muttered to himself before looking at the imp. "I am not one of the inn's workers, I am a guest here as well. I just helped you out because you looked like you needed it. If you're afraid of water, you should not have gotten on it to begin with." "Aha, a patron of the establishment," the imp exclaimed, then looked Kennedy up and down. "My good fellow, I am here as a patron myself, and am most curious about the history of this inn where we take refuge. Would you, perchance, have a moment to spare to enlighten me with anything you know? I assure you, the Trient Empire under the shadow of the Tree of Heaven will extend its gratitude to you for your cooperation. Kennedy was a shrewd crabman, and easily saw that the imp had ulterior motives, but it was not like the history of the inn was secret. His curiosity, however, was piqued by the sudden promise of intrigue. After all, since he couldn't go back home, he needed to distract himself with something. He might as well learn more about the countries outside the border of the inn. But while Kennedy saw through the poorly orchestrated subterfuge, not everyone was as simple to see through as the imp, and not all guests had the good of the inn at heart. Slowly, the crowds started to mingle, and an unbelievable story of how the guests all saw the birth of the realm began to spread. Chapter 10, 80 Intimidation. By the time Lex exited his retreat, only 7 months remained to complete his quest. Considering that he had narrowed down a list of items that could possibly help the system, and all he needed to do was go find them, that was both a very long and very short time. It was long because teleportation would cut his travel time down by a lot. At the same time, it was short because there was no guarantee that they would help the system. In the back of his mind, he had come up with a contingency plan, which is something he would only use in the worst-case scenario. It required the help of the rhinocentaurs who had access to the group chat, but he didn't want to wait until the last possible minute to look for them. He decided that he would approach them first and get them to think of a way they could locate systems within the origin realm. Then he would just need to come up with a way to forcibly teleport from this realm back there, and then find the systems. It was an absolutely terrible plan with many problems that could occur, which is why he kept it as the very last resort. Ultimately, he had to at least consider that there may not be enough items that could repair the system in his own realm, although a part of him suspected that should not be the case. No matter what, the system had never given him a completely impossible quest, but at the same time, he could not scan every inch of this place that was 0.25 light-years large. "Mary, how are things in the inn?" Lex asked as he stepped out, feeling refreshed. Considering the monumental task ahead of him, Lex took the time to rest and recover to his peak state before coming out. After all, if he had spent so much time searching his memories, then a few hours spent recovering wouldn't matter. "There have been no major problems," she said, appearing in front of him in a suit. It was rare for her to look so serious, as she usually preferred cosplaying in more eccentric clothes. "There are a few minor issues that have cropped up, though. I think everyone at the inn can handle them for now if you want to focus on your quest first." "Tell me anyway. I'm going to be teleporting to the other continents, and it might take some effort, so I want to leave things here in a good state if I can." "I don't know how much you can do without appearing as the innkeeper. There are about 800 guests who have gathered up and are extremely upset about not being able to return. They're saying that they've been kidnapped. Although they haven't done anything drastic yet, they're very vocal in their demands to return. Also, a few weeks ago, we welcomed the first of many diplomatic envoys. Since then, a number of countries and empires from all over Menara have sent diplomatic groups to better understand the inn. There was one incident where a particular group demanded the inn swear fealty to their lord, but after Luther had a polite conversation with them, they decided not to cause any more problems. The diplomatic envoys, though, they're clearly trouble. They haven't done anything untowards as of yet, but it's apparent that they're scouting out the strengths and weaknesses of the inn, and they're not subtle about it at all. There was almost an incident where one of them tried to probe the actual strength of Anita by appearing to threaten her baby. Well, fortunately, Charles is very well versed in medicine for various races, so we were able to bring him out of the coma the Cthulhu put him in. As for how long it will take to recover from the mental trauma of the incident, there is no estimate. Well, don't worry about it. It's obvious that they won't easily accept the claims of some voice that told them that it created their whole world. Sooner or later, one of them will probe the inn. The rest probably just don't want to be the first to do it. It's important to maintain good relations with them since the inn is a hospitality business after all. But other than that, it's also important to let them know their place. I'll take care of it." Mary nodded and disappeared. Lex didn't exactly like the fact that others were being so obvious about their ulterior motives. Although they had to be hospitable, he was not a subscriber of the customer is always right mindset. Mistreating his workers was not acceptable. Perhaps it was time to meet some of the ambassadors himself. Lex summoned Fenrir and sat on top of him, noticing that the pup's fur had become even softer since the last time they met. He had also begun to radiate a special kind of aura that was mostly suppressed by the inn. It reminded him of the mythical beings he met in the Crystal Realm, the primogenitors of the Frio and Saul birds. But Fenrir was definitely not a mythical being. The only thing he could think of was that its bloodline was displaying more of its prowess. After all, he did have a 100% pure bloodline. All right, buddy, you remember what I said about scaring your prey? Well, now I'm going to teach you about intimidation. It's very useful when you don't want to actually kill your target, but you need them to behave. The pup turned and looked at him with a special gleam in his eyes. No, it's not going to work on the turtle, so don't even think about it, Lex scoffed, and then put on his notorious anonymity mask before teleporting them both away. They reappeared in front of the Midnight Manor, which was more crowded than it had been in a while, and everybody immediately turned to look at them. Both Fenrir and Lex gave off an aura that could not be ignored. Chapter 1080 One Beacon of Handsomeness. In actuality, Lex's mask, which contained divinity and was not a technique, was called the Invincible Tyrant Mask. The divinity it contained had a lot to do with intimidation and fear, since the divinity was born from the fear and worshipped the devils he felt. Compared to notorious anonymity, which just looked devilish and hid his identity, not only was it much stronger, but it also served the additional purpose of spreading fear on those around him, though he might not always want that. But at this moment, when his inn was filled with those who were so blatantly planning against it, he wanted exactly that. He knew that this wouldn't end until someone actually attacked the inn and were made an example of. That was the sad truth of things. But maybe the intimidation tactic could work, who knew? His targets specifically were the locals. Although his guests, who were upset at being forced to stay here, were not exactly conducive to the environment he was trying to create, ultimately they were stuck here. Sure, they had gained many benefits, but they were also paying for it by being forced to stay here. If he was not able to fix the system in time, who knew if they would ever be able to return? So although they were annoying, he sympathized with them. Yet when he and Fenrir appeared, everyone looked towards them. Although their auras could not harm anyone, since the system would prevent that, it was rare for someone inside the inn to have such a threatening and dangerous aura. The older guests just felt a touch of curiosity. They knew they were safe, not to mention they recognized Fenrir immediately. The newer guests, though, the ones who had accompanied the ambassadors or had come with various envoys, they all felt absolute dread. They felt like death had become incarnate in front of their eyes and revealed itself before them. It was the face of all their nightmares, and it had the power that should belong only to deities. It was also right in front of them. While many, including the workers, recognized Fenrir, very few recognized Lex's mask. Only the few workers who had seen him training in the temple knew that it was actually Lex underneath. Of course, he was using an illusion to make his body seem larger as well. Nobody exactly found babies intimidating, unless it was 3 a.m., and it was the baby's parents who suddenly smelled something funny. Lex observed the countless faces looking at him, and was easily able to pick out the new faces, not only just because they were from many unfamiliar races, but because he knew all the old guests by heart. A strange tension began to build in the air, as no one knew the purpose of his mystery-masked man, and his aura did not exactly foretell a friendly visit. Finally, Lex's vision locked onto a particularly large black bear who was radiating an aura at the Golden Core realm. Strangely enough, he looked exactly like a normal bear from Earth, if a bit larger. There were no strange fangs or horns or wings, but as an apex predator in its given form, it didn't need them. As if to prove that exact point, the bear was one of the few who looked at Lex without being intimidated by him. Forgive my sudden arrival, I heard news of ambassadors from far-off lands, and I became excited. I'm also an ambassador of sorts. The Midnight Inn usually sends me out to resolve delicate issues. I look forward to working with you all in the future. Lex jumped off Fenrir's back. To begin with, he only used Fenrir for dramatic effect. Its newly developed aura was quite powerful, so riding on its back sent a powerful message. Countless thoughts passed through the guests' minds. Older guests, who had come from the Origin realm and knew that the inn had been attacked a few times previously, suddenly imagined an entire force of similarly masked men sent to eliminate the powers that dared offend the inn. Newer guests could not help but compare the strength of Lex's aura with that of their leaders. How was it that no matter which powerful person they came across in the inn only seemed to be a worker? How powerful exactly was the innkeeper? But at a certain point, people had also begun to question if this was a mere facade being put up by the inn. After all, faking aura was tough but not impossible. Were they actually so powerful? Many wanted to find out but didn't want to be the ones testing it out. But though Lex had spoken in a jovial tone, no one responded to him. They all kept looking at him in silence. Lex snickered. By the way, there wouldn't happen to be any representative from one of the countries on the western border of Menara, would there? I don't know the name of the place, but I'll be heading to the archipelago on the western side in a bit. I was hoping to learn a bit about the place before I go." "The Knot-Knit Islands?" a squeaky voice suddenly asked, as a bipedal creature that looked like it was made entirely of dried leaves stepped forward. "Is that what they're called? I don't know about that. I only know that it has an entrance to a massive underground continent that exists below the chaotic sea." Yes, the Knot-Knit Islands," the leak person said with recognition and alarm in its voice. May I ask, why are you going there? Maybe I can be of help. The islands have not sent any ambassadors, but I was born and raised there, so I know the place well." "Oh, in that case, come friend, let's talk while we get a drink. My closest friends call me Tyrant, but you can call me Ty. I feel like we're going to get along well." The more friendly Lex tried to be, the more fearful the squeaky-voiced leaf person became. It couldn't be helped. With the mask, every word he spoke and every gesture he made became completely menacing. That, combined with the thought of someone who was called a tyrant by his friends, did not really do well dissuade worry in his heart, or whatever heart-equivalent organ it had. I am Oak, a professor of zoology. What are you going to the island for, Ty, if I might ask? I can probably recommend better places. If you want to enter the underground continent, there is a much closer opening in the salt mines of the Carvador Range." "I'm going for the sights, Professor Oak, the sights. I've heard good things. I've also heard you have frequent monsters attacking from the sea itself. I've never seen a living being that can exist in the Chaos Sea. I'm quite interested." Before Oak could respond, someone else spoke in. "The Knot-Knit Islands are very conservative. You're not exactly going to be welcome there. Not everyone is like the inn, excepting anyone who happens to pass by," said a spider that was about 3 feet large. Lex frowned and was very evident of his displeasure at the comment. The spider had just insinuated that the inn had no standards and would pick up every stray that came along. The room suddenly seemed to turn darker, though the inn protected the spider from feeling any kind of threat or danger from Lex's aura. No, the islands are very friendly, Mr. Tyrant," Oak suddenly insisted. "They're very friendly indeed. You just, well, I hope you don't mind. I mean, if you want to take in the sights and explore the culture, maybe you could if you really want and had the time." "It's fine, Professor Oak. You can tell me. I'm a friendly guy. I obey the rules. If the islands have some rules, I will follow them. Isn't that why I'm asking you about them?" "Well, like you said, there are monsters that come from the seas, and some people have actually tamed those monsters. 8 island leaders, to be exact. If you go and have a friendly fight, a very friendly fight, Mr. Tyrant, nobody needs to die, then you can get badges if you win. Once you get all 8 badges, all the islands will open to you, and you will be welcomed like a native." "Really, the monsters have been tamed? How interested," Lex Sane then paused to look at the spider. "I wonder how exactly they were tamed. Did they beat them up till they fainted first?" He maintained eye contact with all of the spider's eyes while he spoke, and his meaning was quite clear to everyone. Just as Lex was about to continue, Gerard and Lilith walked into the room, hand in hand, talking to each other, completely oblivious of their surroundings. The carefully orchestrated, high-tension mood Lex had created was instantly destroyed by the giggles of a devil as Gerard, a beacon of handsomeness, flirted with her. Lex sighed. Chapter 1082, Treasure Hunt. Gerard and Lilith did not even know how they thoroughly destroyed the carefully orchestrated tension Lex and built up. They only had eyes for each other. They walked over to the grand piano sitting in the corner of the room, and Gerard made himself comfortable and began showing Lilith how to play. Considering her cultivation level, she was a quick learner, and in only moments there was a soft, romantic duet being played in the VAR. Lex sighed, though Oak mistook his expression as irritation. "Mr. Tyrant, that's Mr. Gerard, one of your colleagues. Please excuse him. He surely did not mean to bother you." Lex raised an eyebrow. This Professor Oak was very averse to confrontation, wasn't he? He was trying to stop Lex from getting into fights at every turn. "Do not worry, Professor. I am naturally familiar with Gerard. I was just sighing at how relaxed he is. It is good that he is enjoying himself. After all, that's what the inn is for. Also, you may have some misconceptions about me. I am not going to the Knot-Knit Islands to fight anyone, and even if I do, it's not like I'm going to go about randomly killing people. I'm a nice guy, really. Okay, sure, I sometimes have to be a little rough, but that's only against people who harm the inn in some way first. Other than that, I'm very friendly. Honest. I've only destroyed one planet. You see how I hold myself back." Lex wondered if he could really take credit for the destruction of the planet where the Midnight Battalion had been trapped. Technically speaking, it had nothing to do with him. The space around them just spontaneously tore, but it was not like anyone would come to dispute him. For the locals of the Midnight Realm, the statement of him destroying just one world was abstract, but for the older guests it definitely was. They eyed him, though covertly as they didn't want to get caught. Haha, of course, Mr. Tyrant. You're a very friendly guy, I believe you. We're having drinks, aren't we? We're friends. So in that case, would you mind sharing why you want to go to the islands? Maybe I can guide you so that you might not even need to fight the 8 island leaders. Truth be told, I'm searching for a treasure. I've heard that there's a really valuable treasure on the islands, so I want to try my luck at it. Suddenly, a large number of people in the VAR turned to look at him, and their expressions were very serious. Many quickly looked away, considering Lex's aura was not weak at all, but many still continued to look. I feel like there's a story here, Lex said slowly, as he looked around. Gerard and Lily were literally the only ones who hadn't noticed the sudden return of the tension in the room. They just kept playing music that definitely did not suit the mood. Professor Oak laughed even more nervously. Old stories, in fact, old children's stories. There's no truth to them at all. Countless people have come to the island searching for the Chaos Crystal but have never found it. Every few thousand years, someone claims to have discovered new clues about it, and that brings a whole new round of treasure hunters, but no one has ever found anything. Lex smiled in an amused manner. He knew for sure that there definitely was a treasure, and in fact, it really was a crystal. It was one of the few things he discovered that might match the resin in quality. The only thing that made him curious was how everyone else knew of it. After all, he had knowledge of the entire realm, which is how he discovered it. But what did everyone else rely on? Oh, do you mind sharing some of these stories with me? If I don't find anything naturally, I'll just move on, but who can resist the charm of a good old treasure hunt, huh? Professor Oak smiled weakly and chugged the apple juice he had in front of him before beginning. It said at the dawn of time, when even the tree of heaven was just a sapling, an 8-legged horse came running from the horizon, chasing a shooting star. When it reached Menara, and just as it was about to catch the shooting star, a giant monster erupted from the Chaos Sea. The horse and the sea monster fought, destroying much of the land and leaving what little remained in the form of the archipelago. In fact, even the hole that descends into the underworld is considered to have originated from that fight. But once the fight was over, the horse had lost sight of the shooting star, and so could only return where it came from. Many think that the shooting star shot into the continent somewhere, but most think that it is buried somewhere on the islands. Countless have tried searching for it, including the races from the Shadowed Lands, but none have ever discovered it. By now, one would think that the rumors would fade, but they never do. Even if everyone stops talking about it and most forget, every few thousand years the story resurges somehow, and the treasure hunt begins anew. Oh, that's really interesting, Lex commented and took a sip of his drink. But then why is it called the Chaos Crystal if you just called it a shooting star? The professor froze, and so did the others. It seemed none of them had an answer to the question. The thing Lex was searching for could, indeed, be considered a Chaos Crystal, because in essence it was just the liquid that formed the Chaos Sea, but frozen solid for some reason. But he was curious about how the story originated and how they came up with the name. It seemed much too coincidental to believe that it was mere happenstance. Someone had to know about the crystal, but then why would they spread the story? Why wouldn't they take it for themselves? Maybe they couldn't find it. Where did you hear about this treasure? One of the bar's patrons asked. It was a treat, though it looked significantly different from Pinafita. Oh, here and there. Why are you so surprised? It seems like everyone knows about it. Did you get a clue from somewhere? Asked the treant again, this time standing up and walking up to Lex. Maybe, what's it to you? Lex asked, not bothering to suppress his smile since he was wearing a mask. He was hoping for a volunteer he could beat a volunteer he could spar with so that the rest understood not to mess with the inn. It would serve as a small deterrent until a big one was needed. The Tree of Heaven has sent 7 expeditions after the Chaos Crystal. If it were not real, they would not have happened, the treant said, finally reaching Lex, his figure towering above him. If you have a clue, you will submit it to the Treant Empire now, in service of the Tree of Heaven's needs. Wow, that almost sounded like an order, Lex said before taking another sip. It was remarkable how the mask did not stop the glass from passing through, but would stop anything else. Very multifunctional. All living beings are subject to the will of the tree, the treant said, as if that explained everything. Ah, so it was an order, he said as he stood up. You want to take this outside? I find that I talk much better on a sparring platform. Lex didn't bother waiting and walked out of the manor. For whatever reason, wherever there were cultivators, there were fights, So even close to the manor there were a few stages and platforms built where guests could spar one another without breaking the rules. Of course, both participants had to accept, and the spar had to be monitored by a worker, but they were still popular. Lex walked up to one such platform, then turned to look at the treant who was following. In fact, it seemed like the whole bar, excluding two certain individuals, had followed them. "Why don't you convince me to share the hint with you?" Lex said, as he crossed his arms and stood there. "I guarantee this is going to be your last chance, because after this there won't be any more treasure hunts. I'll definitely find the crystal. It's a sad tradition to end, but it can't be helped." The treant, instead of responding, directly attacked, revealing his cultivation level at the peak of the golden core. Lex did not bother moving and instead started to plan out his next set of actions. After the crystal, he would go visit the other two continents. They were much larger and contained more treasures for him to find. Hopefully they would be useful. Chapter 1083 Sapling. Everyone watched as the treant attacked with all his might, with clear intention to do as much harm as possible. Yet the masked tyrant remained unmoved the entire time. No matter how he attacked or what move he used, it made no difference. The treant went from feeling severe wrath and anger to surprise, caution, and slowly, hopelessness. Everyone could tell that the man had already started to daydream amidst the attacks, because he would sometimes mutter to himself and other times move his hands as if he was doing something. But the less he paid attention to the treant's attacks, the more dreadful he seemed. After a few minutes, he finally stopped daydreaming and looked at the treant who was mid-attack. "Enough," he said, and the oneness off the stage did not feel anything, but the treant felt as if he had experienced the command of an unparalleled being. He lost control of his body as it froze in its stance. Even his attack stopped mid-air, unmoving under his command. Lex, for one, hadn't done anything particular. He had not used any glyphs, nor did he use domination. Instead, it was as if, under the control of his mask, he could naturally imbue bits of everything with his voice, giving it power. The treant only heard his word, but Lex was able to see his words vibrated a strange way, forming a strange symbol. He just discovered another character that could be used in his arrays. Moreover, this character somehow seemed much more powerful than all the other characters he ever used. It was as if the meaning within this character was deeper and more nuanced. "Kneel, and for the next 10 days remain kneeling," Lex said, somehow knowing that his words were enough to command the treant. It was actually a little scary to think about, since he was beginning to realize how weak he had been up until now. It would have been so easy for someone stronger to crush him. A word alone would have been enough to end his life. He could see the same fear and understanding in the treant's eyes. It was realizing how futile it had been to try and face Lex. The difference between them was just too vast. Understand this and understand it well. No one, not your tree of heaven or your fabled 8-legged horse or anyone else, can command me or anyone from the inn. We obey only the innkeeper. Do not mistake hospitality for weakness. If someone has a problem with that, you can feel free to find me. Lex turned to look at all those who surrounded the stage and saw them shy away from his gaze. It seemed his work here was done. He teleported away. It was time to find the Knotnet Islands. After the tyrant disappeared, many came to help the treant, but discovered that any who tried to help him up suddenly started to kneel themselves. Before the 10 days were over, it was impossible for him to get up, and any who helped fell under the same constraints. A certain dread had captured the hearts of many. At the same time, many felt a rage begin to light up in their hearts. Pinafita was also watching from a distance, and upon seeing its brethren forced to kneel at the command of another, it could take no more. Silently it left not just the manor, but the inn as well. To make sure no one knew of his departure, not only did he take no transport, but he also exited the inn by vaulting over a part of the wall where there were no patrols. As soon as he exited, however, he proceeded no further. He manipulated the wood that constituted his body and revealed a single acorn hidden with himself. He planted the seed in the soil and watered it with its own blood to the point where he fell to his knees. Yet he did not stop until a small sapling sprouted. Pinafita was weakened, but still determined. He planted his own roots in the ground right there and manipulated them so that they touched the roots on the new sapling. "Forgive me for invoking the seed before schedule, O heavenly tree. The situation here is more dire than we assumed. I have discovered two beings, forgive my blasphemy, but I have discovered 2 beings who share an aura similar to yours and many whose power is beyond my understanding. Today, finally, I heard from the mouth of one of the inn, that he is beholden to none save the innkeeper, not even you. They are planting the roots of rebellion. Please go through my memories, so you know the truth of what I say." The roots of the sapling began to wrap around Pinafita's own, and then began to feed off of the tree's life force. Slowly, the tree turned from a sentient tree to a dead one. That is when the sapling moved and entered the tree's body, slowly changing it. A few moments later, it seemed like Pinafita came back to life, but found its form inconvenient. The wood that made up its body began to morph and shrink, until the tree became much smaller and humanoid. Its eyes began to glow in an eerie yellow, and the vegetation around him began to die. "The innkeeper is busy," the tree said, then turned back to the inn and jumped up over the wall. As it continued to walk through the inn, returning to the settlements, it began to drop more acorns along the way. The acorns seemed to contain a magical ability and buried themselves in the dirt. Nothing else happened for now, but the surrounding vegetation seemed to lose a bit of their vibrancy, but it was too minor a change to notice. If Lex had the host attire, he might have caught on, but he neither had the suit, nor was he in the inn. In fact, he had already made his way to the islands. Chapter 1084, No Time for Adventures. Exploring the Midnight Realm was a lot of fun, and offered many new adventures and experiences, so it was a little sad that Lex had to forego them. When he reached the Knotnet Islands, he saw countless communities and various interesting races. The islands seemed to be mainly occupied by beasts and sentient plants who learned how to move around. They formed an interesting dynamic between them, which resulted in a rich history and diverse culture, not to mention some strange customs. Lex wanted nothing more than to jump in between them, get to know the locals, have a run-in with the territory's bullies, and slap a few faces. Even challenging the island leaders seemed like an interesting experience, as they somehow managed to capture and train monsters that could live in the Chaos Sea. But he did not have time for any of that. He immediately turned on his treasure hunting glyph, jumped through the hole that led to the underground continent that was much larger than any of the 3 continents above ground, and began to search for the crystal. He eventually discovered the reason it could not be found was because the crystal was held as a holy item by a secret race that had been hiding in the so-called underworld for a long time, and had abilities that could manipulate memories and cast illusions. Many thousands of years ago, their ancestors had made a promise to a young monster trainer to forever keep the crystal safe. Lex really felt like he was missing out a lot, like he was playing a video game without watching the cutscenes, something he'd never done. But he just didn't have time. Eventually, he found the crystal, took it, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the system could absorb it, though it was only a heavenly immortal level ingredient. With that done, he said farewell to all the mysteries of this place, and promised to come back when he had time, but deep inside he knew it was unlikely. It was like promising to replay a game he enjoyed a lot, with the aspiration to play in a different style and unlock a different story tree. The idea was there, but for whatever reason, he never came back to those games. Maybe if he lived a long life like the dragons, he'd eventually get around to playing all the games and exploring all the places he wanted. Then he began to teleport across the sea, trying to find the other continents. Jack, on the other hand, was also treasure hunting, though he stayed on Menara. Although originally he wanted to leave the Shadow Talons behind, and he did for a while, their ability to traverse the entire realms so easily was an enviable quality, so he ended up going back to them. After all, they had been able to easily get into and out of the sealed domain, not to mention other places. Their help was a huge help in treasure hunting, but instead of having one of their elders with him, he preferred Ollie. After all, the elders were too big for his ship. But the treasures he was hunting were not the ones that could be used by the system. After all, he wanted his clone to never have contact with the system at all. This was especially so now that he had confirmed that he neither had access to the system interface, nor could he talk to Mary with his fairy body. It made sense, after all, the system was an item inside his soul, but not merged with his soul. That meant it was only in contact with his main body, not his clone. No, the treasures he was searching for were those that could either help him build the Midnight Castle, or help him cultivate. It might seem like it was slightly redundant for him to try and avoid the system, then make a system building. But he now had access to a blueprint for a protection barrier that could even hide from the Midnight Inn. If he set that up first, then built the castle, then he should technically maintain the state of not getting in contact with the system. Currently, Jack found himself overlooking a battlefield covered in corpses. It somehow reminded him of the one he saw where he encountered the centipedal monster. But that was so long ago, and Lex already defeated him, yet this battlefield looked recent. "What do you think, Ollie?" Jack asked, unwilling to bring his ship lower. "This is the 3rd battlefield we've found like this. So much open warfare is uncommon. If we want to pursue answers, we should look for the associated countries. But why is it that every battlefield is near a Baratheon gold mine? This is too much of a coincidence. Not to mention, whenever we go to the mine, it's been stripped clean. I mean, Baratheon gold is not supposed to be so valuable. I know no use of it that other metals can't do better. Any time that metal is even produced, it's because the ore happens to be alongside ores for other, more valuable metal ores. So you think whoever is targeting the mines is after the other ores? It will need investigation to be sure. Shall I request an investigation? No, I can't rely on the Talons for everything. We must investigate this ourselves. Let's see if we can find someone living on this accursed battlefield. They might have answers. But there was no one alive. Eventually, Jack was able to locate one of the countries at war and discovered that it was a country of mutated insects who had become much larger. They'd also moved towards a unified colony, where various insects shared one single colony that supported all of them. Using his newfound stealth abilities, Jack began to investigate the country. He was totally not doing this because his main body was missing out on adventures. That is when he accidentally discovered, for the first time, signs of a deity in the Midnight Realm. Chapter 1085 Anxiety. Jack found a corpse. Or to be more specific, he found the remains of a ravaged corpse, radiating a divine aura. It looked mostly like the exoskeleton, but there were enough leftover bits of the rest of its body to conclude that this was not the result of molting, but rather what was left of a deity after facing defeat, and possibly having been devoured by another. The length of it suggested that its original shape was very similar to the centipedal monster Lex had faced. The corpse was in an underground excavation site that was heavily restricted, and guarded by some of the most powerful insects in the colony. Lex could tell by the scurrying insects that surrounded the corpse that they had been studying it, and possibly been trying to make use of it to enhance themselves. The overpowered, evil creatures that formed as a result were probably failed experiments, or maybe even successful experiments, based on what the objective was. Jack was not too concerned with the evil experiments of a nation of insects, though Ollie was properly terrified. No, Jack was instead more interested in what exactly ate this deity to begin with. He still had to be careful, as he was not as adept at using this body and its specialties, but eventually he made his way to the corpse and tried to see if he could find any clues. But whether it was through checking the corpse manually or using various techniques, it yielded no results. It was as if all clues had been specifically wiped by the culprit. Regardless, it was an interesting find. Lex had no idea that deities had already been born in this realm, since technically speaking mythical beings didn't necessarily have to be deities. They were just extremely powerful, and that usually resulted in them being worshipped. Eventually they moved on, since Jack was in search of ores. Ollie did insist on returning to the Shadow Plane briefly to report what it found, but it did not delay them long. Back at the Midnight Inn, the Tree of Life, which had inhabited Pinafita's corpse, was suddenly faced with an unexpected prompt. It was told to pay for its stay if it wanted to stay longer by its personally assigned AI projection. It had not been expecting this since no one had been able to detect anything amiss with Pinafita, besides the change in appearance. But that hardly mattered. Its aura remained identical, and so did its behavior. There was no external indication that anything was amiss at all, yet the inn knew that it hadn't paid to stay. Technically speaking, Pinafita had paid for a very long stay, so no one should have asked him to pay again. Yet now it was happening. From the day it was born, the tree had never paid for anything other than through its desire for it to be accomplished. Its will was currency enough, but the inn required a more tangible form of payment, causing it to have to pay up for the first time in its long life. Despite how mundane the incident was, it only served to further nurture the discontent the tree was beginning to feel towards the inn. But it would not act yet. No, first it would prepare thoroughly, and when it acted, the inn would have no chance to respond. Lex, meanwhile, was still blindly teleporting towards the other continents. Surprisingly, finding the gigantic masses of land was considerably difficult. Regardless of which of the two continents he found first, it did not matter. He had targets identified on both. The largest continent, which he had named Nether because of the number of spirits living there, had many strange biomes which gave birth to valuable treasures. The second largest continent, which he had named Jabalia, was much more normal, besides being extremely mountainous, but it too had some valuable treasures just due to its size. Compared to the two, the sea actually lacked valuable treasures, which was surprising considering it took up the most space. Eventually, he ended up spending days searching for the continents. to the point where the chaos crystal was completely absorbed by the system, and contributed 0.5% to the repair percentage. It was disappointingly little, but it was already better than using resin again. If he could continuously find more ingredients at the heavenly immortal level, or perhaps even at the celestial level, he might just complete this quest with time to spare. It took Lex an entire week of teleporting before he found one of the continents, and he could immediately tell he had found Nether. Its aura was very similar to the region of the inn he had designed for spirits, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Strange environments gave birth to strange treasures. But before he could figure out where on the continent he was, he stumbled onto a war. It was between armies of griffins and massive praying mantis. Lex's adventure senses were tingling, but unfortunately he had to ignore them and continue exploring the continent. Distractions were aplenty, but eventually Lex figured out where he was, and then began teleporting once more, in search of the nearest potential ingredient. Unfortunately, 10 days later, when he finally found his first treasure, the system did not recognize it as an ingredient. Lex could not dwell on the disappointment, as he had no time to waste. He started to target another treasure he had shortlisted, and began to look for it. Incidentally, by accident, he came across a small green plant no larger than a blade of grass. There was nothing special about the plant as far as he could tell, and he had no information about it from the dump of knowledge he had about the inn. But apparently it was a celestial-level ingredient. It didn't even show up under his glyph, but if the system recognized it, who was he to complain? The issue with that, though, was that he could not replicate this incident at all. 1.5 months passed as he continued to search, and during this time, he only found one more heavenly immortal level ingredient. The celestial ingredient contributed 1%, and the heavenly ingredient contributed 0.5%, bringing the total up to 32.2%. Lex felt a level of excitement at being so close, but at the same time, he could feel an anxiety growing. No matter how he searched, he could not find more ingredients, even when he went through almost all the items he listed on Nether. There were still more, but he had already checked the most probable ones, so he could not help but feel like looking for Jabalia. Since he had found Nether once, teleporting back to it would be easy, so he then began his journey to find the final continent. This time, he planned it better and made sure he was teleporting in the correct direction as he set off from Nether, which is why it only took him 2 days to reach it. Theoretically speaking, all he had to do was teleport to it, so it shouldn't have taken much time. But he was always afraid of teleporting too far and somehow skipping the continent entirely, which is why he had to settle for relatively smaller distances between each teleportation. But that was the end of the good news for a long time. Once Lex found Jabalia, he began to search for ingredients, but 2 more months passed by, and yet he could not find a single one. The anxiety he was feeling in his heart began to increase as he wondered if he should return to the inn and ask the rhinocentaurs if they had found any systems. But that was a bad plan, and even he knew it. The small celestial ingredient he found as a blade of grass gave him hope of encountering more ingredients, but how could he find something he had no way of tracking? Back at the Midnight Inn, while Lex was desperately looking for ingredients, a strange tension had begun to build in the air. None of the workers or even the old guests could identify why it was there, but the source was clear. The new guests became more and more silent as the days went by, and began to avoid contact with the workers altogether. Many of them even left the inn, which was completely normal, save for the fact that they left as if they were escaping some kind of calamity. Gerard, though love-stricken, was not so blind as to ignore such a change, and so ordered all the guards to begin searching the inn in case there was some cons original afoot, but they found nothing. Even so, Luther stopped his training in the lava pits he had nearly turned into his home, and the others raised their guards as well. Even if no one said it, they could tell that something significant was about to happen. Then one day, without warning, the ground erupted. Chapter 10, 86 Currency of its Will. Long ago, when Lex was concerned about the safety of his inn, he added something called delinquent vines underneath the inn. They extended throughout the length of the inn, at that time, and could be remotely controlled to react to any incident happening at any time, anywhere. Later, the remnant soul of one of Lex's old tenants who had actually died fused with the vines, which is how young MacDonald came to be. He had since worked diligently for the inn, though these days he had less to do with security than managing the underground of the inn. Some guests preferred to burrow underground, but then catering to them was not exactly convenient, which is where he came in. Though, as the inn grew, so did young MacDonald, which is why he was not exactly weak. That is why, when suddenly hundreds of vines burst from the ground, screaming in agony, it actually came as a surprise to many. But what followed that was even worse. Massive, woody roots burst from the ground like pillars rising from the sky, ripping the vines to shreds in many places. Dirt, rock, and torn vines rained from the sky as a result of the numerous explosions, but young MacDonald was far from the only one who was injured. Most old guests, by now at least, were strong enough to at least survive the initial attack, but the children weren't. Jimmy, the serving captain of the Peacock Warriors, did not quite understand what was happening. Something had hit him on the head, and he blacked out for a few seconds. When he recovered, his body felt oddly weightless, and there seemed to be a pleasant breeze. But the world seemed red. He rubbed his eyes, and that didn't make the color go away, but when he looked at his hand, he saw blood, as well as a broken tooth. "Oh, I start losing my milk teeth," the concussed child muttered to himself, still unable to grasp what was happening. It saw a peacock flying in the air, and out of habit he grabbed it. He was one of many children who had suffered from the initial explosion of the earth, and was launched into the air as a result. It was fortunate that the bunnies and peacocks were always around the kids, like attendants, so they instantly took to the air to rescue them and prevent more damage. But the chaos had only just begun. Thousands of roots erupted from the ground across each of the settlements, and the ground began to oddly bulge, like something was trapped underneath. Then the earth split, and massive trees started to grow. Simultaneously, the vines began to whip everything around them, whether it was guests, buildings, or even other plants. A pulse of energy, originating from the tip of each root, spread across the inn, reaching the places that the vines could not, and hitting those who had escaped the initial eruption. Divine might, mixed in with some odd green energy, spread across the inn and tore through the few buildings that had been spared. Guests whose senses were sharp enough to avoid the eruption were still hit by the pulse. While some of the stronger ones resisted using only their bodies, the spirits who were residing in the inn, as well as the weaker guests, suffered the worst of it. Bones broke, skin was punctured, blood burst out of bodies as if water balloons full of blood had just popped, and the spirits faded till they were nearly invisible. Neither the impact nor the sound of the initial explosion had ended, not to mention the devastating pulse, when the trees began to glow. All the blood in the region was pulled towards the nearest tree like a magnet attracting metal. At the same time, as if through perfect coordination, the new guests, who had come as a part of various delegations, all attacked. Not all of them did. For example, the imp Canai was taking up more of a supporting role, but most were vicious in their attacks. They had the intent to kill, and their attacks showed it. They targeted specifically the workers, who they had divided across the inn by calling them on various errands. Whether it was through wood or stone, through claws or fangs, divinity or damnation, they attacked with all they had, intending to spare not a single one. The coordination was perfect, and many workers were unable to retaliate and were taken by surprise. Although most of them managed to defend or evade the attacks entirely, they were too caught up dealing with the sudden change to do much other than barely survive. That was the plan all along. The first blow was devastating, and that was only just the beginning. The trees would grow larger and give birth to a terrifying formation that had destroyed countless nations before this. The corpses of their enemies would become the fuel for the Tree of Heaven's might, and the Midnight Inn would be a name forgotten to history. The first 5 seconds passed, and the opening gambit was made, but the tree had no intention of waiting for a response. During its planning phase, it had admitted that the inn was the strongest foe it had ever faced, and it could not give them time to respond at all. They had to be crushed in one go, leaving them unable to retaliate at all. So as the first few seconds passed, and many came to realize what was happening, darts of poisonous thorns shot out of all the vines, targeting the strongest workers and guests. The poison was the strongest, most lethal necrotic poison the tree could conjure, and could kill other nascent cultivators in less than a second. This attack alone would kill most living beings in the inn, leaving behind only the strongest and most resilience. The Tree of Heaven paid with the currency of its will, and so its will shall be done. Chapter 1087, The Unholy Queen. Anita was not having the best day. This day her pregnancy was particularly difficult, causing her to feel all sorts of muscle spasms and cramps in her undead body, not to mention the bouts of nausea that were suddenly coming. This was common since she was not getting close. Only a little over 4 more decades and she'd give birth, meaning she was in the final stage of her pregnancy, so it was to be expected. Even so, she did not give up her duties as a mother, and through great effort and resilience put her other baby to sleep. Finally, she could get some rest. Then the ground exploded beneath her, and she froze in fear and shock. Her eyes locked onto her baby's crib, now destroyed, and she saw the most devastating sight a mother could see. Her baby, who had just gone to sleep, had woken back up. She was in denial. She refused to accept what she was seeing, and for a few seconds, as carnage erupted all around them, her baby stared back at her. Then 5 seconds passed, and the baby started to cry. Cowan, being a dutiful father, immediately appeared and took the baby. "I've got this, Anita, it's okay. It's okay, I'll put him back to sleep. There's no reason to be upset. In fact, don't the explosions remind you of our honeymoon when?" He did not get to finish, because Anita grabbed her hair, pulled, and screamed. That was when the ever-bright sky of the Midnight Night realm, across the entire realm, turned black. "Mary, is the inn okay?" Lex asked, all the way on the other continent as a premonition struck him, but he did not need a reply because the shriek of an exhausted Anita roared across the entire realm. Luther, who had summoned his flames and was about to cause havoc, the countless devils who were rightfully about to retaliate out of anger, Gerard, who had summoned his cart because his date was interrupted, Velma, who was about to go berserk because the latest romance novel she was reading was ripped to shreds, and everyone else who was about to fight back against the tree were hit by a premonition that this was an enemy they should not steal from Anita. They were right. The beautiful Lick, whose more drastic tendencies had been softened by the approaching grace of motherhood, completely drowned in anger. "How dare you wake my baby?" she roared and grabbed the nearest emerging tree, blaring her power as an earthen immortal in full. Using naught but sheer might, she ripped the tree, its entire root network, and every single other plant it was connected to, right out of the ground as her body began to fly. In her dainty little hands was a mass of wood so large it practically formed a mountain as she pulled it out. The tree resisted. The roots tried to wrap around her and pulses of energy tried to attack her. But they were like gusts of wind trying to fight a hurricane. It was just not possible. "You will pay," she said through gritted teeth, completely unaware that the baby Cthulhu was now staring at her and clapping its hand and laughing. All she could recall was that moment of anguish when all her hard work was for naught. Green flames, filled with endless rancor, appeared in her eyes and then spread from her into the skies, turning into flaming arrows. At first there were 100 arrows, then 1,000, then 1,000,000, and then beyond count as the sky itself was blotted out, and they all pointed at the mass of wood. Then they shot with such devastating might that a ripple traveled through the space of the entire realm. Lex, who had just teleported back to the inn, arrived just in time to watch as the incarnation of evil unleashed its wrath upon the tree, burning not its body but its soul. New notification. The realm is destabilizing due to excessive energy that it cannot tolerate. New emergency quest. Stop the energy leaking out to the realm before the realm is destroyed. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Reward, keeping the damn realm is the reward. Quest failure punishment. The system is incredibly fragile at the moment. The destruction of the realm will result in the destruction of the system. By the time Lex read the notifications, an ear-piercing wail shot out from the mass of wood. Anita's flames burned souls but did not harm them. How could she bear to do that? As a Lick, she had many uses for the souls of her enemies, so it would be best if she got them whole and undamaged. The wood did not burn, but Anita squeezed it into itself, so that it went from a giant mass into a more easily handled container. She was using the tree's own body to imprison its soul as she punished it. Lex looked at Anita, then the state of the inn, and then at his quest. He had an entire hour, so it was best not to disturb Anita prematurely. "Honey, don't forget about its underlings," Cowan reminded her, and suddenly her gaze turned from the mass of wood down to the inn, where the guests who had attacked all the inn workers stood frozen in abject fear. It would have been easier for them to accept that their world was on the verge of destruction than to believe their tree was so effortlessly thwarted. And yet, both of those things were happening before their eyes, though they only knew of one. Green arrows formed once again, this time pointing at the ground. All the attackers finally remembered to run, but their efforts were for naught. Countless undead had appeared all around them and held them down where they stood. Even the undead knew not to steal from their unholy queen. "You will all pay," she said once more, and let the rain of green, flaming arrows fall. Chapter 1088 Faux Pas. The entire attack lasted less than 10 seconds. The Tree of Heaven had been planning this assault for weeks and prepared thoroughly for it. The mass of wood that Anita pulled out from the ground weighed hundreds of tons, and was more than strong enough to destroy entire nations. In fact, it had actually destroyed countless nations over the course of its many years with much fewer preparations. It couldn't be helped, since the Midnight Inn had countless members who were at the nascent realm, or at least pretended to be. But it did not believe they were as strong as they were portraying. Even among nascent soul cultivators there were levels, and the tree had never found an equal in its entire age. It was unparalleled. It was the master of heaven and earth. It was the savior and executioner of races. For his arrogance the Innkeeper would pay. It was with that mindset it began to make extensive preparations, even going as far as tolerating disrespect and biding its time. Everything was set. The accursed residents of the inn were to meet their fate. The tree had willed it so. So then, why was everything going wrong? The tree of heaven was the first living being, the most ancient, the most powerful. So then why was the two-legged she-abomination so easily able to yank out its entire clone body and play with it like a toy? Did she not know her blasphemy by acting against it? It was her duty to lower her gaze and revel in the knowledge that the tree had decided to kill it. The tree's thoughts stopped there, for when Anita's soul flames tortured him, it had no energy to spare for any more thoughts. Instantly it wanted to sever the connection it had to this clone, for the pain of the soul could be felt by its entire being. Yet it was all for naught, as it had lost all control over its clone, including the piece of its soul inside of it. For the first time in its existence, the tree of heaven knew true, unyielding pain. While its clone was twisted and squeezed into a ball, completely outside the control of itself, its real body was free to writhe in agony, and it did. Tremors shook all of Menara as its roots, which had reached the farthest corners of the continent, twisted and turned within the ground. To the residents of the continent, it seemed like the end of the world had arrived. For once, they did not know how close they were to the truth. But once Anita had pulled up the bodies of all those who had dared attack the inn, and hung them in the air to be whipped by her green flames, Lex finally decided it was time to get a word in. "I don't want to disturb you," he began politely. But the Lick could not hear his words at all, too focused on properly marinating the souls of her enemies in endless pain, ripening them for when she would pluck them from their mortal containers for an eternity of servitude. "She can't hear you right now," Cowing said as he showed up next to Lex. "If it's something important, I suggest you really speak up, but be ready to face the backlash. She hasn't had one of her mood swings in a while, but when she first got pregnant, well, let's just say I've learned to keep my nose out of her affairs when she's like this." Lex frowned, but did not hesitate to add a hint of domination to his voice. "Lady Anita, you need to control your power," he said, his voice reverberating through the inn and finally reaching Anita. For a moment, instead of waking her, the voice only attracted her ire, and she turned to Lex ready to lash out at him. But just as she was about to make her move, her instincts sensed a hint of danger, waking her up. Anita's pupils dilated, because she realized the source of danger was this little human in front of her. Attacking him would actually cause her to face the possibility of danger. Of course, she was not timid, and danger did not deter her, but her motherly instincts told her not to face any unnecessary danger for now. Moreover, once she woke up from her anger-driven stupor, she recalled that Lex was her ally, not enemy. There was no reason to attack him. "Lady Anita, the Midnight Realm is a newborn realm. It cannot take your power. Please retract it and keep it contained within the bounds of the Midnight Inn." Anita blushed and suddenly withdrew her powers. The darkness withdrew from the realm, and Lex received the familiar ting of a notification informing him he had completed his quest. "Excuse me, I might have lost control for a bit," she said as she covered her face with her hands. She had committed a faux pas. "It's okay, no harm done," Lex said, then turned his gaze towards the ball of wood in her hands. "If you're able, can you also question all your prisoners about who was involved in this attack? I'll take some time to examine the inn, but once that's done, I should really go and see to it that everyone who escaped your just retribution is unable to escape punishment." Anita, who was blushing one moment, suddenly remembered what caused this whole incident, and her gaze turned cold. "I'll have a whole list ready. In fact, do you mind if I come with you? The seriousness of this travesty cannot go unanswered. I must deal with them personally." Lex raised an eyebrow and then looked back at the inn. He wasn't sure if she was talking about the damage to the inn anymore. He'd never seen her get so riled up over an attack on the inn. But whatever the case, her timely intervention had prevented more damage, so he wasn't going to complain. "Sure, you can come. In fact, I'll bring a few others as well. But just remember to keep your powers in check. This is still just a new realm. It cannot sustain your power yet." Chapter 1089 Setting Out. The damage from the attack was extensive, but fortunately there were no casualties, which was nearly a miracle. Nearly, because all the old guests of the inn, whether young or old, strong or weak, had undergone various power-ups and evolutions upon coming to the inn. Even the kids had become much more powerful, and though they may have not started to cultivate on their own yet, their bodies might as well be that of a cultivator. But while there were no casualties, many had been injured. The lack of recovery pods made the situation a lot more critical, and Dr. Charles Best was doing his best to ensure that the situation did not deteriorate further. The fairies who had just recently joined the inn proved their worth at this time, using their fairy dust to heal all the wounded, or at least keep them from getting worse. At the same time, many of them could not help but look up at the beautiful Lick, who was torturing the souls of her enemies up in the air. They recalled what Lex had said about everyone needing to behave while at the inn. They suddenly did not doubt him anymore. Everyone had to behave, or else who knows what that lady would do. Once Lex was done talking to Anita, the first thing he did was come back down, take a single drop of blood, mix it with a lot of water, and then use it to treat all the wounded. He could easily do 1 drop per person, but even if he diluted his blood, the effectiveness of it was good enough. Moreover, he felt a little strange going around dropping his blood on people. He really needed to come up with an alternative to that. Besides the people, many buildings were also damaged, and without the host attire, repairing them would have to be a manual job. Lex did not anticipate too much trouble, considering that they were all cultivators and had techniques that could aid in reconstruction. But it was safe to say that it was going to be a hassle keeping all the guests who were already fed up of being at the inn placated now. For the most part, the guests just treated this incident as an entertaining interlude in their stay at the inn. At most, they were just interested to see how the locals would react after this incident was fully over. But some of them found it interesting that such an attack happened in the first place. One would think that the innkeeper would easily be able to predict this attack and prevent it from happening. So then why did he allow it to happen? Was it true that he was so occupied that he could not spare the inn any attention at all? Was this the repercussion of creating a new realm? There was no answer, and they would get none either. After Lex addressed all the immediate concerns at the inn, he summoned Leonidas and the new Midnight Battalion. Although this battalion was only 300 strong, they were meant to be the Midnight Inn's fighting force in the future, and now it was time for their first excursion. Of course, besides them, a few other members of the inn requested to come along, and Lex refused none of them. About 15 minutes after the attack was over, the inn's retaliatory force was ready, so Lex brought them all to Anita, who had paused her torture session to glare at Cowain. Something told Lex that they were having a private conversation. Finally, she turned to Lex and said, "It seems my dear husband thinks I have overexerted myself today and need to rest." Anita looked very displeased, but Lex was not about to get involved in a lover's spat. "I have prepared a list of all involved parties. If I discover anything new, I will let you know, but this should be all of them." Lex felt somewhat relieved that she wasn't going, and silently accepted the list. He recognized none of the names on it, but that would be solved soon enough. Regardless, his first target was going to be the Tree of Heaven itself. Although Anita had very easily disposed of its clone, Lex expected the real body to put up a bigger fight. Even though it was limited to the nascent realm, it had absorbed countless pieces of resin, and so Lex would not be surprised if it could fight above its level. That was adding upon the fact that it was likely a mythical being. It was a very unique. Lex froze. The Tree of Heaven was a mythical being which had absorbed not one, but countless pieces of resin. He wondered if the corpse of the tree could count as an ingredient to fix the system. If it did, would it be the same as the resin, or would it count as a different one? This invasion could not have come at a better time. Ordinarily, Lex would not do something like killing a mythical being just to use it as a corpse, but since he was about to make an example of one anyway. "Worry not, Lady Anita. I will make sure that the Tree of Heavens feels the full force of your wrath. Even a shred of its corpse will not be left behind." Lex spread his energy and encompassed the battalion, as well as everyone else who was coming along, and teleported them out. It might be difficult to find other things on this continent, but the tree was visible from nearly everywhere. Its size was genuinely astronomical, and even if Anita overpowered it, Lex did not think it would be so easy even for her to take it down. Heck, if Lex started burning it down, it would probably take months of continuous burning for the fire to spread across its entire body, let alone actually burning through it. Lex might as well be facing off against a small moon. But he was not worried, because he had prepared something special just for it. Chapter 10, 90 Burn Everything. Lex teleported only a few times before he came close enough that he could estimate the location of the massive tree that he could see even from a distance. But before teleporting over to it directly, Lex turned around and addressed the battalion. For most of you, this is the first time you're heading out to fight. This is also the first time you'll be striking any enemy in revenge, so I should make clear how exactly we will do this. The Tree of Heaven will be much more powerful than any of you, so you will not be fighting the tree. Instead, that will be my job. You all instead will be attacking the direct subordinates of the tree and its most faithful, zealous followers, the treants. But we are not here to commit genocide, so we won't be ripping every single tree from the ground. Civilians are not to be targeted. Instead, we will be targeting all the commanders, military personnel, and zealots. Of course, if someone attacks you first, then feel free to retaliate. Basically, we're going after everyone responsible or complicit in the attack on the inn. Everyone nodded and mentally prepared themselves for the battle ahead. All of the battalion members were naturally wearing their suits from the tailor's shop, so honestly speaking, Lex did not expect them to take on any injuries at all. After all, their suits served as better armor than most actual armors. Lex spread his spirit sense to cover everyone, fixed his gaze on the Tree of Heaven, then teleported over. Just 20 minutes after the attack in the inn, they were retaliating. Even if the tree expected a response, it was unlikely that it was expecting it to be so quick. Most importantly, a part of the tree's soul was still being tortured by Anita, and it was clearly still not taking it well, as was evident by the tremors rocking the entire continent. Chances were their attack on the tree would affect all of Menara, but Lex would try to make this as quick as possible. The moment they reappeared, Lex directly attacked the trunk of the tree. With a sword in hand, Lex used a new move from the Inferno Blade series, Waking Dream. Cassandra had clearly told him he needed to master this technique before he became an immortal, or it would limit him. Lex had spent a long time pondering over why his increased comprehension wasn't allowing him to learn these last 3 moves. The conclusion he came to was that his mind was too rigid, and his conception of what was and wasn't possible was too well defined because of his life as a mortal on Earth. As a result, he would not think flexibly. But over the past few months, as a result of being exposed to the sealed domain, the shadow plane, and so many other things that defied common sense and his basic understanding of reality, he had finally become flexible enough to accommodate some principles that at first eluded him. Inferno Blade, Waking Dream was a strike that used the heat of vengeance to burn the souls of its targets. The moment he saw Anita burning the tree, Lex had an epiphany, and he could suddenly understand how something esoteric and intangible like emotions could have real and tangible temperature. This attack was already targeting the soul to begin with, and Lex further empowered it by entering his soul state, so the sword passed through the tree's physical body and cut right into its soul. Lex had held nothing back in his attack, using all of his might and available resources, which is why he was not surprised when he could sense that the tree's soul was nearly cut in 2. The entire body of the tree, which was billions of times greater than Lex, if not more, trembled as the tree was struck with agony it could never have even imagined. But while Lex was formidable, the tree was a genuine mythical being, and one that had absorbed countless resin pieces as well. It was not weak, and in an instant its soul was reattached. It had not healed and was only forcibly being held in place, but it at least reduced the pain. It also activated all of its own power, rebuffing Lex and pushing him back, even if it couldn't truly harm him. In all his previous cultivation sessions, Lex had once again been focusing on improving his defense, so he was not surprised at being unharmed. But Lex was not here to exchange moves with the tree in a long, drawn-out fight that would test their mettle. He was here to extinguish the tree's soul and use its body as an ingredient. Lex took out his most formidable weapon, the Divine Butter Knife. This was not the one the system gave him, but the one that he made himself, which could grow by absorbing divinity. As it happened, the tree contained an immense amount of divinity, rivaling that of a real deity, which was easy to understand since the tree had been worshipped its entire life. Then, using the Divine Butter Knife, Lex used Waking Dream once more. The tree launched its own attack, new branches suddenly erupting from its body and launching towards Lex. Even though Lex was in his soul state, the tree was in the nascent realm as well, and so could also interact with souls, so it could still fight him off. But when the two clashed, it was still the tree that came out worse for wear. Insolent trash, I will. Lex didn't bother listening to the tree's dying monologue. Waking Dream a powerful move, yes, but it would have been even more powerful if his sword intent was stronger. Since it was not at its peak, it could not be used to overwhelmingly cut through all of the tree's defenses and its soul, but at least it served to gauge how strong the tree actually was. He had one more thing prepared to take it down quickly. Lex blinked to the tree's body and used a glyph. A massive, deep scarlet glyph appeared in front of Lex's face, radiating lethal danger. The Tree of Heaven, despite the mind-crippling pain it was in from having its soul constantly severed, suddenly snapped its attention to Lex as it, for the second time that day, encountered a sensation it had never felt before. It felt the threat of death closing in, on the verge of clasping its cold hands around it. Without thought or hesitation, the tree unleashed all its power at once. A tsunami of divinity erupted from its body, encasing its massive trunk in a radiant beam. Its roots, which had long become one with the continent, buried deep into the very core of the realm, suddenly erupted from the ground, and then were pulled back in at supersonic sounds. Its leaves became razors that could cut through the fabric of reality, uncaring for what barrier stood in their way. A billion trees across the land suddenly withered and died, as all of their energy was suddenly absorbed by the Tree of Life, activating an ancient ability it had never needed to use. An illusory shield made of the densest bark formed around the tree, radiating an aura that subtly transcended the nascent realm. The true might of this ability could not be displayed in the fledgling nascent realm, but even this was enough to block out any conceivable attack a nascent-level enemy could throw at it. The size of the tree began to shrink as it used all its abilities in a split second. Beyond just the shield of bark, it used countless abilities both to attack and defend, not to mention it even used an incredibly desperate ability that would let it retain a hint of life even against overbearing odds. All this happened in a split second, and if it was afforded more time, no doubt the tree would unveil the true extent of its massive repertoire it had accumulated in its long life. But more time it did not have, because Lex used the glyph that represented a dragon's strongest attack, Dragon Breath. Jet of crimson and orange flames shot out of the glyph in front of Lex's mouth, sparing nothing that dared obstruct its path, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon's roar. The Midnight Realm, which was still setting its foundation, and was still setting the laws that would govern the realm over the course of its existence, experienced a subtle change. A hint of the dragon's aura that was released alongside the flames was absorbed directly by the realm itself, and the laws it was forming underwent a minor change. But neither Lex nor anyone else noticed, for the devastation of the flames far surpassed anything Lex could have imagined. He had remained in the soul state, since he wanted the flames to attack the tree's soul and not its body. But a dragon's flames could not be suppressed. They burned everything. Chapter 1091 Dragon Fire. There were countless races in the universe, more than Lex could ever know. Of them, there were surely many who were monstrously powerful, perhaps even more so than dragons. The celestial race was one such example. If looked at only using face value, then dragons were born as Earth immortals, but celestials were born in the celestial immortal level. By that comparison, they were much more powerful, and indeed their influence was unquestionable. Lex knew this because the small bits of information the rhinocentaurs provided often mentioned them and their celestial court. But while they were incredibly powerful, Lex knew no distinguishing features about them save that they looked very similar to humans. Similarly, the other powerful races he knew all had incredible powers, such as the devil's unquestionable control over demons, but no race seemed to be as well known as the dragons. Who did not know about their insatiable greed? Who did not know about their unquestionable strength? Who did not cower when they brought their might to bear? Similar to all those things, the fame of Dragon's Breath was also unsurpassed. It was their most powerful attack, and thus it was incomparable and could not be suppressed. Even though Lex was merely using a glyph, and was recreating the weakest version of Dragon Fire, and could barely be considered a training aid for actual dragons, within the nascent realm even this contained devastating destructive capabilities. Not only did every single one of the tree's defenses vaporize upon coming into contact with the crimson flames, even the energy used to create those techniques became chaotic and berserk, breaking free of the tree's control and causing it to suffer a minor cultivation deviation. But before it could even feel the effects of such a thing, or rather, before it would even register that something had gone amiss with its cultivation, the tree came into contact with the flames. The damage was not limited to its soul at all, as its entire body burst into flames so suddenly. It was as if someone used a flamethrower to light a tanker of crude oil on fire. The resulting explosion was so massive that Lex's instincts finally tingled a sense of danger, and he immediately teleported the battalion away. Lex, however, remained since he had to ensure that the tree did not escape, not to mention he was confident in his own defense. Yet the wisdom of such a decision came into question almost immediately. The tree of heaven, its entire body which rose up into the heavens and beyond, was bathed in yellow and golden flames, but those were not dragon fire. No, that was just the consequence of the heat of dragon fire. The atmosphere itself, alongside the tree, and spontaneously combusted when it came into contact with that crimson torrent due to its immense heat. When the dragon fire finally reached the tree, it was as if all that it touched was kindling, and that too soaked in highly combustible liquid. The tree exploded. There was a flash of white light so bright that, for a brief moment, it erased all other colors. In the entire realm there was nothing else save for the white light. Then came the blast. Even though Lex had teleported all the workers away, he knew immediately that the resulting devastation of the dragon fire would reach them no matter where they were. Let alone them, the sanctity of the entire continent was at risk. Actually, that was incorrect. There was no risk. It was certain that the entire continent was about to be wiped from existence. Perhaps Lex had underestimated the might of dragon fire, or the tree of heaven just made for excellent firewood. Regardless, as soon as the flash of white hit him, Lex's mind went into overdrive, and he knew that if he didn't do something to contain this blast, the consequences would be dire. Time seemed to slow down for Lex, as all the knowledge he had accumulated since he began his cultivation journey came together, and turned into something more. Under the white light of annihilation, Lex recalled his earliest days. Marlowe had said the best defense was offense, kill the enemy before they could harm you. Regal Embrace said the best defense was being so ridiculously tough that nothing could scratch him, just stand there and watch them struggle to scratch your skin. Experience told him that no matter how high his defense was, there were too many enemies who existed far beyond his level, so he could not just rely on it. Even if he was the toughest foundation cultivator in all existence, an earth immortal could squish him like a big. Rays used the energy of the universe to sustain themselves. Spiritual techniques used the energy of the cultivator to give birth to astonishing phenomena. Formations used items and treasures in specific arrangements to bring about certain effects in a specific region. All of them were incredible, but none of them created something new. They were just replicating things that already existed in the universe. All existence, then, was dictated by their associated laws. Talk to the hand was one of the techniques he learned, and it created a barrier in front of his hand. Evisceration was one of his favorite attacks, but it used the eyes. What was the difference between using hands and using eyes to bring about an external result? He had many states of mind which allowed him to think in various ways, such as flow, overdrive, and berserk. But at the end of the way, it was still his mind doing all that thinking. So why did he need so many techniques? Impervious hands was a technique he originally learnt because its defense was ridiculously high. But practically, he kept using it because it offered so many other benefits. He learned Inferno Blade because he wanted new attacks and to train his sword intent. But in actuality, he was now using it to gauge whether he was ready to become an immortal or not. Nothing was ever straightforward. Everything had obvious benefits, but more than that, they had hidden benefits that only those smart or lucky enough to realize them could unlock. All these thoughts and millions more ran through Lex's mind in a fraction of a second, and he used all of them to, for the first time ever, create his own technique. Chapter 1092, Dawn and Dusk. There was no time. Everything happened too quickly. Lex and the tree were fighting, and the tree was losing, but not fast enough. Lex decided to use a stronger technique to speed things up. Somehow, that had brought about an apocalyptic event that threatened to eradicate an entire continent. If blame had to be assigned, Lex thoroughly allocated it on the tree. Why was it fighting so hard? If it had just sat there and let Lex win, none of this would have happened. But a debate on why some people were just unreasonable was pointless, so it was best not to dwell on it. Lex did not understand how techniques worked. Or at least, he did not understand why making them in certain ways within one's body brought about certain effects. Some people created techniques without understanding the why. As long as they could understand the effects, that's all that mattered. But such a mentality left room for unknown flaws, and so Lex did not subscribe to such a method. Instead, he focused not on the manipulation of spiritual energy, but of laws instead. For some reason, it was a lot easier for him to do that. Wasn't he essentially just manipulating the effects of laws when he created laws anyway? Once he began creating the technique, inspiration just kept coming, and he realized that what was before him was not a calamity, but an amazing opportunity. Lex moved and activated his newly created technique, which he immediately named Heaven's Furnace. An invisible barrier formed around the tree, coating it like a second skin, just in time for the bright light to end. Then the explosion happened. But instead of a shockwave shooting through the realm, the explosion was contained perfectly within the barrier Lex had created. The strength of the initial explosion was such that nothing Lex had ever created before could block it even for a fraction of a second, yet Heaven's Furnace stayed strong. It had to, after all, since a furnace's sole purpose was to contain heat and pressure. But while the barrier remained strong without a single blemish, Lex did not look so great. He had become pale and his eyes reddened. That was because, much life-impervious hands, the defense of this barrier was based on the toughness of Lex's own body. While that did not mean that Lex was exposed to the devastation of the explosion in place of the barrier, it did mean that the pressure he faced was directly proportional to what he was blocking. Yet this was only the beginning. Since the explosion was not allowed to spread, all its energy remained trapped within the barrier, alongside the remnants of the dragon fire as well. That in turn continued to result in subsequent explosions. The countless nations formed under the shadow of the tree watched in horrifying awe as the tree was replaced by a chaotic maze of fire, light, and things they could not completely understand. But this was not enough. A furnace was not designed to just hold heat, no, it was designed to melt and purify. Lex had employed every relevant law he could think of in designing this technique, because he was not satisfied with just containing the explosion. No, he wanted to refine the tree into a much smaller, much purer, and more compact material that he intended to use as an ingredient for his system. His mistake was in thinking that only natural ingredients could be absorbed by the system, but no one had ever stipulated that. If he could refine the remains of an unbelievably powerful mythical being, which had its potential repeatedly enhanced under the influence of amber chaos resin, then why couldn't that be used as an ingredient? The law of power, of defense, of control, of fire, and many more were used to create this technique. For the laws that he lacked an affinity in, he made use of array characters to tap into their underlying laws. It might not be the best way to create a technique, but it was working damn well. Lex raised his trembling hands and pressed his fingers as if he was squeezing something, and the barrier began to shrink in size. Yet there was still a raging inferno within, and it resisted his every effort. It wanted nothing more than to break free. It wanted nothing more. A black, burnt root suddenly slammed the barrier. Somehow, surrounded by endless fire, exploded by dragon fire, and squeezed by the immeasurable pressure with the heaven's furnace, the tree of heaven had still not died. Perhaps such a thing was to be expected. How could the influence of not one but several Tao-level ingredients be limited to solely potential? But no matter how the tree bashed against the barrier, it did not budge. Considering that the barrier was the original size of the tree, and yet now the tree was lost within the flames, banging against the barrier for release, it was evident how much of the tree had already burnt away. Cracks began to form on Lex's skin as he struggled to maintain the technique and keep the size of the barrier shrinking. Blood started to seep out of his nose and ears. Even with his great self-control, he could not keep himself from grunting and groaning each time the tree smashed the barrier. But the barrier itself never once wavered. Besides light, the barrier allowed nothing else to escape. The ground did not so much as tremble when the explosions happened, and no one felt the tree's dying throes. There was just the visage of a tree-shaped explosion, growing smaller slowly, forming a breathtakingly beautiful sight. It was as if a tree made entirely of swirling flames and replaced the tree of heaven. For a time, Menara bathed in the glow of the burning tree, replicating the lights and colors of a beautiful dawn, and eventually, a breathtaking dusk. For 2 whole months, Lex kept the barrier in place, slowly shrinking it. Finally, when it reached just 2 feet in size, the pressure finished. What remained was a flame, still swirling and filled with all the colors of the sky, and fixed in the final shape of the tree of heaven. Lex let the barrier collapse finally and approached the small tree made entirely of fire. He was hesitant at first, but from the tree he felt no danger, no heat. All he felt was a welcoming warmth. He touched it, and it was barely lukewarm in temperature. But much more warning than that was the sound of a notification he heard. Lex read it, and despite his horrendous state, smiled. Chapter 1093, Good Day. New notification. Unique grade ingredient heavenly tree of dragon fire detected. Absorb ingredient to repair the system. It was a very simple notification, yet at the same time it was immensely informative. Previously, the ingredients he found were either heavenly, celestial, or Tao-level ingredients. but the heavenly tree of dragon fire was rated as unique. He did not know where on the scale that fell, but he was hoping that it would be enough. He only needed 3% more and his quest would be complete. It was both very close and very far. Lex accepted the prompt, and the tree of fire disappeared, absorbed into the system. Over the past couple of months, Lex had been completely occupied using Heaven's furnace, to the point where he could not be distracted at all. He had thoroughly underestimated the vitality of the tree, as it stayed alive right up until the very end, despite being trapped inside such a deadly inferno. He felt that while his estimate of the tree's combat strength was accurate, he had underestimated how difficult it would be to kill. It only made sense. "Is it over?" Leonidas asked, walking up to Lex. Over the past couple of months, the battalion had made its way back to Lex and protected him the entire time in case he was attacked. It would have hardly mattered as his defense was incredible, but it would not have been a pleasant experience, which is why Lex was grateful for their help. They'd also used this time to finish their own objectives as well. Being teleported away mid-battle had been surprising, but when they saw what state the tree had been brought to, they were quite understanding. But their job was quite a bit easier than they expected, because most zealots of the tree or the most devoted worshippers died on their own, leaving behind only shriveled bodies, as if they had been sucked dry of everything. After that, all the forces of the various countries under the shade of the tree were crippled on their own, leaving the battalion with nothing to do. While it was clear to many that those who had died had their energies absorbed by the tree in a bid for survival, others blamed the battalion, so it wasn't like protecting Lex was a walk in the park. But they suffered no casualties, which was all that mattered. "Yes, it's over," Lex said, then turned to look around him. The tree was truly massive, and as it had suddenly disappeared, an enormous hole had been left in the place where it once stood. But that was far from the extent of the repercussions of its sudden departure. Lex could feel that the tree's absence would affect everything from tectonic movements to weather, the development of the entire continent's civilizations, as well as the spiritual energy. Rather than decreasing, the concentration of spiritual energy on the continent was actually increasing, and quite noticeably. It seemed that the tree had been monopolizing all that energy, but since it couldn't cultivate further, Lex had no idea what else it was doing with that energy. But at the same time, he didn't care. To be more specific, as long as the tree was truly dead and hadn't left behind any clones or means or revival, he didn't care. He tapped into his instincts, trying to determine if he could still feel the existence of the tree, but they were silent. It was time to return, but first, "Let the word spread," Lex's voice echoed out over the countries that had once taken refuge with the tree. "This is what happens to those who dare attack the Midnight Inn." He didn't really need to elaborate. He was sure that by now everyone knew exactly what was going on. But considering the distance from the tree and the inn, there was quite a decent chance that many didn't know what was actually happening. Misinformation was also a dangerous thing, and he didn't want the reputation of the inn to become that they would attack people unprovoked. So he left a few final words, before encompassing everyone with his spirit sense and teleporting them all back to the inn. It had been a long few months, and Lex was extremely tired. In fact, his body ached to do nothing more than sleep, but Lex resisted the urge for a moment. He dragged his weary self out to the now repaired Midnight Manor and sat himself down at the bar. The number of people in the bar was strangely few, but Lex didn't mind right now. He was not in the most presentable condition anyway, so maybe it was for the best. "Give me something that will keep me awake for a little longer, something with a kick," Lex said without looking up. He closed his eyes and let himself rest. It was a little premature, but he genuinely felt like his quest would be complete now. It wasn't something his instincts were telling him, rather, just his own feeling. If it proved to be true, then finally they would be past the teething problems of the inn. That would officially mark the end of their move from the Origin Realm and the start of their time in the Midnight Realm. He could begin to work out ways to send his guests back. He could train himself and the others. He could do many things. It was a beginning and an ending, for only now did he feel like he was letting go of his dependence of the Origin Realm. "Here, try this. We've recently harvested our own coffee beans at the inn, so we've been trying various ways of making coffee." Lex was surprised at the familiar voice. He opened his eyes and saw Gerard in his waistcoat, standing behind the bar. "What are you doing here?" Lex asked. It had been a long time since Gerard had to fill a position such as bartender. It was only in the early days of the inn that he had filled such a role. "I was just feeling a little nostalgic today. There must be something in the air because it's affecting everyone." He nodded his head, and Lex turned and found that Z had huddled up in a corner of the bar, put on his headphones, and was watching anime. Velma was sitting at the grand piano, playing a soft, romantic melody. Vera and her mother were sitting at a table nearby, playing cards of all things. Harry and his wife were in another corner, talking to a group of friends. Of all things, John was even here, though he was sitting alone and scribbling something on a notebook. There were a few other new and old faces, but Lex was suddenly taken back to the first few days of the inn. It had all been so hectic back then, yet looking back, for all the stress he had endured back then, they were good times. Lex smiled and took a sip of his coffee, taking in its rich, aromatic flavors. "This is pretty good," Lex said. Gerard only nodded and went to serve someone else. Lex didn't talk much. He didn't go and join any other conversations. He just sat there and enjoyed the pleasant environment. Who knew what the future held, but at least the present was pretty good. Lex thought back to some of his old guests. It had been a while since he had seen Old Man Will or Helen, or that lazy sloth that had given him so much trouble back then. He wondered how they were all doing. There was also little Tiffany, who had grown up. As the chosen one of a planet, her life was probably very hectic, right? Everyone else probably also had a lot of things keeping them busy, maybe stressing them out. But it was only with such a busy, hectic life that one could appreciate the charm of the Midnight Inn. It allowed them to take a small pause from the troubles of their life, take a small break, recover, and then move on. Lex suddenly had an impulsive whim to open the inn back up to everyone. Keeping the inn closed was a real disservice to everyone who needed a vacation. But it was just an impulsive thought. He couldn't actually do it. He had to strengthen himself first, at least till he was ready to become an immortal. Lex took another sip and looked around the room. Everything was so peaceful. It was quite nice, but he couldn't help but miss Marlowe. Sometimes a little crazy energy was also quite rejuvenating. "I'm too young to be feeling so nostalgic," Lex murmured to himself and took another sip of the coffee. Why was it so damn good? How had he never thought of trying this before? But after another hour, even the coffee began to fail Lex, and he was forced to bid farewell to the relaxing environment of the bar and retire to his bedroom. After a quick shower, he threw himself to bed. Chapter 1094, Barrage of Notifications. The next week should have been very relaxing for Lex, considering he just had to wait for the system to finish absorbing the heavenly tree of dragon fire, but that was far from what actually happened. Once he recovered from his exhaustion, Lex spent a little time relaxing and cultivating, but that had its limits, so he returned to the inn to see if there were things that required his attention. For the most part, the inn had completely recovered from the attack. All was well, or at least, that's how it appeared on the surface. But the fluctuations that the realm experienced hadn't gone unnoticed by the various guests. Knowledgeable and experienced as they were, many guests immediately realized what had happened. The realm was too weak to contain the strength of an Earth immortal. Unfortunately, that led to a lot of speculation. The various guests who wanted to leave began to secretly meet and discuss if the weakness of the realm was the real reason the Innkeeper had disappeared. If that was the case, this presented a few opportunities. Some were beginning to consider if they could return to where they came from if they destabilized the realm enough, while others began to consider the potential gains of monopolizing an entire new realm. The only risk was that sooner or later, the Innkeeper would find a way to get revenge even if he could not enter the realm. Not to mention they had no real confirmation if that was the case to begin with. The threat of the Innkeeper was the only thing keeping them from taking action, but that didn't change the fact that they were still whispering about it. The only reason Lex discovered this to begin with was the increased potency of his instincts. The Midnight Inn was supposed to have a malicious intent detection system, though Lex did not think it was working properly. It hardly ever detected anyone who actually had the means to do harm to the inn, just some low-level miscreants. But now his instincts were displaying similar characteristics. Even though they were not specifically targeting Lex in their considerations, the inn was closely related to Lex, and so he picked up on it. After that, well, all he had to do was spy on the thoughts of some of them to discover what was going on. He made sure to only target those weaker than himself so he wouldn't get caught, and then kept an eye on them. Although initially he felt some sympathy for these guests who had been sort of kidnapped, that was no longer the case. Now Lex was just patiently waiting for the system to return to functionality so he could kick them out and ban them. That didn't change the fact that there were countless immortals teetering on the edge of turning against him. That is why his week was spent monitoring the rebellious group and noting down their names. There was a chance that this was not everyone, and that some were even more cautious about it, but Lex could do nothing about that for now. But on the 8th day, Lex heard the one sound he had been waiting for, and immediately checked his notification. A wide grin appeared on his face as he read it. New notification. Heavenly Tree of Dragon Fire absorbed. System repaired 8%. System functionality at 40.2%. Quest complete. System failure detected. Immediately restore the system to minimum 35% functionality before permanent system shutdown. Quest reward. Return of normal system functions. Remarks. Why were you taking mini vacations while I was struggling to keep the system running? New notification. Teleportation functions back online. All normal day-to-day services back online. New notification. Due to the system regaining 40% functionality, new features have been unlocked. New features. 1 guest satisfaction rating. 2 host attire upgrade. 3 realm law replication. 4 branch management functionality, tavern. 5 in-level division. New notification. Due to improvement of system functionality, various quality of life upgrades have been performed. New notification. Due to improvement of system functionality, various operational bugs have been addressed. New notification. Host authority raised, authority level 5. New quest. Insufficiency in midnight services has been detected. Provide materials to strengthen space and laws within the territory of the inn to facilitate realm tribulations. 101,000 lightning tribulation shards. 201,000 fire tribulation embers. 301,000 space crystals. Quest time limit, 5 years. Quest reward, subject to performance. Quest failure punishment, 100-year cultivation lock. Remarks. I told you the consequences of getting answers would come in the form of quests. New quest. Sometimes guests find an inn, but sometimes the inn finds its guests. Change the destiny of 100 guests. Quest time limit, 5 years. Quest reward, subject to performance. Quest failure punishment. Destiny level formation will be suspended for 100 years. Remarks. Buddy, the next time you need my help, I'm going to go to a bar and get a drink. New quest. Sometimes the inn guests come to the inn, and other times the inn must go to the guests. Bring a branch of the inn to an event significantly affecting a specific cultivation realm. 101 Mortal Realm Event. 201 Body Tempering Event. 301 Chi Training Event. 401 Foundation Realm Event. 501 Golden Core Event. 601 Nascent Soul Event. Quest Reward, Midnight Inn Branch Upgrade Tavern. Remarks. I heard you need your employees' help to get a date. No wonder you drink every time you see a bar. New notification. Absorbing systems below rank B will no longer upgrade system functionality. Oh boy, there was a lot to unpack here. New features, interesting new upgrades, quality of life improvements, new quests that honestly did not seem to be as difficult as he was expecting, and much more. He even missed the system's attitude. But before doing any of that, Lex equipped the newly upgraded host attire and searched for all the guests who wanted to leave the inn, as well as those who were considering monopolizing the realm for themselves. If nothing else, the malicious intent function was working a lot better, because he could easily identify everyone who was planning on taking advantage of the innkeeper's absence. With a wave of his hand, he kicked them all out and banned them from ever coming back. Then, with another wave of his hand, everyone who wanted to leave the inn was also sent back. At the same time, all the buildings that had been repaired by the workers but were left with tiny or barely noticeable imperfections were all fixed. The terrain, the ground, the roads, and public transport were all immediately repaired as well. At the same time, every single personal assistant for every guest was upgraded, so that they would inform the guests that the teleportation function was temporarily back online. If anyone wanted to leave now, they could do so. In fact, they were encouraged to do so because the teleportation services were going to be shut down in a few days once again, and this time they might be closed for years. If anyone wanted to stay back, not only did they need to pay for a deposit for their long stay, they also had to agree to the fact that they would not cause any issues until teleportation functions were turned back on. If they decided to stay, but then caused issues later on, they would be permanently banned from the inn. Everyone was surprised by the sudden changes, and for a moment thought that the innkeeper had returned. But Lex did not reappear as the innkeeper and remained hidden. After all, he wanted to focus on all the new notifications he got and take his time understanding the new features one by one. Like an excited little boy about to unwrap his Christmas presents, Lex rubbed his hands together and pulled up the interface and began going through everything. With the return of the teleportation function, new guests were able to come to the inn from outside again, but he intended to use a token to seal the inn soon, so that was the least of his concerns. He began going through the new features for now. First off was the guest satisfaction rating. From now on, the experience of each guest would be recorded and automatically tabulated. Lex could check individual as well as cumulative satisfaction ratings, if his satisfaction rating fell. Lex froze. This was not so much an upgrade as it was a sort of setback. If his cumulative guest satisfaction fell below a certain rating, it would affect his ability to use MP and MT. Basically, it added a condition to his use of money. Maybe this was something that should have existed from the get-go, but since Lex never needed to worry about this before, its sudden arrival was a huge downer, especially since right now he had just kicked out thousands of unsatisfied guests. The fact that they were unsatisfied and the fact that he had kicked them out both contributed to lowering the cumulative results. He was currently only at 62%. Chapter 1095 New Features. Lex groaned. Of course, nothing was ever easy. He focused on the details to learn more. The lower his guest satisfaction rating, the more expensive things would be to buy using MP. It was a very straightforward relationship, and yet extremely effective. What's the point of this? It wasn't as if I was not looking after my guests' experiences, he lamented, but there was no one to give him an answer. Well, he did just kick out and ban a bunch of guests because they irritated him. But in his defense, they were planning on acting against the inn. Just for a comparison, he checked the price of a regular room. Ordinarily, it cost him 500 MP to buy it, but with his current satisfaction rating it cost 806 MP. It was not too bad, but he could see how, when applied across hundreds or thousands of purchases, even a price increase of 1 MP could cost him an immense amount. This added a new hurdle to manage, but it wasn't so bad. He was confident he could quickly raise the satisfaction rating, not to mention that if the cumulative satisfaction rating was about 95%, he would gain access to special perks. Next, he turned his attention to the upgrades to the host attire. For one, it no longer needed to be an entire ensemble, but rather a single clothing item. That did not seem like much of an upgrade, until Lex saw that the attire now had an active and passive mode. In active mode, the attire would take on its normal appearance, and Lex would look like the innkeeper to any who saw him. But in the inactive mode, Lex would still look like Lex, but with the added benefit that he could still completely and thoroughly control the inn, like he could while wearing the attire. This included when he was not actually inside the inn. But outside the inn, the attire would only remain in its inactive mode, and so Lex could not pretend to be the innkeeper. It was a nice upgrade, considering that it would keep him connected to the inn basically all the time now. Mostly, it was just a replacement for the fact that the system was supposed to fuse with his soul by now. Much more interesting than the first two was the third new feature, which was realm law replication. Basically, just like how the inn had various different biomes to support various different guests, such as lakes for aquatic guests, temples for divine guests, and so on, the realm could now replicate the laws of certain realms to accommodate guests who could only survive in very specific conditions. One example of unusual laws was the place Lex visited just a few months ago, where he turned into a 2D character. Although it was technically still this realm, the laws within that small region were completely different. One of the primary reasons for that was that the Midnight Realm itself was brand new, and far from stabilizing, so the laws that governed the realm had not been fully established. That meant there was a certain possibility that the laws that turned the world 2D might actually take over the realm. Although, more realistically, chances were high that those laws would slowly be corrected. But the system could not replicate those laws out of nothing. Just as he had to spend a certain amount of time on planets to connect them to the system, he had to spend a certain amount of time in realms with special laws for the system to be able to replicate them. This was extremely interesting. Lex hadn't experienced going to any realms with unique laws yet. But then again, how many realms had he even been to? According to what he understood, even the Origin realm, which was the largest and strongest realm he had ever been to, was not a completely mature realm, let alone the Crystal Realm or Midnight Realm. But he had no doubt that sooner or later he would get a chance to visit some of these realms. If that was the case, being able to replicate their unique laws not only enabled him to host more guests, it provided new attractions for guests as well. He could totally see a family taking a vacation and heading into a 2D world for a while. Who knew what other strange realms there were out there? He would definitely try to capture the laws of that 2D place before it disappeared, if it was possible. Since they weren't the laws of an entire realm, he wasn't sure if it would work. The next was the branch management functionality. To an extent, it already existed. After all, he had established the tavern long ago. But Lex felt like the appearance of the tavern hadn't been so much because he taunted the system, but because it was a pre-existing feature that was released since he theoretically had full authority at the time and asked for it. The branch management functionality refined some of the features he already had access to, such as the rumor room, which was something he only had in the tavern. But more importantly, it brought one new incredibly amazing feature to the tavern. No longer was the tavern fixed in one location. He could teleport it to any realm or planet connected to the inn, and if he bought special tickets, he could even teleport it to unconnected planets. More importantly, even while he kept the inn sealed, he could continue to operate the tavern, which meant he could technically complete all his quests while keeping the inn sealed. Much like the system said, instead of waiting for guests to come to him, it was time to take his tavern to various guests. The notion was actually quite exciting. He could already imagine all the various adventures he could have in the traveling inn. This is his reward from holding himself back from adventuring when he was looking for ingredients. The next feature, the inn-level division, was actually one that made a lot of sense, and he had been wondering about for a while. At the moment, the spiritual energy concentration in the inn was quite pure and high, which was beneficial to everyone. But that was also because everyone here were either locals or suitably powerful. Such a high energy concentration would actually be quite dangerous for weaker guests. That is where the level division would come in. It was great that he got a lot more land, because now he would need to develop more of the inn. Starting from level 0, which basically had the same amount of spirit energy as Earth, if only a little purer, all the way to level 5, which matched his authority level, the inn would be divided into various levels. The spiritual energy in each level would be different, but at the same time, so would be the cost of living there. For example, 1 MP is equal to $1,000 from back on Earth, which effectively meant that most humans on Earth would never be able to actually afford living here. But now, on level 1, the price would be drastically reduced, so that normal guests could also afford it. Of course, guests who had high cultivation levels but were on a budget could also choose to reside in a lower level. Basically, the inn was now accommodating all price ranges, which meant a lot more guests could actually come here. These were just the newest features that had been added. Various existing services had been improved, though he did not know the details, and some of the loopholes he depended on had been fixed. This included the issue with teleportation. Previously, many guests would sneak into the inn from places they weren't supposed to be in, and then teleport back when they needed to do something devious. Many robberies had been committed like this, not to mention assassinations and other crimes. Being complicit to such criminal activities was not really the best for the inn's image, so Lex addressed the issue, but it was far from ideal. Now the system fixed it on its own. Anyone could teleport to the inn from anywhere, that was still true, so technically criminals could still use it to escape. But if guests tried to teleport back, they would not be sent exactly back to the same location unless they had permission or were supposed to be there. If they did not have permission to return to the place they teleported from originally, they would just be sent to a public spot nearby. That was still similar to the change that Lex made, but what was different was that guests could now purchase a permanent teleportation point. That meant that they could choose to return to that permanent spot instead of where they arrived from. This was not a perfect solution, and actually made it easier for criminals to get away, but Lex guessed the system wasn't thinking about that when it added the feature. Chapter 1096 Easy. The upgrade to the features was nice. It also indicated that as the system's functionality was being repaired, its performance was also increasing. Even this was only at 40% functionality. Lex could not even imagine what would happen if the system reached 50% or even 100%. On top of everything, Lex's system authority had also increased to level 5. That was incredibly useful, as he could now purchase even more things from the system directly. More powerful and diverse formations, get more detailed answers from Mary, as well as exercise his control over more aspects of the inn. Although the notification about his authority increase was the simplest, it was perhaps the most useful. That only left behind the 3 quests he had been given altogether, but even if he had been given 3 quests at once, Lex did not feel pressured or alarmed by them. Instead, not only did they seem pretty easy to accomplish, they also seemed very interesting. They also seemed designed especially for the latest application of his tavern. The first quest was to provide materials that could strengthen the laws within the inn's territory. Lex had a strong suspicion that the system could easily get them if it wished, but was delegating the task to Lex to make him suffer. But the thing was, both lightning tribulation shards and space crystals were things he could easily get. In fact, Vera had only recently reminded him that there were countless oracles still within the inn who were requesting his service to remove lightning shards from their souls. Each person had dozens to hundreds of such shards in their soul, depending on their level. Gathering these would be the easiest, and he would actually get paid to do so. The space crystals should have, theoretically, been the hardest to find. They were formed as a crystallization of space, which is something that did not happen naturally. Under normal circumstances, Lex would have had to go to a place where space had been shattered and was rebuilding, or find fragments of space that had become trapped within the void, or go to places where the space laws had suffered some abnormal mutation and resulted in space crystals. But as it happened, since the Midnight Realm was a developing realm and its space was ever expanding and growing, even though its laws had not completely settled yet, the entire realm was riddled with space crystals. He didn't even need to leave the territory of the inn, and he'd be able to find an entire mine for it, so getting a mere 1,000 crystals was, maybe worth 5 minutes of effort, if he was slow about it. Fire tribulation embers, then, became the difficult thing to collect. It was not something that could be found within the Midnight Realm, and getting his hands on it might have taken some effort if circumstances were different. But due to Lex's deep history with lava and volcanoes, he had been thoroughly researching them lately, and discovered a specific region within the Origin Realm. It was a particular star that, for reasons no one knew, was made up entirely of fire tribulation fire. It had been that way for thousands of years, and was a very famous spot used by many to train for their fire tribulations. That did not mean it would be easy to get his hands of fire embers from there, but with his history with the Infinity Emporium, he was sure he could hire them to get some embers, if they didn't have some saved up already. So basically the one quest that had the most dangerous punishment could be easily resolved. With the teleportation function operational, Lex could even go and give the Infinity Emporium the commission right now. In fact, that was one of the first things he planned on doing. Now that a bunch of guests had been sent out of the inn, the news that the inn had an entirely new realm all to itself would spread. That would, inevitably, attract some kind of trouble. That was one of the reasons why he wanted to close the inn as quickly as possible, but having it open for a short time offered many advantages that he wanted to avail. In short, the first quest was not nearly as difficult as it was made out to be. He even intended to complete it as quickly as possible to get the best possible reward. Then came the second quest. It was hard to determine how easy or difficult this would be. Theoretically, it should be pretty easy. He just needed to find some guests on the verge of dying and save them, or maybe lend weak guests a cultivation technique or something along those lines. With the tavern traveling from place to place within 5 years, it shouldn't be difficult to change the destiny of just 100 people. That finally left the third quest, which was to attend 6 events, each specifically focused on a different cultivation level. This again did not seem hard. With access to countless worlds, finding 6 measly events over the course of 5 years should not be hard at all. The only thing that Lex was slightly curious about was whether those 5 years were in the Midnight Realm, or outside. Since time flowed 3 times faster in the Midnight Realm than in the Origin Realm, if he only had 5 years here, then that would equate to a little more than a year in the Origin Realm. Whereas if it were 5 years in the Origin Realm, it would be equal to 15 years here. Considering he intended to use the tavern to complete the quests, he hoped it followed the timeline of the Origin Realm, but he had a feeling that was too much to ask for. Lastly, there was the restriction on the grade of systems he could absorb. It was a predictable issue, considering what happened with the resin, but it wasn't urgent, so he'd deal with it in the future. Chapter 1097, Favorite Kind of Troubles. Speaking of 5 years, there was another matter as well. Vera had given him a prophecy and told him that he needed to visit a specific planet in exactly 5 years. Those 5 years, he was sure, referred to Origin Realm years, so that was something he needed to keep in mind. With various different time flows to deal with now, keeping track of time in each realm would be something that required conscious effort. At last, there was one final thing he needed to consider and decide before once again sealing the inn. Should he send his clone out into the Origin Realm, or keep it here within the Midnight Realm? There were benefits to both, which is why this was something he had been unable to instantly decide. He could only deliberate it over the next few days. With all his decisions made, Lex began to act. Time was of the essence. He wanted to minimize his time as much as possible, but how long that was depended on how quickly the Infinity Emporium provided him with the embers. Lex teleported back to X-142 and was about to head into the Emporium when he paused and itched his nose. After spending so much time in the Midnight Realm, coming back to the Origin Realm made him feel slightly nauseous. Considering the fact that he was in the nascent realm, making him feel anything was a considerable task. But this nausea was not random. It was only now that he had returned to the Origin Realm that he realized how impure its spirit energy felt. It was not something he had noticed before. But why was that the case? He had never noticed anything wrong with the spiritual energy here before, nor had he heard anyone complain. Sure, there were some places with higher and lower energy concentrations, but that was normal. But his instincts told him that this was a matter he should pay attention to, but it wasn't dangerous. Lex rubbed his nose as if clearing something out before returning to normal. The nausea faded, but he could not forget that it had been there to begin with. Lex walked into the Emporium and could not help but notice that the energy here was much purer. "Lex, my friend, I was wondering when I'd see you again," said Powell excitedly. "I have some great news. Did you know someone captured videos of the Silent Wanderer in one of the Fugan war zones? Rumor has it that the owner of the ship even dared threaten Earth immortals right inside the command center and survived unharmed. That news, alongside a lot of clever marketing, has caused the Havelier Industries to become even more famous. They approached the Emporium, wondering if they could connect to the owner of the Wanderer for future marketing cooperation. Long story short, your good brother, got you 2 free models of their latest ship, the Silent Dream." Lex was stunned. This was unexpected. Powell laughed seeing Lex's expression and seemed even happier. "Come quickly. I've been waiting for you to come for so long. Thankfully you're here so I can finally show them to you." Powell practically dragged Lex to the back of the shop and brought him to a hangar. There were a number of ships parked, but none of them contained the same elegance as the Silent Wanderer, though the reason for that was quickly explained. Much like the Silent Wanderer, Silent Dream could be stored in a special spatial container. Powell activated the container that looked like an armband, and a massive ship appeared in front of him. If the Silent Wanderer had been a Corvette-class ship, then this one was a frigate. It was much larger, so it could contain not only hundreds if not thousands of people as well as a lot of cargo, but it was also greatly armored and had visible weapon components on its exterior. Frigate-class ships, while mainly designed for scouting and patrols purposes, could also take on offensive and defensive roles. Sure, it lacked the stealth and speed of the Silent Wanderer, but the Silent Dream's purpose was also different. This was more suited for long voyages through space, or for exploratory purposes. Lex turned to look at Powell, whose eyes were sparkling as he looked up at the ship. "You said there were 2 of these?" he asked. Yes. Actually, there were going to be more, but for that you would need to actively participate in marketing. With just 2, you have no obligation to do anything. Havelier Industries just hopes that if you participate in any more interstellar warfare, you can record a few videos for marketing purposes. "This is excellent. I'll happily take one, and I think you deserve to have the other." Powell was stunned and looked at Lex in shock. No, this is yours. How could I?" "Yes, it's mine, and I'm giving you one as a gift for helping me get such a good deal. Since it's mine, I can give it as a gift, right?" I guess," Powell said, trying to hide his own excitement. He was clearly a little awkward about this, but the fact that he liked the gift was enough for Lex. The Emporium had been integral in his journey, so building better relations with Powell was not a bad idea. Moreover, it didn't cost him anything either. "Now, Powell, I'd like to stay and chat with you here about this, but I'm afraid I'm in a bit of a time crunch, as I usually am. The list of items I need this time are not easy, but I've brought an advance payment, 3 drops of mountain milk." Powell was startled, and then his eyes gleamed. How could he ever forget why he loved Lex so much? He was always a big spender. "First, I need all the information you have on fairies. Secondly, I just came back from another realm, and I can't help but notice that the energy in this realm seems polluted for some reason. If you have any information about that, I'd like to purchase all related information. I need 1,000 fire tribulation embers. Oh, also, I need a comprehensive instruction manual about treasure manufacturing, formations, pill refinement." The list of things Lex needed this time was extremely extensive, which was really troubling. But Powell wished he would face these kinds of troubles every day. Chapter 1098 Finally Meeting. 10 days, Lex repeated as he thought about the deadline. That was a lot longer than Lex was hoping to keep the inn open. What if by then a Henali wanted to visit his new realm? It can't be helped, Powell said, feeling embarrassed. The other items you've listed, while numerous, will take only a few days, but the fire tribulation embers need to be collected freshly and stored in a special container. They will not last long once removed from the source, which is why we have none in store. Besides the fire tribulation embers, Lex had also asked for books and resources comprehensively explaining various cultivation concepts. This was not actually expensive, because Lex had a perpetual deal ongoing with the Emporium, who were still providing him with golden core techniques. Frankly, there probably weren't enough golden core techniques in existence to compensate Lex for the amount he was owed, so he just switched them from golden core techniques to a much larger list of subjects. Since he planned on shutting down the inn for a long time, he wanted all possible knowledge he could need so that he wouldn't be left in need but without means. Personally, he could rely on Pell, but he didn't want to place all his eggs in one basket. Moreover, this would help the rest of his workers, not to mention that the Midnight Library still seemed incredibly bare, so it would help to fill that. Well, do what you can. I'll pay more if you can hurry up the delivery. I'll check in regularly. Powell looked like he was struggling, but Lex didn't mind him. He had too many other things to do. Since there were, give or take, 10 days that the inn would be open, he immediately sent as many of his workers as he could to the Temple of Fasting to make best use of this time. Meanwhile, Lex returned to the inn and went over the document Powell had handed him regarding the spiritual energy purity. It seemed like this was common knowledge. Spiritual energy purity was a double-edged sword. As it turned out, it was functionally impossible to maintain an extremely high energy purity. That did not mean that it could not be done, but that the costs outweigh the benefits of such a task. Moreover, having a high spiritual energy came with drawbacks as well. For example, all the beings born in the Midnight Realm at the moment were naturally stronger than their peers from a more mature realm, such as the Origin Realm. But consequently, it was that much harder for them to grow to a higher level. This was exactly why, though mythical beings were usually identified as the strongest beings in a realm, very few of them survived till the realm matured. This was because there would come a time they would lose the natural advantage they'd have as mythical beings, because their progress would slow down considerably when they reached the heavenly immortal realm. It was actually quite common that the first to reach the celestial realm in a maturing realm was not a mythical being, but a much more recently born being. At that point, even though a mythical being maintained superiority within their realm, they would become disadvantaged against a superior enemy. Moreover, heading towards some degree of impurity was the natural direction followed by the entire universe itself. Even the spiritual energy that Lex identified as exceptionally pure was actually just a result of chaos energy becoming so impure it degraded in quality. Acclimating to a slightly impure energy might be beneficial for cultivators, or else they would have a similar or even stronger reaction than Lex did upon returning to the Origin Realm. Lex frowned as he continued to read the document. This document just discussed the commonly known knowledge that the Emporium shared with Lex. He intended to do some more research on it, as he felt like it might be worth looking into this. For example, if chaos energy was the superior form of spiritual energy, then considering his cultivation technique, Lex could adapt to even absorbing that. Would that make him stronger than cultivators who trained with spiritual energy? He wanted to gather more information on this topic from the Emporium, as well as consult Pell and possibly even Cassandra, and anyone else he could ask. He felt like there might be more to this matter than it appeared. Moreover, with a system available to him, he did not think it would be difficult to maintain the energy purity levels at all. He could even ask Mary. Now that his authority was much higher, there was a good chance she could answer many of his questions. Just as he was about to call on his ever-helpful holographic assistant, Mary appeared in front of him on her own, this time wearing a NASCAR driver costume. "There are some guests here who want to talk to you," she said, as she summoned a projection of an F1 car for her to lean against. "The innkeeper hasn't officially returned yet. I'm not seeing anyone," Lex said. "They're not here to see the innkeeper. They're here to see you, Lex Williams. Maybe I shouldn't start with that. Your ancestors are here to see you. Considering that your ancestor looks just like you, and a lot of people have started to recognize you, they've more or less confirmed that you're here somewhere. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to meet with them or not." On instinct, Lex was about to dismiss them. He did not care much for the William family. But then he paused. His family issue was not one that was going to disappear overnight, and ignoring it wouldn't do anything either. Not to mention that he was much stronger now and had more self-confidence. Of course, it was not to the level of facing his ancestor, who was apparently a heavenly immortal. But at the risk of decreasing his satisfaction rating a little more, he could always just eject the guy from the inn and ban him. It seemed like there wasn't any danger in facing him anymore, so he might as well just do it. All right, tell them I'll meet with them. Who else is here besides William? It was a redundant question. He already knew the answer since the moment he paid attention to them, he found out everything. It's just William and Jotun. Chapter 1099, Bubbling Anger. Lex really thought that he'd have felt a lot of emotions when he finally confronted his family members, but to be honest, he did not. The only thing he felt was a mild irritation and a desire to get it over with. Keeping that in mind, Lex directly teleported over to them. He did not prepare specially for the meeting. He did not don his suit. In fact, he didn't even maintain the illusion that kept his appearance from seeming older. As nothing but a toddler wearing shorts and a t-shirt, Lex teleported over to the Emperor as well as his ancestor. They were at the Midnight Manor, reading the guest registry, which had only just restarted working. A lot of names had been shuffled, but Lex's name remained right at the top. Lex's sudden appearance was, of course, not unnoticed by the two, but for a moment they failed to realize that this was the person who they were looking for. But besides his physique, Lex was not trying to hide anything, so through blood resonance they immediately identified Lex. "I hear you're looking for me," Lex said, his tone bland. Normally, Lex would be warm and enthusiastic, regardless of what the meeting was for, but at the moment he was really not in the mood. "Are you Lex?" William asked, hesitantly. "You look different from what I had imagined." "I hold no responsibility for your imagination," Lex answered simply. Okay, so maybe he was slightly enjoying being bitter and unreasonable. Lex blamed his baby hormones for it entirely. "Your bone age and soul age are different," Jotun commented insightfully. "Have you suffered some grave injury recently? Is that why you shifted to a new body? But no, the bloodline of this body is the same. Did you recreate your body or clone it?" Lex resisted the urge to sigh. Normally, he would find some clever way to explain how he had become a meat patty and then healed back into human form, but as previously stated, he was not in a chatty mood. But he had to admit that Jotun seemed very knowledgeable, which only made sense considering he was the emperor to such a massive empire. "How can I help you both?" Lex asked, instead of answering the question. "I am quite busy and have many things to do. I'd like to get this over with as quickly as possible." It would not take a genius to identify that Lex was not exactly eager to talk to them, which was not exactly a great start. "There are actually a few things we want to talk to you about. How about we find somewhere private where we can talk?" William asked, and Lex just nodded, letting them lead him to a room they had booked. Then an awkward silence fell in between them, though Lex wasn't the one feeling awkward. Finally, William was the one who broke the silence. "We have not been properly introduced, so allow me to change that. My name is William, and this is my brother, Jotun. We have been trying to look for you for a long time." "I'm Lex, but I guess you already knew that. Like I said, I've been busy, and I'm still quite busy." "Clearly," William responded, ignoring the hint to speed up their conversation. "Do you have any idea about why we have been looking for you?" "Well, I can venture a guess. Is it because you think being related to me gives you some kind of connection or leverage over me? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but quite frankly, that does not mean much to me. If you think I can give you some perks at the Midnight Inn, then you're sorely mistaken." "You're quite moody," Jotun commented once more. "Maybe your bone age and mental age are actually the same." William could not help but chuckle while Lex only scoffed. "Look, I didn't come to you, you came to me. If you want something, get to the point. If not, I'm leaving. I am neither your subordinate nor do I have any obligation to sit here and just listen to your nonsense." Hey, we're getting to the point," Jotun said, waving his hand telling Lex to calm down. "Isn't it common to discuss a few random topics in any conversation? But forget it, I'll cut to the chase. We want to establish a relationship with you. I believe it will be mutually beneficial for us if we work together." "What can you even offer me? And what can you possibly even hope to gain from me? I've told you you will get no extra in benefits from me. Besides that, I don't see how I can help you." Jotun glanced at William, who nodded and took over the conversation. "Well, actually, there are many things we can help each other with, even within our own private capacity. To start with, it seems like you have some misunderstandings with your immediate family. Perhaps we can. Misunderstandings. That's one way of phrasing being lied to my whole life as. I realize that I don't even know if anything those people told me is the truth at all. Did I even have sisters? Are those even my real parents? No, William, I have no interest in listening to explanations, especially from someone else. If Leon and Serene wished to clarify things, they had many years to do so. I'm not interested in someone else coming and giving justifications on their behalf. If there's something else, you should mention it now, or else I think we're done here. The ever-calm Lex was no longer calm, as he let his anger get the better of him. An image of a sword reappeared in his eye after a long time, fueling his emotions even more, which was immediately spotted by Jotun and William both. I see, Jotun said carefully. Well, there are still other things we can offer you. I will leave this here for you to check in your own time. Once you've had time to consider things, we can meet again. Jotun placed an envelope on the table in front of Lex, and then stood up alongside William. We won't bother you more right now, though we hope that the next time we come you can indulge us with one more meeting. Also, you might want to get that sword looked at. If you wish, I can help you with that as well. Lex's anger, which was bubbling out of control, suddenly cooled down as he forced himself into the flow state. It had been a while since he lost control of his emotions and let the sword take over. He had almost forgotten about it. Jotun's reminder immediately calmed him down, but perhaps their departure was for the best. Lex only nodded and put the envelope away before teleporting back to his meditation room. Understandably, his emotions were a mess. Slowly, he let go of his flow state and began to meditate. Back in the Midnight Manor, Jotun and William began discussing their plans among themselves. If Lex really had the bloodline mutation they suspected, then they had to build a good relationship with him. This was best taken slowly, lest they mess up. Fortunately, William had anticipated the possibility that Lex might not be very receptive to them considering the unusual circumstances with his family, so this was not a real setback. That envelope was just one of many plans he had made to build a good relationship between them. Chapter 1100 once again. It took several hours for Lex to regain his calm, and once he finished his meditation, Lex could not help but frown. It had been a long time since he lost control and had the sword show up. But this was a reminder that just because a problem stopped appearing for a while did not mean it had gone away. He needed to work on his sword intent and make this sword go away. But much more than that, Lex was disappointed in himself. Was this all it took to get under his skin? It was understandable if he got angry when his inn was attacked, or his workers, but just a random mention of his parents was enough to set him off. It didn't feel good to have such a glaring weakness. He had no interest in going looking for people who had essentially abandoned him. At least originally he didn't. But today his anger had even spilled over to his sisters. This showed that this was not something he had been ignoring because he was over it, but rather because he was hiding from it. He didn't want to face it. But now that he realized that he didn't want to face it, that left him with no choice but to face it head-on. After all, that's what Lex did with all his weaknesses. It was the reason he kept looking for volcanoes, and the reason he kept pushing himself to face adventures and dangerous situations. If he had a weak mentality, he would have stopped exploring new worlds right after nearly getting killed by zombies back on Vegua Minima, or right after getting chased by wolves in Nibiru, or any of the countless near-death experiences. Lex paused. Was he brave, or did he have some special kind of crazy that kept looking for near-death experiences? No, he wasn't crazy. It was completely normal to want to hone oneself on the razor's edge between life and death. He paused again. That definitely sounded a little concerning, but he felt fine. In short, he decided to face William and Jotun again, but not right now. He would face them right before the inn closed, as he had other things he wanted to focus on right now. He had already tied up loose ends in the Origin Realm before leaving to the Midnight Realm, so there wasn't much for him to do there. For the next few days, all he needed to do was ensure that everyone who came into the inn knew that he would seal it soon. But whether it was coincidence, or because the inn had been sealed for so long, the resurgence of guests coming to the inn was massive. Many people he hadn't seen for a long time came back, such as Ragnar. The last thing Lex remembered was that the general had lost severely to the Devil Warhill, and had thus been infected, ready to turn into a zombie. But now that he saw Ragnar, it had not even been so long, but he looked pretty good. He did not look like a dying man at all. In fact, he looked healthier than ever. But at that point Lex stopped spying, because the Emperor Jotun then brought in his daughter and began discussing the details for their marriage. Many guests came, and as a result, Lex also finally learned about the war between Jotun and the fiery mammoths. It turned out another reason Jotun was at the inn was to have a meeting with the leaders of the mammoths to discuss a truce. That discussion turned into an argument, which led to a duel to the death. The situation escalated so quickly that Lex was absolutely certain that the Jotun emperor had planned this from the start. The emperor initiated a challenge in the murder ground, and they both disappeared the instant the mammoth accepted. Lex was mentally preparing himself for the fact that this fight might last until the inn is once again sealed. But in only a few minutes, the emperor returned, holding a corpse many times his size. Negotiations broke off and the war would continue, but Lex was impressed by the emperor's might. The mammoth he faced had to have a similar realm as him, yet the emperor ended the fight in mere minutes. It was not for nothing that the man had been selected to work for the Henali. But he was far from the only noteworthy person to appear. Kentaharu, the heir to Tilya, was visited by his adopted father, who was also a celestial immortal, but after a brief visit, they disappeared. Much more alarming was the fact that Loretta herself appeared at the inn once more, followed closely by another devil Lex recognized. His name was Creel, and he first entered the inn back during the midnight games. Since then he had never left, though he had not done anything noteworthy either. At the time, he was the devil running the recruitment stand that the devils set up. Since then, he had done naught but roam the inn and occasionally talk to the other guests and workers. Once the inn opened back up, it was the first time he left the inn since his departure, and he had now returned with Loretta. If Lex had not regularly memorized the list of all his guests, he would not have picked up such a small detail, but he did. The odd thing was that Loretta did not go meet Lilith. Instead, she met a few other devils, roamed the new inn for a bit, then requested to have a meeting with the innkeeper. Once she was informed that the innkeeper was not available, she left a message saying that she would like to meet the innkeeper whenever it was convenient for him, and that she could be reached through Creel. After that she left. It did not seem like it was such a significant visit, if only one did not focus on how excited Creel was. The devil tried to hide it, but Lex had become excellent at such things, and was able to detect even the slightest of hints from his body language, his aura, and the way his spiritual energy behaved. The devil was absolutely ecstatic. The meeting Loretta requested seemed to be regarding something deeply important to her. The fact that she had come back with Creel must have meant that it was related to the inn, since the devil was the one who had gone to report to her. Considering the fact that the inn had moved to an entire new realm, and Creel had likely witnessed the birth of the entire realm, there were any number of things he could have gone to report to Loretta. But something told him this matter had something to do with his physique. He put the matter of meeting Loretta aside and continued to manage the inn secretly, until all 10 days in the Origin realm passed, and the Emporium managed to gather everything. Despite their best efforts, they were not able to speed up the process of getting the embers, so Powell did not get his extra commission. Regardless, nothing untoward happened, so Lex was satisfied. It was almost time to seal the inn again with the token, so he did the last thing he had been putting off. He once again met William and Jotun. "What do you think of our offer?" the Emperor asked upon noticing the focused expression on Lex's face. "I didn't look at it," Lex responded honestly. Then he took out an ingredient at the heavenly immortal level, then another one. Since he had recognized them while searching for them to upgrade the system, it was much easier to find them now. But even so, he had only found 2, and he had no intention of depositing it to the system. "I am showing you these because I want you to know that these are just some random things I can get on my own with a little effort. Things even more valuable than this are not out of reach either. So what exactly can you offer me? And what exactly do you want from me? Give me a straight answer, as this is the only chance I'm going to give you." The Emperor and William exchanged looks, then turned to Lex once more. "If you check the envelope, you will find a method to help you properly hide your bloodline, the one that allows you to improve the potential of other humans," William said. "We handed you the complete method. You can have it checked. There's nothing we're holding back, but the method is not perfect. If you work with us, we can help you by improving it. You can ask others to do so as well, but no one will be able to help you the way we can. In exchange, all we ask is you help us improve some of our people. It need not be too many." Lex's expression did not change as one of his greatest secrets was revealed. This time around, he was much more composed. After a long and detailed negotiation session, Lex finally came to an agreement with the two. Then they left. With nothing else holding him back, Lex summoned the lockdown token, and after giving all his guests one warning, activated it. The inn was once again sealed.